System, I want to understand. Qila thought about it and shouted directly in his mind. System, the host wants to understand, so hurry up and prepare. Really? In previous tasks, these two systems have never urged them. After listening to the system's words, Qilu was already 80% sure. So Qilu pretended to be regretful and said, System, I feel that this task isn't enough for the time being with my current ability, so I decided to give up. System, host, don't you want to start the upgrade task? After pretending to think for a moment, Qilu said slowly, It doesn't matter if you don't upgrade, I'm quite comfortable staying in the store now. System, host, don't you want a drink? Although it's a pity, but I am a life-sucking person, and I still don't want to do tasks beyond my ability. Qilu continued to return slowly. The more persuasive this Irby system is, the more confident Qilu is. System, host, I think that since you have taken over the task, you should find a way to complete it. No, I think it's better for me to continue to eat and wait until I die. Qilu put on a look of not eating oil and salt, not eating hard and soft. Negotiations fell apart in an instant. Qilu is not in a hurry, he has nothing to lose anyway. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, the voice of the system appeared in Qilu's mind again. System, host, the former Dragon Ruins quest, the system has decided to increase the reward for you. If you can complete the quest within 3 days, the trial room will be upgraded with auxiliary functions, which can produce trial crystals. Oh, a small system, dare to fight against the great host. Although Qilu didn't know what kind of price the system would offer, it was expected that these two systems would bow their heads voluntarily. System, you have to know that the reason why I didn't complete the task was not because of the reward, but mainly because my strength was not enough, do you understand? Qilu said slowly. If you can bow your head once, you can bow your head a second time. As long as the conditions are not too excessive, Qilu is confident that this second stroke system, whose IQ is to be recharged, will definitely agree. System, in this case, the extra reward will be withdrawn. Qilu yawned and then said, Reward is motivation, and words are poured out, presumably an honest system shouldn't do such unbelievable things. Another brief moment of silence. System, you cunning host will bully my honest system. System, host, open the conditions. Finally waited for this sentence. It was only now that Qilu raised his spirits and said with a smile, It's actually very simple. I don't have any requirements for rewards. Just don't take back the rewards you mentioned. If you want me to complete this mission, you must at least provide me with enough strength to match the mission target. In fact, at the beginning, Qilu's purpose was this. After all, Qilu has long coveted the opportunity to draw drinks. It's been almost half a year that I haven't had the happy water of Fat House, but Qilu really misses the pleasant taste. As for the upgrade of the auxiliary functions of the trial room, it was a pleasant surprise. But the reward for nothing, don't want it for nothing. Qilu wouldn't let the reward that appeared in front of him, this kind of duck that had already got it, fly away. System, agree with the host's request, but the range that can improve the power of the host is limited to the vicinity of the store, and only for this mission. Please use this power properly. No problem, the negotiation was successful. Qilu snapped his fingers. Qilu is still very satisfied with the outcome of this negotiation. Although the stalemate continues, Qilu may be able to obtain better conditions, but for this reason, it is not a good thing to squeeze the system clean at one time. Outside the cloud forest, an overwhelming dragon's might came from the direction of the great wasteland. The monsters in the forest all shrunk to the ground, afraid to move. Every time the bone dragon flaps its wings, a storm will be rolled up. Let the trees in the entire cloud forest continue to sway, like those beasts trembling under the might of the dragon. The caravans and mercenaries who were still in the cloud forest at the moment were also oppressed by Long Wei, so it was difficult for them to move. What is this? Why is there such a strong pressure? What a terrifying aura, where is the powerhouse coming from? This is Long Wei. Far beyond the coercion of a grandmaster, it is a heroic Long Wei. Why is such a terrifying Long Wei approaching Yunwu City? Hurry up and escape. After the terrifying pressure spread to Yunwu City, it immediately caused panic among countless people. The streets were full of panicked, fleeing crowds, and extremely loud shouting, scolding, crying. Some ordinary people with weaker constitutions even fainted directly under Long Wei's oppression. In this chaotic situation, a white fire bone dragon burning with coldness and cold all over his body soon appeared in the sky above Yunwu City, flapping his wings, and hovering in the air. The icy and violent eyes, formed by the fire, were coldly observing Cloud Mist City. Every time the wingspan of nearly 1,000 meters is beaten, it can set off a big storm. The dragon body burning with fire covered the sky and the sun, and the shadow shrouded almost covered half of the Cloud City. What a huge monster it is! The terrifying dragon might, and the icy and biting suffocating aura, swept the sky and swept down, making the originally noisy Cloud City become dead silent. No one dared to do anything under the gaze of this skull dragon. He didn't even dare to make a sound. Fear shrouded everyone's heart. Why is there a bone dragon that stays in the sky above Yunwu City? From the window of the city master's mansion, Qin Ming saw the behemoth hovering above the sky, and his heart suddenly became cold. It is no exaggeration to say that if this skull dragon intends to destroy Yunwu City, it will not even take a whole day to turn the entire Yunwu City into ruins. But why, such a rare species in the world, will appear here? What Qin Ming has in his heart now is that as long as he is doubtful, puzzled, shocked, fearful, and flustered, he has never thought of the word escape at all. Because, unless it's a hero. Otherwise, no one can escape from the bone dragon's hands. You can only pray in your heart, the goal of the bone dragon is not yourself. Because of the appearance of the bone dragon, the entire Yunwu City fell into fear, even the Qile store was no exception. Although it is not as serious as outside the store, the powerful dragon might and the suffocation of the bone dragon still spread to the store. Feeling the appearance of this dragon's might, Qile showed a thoughtful look. But not everyone can be as calm as Qile. Almost at the same time that Long Wei diffused into the store, all the dungeons in the New World mode were sent out by the enemy due to mistakes. Dragon, Long Wei, why does Long Wei appear here? Tiger Hunt is no stranger to Long Wei, because he has used the active skill of the dragon-marked axe, and his performance is much better than others. Because the Long Wei in the store has been cut, the people in the store can still move. In the sky above Yunwu City, there is a bone dragon. Someone ran to the door of the store to check the situation, and when they saw the bone dragon hovering in the sky, they suddenly screamed in horror. How is it possible? How could the bone dragon come here? My God, could it be that the dragon clan wants to destroy Yunwu City? Damn, why is this happening? After seeing the bone dragon, the situation in the store was not much better. The crowd also began to panic. Fear spreads among the crowd. Boss, now, what do you say now? Blood Wolf swallowed and stammered. It's the first time I've seen a real giant dragon. I didn't expect it to be so huge. Lan Yi stood at the door of the store, looking up at the bone dragon in the sky, and exclaimed. It's so terrifying, I'm sure I can't beat it. Nayland Qinchi shrunk to the corner of the sofa. Zier, do you remember anything? Lan Qinger found that after Long Wei appeared, Lan Zier's expression was a bit wrong, so she couldn't help asking. It's nothing, sister. Lan Zier shook her head, and Lan Qinger just sighed when she saw this. Manager, are you all right? Yu Shier looked at Qilu worriedly. It's okay. Qile shook his head slightly, indicating that Yu Shier was a tease. Damn, those guys must have come to trouble me. Qilu, you are not allowed to hand me over. Xuanhuan did not know when, hid under the counter and said while covering her pointed ears. Worthy of being a famous bully. If I knew earlier, I should go back to the imperial city with Dean Gu. IRL I shouldn't stay here. Although Ling Yuehua's face was pale, her expression was still calm, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her mood. Xiaoju, are you all right? Under such circumstances, Ling Yuehua immediately remembered Ling Diawu, who stayed with her in Yunwu City. I'm fine, Second Emperor, your face is so strange. Ling Diawu stayed by Qila's side, unaffected by Long Wei at all. I'm fine too. Ling Yuehua shook her head and looked out of the store worriedly. Whether it is in the store or outside the store, they are all looking at the bone dragon in the sky at the moment. They didn't know what the skull dragon wanted to do, but they didn't dare to make a sound, so they could only pray silently in their hearts. Pray that this skull dragon did not come to destroy Cloud City. Wild Yuan Empire, Imperial City. Palace Chamber. The Fire Emperor Ling Ao sat on the main seat, the left minister Ku Zhen, and the general of the township, Ying Kuang, sat on the left and right. The god of law, Gu Pingchuan, sat opposite Ling Ao. Under the head of Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang, sat 6 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Household, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Punishment, and the Ministry of Work. There are 10 people in total, all of them with the highest status in the Huangyuan Empire. Ling Ao, what is the matter that brought me to the Palace Council Hall, just tell me. Gu Pingchuan put his hand on the table and said. President Gu, it must be a big deal to be able to summon you. Ling Ao paused for a while, and looked around the Palace Council Hall before continuing to say, not long ago, a hero-level trial crystal appeared on the border of my Huangyuan Empire. Oh? Gu Pingchuan raised his eyebrows. It's just that the heroic trial crystal was brought out of the Wild Yuan Empire and fell into the hands of the Gu Luo Empire. Ling Ao said in a deep voice. I'm worried that the Sword Emperor of the Gu Luo Empire will take the opportunity of their great increase in strength to force us to give up the places in the ruins. Every time the ruins are opened, it is a bloody storm. You don't need to worry about this, because they will not give up if they have this opportunity. Gu Pingchuan said with great certainty. It is because of this that I am eager to discuss with Dean Gu. Ling Ao said worriedly. The Gu Luo Empire, like the Huangyuan Empire, was an empire that started with wars. The 2 heroes of the Gu Luo Empire were the Sword Emperor of the Sword Warrior class, and the Gun Emperor of the Gun Warrior class. Unlike the Huangyuan Empire, the 2 heroes of the Gu Luo Empire are both fighting Qi class. Therefore, in the war, although the heroic level has an agreement and is not allowed to shoot, the threatening power of the Fire Emperor Ling Ao and the Law God Gu Pingchuan is far greater than that of the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor. However, this hero-level trial crystal that suddenly appeared has become variable. If there is a 3rd hero level in the Gu Luo Empire, even if it is just the hero level that has just been achieved, the strength of the Gu Luo Empire will skyrocket. At that time, the threats from the Fire Emperor Ling Ao and the Law God Gu Pingchuan will no longer exist. If it's just like this, then you don't have to worry. If it's just a newcomer who has just become a hero, I still don't care. Gu Pingchuan said very domineeringly. Don't look at Gu Pingchuan's usually kind-hearted appearance, but in the end, he is also a hero. And it is still half a foot into the hero-level peak of the powerhouse level. As Gu Pingchuan said. Even if he is also a hero, a newcomer who has just achieved hero level, his strength is still far from the peak of a hero like Gu Pingchuan. It's even rude to say that in fighting such newcomers at the hero level, Gu Pingchuan can clean them up without even using half of his strength. What's more, he has been in the Qila shop for so long. There are those pills that permanently increase attributes, and snacks that temper magic power to continuously strengthen their own strength. Gu Pingchuan's real strength now is also much stronger than the average hero level peak. That's why Gu Pingchuan dared to let Ling Ao relax. But Ling Ao didn't know about these situations. Although there were Gu Pingchuan's words, the worry in his eyes did not diminish. However, Ling Ao still gave Gu Pingchuan a face-saving reply, with the words "Softing Gu, I can feel relieved. There is still something else to do." Ling Ao turned to look at the others. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the front line today," the Minister of War said immediately. "Say." Ling Ao looked at the Minister of War. "It's the battle report of Yashui Pass. The Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force has begun to attack Yashui Pass, and the front line is asking for reinforcements." The Minister of War immediately presented the memorial. Ling Ao looked at the memorial, his brows became tighter the more he looked at it, and finally he directly slapped the memorial on the imperial case, and said angrily, "The Gu Luo Empire and the Xingyao Empire have joined Togatherto plot against me." "Ling Ao, why are you so angry?" "In the palace council room, Gu Pingchuan alone has the right to call the Fire Emperor's name directly. President Gu, you'd better see for yourself." Ling Ao gritted his teeth and used a touch of magic to send the memorial to Gu Pingchuan's desk. There are not many words on the memorial, but the content is very refined. After reading it at a glance in 10 lines, Gu Pingchuan slowly put the memorial on the table, and after a long time, he laughed in anger. "Okay, what a Xingyao Empire, what a Goryeo Empire. The matter reported in the memorial is exactly what happened to Yashwiguan into a fierce battle." After Ling Yin learned that he had been honored in a scheming scheme, he immediately asked for help from the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire. But this matter was brought before Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan, and with their knowledge, they quickly figured out the joints inside. The military strength of Xingyao Empire has always been inferior to that of Xuanhuan Empire. This time, he dared to mobilize 600,000 expeditionary troops to attack the Yashui Pass on the western border of the Xuanhuan Empire, and also used materials that could arrange such a huge teleportation array. Someone must be helping. Because 600,000 troops were mobilized at one time, the internal forces of the Xingyao Empire must be empty. If this expedition fails, the Xingyao Empire may not even be able to keep its own empire. Even Rongyu, a famous general of the Xingyao Empire, came to attack Yashui Pass, and even used such a strategy to attack from front to back. But as soon as reinforcements from the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city arrive, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army will definitely be defeated and flee. This disparity in military power cannot be made up by a famous general. However, if there are other forces that can contain other forces of the Xuanhuan Empire, it will be different. When the Yashui Pass is broken, the expeditionary army of the Xingyao Empire will drive straight in, and other forces will contain the main force of the Xuanhuan Empire. At that time, the Xuanhuan Empire must have suffered a great loss of national strength. In the case of a great loss of national strength, many things cannot be preserved. In this conspiracy, there is only one force around the Xuanhuan Empire that is qualified to contain the forces of the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire, and that is the Goryeo Empire. I didn't expect that even the Xingyao Empire was involved. Gu Pingchuan let out a long sigh. The problem of an empire's national strength is not something that one or two heroes can solve. After all, an empire is composed of a large number of people. Without those ordinary people, if there are only strong people, it can only be called an organization, not an empire. If nothing else happens, as long as the army of our imperial city moves out, the army of the Gu Luo Empire will immediately overwhelm the border. And with 3 heroes as the strength, the morale of the Gu Luo Empire army will be unprecedentedly high. Ling Ao also saw it clearly. But it's useless for you to just look at it. The reason why Yangmo is because, even if you see it, you can only pick it up hard, but there is no way to avoid it. Your Majesty, you must find a way to hold the Yashui Pass. The Minister of War said aloud. Of course I know that Yashui Pass cannot be thrown away, but who should be sent there when the imperial army cannot move? Ling Ao suppressed his anger and asked, coldly. If Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan can make a move, they can indeed save Xuanhuan. But the problem is that the Goluo Empire and the Xingyao Empire are also heroic, and they can be restrained before they make a move. For war, heroic is more of deterrence than combat power. The Minister of War was also at a loss for words. Indeed, if the hero level can't take action and just dispatch the master level, it will not be of much help to the situation of the war at all. What's more, the number of grandmasters is not as many as imagined. Jingle bell. Just as the palace council hall fell silent, a crisp voice suddenly rang. All eyes were on Gu Pingchuan. How could something happen at this time? Gu Pingchuan took out his membership card, glanced at the news, his eyes widened, and he forgot to say the rest. President Gu, what happened? Ling Ao asked with a frown. Cloud City, a bone dragon appeared. Gu Pingchuan raised his head and said solemnly. What? As soon as these words came out, the entire palace council room showed a look of astonishment. Some people even shouted in astonishment because they were too surprised. But in this case, no one cares about such little things at all. President Gu, how did you know about this? Ling Ao asked with a bit of suspicion, frowning tightly. Originally, as the king of a country, there should be no fluke emotions. But there are too many things related to this matter, not for anything else, just because the fighting power of the bone dragon is too strong. You better see for yourself. Gu Pingchuan sent the membership card in his hand to Ling Ao's imperial case with a dignified expression. The picture that appeared on the membership card was the live broadcast of the people in the Chila store in the guild communication system. A bone dragon with a dragon body covering the sky, flapping its wings in the sky, the fire burning on the body. Just through the picture, you can feel full of evil spirits. There are also the violent Minghua pupils in the eye sockets. Just by looking at it, you can feel the coercion contained in it. You can think of it as a high-level form of sound transmission magic and image magic. These pictures are all the real situations that are happening in Cloud City. Gu Pingchuan explained. That said, outside Yunwu City, a bone dragon really appeared. Ling Ao is not in the mood to worry about the membership card now. He just put his hands on the imperial case and looked at the ministers under the seat with a sinking face. The atmosphere in the palace meeting room suddenly became a little heavy. Gu Pingchuan, Ku Zhen, and Ing Kuang all looked at Ling Ao in silence, and Noon spoke. The other 6 ministers buried their heads and sat in silence. They did not have the identity of Gu Pingchuan, nor did they have the position of Ku Zhen and Ing Kuang to accompany the emperor in battle. In this palace council room, as long as they say a wrong word, they may be replaced by their former subordinates. It happens at this juncture, the Gu Luo Empire will never miss this opportunity. After being silent for a long time, Ling Ao suddenly pressed his temple and said with some headache. The appearance of the bone dragon was too unexpected. This species, which has not been heard of for hundreds of years, appeared at this critical moment. The fighting power of the bone dragon is absolutely beyond doubt. The lowest, hero-level strength, is enough to make it look down on most opponents. Moreover, although the bone dragon has no flesh and blood, the dragon's natural resistance to magic, under the protection of the fire, has been strengthened and become more excellent. Moreover, the dragon breath of the bone dragon will also be strengthened by fire, making it more violent. More importantly, bone dragon is a species that was reborn after the death of a giant dragon. They are not afraid of death, and every bone dragon is a natural warrior. The only shortcoming is probably that most of the dragon language magic can't be used because of the contamination of the ghost fire. And it is such a powerful species, but when the Gu Luo Empire and the Xingyao Empire joined forces to attack the Xuanhuan Empire, they appeared in Yunwu City. This news, it is estimated that it will not be long before the Gu Luo Empire knows. At that time I am afraid it will not simply contain the military power of the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city, but call directly. If you don't cherish this kind of God-given opportunity, it will be a waste of the layout of the Gu Luo Empire for so long. Ling Ao really had a headache when he thought of this. There is an agreement between the heroes of each race, and they are not allowed to take action in large-scale wars of their respective races, unless it is the time for the life and death of this race, or when the country is destroyed. Otherwise, there will be heroes from other forces to check and balance. After all, a hero level is enough to lead a war. But Bone Dragon, that is a species that is completely outside this convention. This species, born out of resentment and obsession, is completely out to break the rules. Moreover, the most important point is that even if Fire Emperor Ling Ao makes a move, he cannot guarantee that he will definitely be the opponent of this skull dragon. After all, the innate magic resistance of the dragon family is really not very friendly to the magician class. And in terms of magic resistance, it was a fatal blow to Gu Pingchuan. This is also the reason why Gu Pingchuan's face was solemn after hearing the news of the bone dragon. Even if Gu Pingchuan's strength is stronger than this skull dragon, but Gu Pingchuan is not a fighting chi class, but a great magician. The great magician class mostly relies on low-level magic, or enhanced low-level magic. For the research of high-level magic and large-scale magic, it is basically general magic, and there is almost no magic of each element system. However, the magic resistance of the dragon family is especially effective for low-level magic. This is also the reason why Gu Pingchuan is extremely afraid of the dragon clan. Not to mention the combat power of the bone dragon, it is not weak in the entire hero class, and its magic resistance is even higher than that of ordinary dragons. Gu Pingchuan didn't want to mess with even a giant dragon who had just entered the hero level. No way, this is really a class restriction. Fighting against an opponent who has more than 80% damage reduction in front-off, you will give everyone a headache. I don't know if Manager Qi can stop this skull dragon. Gu Pingchuan said to himself with a trace of worry in his eyes. Manager Qi? Ding Gu, who is this Manager Qi you're talking about? Ling Ao keenly caught Gu Pingchuan's words. Hero level secluded in Cloud City. Gu Pingchuan said word by word. By this time, Gu Pingchuan was no longer hiding. In Gu Pingchuan's eyes, Qi Lu was really a powerhouse at the same level as Shim. What did you say? You mean, in my Huangyuan Empire, in Yunwu City, there is a hero who lives in seclusion. Ling Ao's eyes widened, and his face was full of surprise and stunned expression. Ying Kuang also looked at Gu Pingchuan with a ghostly expression on his face. He followed Gu Pingchuan back to the imperial city. After all, Ying Kuang had to go back to the imperial city after seeing the products of Qi Lu Xiaodian, and let the people from the Ministry of Household and the Ministry of War allocate military expenses so as to arm a group of elites in the army. But Ying Kuang never thought that the store manager who was sitting on the sofa in the store, looking like he was eating and waiting to die, was actually a hero-level powerhouse living in seclusion in Yunwu City. With one more hero level, the Huangyuan Empire will be saved. Ling Ao's surprise was not without reason. If there is one more hero level to check and balance the Gu Luo Empire, then the Huangyuan Empire can get a chance to breathe. As long as the Yashui Pass is not lost, the Huangyuan Empire will not fall into war so easily. In any case, Yashui Pass also has 400,000 defenders. Even if it is in a predicament and is surrounded by the expeditionary army of the Xingyao Empire, it will not be so easily lost. Before the Yashui Pass is broken, the Huangyuan Empire Imperial City will have enough time to react. There is such a strong person in Yunwu City, Ding Gu, you should have said it earlier. Kuzhen also said something when the solemn atmosphere was broken. The 6 ministers sitting at the bottom also raised their heads. Although still unable to speak, at least it is much better than the previous suppressed atmosphere. No, that's exactly what I'm worried about, because Manager Chi doesn't seem to care about these things. In fact, based on my observation, Manager Chi is a very lazy person. So it's useless for me to say it earlier. Gu Pingchuan said with a wry smile. And what I'm more worried about is that Manager Chi's rank is likely to be a magician, which will greatly reduce the threat to bone dragons. At the end, Gu Pingchuan sighed involuntarily. If Huangyuan Empire can have a heroic rank of Doqi class, it will not be so passive when facing the bone dragon. Ling Ao heard Gu Pingchuan's words, and the surprise on his face disappeared. He is also a hero of the magician class. If it was normal, Ling Ao would definitely be happy for half a month, but when facing the bone dragon, the magician, it really doesn't work. In the palace conference hall, the depressing atmosphere returned. And this depression, until the picture in the membership card, began to change. The bone dragon hovered above the sky of Yunwu City and glanced coldly at the entire Yunwu City. Netherfire churned between its sharp teeth. I don't know how long it took, the bone dragon's eyes suddenly locked down. Everyone in Yunwu City felt a majestic coercion, shrouded in the sky. A girl with dragon blood. The bone dragon slowly spit out a sentence, and in his tone, there was a jerky feeling after not speaking for a long time. But in its words, it seems to be talking about a girl. Sounds like the person it's looking for. But those who were shrouded in fear had no idea who the girl the bone dragon was talking about, nor why the bone dragon was looking for this girl. They can only pray harder in their hearts. But the customers in Chila's store could tell who the girl the bone dragon was looking for. Lan Zier. The Lan Yi team is quite famous in the Chila shop. Especially Lan Zier, a little loli with sharp horns on her head and a small tail behind her, is even more impressive. In fact, most human races do not exclude mixed races. The rejection and hatred of the blood of the dragon family are only the clan hatred unique to the survivors of the dragon ruins. Moreover, people with dragon bloodlines are quite rare. At least in the entire Yunwu city, and even the surrounding city-states, I am afraid there is only one Lan Zier. Since the bone dragon has said the word dragon bloodline, the person he is looking for must be Lan Zier. The bone dragon's eyes also confirmed this. Those cold and violent eyes firmly locked the location of Qi Li's store. Locked by the eyes of the bone dragon, the pressure near the Qi Li store suddenly increased, making everyone in the store feel a little breathless. The faces of Lan Yi and the others instantly became extremely ugly. This skull dragon is here to find Zier. Why did it come to find Zier? Someone in the store spoke up and asked everyone's doubts. Girl with dragon blood, I need your body to be my daughter's container. The doubts didn't last long, and the bone dragon's voice rang out. In that tone, there is arrogance that cannot be refuted, that is the arrogance from the dragon race. But this sentence immediately made Chila Xiaodian fry the pot. What? This guy actually wants to use Lan Zier's body as a container. This damn guy, even if it's a bone dragon, I will split 2 of its bones today. I actually want to touch Zier, has it ever asked us? Even if you are found by Zoman today, you must call out your master and let this skull dragon know how powerful it is. The customers in the store were in the same hatred, and no one wanted to compromise. They spent so long together in Qi Li's store, and even though there was some friction in the New World mode due to the dungeon, they were still familiar with each other. Now someone actually wants to move the people in the store. Even if this guy is a bone dragon, he can't agree. I have to say that Qi Lu was a little surprised when he saw this scene, but felt it was right. Store manager, that guy outside is really too much. Yu Shi'er also pouted and said viciously. Yu Xuanhuan, who had been hiding under the counter, ran out at this time, showing a relieved look, and said, I thought it was coming to me, it scared me to death. Chila gave Yu Xuanhuan a chestnut, then shrugged and said, it seems to be more united than I thought. The atmosphere in the store is very strong. The bone dragon waiting in the sky did not have much patience. After waiting for a response, the bone dragon's icy voice came down again. A girl with dragon blood, if you don't take the initiative to dedicate yourself, then I will destroy the city-state, and then find you. At the same time as the bone dragon spoke, there was a dragon's breath surging in its mouth, proving that it was not lying. It is really ready to destroy the city-state. As soon as this sentence came out, the people of Yunwu City fell into boundless panic. Countless people started begging, cursing, or howling, all letting the girl the bone dragon was looking for come out, and then sacrifice themselves to protect the entire Cloud City. To save his own life. It's despicable and shameless. Even using this kind of indiscriminate threat, where is the dignity of the dragon family? Damn, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to chop off 2 of his bones. Count me in. I'm a mercenary, because I'm afraid of death. If I'm lucky and auto-survive, I can blow it for the rest of my life. It's a pity that this threat, instead of making the customers in the store compromise, made them even more angry. Several mercenaries picked up their weapons, and if someone hadn't pulled them, they might have rushed out. You still have 3 minutes to consider, a girl with dragon blood. The bone dragon flapped its wings and spoke slowly. No one will doubt the authenticity of this statement. As long as the time ice up, the bone dragon will definitely drop its dragon breath and turn the entire Cloud City into ruins. Let me go. Just when the bone dragon began to count down, Lan Zier stood up and said with a determined look. There was firmness on her tender little face. Purple. Sister, Sister Lanya, Big Brother, Sister Feishua, Sister Yojio, Sister Xiaya, Shachi, Sister Shier, and everyone else, I don't want to implicate you all because of myself. If it's just coming for me, hand me over. Lan Zier's face showed maturity and firmness that did not match her age, and she regarded death as home. Okay, a little girl, why do you say such an adult's words? Just when everyone couldn't bear to look at Lan Zier, Qila stood up from the sofa. Children should be happy. Qila walked to Lan Zier and rubbed the little loli's face. The fleshy feeling, unusually comfortable. Big brother. Lan Zier called out with a sullen mouth. Just leave this matter to me, a child, what are you thinking about? Qila stretched, then stood up straight and walked out slowly. 3 minutes is short. If it's the last 3 minutes of your life, it just feels shorter. In the fear and despair of the people of Cloud City, they prayed wildly, or-cursed, and the cries and wailing resounded through the sky, but none of them could change the bone dragon's thoughts. There is no mercy at all for a species like them that came back from the dead. 3 minutes have come. It seems that you chose to let the city-state be buried with you. Goodbye then. The bone dragon opened its bloody mouth, and the fire gathered between its sharp teeth, and then poured into its belly. Destroying dragon's breath. The terrifying dragon breath, like a sea of fire, spewed out from the mouth of the bone dragon, almost burning the entire sky. Nearly half of the Cloud City is covered by this sea of fire. That's the power of the hero class. This is a power that is completely different from the master level, and Tis is a power that is completely beyond the master level. All fell into despair. None of them would feel that they were capable of surviving from this power. Under the breath of the dragon, everything returns to nothingness. It is by no means empty words. System, load me with strength. Qila said in his mind, looking at the overwhelming dragon breath in the sky. System, the temporary force is loaded. I wish the host a happy completion of the task. Very good. Qila clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, an unparalleled aura erupted from Qilu. The majestic coercion like the sea swept toward the sky like a reversed wave. Boom! In an instant, Longwei shrouded in Yunwu City was swept away by this majestic momentum. Immediately afterwards, this majestic momentum carrying unparalleled power rose into the sky and bombarded the surging dragon breath. Boom! The two forces collided, and a deafening roar suddenly sounded. The sky seemed to be torn apart. Under the collision of Qi Li's aura and the bone dragon's breath, the space was obviously distorted. But the stalemate was soon broken. Because of Qi Li's momentum, after the test, he immediately swept up, shredded the dragon breath of the bone dragon, and even knocked the bone dragon back half a step. Seeing this scene in the eyes of shop customers, it almost made them stare out. Is this still the usual sloppy and black-hearted store manager? It's just a monster. The residents of Yunwu City also quieted down. Shocked, stunned, unbelievable, the joy of the rest of his life, etc., all kinds of emotions emerged in an instant. In the palace council hall, Ling Ao and the others, who were squatting behind the membership card, waiting to see the result, were all stunned, and they were almost speechless in shock. I'm not mistaken, this guy shook the bone dragon's breath away just by virtue of his aura, and also knocked back the bone dragon. Ying Kuang swallowed his saliva unacceptably. This is simply a monster. Kuzhen couldn't believe it. President Gu, this store manager Qi is also a bit exaggerated. Ling Ao didn't know what to say. Those who can shake off the dragon's breath with momentum and shake the bone dragon back are already invincible among heroes. I don't know Manager Qi's true strength, but now it seems that I underestimated him before. Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Qi Li's sudden action was really a bit scary. Use the momentum to shake the dragon's breath away, and even have the Energido shake the bone dragon away. At least, Gu Pingchuan can guarantee that he will definitely not be able to do it himself. Even this kind of hero level that can become a powerhouse level with only half a step away, can't do it. Qi Li's strength is really worth pondering. Anyway, he can choose to live in seclusion in the Huangyuan Empire, which means that he has no malice towards the Huangyuan Empire. At least here in Yunwu City, we can rest assured. Ling Ao said with some joy. Yeah, it is indeed the great luck of my Huangyuan Empire to have this person. Gu Pingchuan also nodded in approval. And here in Cloud Mist City. After Qi Li shook the dragon's breath away, he stepped directly into the sky. Hero level, whether it is a fighting Qi class or a magician rank, can condense fighting Qi or magic power and go directly to the sky. This is also the biggest difference between the hero level and the grandmaster level. Who are you? The bone dragon looked at Qi Lu with some fear. The powerful momentum just now, although there was a sense of being unprepared, caught him by surprise. But it is undeniable that the strength of the person in front of him is completely below it. Even from the perspective of momentum alone, this guy's strength is much more than his own. Although the bone dragon has no feelings, it does not mean that the bone dragon is a fool. Bone dragons are indeed not afraid of death and are natural warriors, but this does not mean that they like to die. In the face of an enemy stronger than itself, the bone dragon will weigh. Because the bone dragon is a species born by resentment, unwillingness, and the obsession that transcends life and death. The appearance of the bone dragon is to complete the regret of this giant dragon in his lifetime. I'm just a store manager. Qi Li shrugged. I have to say that after coming to the bone dragon, Qi Li realized how huge the skull dragon was. The wings are spread out, and the wingspan is nearly 1,000 meters. What is the concept? Qi Lu is now standing in front of this skull dragon, like a small ant, not as big as half a knuckle of this skull dragon. But this did not prevent Qi Lu and the bone dragon from having a conversation. Strength is the key to weighing whether the two can have an equal dialogue. Why did you stop me? The bone dragon asked. Because the person you're looking for is my customer. As a store manager, I can just watch your troubles looking for my customers. Qi Li said lightly. Do you know that you are fighting against the dragon clan? The bone dragon warned angrily. No, I have no intention of being an enemy of the Dragon Clan, and Yotzant represent the Dragon Clan, right? Qila raised his eyebrows and said slowly. This sentence is not wrong. Not to mention that the Dragon Clan is now staying in the Dragon Island, and in the territory of the human clan, the clan of the Dragon Clan cannot be seen at all. It is said that the bone dragon itself is not recognized by the dragon family. It's not that the dragons dislike their dead compatriots. In fact, if it is the remains of the Dragon Clan, those arrogant dragons will never allow other races to defile. But if the remains were resurrected, that's another story. In the history of the dragon race, although the appearance of the bone dragon was recorded, in truth, the bone dragon can only be regarded as an undead creature, not a dragon. Besides, Qi Lu is not afraid that the Dragon Clan will trouble him. So, you are determined to stand up for the girl who has the blood of the dragon family. The bone dragon breathed out the fire and said coldly. Yes, as long as I am here, it is impossible for you to act recklessly here. Qila spoke decisively. Whether it was for Lan Zier, other customers, or Yunwu City, it was impossible for Qi Lu to watch the bone dragon destroy this place. Although I don't want to be your enemy, but if you insist on doing it, then prepare to accept the dragon's wrath. The bone dragon has a violent personality, and when he said these few words to Qi Lu, he was already at the limit of fear because he couldn't figure out Qila's strength. Since the persuasion was fruitless, he could only have to pay with his life as the price. The fire of the underworld rises, and the power of the dragon is unparalleled. The bone dragon's wings fluttered, and the mighty dragon's might surged out, like a huge wave, slapping towards Qi Lu. Long Wei is like the sea, and the fire is like an abyss. The dragon might of the bone dragon is a powerful coercion that can be condensed into substance, which is also the advantage of the undead creatures far beyond other races. Such a majestic coercion burst out. Even if it was aimed at Qi Lu alone, the dragon power that escaped still spread to the cloud city below. The dragon might that merged with ghost fire is even more terrifying. If the previous Long Wei only made the people of Yunwu City feel fear, then the current Long Wei directly let them see a purgatory. The shadow of death shrouded everyone. The previous hope has also turned into despair. Ordinary people without fighting spirit and magic power fell to the ground directly under the escaping dragon might. Even those cultivators, if their strength is too low, will be pressed to the ground by this dragon's might, making it difficult to move. At least one must be in the professional class to have the ability to make difficult moves under this dragon's might. And this is just the dragon might that escaped. You can imagine the oppression that Qi Lu, who is in the center of this dragon might, will suffer. This is a heroic bone dragon, true power. Below the hero level, they are all ants. No, I don't want to die. Why did the bone dragon come here? Why did I encounter such a thing? The Lord in the sky, please, save us. Please save us. Everyone in Yunwu City focused on the sky, on the bone dragon and the person in front of the bone dragon. That was their only hope. It's never a good thing to express anger. Qi Lu glanced at Yunwu City from the corner of his eye. The terrifying Long Wei slapped him, and was completely blocked by his aura, unable to get close to him at all. Since you are so stubborn, then I can only use my strength to crush your arrogance. Qi Lu snorted coldly. The momentum condensed around his body was like a volcanic eruption, and it exploded to the surrounding, carrying unparalleled power, and instantly shredded the dragon's might as if it were the substance. The huge body of the bone dragon was shaken back again, and the unbelievable emotions were also revealed in the fire in the eye sockets. But this time, after Qi Lu decided to take action, he didn't plan to reason with the bone dragon again. The longer this battle drags on, the greater the threat to Cloud Mist City. Whoosh dash. As soon as the black light flashed, the bone dragon lost Qi Li's breath. Damn, where did that guy go? The bone dragon was startled. It never expected that the speed of this guy in front of him could be so fast that he could break away from its perception lock in an instant. The spiritual power of undead creatures is their strong point. Under the same level, it is impossible for an opponent to escape their perception lock in an instant. But the person in front of him could break free from its sensory lock, which should never have happened. Unless... Where are you still looking? An indifferent voice suddenly rang behind the bone dragon. Behind? The bone dragon was shocked and turned around quickly. On top of Qi Li's fists, at some point, an extra pair of gloves appeared. It was a pair of black and white mixed color gloves inlaid with a few steel pieces, which seemed to be just a simple decoration. But the bone dragon felt a huge threat from Qi Li's fists. It's the first time I've turned the 1,000 machine ball into a glove. You may feel a little, honored. Qi Li squinted his eyes, and in his understated tone was full of cold and biting killing intent. Damn it. Do you think you can threaten me with speed? Although the bone dragon is extremely huge, its speed is also extremely fast. The moment he saw Qi Li, the huge bone wing slapped towards Qi Li. The reason why the Dragon Clan can stand at the top of the pyramid of various races and become one of the most powerful races is inseparable from the powerful physique of the Dragon Clan. The strength of the dragon's flesh is juxtaposed with dragon language, magic and dragon breath, and is called the three major powers of the dragon family. These are also the three powers on which the dragons are famous. The huge bone wings rolled up the wind, ripped apart the air, and made bursts-off screams. The extremely fast speed even caused the afterimages of the bone wings to appear in the air. The terrifying power, if bombarded on the ground, would be enough to turn a corner of Cloud City into ruins in an instant. Close. Seeing Qi Li's attack on it, the bone dragon did not dodge or evade, and there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. It has enough confidence that as long as Qi Li does not escape this attack, he will definitely be crushed into powder by this terrifying force. Bam! The expected loud noise came out. However, the bone wings bombarded Qi Li, but there was no picture of Qi Li being instantly crushed into powder as he imagined. On the contrary, it was the bone dragon's attack that could no longer advance half a point. Is your strength only at this level? Qi Li sneered, and a mocking voice came from under the bone wings. How can that be? Under the somewhat frightened gaze of the bone dragon, Qi Li put one hand on the bone wing, and an incredible force made the bone wing caught by the bone dragon completely unable to move. The ghost fire burned on the bone dragon's body, but it couldn't hurt Qi Li in the slightest. If you only have this level, you shouldn't come to Yunwu City. Qi Li's figure flashed and instantly appeared on the back of the bone dragon. And many more. The bone dragon shouted in panic. This kind of power far beyond the dragon family, and the speed at which it can break free of its perception lock in an instant, made it feel a long-lost fear. This guy is not human at all. This is simply a monster in human skin. This punch was made by me, for the fright Zier received. Qi Li didn't pay any attention to the bone dragon's cry, and the fist that condensed the chilling power smashed heavily on the bone dragon's spine. Crack dash. The fire was broken open, and countless cracks appeared in the hard vertebrae under Qi Li's fist. This is a heroic bone dragon, the hardest spine. If ordinary heroes attack, even if their physical strength is exhausted, it may not cause cracks in the spine. But in front of Qi Li, he seemed so vulnerable. Broken dragon. Heaven collapses. The terrifying power was not exhausted when the bone dragon's vertebrae cracked. On the contrary, because of the crack in the spine of the bone dragon, Qi Li's power completely exploded. Crack. An eerie cracking sound rang out suddenly. The vertebrae that Qi Li's fist bombarded was completely smashed. Countless keel fragments fell from the air. Roar. The bone dragon let out a shrill roar. Because the vertebrae were broken, even the fire on the bone dragon's body began to flicker. However, Qi Lu did not stop. He didn't want to turn Cloud Mist City into ruins, because of the Bone Dragon's dying counterattack. Just breaking a vertebra of the Bone Dragon does not make it lose its combat effectiveness. As long as the fire is still burning, the Bone Dragon may launch a counterattack at any time. Boom! Boom! Qi Lu bombarded the Bone Dragon with a punch. The violent power burst out, like a thunder explosion. Countless keel fragments, like snowflakes, fell from the sky, and the ghost fire attached to these keel fragments would burn these fragments out. The Bone Dragon was attacked like a storm by Qi Lu, and it was unable to fight back. Can only let out a weak growl. The people of Yunwu City were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't even speak. In their eyes, the dragon is an invincible existence. In the eyes of ordinary people or low-level cultivators, the deterrent power of the dragon race is far higher than those of the strong people of the human race. And the bone dragon, in terms of deterrence, is even stronger than the giant dragon. However, it is such an invincible bone dragon that is now being beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. The ghost fire above the dragon body flickered, as if it could be extinguished at any time. My God, is this the God who came to save us? This is the patron saint of our human race. Thank you, my Lord, for saving us. I don't know who started, suddenly kneeling on the ground, thanking Qi Lu who was fighting the bone dragon above the sky, and praying for him. The ordinary people in Yunwu City knelt down one by one, sincerely thanked Qi Lu, and prayed for him sincerely. This is a heartfelt thanks to the patron saint who saved their lives. And those cultivators also bowed their heads, paying the highest respect in their hearts. Is this really the usual boss? This is too strong. I will never dare to bargain with the boss in the future. I always thought the store manager was very strong, but I never thought that could be so strong. Although the customers of Qi Li's store were very shocked by the strength that Qi Lu showed at the moment, they were somewhat psychologically prepared. After all, Qi Li's true strength has long been passed down by them. It was just that when it was really shown in front of them, the shock and consternation in their hearts were still indescribable. The imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire, the Palace Council Hall. There has been silence for a long time here. President Gu, didn't you say that this store manager, Qi, is a magician? No matter how you look at it now, it doesn't look like it. Ling Ao tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart and said with difficulty. I'm just guessing. Manager Qi has never shown his strength. This is the first time. Gu Pingchuan looked at the picture on the membership card, and also felt a heart-pounding feeling. What kind of monster is this guy Qi Lu? He can beat the bone dragon with the strength of his body alone. This is the pinnacle dream of every fighting Qi class. A body that can be shaken by dragons. With such talent, no matter what rank he is in the battle Qi class, he is absolutely invincible at the same level. No matter who the opponent is, as long as they are approached, it is a one-punch thing. At least among the human race, I have never heard of that strong man, who dares to say that he is more durable than a heroic dragon. And this guy Qi Lu can even smash the backbone of a heroic bone dragon with one punch. Thinking of this, Gu Pingchuan had a creepy feeling. I stayed with this monster every day, and I was really worried that if something happened accidentally, I would be slapped to death by this monster. President Gu, is there really no way to persuade store manager Qi to take action and stop the Gu Luo Empire? When Yingquang saw this, he suddenly asked aloud. I can't please this monster. With his strength, as long as he gets close to home, he just raises his hand to kill me. Gu Pingchuan shook his head with a wry smile. However, you don't have to ask the store manager, Qi. Just spread the word about it and that's it. Boom. With a loud bang, the earth let out a whimper. The entire Cloud City and most of the Cloud Forest could feel the violent tremors of the earth. After almost half of the keel was smashed by Qi Lu, the bone dragon finally fell from the air and fell heavily into the plain outside the Cloud City. A huge crater was smashed into the ground. Like a dry lake. Sheila followed closely and fell in front of the bone dragon. "Are you here to laugh at me?" The bone dragon was lying on the ground, no longer having the strength to raise his head. "No, I have no such interest." Sheila looked at the cold white fire on the bone dragon's body, which was soaked that it could be extinguished at any time, and asked aloud, "I just don't understand, why are you looking for Zir, and what does the container mean?" "Zir, is that the name of the girl with the dragon bloodline?" the bone dragon asked in a low voice. The weak voice proved its current state. "Yes, you haven't answered my question yet." Sheila replied coldly. "Do you know about the Huang Empire and the Dragon Clan?" Bone Dragon still didn't answer Qi Li's question, but instead asked Qi Lu a question. "Dragon ruins, I know." Qi Lu frowned, but nodded. "I heard Lan Qing'er tell this story not long ago." However, the bone dragon didn't seem to hear Qi Li's answer, but remembered it for himself. The story told from the mouth of the bone dragon is basically the same as the story told by Lan Qing'er. Qi Lu just listened quietly without interrupting. "You must be very puzzled. Why should I tell this story?" Bone Dragon said at end, and suddenly asked. "I'm really confused." Qi Lu did not refute. "Because I am the prince of the Dragon Clan." The bone dragon spoke slowly. Hearing this, Qi Lu was really surprised. Are you the dragon prince in the story?" Qi Lu looked at the bone dragon up and down, completely unable to believe that such a behemoth could actually fall in love with a human princess. "Don't look at me that way, this is just my dragon form." The bone dragon probably guessed Qi Li's thoughts. "I have heard that a giant dragon can be transformed into a human shape, but I have never heard that a giant dragon can be so huge." Qi Lu also admired the princess of the Huang Empire. "You asked me earlier what container means. It's very simple. At the beginning, Xing'er's daughter and I died in my arms, so my father used my remains as the eye to set up a dragon soul formation. Now my daughter's dragon soul is protected by me and my dragon soul. But if it takes too long, her dragon soul will be wiped out by mine, so I need a container to hold her dragon soul. Maybe a man is about to die, and his words are good, and a bird is about toady, and its chirping is also mourning." The bone dragon said it very clearly, without a trace of concealment. The so-called container, according to Qi Li's understanding, is to seize the house. It's just that the dragon soul has requirements for the body that seizes the house. To accommodate a dragon soul, its body must have dragon blood. In the final analysis, even if this dragon prince was resurrected from the dead and turned into a bone dragon, the last thing he thought of was the daughter of him and the princess of the Huang Empire. No matter how violent he is, at least he is a competent father. However, when Qi Lu smashed the keel and fell to the ground, the bone dragon knew that he had lost. "No way. I just feel that I'm sorry for Xing'er. Until the end, I couldn't save her." The bone dragon said in a low voice, as if he was recalling, and the fire in his eyes gradually became weaker. "Like a candle in the wind. I have other ways to help you." Qi Lu said suddenly. "What way?" The bone dragon's voice was already very weak. "It's not about taking the house, but symbiosis. I have a way to make your daughter's dragon soul survive." Qi Lu said seriously. "It is very difficult for a single soul to survive. Even a powerful dragon soul like a bone dragon has to be attached to the keel and the fire in order to survive. That's why the bone dragon is eager to find a container for her daughter's dragon soul. But if you take the house, you will definitely reject the original soul. It is absolutely impossible for Qi Lu to watch Lan Zier go to die. But if it is symbiotic, the dragon soul will be of great benefit to Lan Zier, and the dragon soul can also be attached to Lan Zier's body, thus surviving. until Qi Lu found a suitable body for the dragon soul of the daughter of the dragon prince. Really? Seeing things take a turn, the bone dragon's voice also became a little excited. Yes, but I need you to pay a little bit. Qi Lu nodded affirmatively and said. Whatever the reward, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. The bone dragon said excitedly. Don't worry, you must have it. I need your keel and dragon soul. If you want, please believe that I can make your daughter live. Qi Lu raised 3 fingers and said solemnly, I can swear. Swear in this world, if you don't do it, you will really be struck by lightning. I believe in you, with your strength, there is no need to lie. The bone dragon agreed without hesitation. The obsession that he turned into a bone dragon was that he couldn't let go Ophi's daughter. This is the reason why this dragon prince can overcome life and death. Okay, then give me your daughter's dragon soul. Qi Lu paused, then said, by the way, does she have a name? Yes, Xingru told me at the beginning that if you have a son, it will be called Xingchen, and if you have a daughter, it will be called Xinglian. I understand. Qi Lu nodded slightly. Thanks. The fire in the bone dragon's eye socket slowly extinguished. A fist-sized, almost transparent dragon soul floated out from the eye socket of the bone dragon and fell into Qi Li's hands. System, I want to submit the dragon bone and dragon soul. Qi Li used the energy in his body to wrap the weak dragon soul. Prevent the dragon soul from escaping. After Qi Li finished speaking, in less than 10 seconds, a layer of starlight suddenly appeared on the bones of the bone dragon in front of him. Then a light flashed, and the keel disappeared. System, the bone of the giant dragon, the soul of the giant dragon, the submission is successful. I hope the host will make persistent efforts. It is good. I'm so tired, go back to the store early. After the bone dragon fell to the ground, no one knew what happened. But the people of Cloud City knew that they survived. Without the threat of the bone dragon, they could only sincerely thank Qi Lu. Although they don't know the true face of this patron saint at all, after all, compared with the bone dragon, Qi Li's size is really too small. In the palace council hall, Ling Ao and the others only saw the bone dragon falling from the sky. But it doesn't matter if you watch it or not. What the result was, they knew in their hearts. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this skull dragon, I really don't know that there are still such strong people living in seclusion in my Xuanhuan Empire. Ling Ao couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I only learned today that the store manager Qi, who looks harmless to humans and animals, and sometimes has a black heart, is actually a monster-level powerhouse. Gu Pingchuan was also amazed. It seems that I don't need to come forward for the military spending this time. Ying Kuang said silently in his heart. Such a shop opened by a strong man, even if it is simply to win over the relationship, it is worth paying a price. What's more, the products of Chila's store are more cost-effective than each other. Even a well-informed person like Ying Kuang was greedy. Ahem, Your Majesty, I think, since the bone dragon crisis has been resolved, let's discuss the issue of Yashui Pass. Kujin coughed twice and brought the topic back. Although the bone dragon fell in the Cloud City. However, the army of the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city still cannot be dispatched in large numbers. Because they knew in their hearts that Qi Li's role could only be used as a powerful deterrent, not a combat force. Gu Pingchuan made this very clear, and they asked Qi Lu not to move. If the Goryeo Empire is desperate, and the Xuanhuan Empire does not have a large army to defend the imperial city, the price of being beaten to the capital, no one here can afford it. If there is no more reinforcements in the Xingyao Empire, I have a personal recommendation. Just when everyone in the room fell into a state of helplessness again, Gu Pingchuan said suddenly. President Gu, please speak. Ling Ao set his eyes on Gu Pingchuan. To put it in a bad way, the current situation of Yashui Pass cannot be stirred by relying on a few masters alone. And the longer it drags on, the bigger the gap in strength between the defenders of the Xuanhuan Empire and the expeditionary army of the Xingyo Empire. Defeat like a mountain. Regardless of the 400,000 defenders of Yaxuiguan, the total number of Xingyo Empire's expeditionary army is 600,000. The difference doesn't seem to be that big. But don't ignore it, the defenders of Yaxuay Pass were attacked from front and back, and with their morale low, they couldn't exert much combat effectiveness at all. On the contrary, it was the expeditionary army of the Xingyo Empire. Because the famous General Rong Yuqua was leading the army, the morale was high. If this continues, the Yaxuay Pass will be breached sooner or later. So Ling Ao was really worried. This person is far in the sky, close in front of me. Gu Pingchuan said without rushing, word by word. That's right, the third prince, Ling Xiao. Qi Lu returned to the store. It was found that the customers in the store looked at him, and there seemed to be something wrong. Manager, you are so amazing. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, boss, but it really surprised me. Long live the boss, with the boss here, we have nothing to be afraid of. A real hero, the boss really is a real hero. After a short silence, all the customers in the store rushed up, and there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was smiling. No extra fear. Because the customers in the store all know that Qi Lu is actually a good talker, as long as he doesn't mention the discount. After a burst of cheers, Qi Lu pushed through the crowd, sat on the sofa, waved his hand, and said, "Okay, what should I do?" Don't block other people in the store. When Qi Lu returned to the store, the system withdrew the power loaded on him. Therefore, Qi Lu now only feels an inexplicable emptiness. I always feel empty inside, as if something is missing. Big brother, thank you. Lan Zier ran out of the crowd, came to Qi Lu, bent down hard, bowed, and said seriously. You're welcome, Zier. Qi Lu leaned on the sofa and waved his hands tiredly. To control such a powerful force suddenly, the consumption of Qi Li's energy and mental strength is very large. After all, no matter how powerful the system loads Qi Lu, it is not Qi Lu's own power. Big brother, are you all right? Lan Zier keenly noticed the tiredness in Qi Li's eyes, and immediately ran to the sofa, stood on tiptoe, and massaged Qi Li's shoulders. What can I do? I'm just a little tired. Qi Li yawned and suddenly remembered that he had brought back a ball of dragon souls. I almost forgot about it because of the cheers from the customers in the store. This is something I swore to do. If it is not completed, it may really be struck by lightning. By the way, Zier, you came just in time. Qi Lu immediately sat up straight and carried Lan Zier from behind the sofa to her front. Lan Zier, who was massaging Qi Li's shoulders, was suddenly picked up and looked at Qi Lu blankly. System, you come out to me, this time things are in a hurry. Qi Lu shouted loudly in his mind. System, host, what's the matter? Yes, there is a major event. Do you have a way to make this group of dragon souls and Lan Zier live together? Qi Lu asked immediately. System, host, if I guessed correctly, this should be something you promised privately. Qi Lu was shocked. I almost forgot, these two systems just like to see what I'm doing. Although he said so, Qi Lu would definitely not compromise so easily, after all, he didn't want to be struck by lightning. System, you can't say that. I did this to complete the task earlier. If the skull dragon blew itself up with its dragon soul and refused to compromise, where can I find the dragon soul for you? Qi Lu said eloquently. In fact, he was thinking about the system from the very beginning. System, it sounds like it makes sense. Hearing the system's hesitant tone, Qi Lu struck while the iron was hot, and said, Look, I saved you so much time, and I didn't ask you for more rewards, so just do me such a small favor. You can make a lot of money. System, it seems to be the case. I knew that since that's the case, you will definitely not let me down, System Master. Sheila took a long tone and put a high hat on the system. It's not shameful to say a few soft words if you ask someone. System, of course, it's a trivial matter. Sure enough, it's a second stroke system. Sheila smirked inwardly, and wrapped the guy in a few or two sentences. However, on the surface, Sheila still showed great admiration. Because it is indeed very difficult to make two souls coexist in the same body. There is inherent exclusivity between different souls. If two souls enter the same body, there are only two outcomes. Or, one of the souls was squeezed out of the body. Or, the weak soul is torn apart by the powerful soul, and then swallowed. Therefore, if the system can agree in one breath, it must be able to solve the problem of soul symbiosis. Leaving aside the IQ of the system, the ability of the system alone is indeed something Qi Lu admires. System, but this kind of thing is not an example. System, here is a double soul contract, just let the souls who need symbiosis sign the contract. The uncle of the system is mighty and worthy of being the most powerful system in history. Qi Lu could hear the pain in the system's voice and knew that this guy was indeed bleeding a bit, so he immediately slapped him with too flattery. System, it's good if you know it, remember it, it's not an example next time. Understood. Qi Lu agreed with a full mouth. But it's just to deal with this Irby system for the time being. When I want to hack this Irby system next time, it's not a matter of 3 or 2 sentences with its IQ. Big brother, can you put Zier down first? Lan Zier's voice woke up Qi Lu, who was talking to the system. When Qi Lu came back to his senses and found that he had carried Lan Zier from behind the sofa, he had been holding her up. Excuse me. It doesn't matter, if Big Brother wants to hold him, he can hold him all the time. Lan Zier said seriously. Farewell, I don't want to eat imperial grain. Qi Lu quickly put Lan Zier down. If this is spread out, he will not have to ruin his whole life. Zier, next, Big Brother has something very important to tell you. If you can't make a decision, you can call your sisters over. Qi Lu said solemnly. Regarding the symbiosis of the two souls, Qi Lu didn't want to lie to Lan Zier, so he signed the double soul contract without knowing what happened. Lan Zier shook her head and said, Big Brother, if you have anything, just talk to Zier. It is good. Qi Lu nodded, and then completely told Lan Zier about the bone dragon and the dragon soul. The love story of the dragon prince and the princess of the Huang Empire, the war between the dragon and the human race. And the real purpose of the bone dragon coming to Cloud City. Xing Lian is really pitiful. When Lan Zier heard the end, her eyes were already full of tears. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, this is not right. It is undeniable that Xing Lian is indeed a little pitiful. At least it's worthy of her name. His parents left when he was born, and he is still in the state of dragon soul, and his life and death are uncertain. However, the focus of this story is not the struggle between the dragon and the human, and the story of a pair of lovers who know each other but are not recognized. Zier, so are you willing to sign this double soul contract? Qi Lu took out the two-soul contract that the system gave him. It was an ancient-looking parchment scroll with completely incomprehensible text written on it. At least Qi Lu can be sure that these words are definitely not any of the words he knows. Double soul contract. The two souls who signed the contract will coexist in the same body, and the talents, potential and strength of the two will be superimposed, and one will prosper and one will lose. Puff. To be honest, Qi Lu only checked the properties of this parchment scroll after took out the two-soul contract. But at this sight, Qi Li's heart was almost shocked. It's no wonder that when the system took out the two-soul contract, the tone of his voice was so painful. It is also emphasized again and again that the following is not an example. After seeing the attributes of the two-soul contract, Qi Lu understood why. This is not only to allow two souls to coexist in the same body, but more importantly, the talents, potential and strength of the two will be superimposed. What is this concept? If the talent, potential, and strength of the two souls are top-notch, then as long as they sign this dual-soul contract, their talent, potential, and strength will instantly double. Big brother, what's the matter with you? Lan Zier asked in confusion when she saw the rather complicated expression on Qi Li's face. It's nothing, if you're willing to sign this contract, drop your blood on it. Qi Liqiang endured the distress and put the two-soul contract in front of Lan Zier. After signing the two-soul contract, you and Xing Lian will become asymbiotic symbiosis, one will be prosperous, and one will be lost. But in return, Xing Lian's talent, potential, and strength will be integrated with you. Qi Lu explained the function of the two-soul contract very carefully. Xing Lian is so pitiful, if Zier signed the two-soul contract to save her, then Zier is willing. Lan Zier wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, bit her fingertips, and dripped her own blood on her eyes. On the soul contract system, the blood of the giant dragon is detected, and the host is advised to find a way to collect part of it. Before Qi Li could act, the system's voice rang out in Qi Li's mind first. Is Zier's blood also dragon's blood? Qi Li was a little surprised. System, the blood of the target dragon is very rich, and its blood can be considered as the blood of a giant dragon. After listening to the system's explanation, Qi Li subconsciously glanced at Lan Zier. He only knew that Lan Zier had dragon blood in her body. Unexpectedly, the dragon blood in Lan Zier's body is so rich that her blood can be regarded as dragon blood. Big brother? Lan Zier tilted her head and looked at Qi Li with her bitten fingers. System, how much dragon blood do you want? I see if I can think of a way. Qi Li smiled at Lan Zier, and then asked eagerly in his mind. Let's talk first, I'd rather delay for a while longer. System, the host is worrying too much, not every system is as greedy as you, just one drop of dragon blood is enough. Zier, the blood just now wasn't enough, I need a little more. Qi Li said, without changing his face. Oh, okay. Lan Zier replied obediently, took out the fingers in her mouth, and squeezed out 2 more drops of blood. System, submit the blood of the dragon. System, dragon blood, submitted successfully. System, mission, the ruins of the once dragon, complete, the reward will buy should later. Qi Li breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the notification sound of the completion of the task in his mind. The guilt of cheating a little lowly is too heavy. Is it all right, big brother? Lan Zier asked. Okay, Zier, wait a moment. Qi Li took out the protected dragon soul and released the restraint on the surface of the dragon soul. I know, you can hear me, and you should be well aware of your father and your mother. The dragon soul that has been nurtured by the dragon soul formation for hundreds of years is stronger than I imagined. Now, make your choice. Qi Li spread out his hand, and the two-soul contract was placed in front of him, letting Dragon Soul make his own choice. People who are dead can't be saved. That group of almost transparent dragon souls, as Qi Li said, does have its own consciousness. After Qi Li finished speaking, the dragon soul trembled slightly, as if a little girl was crying. Even Qi Li was moved by the sorrowful aura of the dragon soul. But soon, the dragon soul stopped crying, and from the palm of Qi Li's palm, swayed to the double soul contract. The dragon soul is incorporated into the parchment scroll. The blood that Lan Zier dripped on the parchment was also quickly absorbed. In an instant, the sheepskin scroll was divided into 2, turned into 2 balls of light, and then got into Lan Zier's eyebrows one after another. Thanks. A childish voice suddenly rang in Qi Li's mind. Like a cute little girl. Mental power sound transmission? It seems that the dragon soul has indeed come to life. Qi Li was stunned for a moment, and then thought of it. Big brother, Xing Lian asked me to say thank you to you. Lan Zier followed suit. I see. Sheila rubbed Lan's ear's head. Well, then she also said that she is too tired now. After she rests for a while, she will thank her big brother in person. Lan's ear continued. She already said it. The imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire, the central school field. Ling Xiao was dressed in military uniform and stood on the platform of the generals. During the movement, the armors collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Under the stage, there were 10,000 soldiers standing. In front of the neatly arranged soldiers stood 500 guards with completely different equipment styles from the soldiers. It was Ling Xiao's own personal guard. My colleagues, you probably don't know me yet, so let me introduce myself first. Ling Xiao glanced at the school grounds and said aloud. The resounding voice spread to every corner of the school grounds, containing the voice of grudge, which also proved Ling Xiao's strength. Master Class. After obtaining the inheritance of the peerless spear soul, Ling Xiao's strength has grown rapidly. It was not until he returned to the Imperial City 2 days ago that he obtained the Grandmaster level trial crystal and was successfully promoted to the Grandmaster level. After being promoted to the Grandmaster level, the inheritance power of the Wushuang spear soul has not been exhausted. Instead, it quickly helped Ling Xiao stabilize his realm. When Ling Xiao got the order and said that he should lead the troops to support Yashui Pass, he also had a little intention to prove himself. So on the school grounds, he had to subdue these soldiers. And strength is the best means. I am the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire, the third prince, Ling Xiao, and the commander of your expedition this time. The expeditionary army of the Xingyao Empire is invading our land and occupying our city-state. As long as the Cliffwater Pass is broken, they will drive straight in. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao was shocked, and the Grandmaster level aura was released. Can we get them to do this? A shout echoed on the school grounds. Cannot. Cannot. On the school grounds, Ling Xiao's personal guards answered in unison. After the 10,000 soldiers shouted the first sound, they also shouted in unison. The roar of the sky resounded throughout the school grounds. That's right, we can't tolerate them doing this. The Xuanhuan Empire built the country through war, and it is definitely not something that the Xingyao Empire can covet. As soon as Ling Xiao pressed his hand, the roars on the school ground stopped immediately. In this battle, we will go to Yashui Pass and drive out of our country those who dare to invade the Xuanhuan Empire. Those who violate my Xuanhuan Empire will be punished even if they are far away. Ling Xiao raised the spear in his hand and roared loudly. Those who violate my Xuanhuan Empire will be punished even if they are far away. The soldiers on the school ground also shouted in unison, and for a while, their morale was soaring. This was the result Ling Xiao wanted. When marching and fighting, morale is the most important thing. When morale is high, you get twice the result with half the effort, and when morale is low, you are defeated like a mountain. Grab your weapons. Ling Xiao pointed the spear in the direction of Yashui Pass. Set off. Guluo Empire, inside the palace. The news of Yunwu City reached the Sword Emperor in the shortest possible time. A heroic bone dragon smashed its halberd in a small cloud city. How is this possible? The Sword Emperor looked at the secret letter in his hand, and it was hard to imagine that the news on it was true. Bone dragon, what a powerful creature. At least in terms of fighting alone, the Sword Emperor has no confidence that it can take down a skull dragon by himself. You look very bad, what happened? The Gun Emperor, who was carrying a long spear, walked through the hall and asked aloud before he came to the Sword Emperor's imperial case. See for yourself. The Sword Emperor put the secret letter on the imperial case. A bone dragon appeared in Yunwu City, but it was beheaded by a strong man he had never seen before. This joke is not funny. The Gun King frowned and said. This is not a joke. If you are interested, you can go to the outside of Yunwu City to see the big hole smashed by the bone dragon, and you will know whether it is true or false. Now, let me ask you, if you are fighting the bone dragon, how sure are you that you can kill the bone dragon? The Sword Emperor asked in a solemn tone. Bone dragon? The dragon's physical strength is beyond imagination. I only have a 10% certainty that I can kill the bone dragon. The Gun King thought for a long time before giving an answer. 10% sure. It can be said that a 10% grasp can only save lives. I only have a 10% certainty, but this unknown powerhouse in Yunwu City killed the bone dragon in a very short period of time, and even Yunwu City was not damaged at all. The Knife Emperor rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little bit of a headache. When did such a powerful hero appear in the Wild Yuan Empire? The Gun King also frowned. It's unclear whether he belongs to the Huangyuan Empire, or just lives in seclusion in Yunwu City. In short, we should try to avoid the direction of Yunwu City in the future. The King of Swords shook his head and stopped talking. All right. The King of Guns nodded, agreeing with the decision. Orc Tribe, Beast Emperor Palace. The Beast King and the High Priest once again gathered in the hall. What do you think about this matter? The Beast King looked at the image in the magic orb in front of him and asked the High Priest beside him. Unbelievable. The High Priest spat out 4 words. This is a bone dragon, and it was killed just like that. The Beast Emperor held his forehead and sighed. We need to reevaluate the danger level of Cloud Mist City. Before, Wet Hot that Cloud Mist City had only one hero. I'm afraid it was wrong. The High Priest was silent for a long time before saying such a sentence. What do you mean? The Beast Emperor said incredulously. That's right, in Yunwu City, it is very likely that there are 2 hero levels, and there may be a close connection between the 2. The High Priest guessed. Fighting spirit and magic power cannot coexist in the same body. The Ice Emperor, who had been guessed before, still could not be sure whether existed or not. But now appearing in front of them, the heroic level of fighting the bone dragon, that is, the real seclusion in Yunwu City. And this time, because there was a crisis of destruction in Yunwu City, there was no choice but to take action. As soon as the result was shot, countless people were stunned. That is a strong man who can shake the bone dragon. This level of powerhouse, in any case, is not something that the current Orkterby can provoke. Then what should we do now? The Beast King asked. In the Orc tribe, the Beast Emperor is only the most powerful hero, and the High Priest is the hero of the military division. Judging from the current situation, it seems that those 2 heroes, no matter who they are, will not interfere in the struggle of the juniors. So, we just need to bypass Cloud City. Having said that, the High Priest paused, and then continued, however recently, it is better to be more stable. The Beast Emperor stared at the magic orb in front of him for a long time before he let out a long sigh. I understand. Before the Goryeo Empire does not move, the clansmen of the Orkterby are strictly prohibited from entering the Cloud City. As usual, the mission reward, Chi-Lu kept it until the evening. It is necessary to open a store during the day, even if Chi-Lu does not have much to do. Chi-Lu is too lazy to run into the warehouse. Unless you just woke up. System, I want to receive the reward. System, the reward will be issued soon, please prepare the host. System, the auxiliary functions of the trial room have been upgraded, and the trial room can now produce trial crystals. System, 3-level trial room production capacity, 5 warrior-level trial crystals are produced every day, 1 professional-level trial crystal is produced every 2 days, and 1 master-level trial crystal is produced every 15 days. Wait, system, why is there a production capacity limit for trial crystals? Chi-Lu heard the words and almost jumped up. I thought I had made a lot of money, but I didn't expect it to be placed by system. System, the host please work hard to improve the level of the store manager? Very formulaic answer. But Qi Lu didn't know how to refute it. However, it can be guessed from the system's answer that as long as the level of the trial room is increased, the production capacity of the trial crystal will naturally increase. Forget it, the next reward. Anyway, it was a reward for nothing, and Qi Lu didn't bother with this two-stroke system. System, new pet card, Wind and Dragon, it has been updated, please pay attention to the host to check it. Qi Lu was very interested in the new pet, with dragon bloodline, from the beginning. Now, after seeing the system update, he immediately entered the store manager's background to check. Wind Dragon, Quality R, Wind Pet, Dragon Bloodline, Main Attributes, Constitution, Agility. The pattern on the pet card is a flying dragon with a triangular pointed mouth, a slender body, and fascia and fleshy wings under the armpits of thicker limbs. Unlike those giant dragons that look like big-bellied lizards with wings, these flying dragons look a bit like pterosaurs. It doesn't look like a dragon clan's majesty. It doesn't feel as good as those big-bellied lizards. Qi Lu expressed a little disappointment. In appearance, the blasting dragon is completely different from the domineering of the giant dragon, but looks a bit fierce and violent. Unwilling, Qi Lu clicked on the details of the blasting dragon. Pet card, our Wind Dragon. Main attributes, Constitution, Agility. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, Flight, Raid, Mount, Dragon Might. Oh? There is actually a mount written in the pet location. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, and suddenly became interested. The status of the Dragon Knight class is quite high. Similarly, the Dragon Knight class is extremely rare. After all, it is basically impossible to find a real dragon as a mount. The giant dragon is arrogant, powerful, and has the support of a powerful dragon family behind it. Basically, it is impossible to condescend to be a mount. Therefore, there have been dragon knights in history, and most of them use other monsters with dragon blood as mounts. The dragon knights who can really leave their name in history and have real dragon mounts can be counted with one slap. However, if you can have a flying dragon as a mount, that is also a very good thing. System, can you show me the specific appearance of this blasting dragon? Qi Lu pondered in his heart, if the size of the swift-wind flying dragon is too small, it is estimated that it is not suitable for use as a mount. After all, there is also the location of the raid written in the pet location. You know, those pets that can be used for raids are not cheap in size. After all, generally speaking, as long as the speed is fast, the body type will suffer a little. System, yes. After getting a positive answer, Qi Lu closed his eyes, and the specific size of the blasting dragon immediately came to mind. The results were somewhat unexpected. Although it can't reach the shocking body shape of the giant dragon with its wings open, it has a wingspan of hundreds of meters, but the wingspan of this windy dragon is also tens of meters. In the face of the dragon, the wind and dragon is really just a little bit. But in front of ordinary people, the wind dragon is still considered a behemoth. Why does such a behemoth appear to be positioned for a surprise attack? Qi Lu held his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. It seems that they have to be warned that the blasting dragon cannot be summoned in the store. But that's fine. The standing card next to the pet card swap machine can finally be changed. The Thunder Tiger is replaced by the Wind Dragon, which happens to form two R-rank pet cards with the Death Knight, and let's promote it together. Okay, the next item is the drink draw opportunity I'm most looking forward to. System, let's get started. Qi Lu rubbed his hands excitedly. System, please prepare the host. With the sound of the system prompt, a small box for the lottery appeared in front of Qi Lu. This is a small box that makes Qi Lu very familiar. I remember that several lottery draws were drawn from it. Come out, my fat house happy water. Without taking a bath and burning incense, Qilu is confident that his love for the happy water of the fat house and potato chips will definitely be able to draw out the happy water of the fat house. System, congratulations to the host for drawing pure milk. Pure milk with a strong and delicious taste is necessary for strengthening the body and supplementing calcium. After taking it, it can slightly improve the physical attributes, and long-term drinking may obtain special effects. Price, 20 spirit crystals per bottle. Qilu looked at the small ball in his hand, and almost couldn't help crushing it. Pure milk and fat house happy water are too far apart, they are not the same type of drink at all. I don't believe it anymore. Qilu threw the small ball in his hand, and then reached out and touched a small ball again. System, congratulations to the host for drawing Sprite. Sprite, the heart is cool and the heart is flying. After drinking, it is completely immune to fire damage for a short time, and increases the resistance to temperature for a long time. Price, a bottle of 10 spirit crystals. Crack. The small ball was directly crushed by Qilu. But there is no way to change the rewards that have been drawn. It's okay, the transparent fat house happy water is the same. Qilu clutched his chest and comforted himself silently in his heart. Anyway, summer is here. Looking at the introduction of this Sprite, you know that it must be a summer drink. Moreover, it is completely immune to the effects of fire damage for a short period of time. This is a fatal blow to the fire element magician. It can also get miraculous effects when used to deal with some fire-type monsters. Sprite is a nice drink anyway. Except Qilu didn't like it. System, put the beverage vending machine next to the snack vending machine for me, and then put pure milk and Sprite on the shelves for sale. Qilu said sullenly while lying on the bed. System, requirement completed. System, now the last reward will be issued, and the upgrade task will start. System, upgrade mission, please pass the master level trial as soon as possible. The upgrade mission will determine the reward based on the host's performance. What did you say? Qilu jumped up from the bed after listening to the system's words. This time the upgrade task, how to test the speed of passing the level, thesis really the first time. This is really difficult for Qilu, a lazy person. But as long as there is a reward, Qilu can still be motivated. Isn't it just the speed of passing the level, the system, open the trial room for me. Qilu took 3 and 2 steps and ran to the first floor. The magic circle, which had not been activated since Qilu passed the trial last time, immediately began to flicker. Then in the center of the magic circle, a dark black hole appeared. I don't know what kind of strange trial this time is. Qilu took a deep breath and stepped into the black hole. I have to say that the land fairy for the first time, and the magic bullet and magic shield for the second time, did bring Qilu a lot of psychological shadows. So that Qilu feels a little uncomfortable when he mentions the trial room now. The trial room is open, and the Grandmaster level trial space is being created. In the darkness, a white light suddenly appeared in front of Qilu's eyes, and then quickly illuminated the trial space. System, welcome to the trial room. This trial will test your reaction speed and control. Reaction speed? Isn't that something that was tested last time? For the last time, the whole space was full of magic bullets. Qilu's memory is still very deep. The kind of picture that walks on the edge of life and death, and once there is a slight slack or mistake, it will be sent to rebirth by those countless magic bullets. Until the next half-month, Qilu was still having nightmares. Fortunately, it slowed down now. The trial begins. The system was not in the mood to talk to Qilu, and directly announced the start of the trial. The prompt sound fell, and a boxing test machine immediately appeared in front of Qilu, and a number was displayed on the small screen above. 100 pounds. Please use the same force as the numbers on the small screen to hit the punch test machine. Just when Qilu was still unclear, the system prompt came. That's it, that's pretty simple. Qi Lu heard the words and breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to fighting an opponent who is completely invincible, and has been testing back and forth on the edge of life and death, the punch test machine is already a very gentle option. It seems that this Irby system is indeed a lot more humanized. Now they have learned to take care of his host. Qi Lu admired the system in his heart, and then used a little force to smash the punch on the punch test machine. The numbers on the boxing test machine are not large. For the current Qi Lu, even half of his strength is too much for this level of boxing. Boom! The boxing target on the boxing test machine was forced and fell backwards. Below the numbers that appeared on the small screen, the power of Qi Lu's punch also began to be displayed. 233 pounds. Is it so far away? I have tried my best to restrain my strength. Qi Lu did not expect that with a light punch, he would still be able to hit such a high statistic. And then, what should I do next? To be honest, if it was just hitting the punching test machine, then this trial would be too simple. However, just when Qi Lu was a little confused, the punch tester made a strange electronically synthesized sound. The power is wrong, the trial failed. Then I saw a flash of light. Boom! A loud bang came out, and Qi Lu was directly blown back to the rebirth point. Why did it explode suddenly? After being reborn, Qi Lu patted his heart in shock, looking at their appearing boxing test machine, and suddenly understood the purpose of this trial. This exercise is about controlling your own strength. A true powerhouse has top-notch control over his own power. But in the process of contributing, it is easier said than done if you want to make no mistakes. After Qi Lu finally passed the test of this boxing test machine after more than 10 attempts, the second boxing test machine appeared next to the first boxing test machine in an instant. Then two different numbers appeared on the two punch test machines. Please correctly use the strength required by the punching force tester within 10 seconds. What? It's not over yet? Qi Lu wailed, as if he had seen the scene of his rebirth over and over again. Sure enough, none of the trials in the trial room were easy. He actually naively thought that this Irby system would become a little more humane and would learn to take care of his host. Turns out everything was fake. Qi Lu looked at the two boxing test machines in front of him, this time with a time limit. In a short period of time, the correct use of two completely different strengths requires extremely high control of one's own strength. It can be said that this difficulty is completely comparable to the second trial. There can be no mistake in the slightest. And seeing this, Qi Lu is sure that after passing the two boxing test machines, there will definitely be 3 or 4. As for how many units there will be in the end, Qi Lu can't guess. Anyway, it's definitely not less. After there are more boxing test machines, each boxing force testing machine requires different strength. Once there is an error, the boxing force testing machine will explode. Then start from scratch. And after there is a time limit, when the time is up, the boxing test machine will explode. This not only requires Qi Lu to have a very high control over his own power, but also requires Qi Lu to have a very high reaction speed and shot speed. So don't look at how simple this trial seems to be. In fact, the difficulty of passing is still higher than the first trial and the second trial. It is indeed a master-level trial. No wonder the stingy Irby system dared to say that the quest reward would be settled according to the time of passing the trial. I seem to have been tricked again. Thinking of this, Qi Lu angrily punched out. The power is wrong, the trial failed. Boom. Wild Yuan Empire, Yashui Pass. Looking at the army surrounded by Yashui Pass, Lin Yan's face was angry, but had to suppress his anger. After being calculated by Rong Yuqua, the defenders of Yashui Pass had retreated to the pass because they were attacked from the front and the back, unable to take care of the front and the end. After being besieged, the defenders of Yashui Pass have been in a state of low morale. This is also the wisdom of Rongyukwa. Yashui Pass is not like Yashui City. Yashui Pass is just a checkpoint on the front line, and the supply of cargo still comes from Yashui City in the rear. As long as the supply of Yashui City is cut off and the Yashui Pass is surrounded, in the absence of food and grass supplies, the Yashui Pass will not be attacked. How much food and forage does our army have? When Ling Yin was counting his troops, he asked the transport officer beside him. If you don't have supplies, then there will only be 2 days' worth of supplies. The transport official replied respectfully, but he couldn't hide the anxiety in his tone. I see, you go down first, the sergeant's food cannot be lacked. Ling Yin waved his hand and retreated from the baggage officer. Yes. Why aren't the reinforcements from the imperial city coming now? Ling Yin was also anxious in his heart, but no matter how anxious he was, he absolutely couldn't show it in front of his subordinates. If the coach is in chaos, the military will be disillusioned. After today's trial and breakthrough, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force has completely surrounded Yashui Pass. Without reinforcements, it is impossible to break out. And in the past few days of battle, the gap between the two armies has also grown larger and larger. The Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army still has more than 400,000, but the defenders of Yashui Pass are already less than 200,000. This is more than twice the difference. Outside the Yashui Pass, I don't know how many corpses were left behind. There were corpses all over the place and blood flowed into rivers. There are also countless soldiers buried by magic, and even complete corpses cannot be left behind. There are only 2 days left. If the reinforcements don't come tomorrow, then I can only sink the boat and put everything on the table. Even if you die in battle, you can't stay in this cliff. Ling Yin finished writing the last word with the quill pen in his hand, then folded the letter and put it in his inner pocket. If you can't bring back the news of triumph alive, then this letter is Ling Yin's suicide note. Outside the Cliffwater Pass. A scout walked quickly into Rongyukwa's tent. Report to the commander, there is news from the direction of Yashui City, and the enemy's reinforcements have been found. Oh? The Xuanhuan Empire can still free up manpower to support Yashuiguan. It seems that I still underestimate the military strength of the Xuanhuan Empire. Rongyukwa narrowed his eyes and seemed to be talking to himself. Let me guess, the number of reinforcements should not exceed 50,000. Master Commander is wise. According to my observation and estimation, the number of reinforcements seems to be only 10,000. The scout calmly flattered. 10,000? They underestimate me too. What effect can 10,000 reinforcements do? Rongyukwa couldn't help but sneer. But out of a cautious character, Rongyukwa would not despise any opponent. Allocate 30,000 troops to intercept the so-called reinforcements. Yes. After Ling Xiao set off from the Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City with reinforcements, he has been traveling day and night. Yashuiguan is already at stake. Arriving a day earlier can save countless hassles. The speed of the white horse that treads the wind is much higher than that of ordinary war horses. This is a pet that Ling Xiao specially cultivated after accepting the inheritance of the unparalleled spear soul. After awakening, he also successfully activated several good skills. One of the skills is called Wind Treader Field. Wind Treading Field. During the running process of the white horse, a wind-walking field will be formed beside him, which increases the movement speed of all allies, and the increase depends on the speed of the white horse. This skill is also the confidence that Ling Xiao dares to take with 10,000 soldiers day and night. Your Highness, there is an ambush ahead. A bodyguard who followed Ling Xiao's side suddenly said aloud. It seems that Rongyukwa has also set up scouts on this road. He is indeed infamous general of the Xingyao Empire. His sense of smell is really sensitive. Ling Xiao was not surprised at all. Because Ling Xiao had no intention of attacking. Instead, he intends to open the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire from the front. Let's go and get the soldiers ready for battle. Ling Xiao took out his spear from the saddle, slapped the white horse on the wind, and rushed forward. Breaking wind dash. Ling Xiao unhesitatingly activated the second skill of white horse treading the wind. Breaking wind sprint. The speed of the white horse is greatly increased in a short period of time, and it performs a straight sprint. During the continuous sprint of the wind, the white horse is in an uncontrollable state. Since there is an ambush, let them see our strength. Ling Xiao leaned down and pressed his body on the back of the white horse. The effect of breaking the wind dash and the effect of the wind treading field can be superimposed. That is to say, after the windbreaker sprint is turned on, the speed that the windwalker domain increases for friendly forces will also be greatly increased. This is the way it is used for rapid marching. At the moment when the breaking wind sprint started, the speed of the army led by Ling Xiao nearly doubled. What is that concept? The soldiers Rong Yuqua sent to intercept Ling Xiao didn't react at all, so Ling Xiao brought the army to them. Kill. Not one left. Ling Xiao swept the spear in his hand, and with the help of the sprinting power of the white horse on the wind, he swept away nearly 100 soldiers with just one blow. And the 10,000 soldiers behind Ling Xiao were all cavalry. This was Ling Xiao's request after receiving the will. 10,000 cavalry. When the cavalry is charging into the battle, it is the strength of the collision. With the assistance of the two skills of Wind Treader and White Horse, the force of this collision can be doubled directly. Perhaps the cavalry is not of much use against powerful monsters. Because these war horses will stop and even panic because of the fierceness of the beasts. But on the battlefield where the two armies are fighting, the cavalry is definitely a big weapon. This was something that the soldiers of the Xingyao Empire didn't expect, and it was something that Rong Yuqua didn't want to fight. Originally, Rong Yuqua had paid enough attention to this support army. Thinking that 10,000 reinforcements, let him dispatch 30,000 soldiers to block Kit, it is already a lot of face. However, Rong Yuqua would never have imagined that 30,000 infantrymen would not be able to make any waves in front of 10,000 cavalrymen with the skills and blessings of white horses. Ling Xiao waved his spear and charged in the enemy's army formation. The wind-breaking sprint of the white horse is still going on. Of the 30,000 soldiers in ambush on this road, no one could stop the footsteps of treading the wind and the white horse. Even for half a second. Kill. The soldiers who followed Ling Xiao raised their spears. With the help of the charging power of the warhorse, it doesn't take much effort to break through the obstacles of these foot soldiers. In an instant, wherever the cavalry went, all the infantry fell to the ground. The fur on the warhorse was also splattered with a lot of blood. Just as Ling Xiao said, no one will be left behind wherever the windbreaker sprint has passed. This is the horror of the cavalry charge. As long as the charge is not interrupted, no one can stop the iron hoof wherever it goes. 10,000 cavalry roared past, leaving the corpses of 30,000 foot soldiers on the road, and the blood that gurgled out dyed the earth dark red. Confirm casualties. Ling Xiao took the army behind him to a relatively safe place, then stopped and wiped the blood on his face. Glancing at the horses under the cavalry, almost all of them were stained red with blood. Even the bright silver saddle was dyed a light red. But Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Let the war horse see the blood, and make the war horse more calm when facing the enemy. The 30,000 infantrymen were just the advance troops released by Rong Yuqua to stop them. I am afraid that this Dragon General Knight did not expect that the 30,000 strong army would be so easily killed by himself. However, Ling Xiao was not complacent because of this kind of thing. Because of these 30,000 soldiers, not even the fraction of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary forces surrounding Yashui Pass. Report to Your Highness, a total of 127 people were injured, and no one died. After the casualties were confirmed, the guards immediately came forward to report. Okay, no one died, okay. Ling Xiao also did not expect that it would be only injured but not damaged. Many of them were credited with taking the enemy by surprise. However, fighting more with less, and being able to annihilate the entire enemy army without damage, this kind of record is enough to be written in the book. It's all about Your Highness leading the army. The guard said respectfully. You don't need to flatter me. I know how much I have. I know better than anyone else. Ling Xiao patted the tall white horse and sighed. If it wasn't for this white horse's field, it can only cover 10,000 friendly troops at most. Why would I only bring 10,000 cavalry? The army of the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city can allocate up to 50,000 troops to Ling Xiao. If there is more, it will not be able to deter the army of the Guluo Empire. Although these 50,000 troops are still not enough in front of the extra 200,000 troops of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army, they can still have more strength. But Ling Xiao only asked for 10,000 cavalry, but it surprised Ling Ao and the ministers above the hall. Although nothing was said in the palace. But behind the scenes, they must be mocking Ling Xiao for being overly self-sufficient. However, only Ling Xiao knew that the so-called soldiers were extremely fast. If he really brought 50,000 troops to support the Yashui Pass, I am afraid that the Yashui Pass will be broken before the reinforcements arrive. Okay, no need to say more. Ling Xiao glanced around unintentionally and waved his hands. Go on the order, rest in place. I want to give this Dragon General Knight a big surprise. After Ling Xiao gave the order, he jumped off the white horse and walked out alone. The news of the death of 30,000 infantrymen soon spread back to Rong Yuqua's camp. 30,000 infantry, the whole army was wiped out? Looking at the battle report in front of him, Rong Yuqua couldn't believe his eyes. The Xuanhuan Empire only came to 10,000 reinforcements, and 30,000 soldiers went to block it, but got a result of annihilation, and the other party was still intact. Are you kidding me? Or, did the Xuanhuan Empire send 10,000 grandmasters over? Rong Yuqua tapped the battle report on the table with his fingers, and stared straight at the scout who came in to report the battle with his eagle-like eyes. My lord, that's how the battle came from the front. Beads of sweat ooze from the scout's forehead. But under Rong Yuqua's gaze, he didn't dare to reach out and wipe it. Is that so? Where are the reinforcements of the Xuanhuan Empire now? Tell me. Rong Yuqua frowned slightly, slammed the table, and asked sternly. This. The scout hesitated for a long time, but did not utter a complete sentence. Rong Yuqua picked up the battle report on the table and smashed it directly at Scout's head. The papers were scattered all over the place, and the scouts did not dare to move at all. I'm asking you, where are the reinforcements of the Xuanhuan Empire now? Rong Yuqua narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again in a deep voice. Report, sir, after the enemy entered the forest, they disappeared, and we are working hard to search. The scout gritted his teeth and said daringly. Okay, very good, so many scouts are scattered, even the enemy's position can be found. That's a whole army of 10,000 people, not one or two people, let alone an assassination team. You can lose such a big target. What's the use of you? Rong Yuqua shouted and scolded. In the battle report presented by the scouts, only they found the news that all 30,000 soldiers were killed in battle, and there were no enemy corpses at battle seen. In other words, the enemy army is not damaged. Judging from the battle traces, it can be seen that the reinforcements of the Xuanhuan Empire should all be cavalry. But beyond that, there is no other useful news. Even now, these scouts have lost the position of the reinforcements of the Xuanhuan Empire. The enemy is in the dark, and the enemy is in the light. Even if there were only a mere 10,000 reinforcements, Rong Yukwa was stuck in his throat. Go out now and intensify the search. I don't allow things that I can't control outside the frontal battlefield. Rong Yukwa waved his hand. Yes. The scouts, as if receiving amnesty, immediately responded and ran out of the camp. Rong Yukwa sat in the tent and rubbed his eyebrows. With only 10,000 cavalry, dare to come to reinforce Yashui Pass, when did the Xuanhuan Empire have such a famous general? And in a short period of time, I can detect the surrounding scouts and successfully get rid of their probes. I have to say that this commander is really powerful. After thinking about it, Rong Yukwa didn't find an acquaintance in his mind to correspond to it. Only one messenger could be summoned into the camp. The three armies are ordered to enter the first-level alert state from no one, and there must be no chance for the enemy's reinforcements. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Standing on the city wall, Ling Yun, who was looking into the distance, sighed again. There is not much food and grass in Yashui Pass. If you wait any longer, you will only be trapped in the pass. The reinforcements haven't arrived yet. It seems that I can only bet once. Continue to wait, the food and grass are exhausted, and there is no chance of surviving. It would be better to smash the boat and make a desperate attempt to break through once, maybe there is still a chance of survival. Ling Yun knew this very well. The glory of a soldier should be to die in battle, not to hide in the city and starve to death. Go on and let everyone prepare for battle. This time, you can only advance, not retreat. After Ling Yun got down from the city wall, he said solemnly. When the soldiers in Yashui Pass were eating breakfast, they found that today's breakfast had become extraordinarily rich. This is the last meal before the war. The soldiers knew this in their hearts, so they all silently shoved rice into their mouths and ate large pieces of meat. Because no one can guarantee that after this meal, they will have a chance to eat such a delicious meal again. After all the soldiers have finished eating, the assembly is complete. Ling Yun stood in front of the battle with a stern face, doing the final pre-war mobilization. Now, it's time for Yashuiguan's life and death, and we must break out of the encirclement. After the battle this time, you can only move forward, not backward. While Ling Yun spoke, his eyes swept over all the soldiers. Every soldier who made eye contact with Ling Yun unconsciously raised his chest and showed determination. If anyone dares to retreat, the rear army has the right to directly kill the front army. If the rear army dares to retreat, the supervising team can directly kill it. If I take a step back, all of you have the right to kill me. Ling Yun roared loudly, his tone extremely firm. To mobilize before the war, the morale of the soldiers must be raised. The so-called mourners must win. The power of breaking the boat and sinking the boat is far superior to other means. Because they have no way out. Ling Yun looked at the tall city gate in front of him, got on his horse, raised the sword in his hand, and took a deep breath. The Xuanhuan Empire will last forever. The loud voice resounded throughout the cliffs. The Xuanhuan Empire will last forever. The Xuanhuan Empire will last forever. The soldiers also shouted in unison, and the voice, with the determination, totally rose into the sky and resounded through the sky. Morale peaked at this moment. Prepare to open the city gate. The knife in Ling Yun's hand pointed directly outside the Yashui Pass. Boom! Pulled by the noose, the heavy city gate hummed, and the tall city gate was slowly pulled open. Attack! Ling Yun took the lead and rushed outside the Yashui Pass. It is the most morale-boosting move that the leader takes the lead. It is also a very dangerous move. But at this moment, it doesn't matter anymore. Ling Yun's actions instantly aroused the fighting spirit in the soldiers' hearts, and the army began to pour out of Yashui Pass. The armor and the weapon collided like a torrent of steel. It has to be said that Rong Yukwa did not expect Ling Yun's actions. According to his estimation, the food and grass in Yashui Pass should be left over. However, it was such a small mistake that the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force outside the Yashui Pass was caught off guard. It also opened a gap in the encirclement for the defenders of Yashui Pass to break through. Interesting, as the fourth prince of the Xuanhuan Empire, he didn't hesitate to die at all. In the end, Rong Yuqua was still a battle-hardened general. Although he had never expected Ling Yun's actions, his control over the battlefield was far from Ling Yun's. The Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force, who was guarding in other directions, was quickly transferred to the battlefield. In Rong Yuqua's tent, there is a large sand table, and the scene above is the miniature version of Yashui Pass. On the sand table, a large number of small flags are also placed to indicate the distribution of the troops of the two armies. If you want to rush out of my encirclement, it depends on whether you have the ability. Rong Yuqua looked at the sand table, holding a slender baton in his hand, stroked the sand table lightly, and moved a small flag representing the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force. Transfer 10,000 spare troops here. Before he finished speaking, the messenger guarding next to him immediately ran out of the camp after taking orders. The remaining messengers remained in the tent, waiting for Rong Yuqua's next order. It can be seen only from the sand table. The army led by Ling Yun, although at the beginning rushed out of the city gate and attacked the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force, gained an advantage and even opened a gap. But under Rong Yuqua's repeated mobilization, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army is slowly re-encircling the army led by Ling Yun. Let me see what you can do, the fourth prince of the Xuanhuan Empire. Rong Yuqua narrowed his eyes slightly, and seemed to enjoy the feeling of strategizing. Report. Just then, a scout ran into the camp. What's the matter? Rong Yuqua glanced at the scout and asked blankly. Report, sir, outside the encirclement in the direction of the enemy's breakout, a large army of cavalry suddenly appeared, about 10,000 people. It should be the reinforcements that disappeared yesterday. The scout resisted the urge to gasp and told the situation in one breath. They came just in time, and they actually appeared at such a time. If they are allowed to cooperate with each other, it is really possible for the defenders of the Xuanhuan Empire to break out. However, with a mere 10,000 cavalry, can you really do it? Rong Yuqua took a deep look at the sand table, and then used the baton to maki a heavy stroke outside the Yashui Pass. If someone else took a look at the sand table, they could find that the small flags representing the defenders of the Xuanhuan Empire had all been removed from Yashui Pass. This means that they have no way out. There's a tortoise shell, you don't stay here, you have to come out. Then this Yashui Pass, I will accept it politely. Rong Yuqua drew a few strokes on the sand table and mobilized all his spare troops. Then put the baton on the table. Bring my dragon blood BMW. And outside the encirclement, Ling Xiao was leading 10,000 cavalry, galloping towards the direction where the Yashuiguan defenders broke through. Ling Yun, why did he start breaking through without making a sound, completely disrupting my plan? Ling Xiao said helplessly while sitting on the white horse. His Royal Highness, the fourth prince is only here to break through the encirclement. Perhaps there is no food or grass in Yashui Pass. A guard next to Ling Xiao said. You don't need to comfort me, I'm just a little depressed. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Ling Xiao went out alone last night, just to avoid the scouts sent by the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Army, and then summoned the Death Knight. Although Ling Xiao's luck was not very good, but with the support of Ling Diawu, he still drew the Death Knight to an awakening. And successfully activated a strategic skill, Dark Sky. Dark Canopy, active skill, when activated, will condense a canopy formed by breath of death, forming an area that cannot be probed. Undead Pet exclusive skills. Although it can't enhance the combat effectiveness of the Death Knight, it doesn't matter. Unless it is a hero, the bravery of one person cannot control the war situation. But the skill of dark sky is different. If this skill is used well, it can influence the war situation. Originally, Ling Xiao was going to hide and look for opportunities. But he didn't expect that because he didn't send anyone to contact Ling Yun, Ling Xiao's abacus ended up being empty. But right now, there's nothing wrong with it. Plans never keep up with change. Originally, Ling Xiao was preparing to attack the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army head-on, looking for opportunities for the defenders of Yashui Pass. As long as the army broke out and retreated to Yashui City, the western border would not be completely breached. When the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city calms down, you can send an army to support. But what Ling Xiao didn't expect was that he only delayed one night to rest his troops, and this guy Ling Yun immediately started to break through by himself. But that's fine too. In this way, Ling Xiao's task has been simplified to respond to the defenders off Yashui Pass and leave. Go on and get everyone ready. The mission this time is not to fight to the death, but to open a gap so that the defenders of Yashui Pass can leave. After Ling Xiao gave the order, he leaned over on the back of the white horse. There was a whole night of rest last night, and naturally, there was a reason for the white horse treading wind to regain its strength. After all, no matter how powerful a pet is, it is not without consumption. After the power is exhausted, there is no way to use the skills. Your Highness, the order has been conveyed. A guard caught up from behind and reported to Ling Xiao. Okay, let's get started. Breaking wind dash. The speed of the white horse on the wind instantly increased. The increase in the field of wind treading has also increased. Ling Xiao crouched on the back of the white horse treading the wind and rushed towards the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force. The 10,000 cavalry behind him followed closely. This speed is something that no one expected. The 10,000 cavalry led by Ling Xiao, like a sharp knife, stabbed into the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force. Wherever the cavalry went, there were corpses everywhere. Because the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force was guarding the Yashui Pass, there were no spearmen and heavy shield soldiers that could stop the cavalry at the rear of the army. With all the infantry, there was no way to stop the cavalry's charge. And because Ling Xiao used 10,000 cavalry to wipe out 30,000 infantry before, Rong Yuqua didn't know the details of the battle, so he didn't expect it. The cavalry army led by Ling Xiao was so terrifying. This is a situation no one expected. 10,000 cavalrymen were blessed in the wind-treading domain, and they rampaged in the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army, causing the encirclement, which was still evolving, to fall into chaos for a while. Ling Yun, who was fighting with the enemy, also noticed the situation here. Could it be that the imperial city came to reinforce the army? All of them are cavalry, they really came to break through the encirclement. Ling Yun slashed several enemy soldiers beside him with one knife, and then shouted loudly, "Our reinforcements are here, everyone, give me your last strength and rush out." Motivated by the news of the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of the defenders of Yashui Pass skyrocketed. Nobody wants to die. Even those who are not afraid of death are just not afraid of death, it does not mean that they are willing to die. If there is a chance of surviving, even if it is only a tiny bit, they will hold it tightly in their hands. The arrival of reinforcements is the hope of survival. Kill. Get out of this encirclement. Rush out. The soldiers exploded with unparalleled strength as if they had been beaten with blood. The desire for life allows them to unleash their potential. The glory of the Xuanhuan Empire made them fearless in pain. At this moment, even though the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary troops far outnumbered the defenders of Yashui Pass, they were shocked by the aura of these soldiers. This is as fierce as a wolf, and as fearless as a tiger. Really a wolf and tiger division. Bless the auxiliary effect, it's time to start charging. Ling Xiao slaughtered several rushing enemy troops with him, and then said 12 guards beside him. The personal guards who followed Ling Xiao were all trained in Qi Li's store, and the white horse on the wind was naturally not unique to Ling Xiao. It's just that the skills activated by Ling Xiao's white horse on the wind are the most suitable for war. Yes. The guards who followed Ling Xiao nodded. A small hurricane suddenly appeared on the 4 hooves of the white horse that treads the wind under Ling Xiao. Song of the Wind, bless the target with the power of the wind, greatly enhancing the speed of the target, and during the duration of the Song of the Wind, part of the target's speed will be converted into destructive power. This is a single-target auxiliary skill. Although it can't compare to the war-type skill activated by Ling Xiao's Wind Treader white horse, it is also a very powerful auxiliary skill in terms of single unit. Not only can it greatly increase the speed, it can even convert part of the speed into destructive power. Just this can make this skill among the ranks of first-class auxiliary skills. Then it begins. Ling Xiao let out a long roar, and under the blessing of Song of the Wind, the white horse on the foot of the wind was like a white shadow. The wind-treading domain is a passive skill. As long as the wind-treading horse is running, it can always bless the allies. And the speed of Song of the Wind's blessing can also be fed back on the wind-treading domain. This is also why the wind-treading domain is a war-type magic skill. If the speed of the cavalry is not slowed down, then the cavalry will be a most terrifying war machine. In the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Army, countless soldiers fell under the iron hoofs of this sudden cavalry. Although the cavalry army led by Ling Xiao also began to suffer casualties, compared with the number of enemy troops they killed, these casualties were completely worth it. Every cavalry subordinate was stained with the blood of at least 5 enemy troops. And it's still increasing. As long as Ling Xiao does not fall, the effect of the wind-treading domain will not stop. Gradually, the blood stained the earth, and the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force was slowly opened. Ling Yun, who was fighting hard, also saw the leader who led this cavalry army. Third brother? It has to be said that Ling Yun was absolutely shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's first glance. What kind of strength Ling Xiao was and what position he held in the imperial city, Ling Yun knew very well. But why, such an idle person, would be sent to the front line to reinforce Shao Shu Pass at such a time? Ling Yun, you seem surprised to see me. Ling Xiao naturally saw the expression on Ling Yun's face. Third brother, why are you here? Ling Yun was so shocked that he could barely speak. Let's talk about this after we break out of the siege. Ling Xiao knew in his heart that he was not explaining so many things now. Because if I really want to explain it, it's because the products in the Kyle store are good. You must know that Ling Xiao spent hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals in order to develop this top-level skill for Baijiu. Now he still owes Gu Pingchuan a lot of spirit crystals. War-type magic skills, not so easy to brush. Those white horses whose activated skills were not very good were either fed as dog food, or they became the mounts of the personal guards around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao put this white horse on the wind, and took it out to sell. If you didn't mention it, it would be at least 100,000 spirit crystals. Okay, let's break through first. Ling Yan also knew that now was not the time to greet each other. If you have something to say or ask, you have to wait until you leave here. Everyone, with each 1,000 households as a unit, cover the friendly Forcesto breakout. Ling Xiao turned his horse's head and ordered the surrounding cavalry. After being torn apart, the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force began to gradually close again. The cavalry must be used as the sharp knife, and the encirclement must be ripped open again, so that the defenders of Yashui Pass can leave safely. Thousands of households among the 10,000 cavalry were all guards around Ling Xiao. This is also what Ling Xiao made in order to make this cavalry army able-toed like an arm and a finger. The real war is not just talk on paper. Without a long run-in on the battlefield, it is difficult to completely prohibit the order. But Ling Xiao is different from the guards around him. In the New World Modoff, Qi Lu Xiaodian, in the battlefield dungeon, they do not know how many times they have gone through wars together. This greatly improved Ling Xiao's control over the war situation. At the same time, it also allowed Ling Xiao's personal guards to execute Ling Xiao's instructions to the extreme. The most important thing is that in the countless battles in the battlefield dungeon, many guards have a good view of the battlefield situation and commandability. Ling Xiao's order was issued, and the 10,000 households immediately led the 1,000 cavalry under their command to spread around, like 10 sharp knives piercing the enemy's body. The 10 cavalry teams were able to cooperate with each other. As long as one team is in danger, there must be 2 other teams around to rescue. And between every 2 teams, a battle formation will be formed to easily strangle the enemies in the battle formation. In an extremely tacit understanding, these 10 sharp knives quickly reopened the encirclement that was about to close. I have already explored Yashui City. The Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force has only 10,000 troops there to guard it. As long as we go there, we can retake Yashui Pass. Ling Xiao guarded Ling Yun and said while rushing to kill. Cavalry is good at rushing, but not good at siege. It is almost impossible to take 10,000 cavalry to attack Yashui City, which is guarded by 10,000 troops. Ling Xiao is not that stupid yet. With 10,000 troops, Rong Yuqua also looks down on the reinforcements of our Huangyuan Empire. Ling Yan said with a frown. No, it's not that I look down on our reinforcements. Do you know how many troops Huangyuan Empire can mobilize now? Ling Xiao asked aloud. At least 200,000. Ling Yin replied. There are more, at most 50,000. This time is not an expedition initiated by the Xingyao Empire, but a joint effort with the Goryeo Empire. Ling Xiao came from the imperial city and knew a lot more than Ling Yun. What? Ling Yun widened his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Don't make a fuss, you are the coach, so you must know this kind of thing in order to better command. But if the people below know about this, it will affect morale. I don't need to teach you about this kind of thing. Ling Xiao quickly stopped Ling Yun's actions. No wonder there has been no reinforcements. It turned out to be ragged by the Guluo Empire. Ling Yun just changed his mind and understood the matter. Then how many people did you bring here this time? Ling Yun asked suddenly after trying to understand. 10,000. 10,000? Ling Yun thought he had heard it wrong. That's right, 10,000 people, 10,000 cavalry. Ling Xiao said lightly, as if was talking about a trivial matter. Ling Yun subconsciously counted the number of cavalry around. In comparison, the number of cavalry is indeed much smaller. It is unbelievable that it took only 10,000 cavalry to break through the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force and successfully merged with the defenders of Yashui Pass. How brave are these 10,000 cavalrymen? When did the Huangyuan Empire cultivate such a powerful cavalry army? Ling Yun looked at those cavalry soldiers with a longing look involuntarily. A good general's desire for elite soldiers comes from the heart. No matter which general he is, he hopes that his subordinates will have such a powerful and invincible wolf and tiger division that can gallop freely on the battlefield. However, Ling Yun couldn't think of it anyway. Perhaps these cavalry were indeed elites, but without Ling Zhao's white horses, they would only be elites. It is simply impossible to be as powerful as it is now. It's hard to imagine that there is still such a wolf and tiger teacher in my Huangyuan Empire. Ling Yun couldn't help but sighed in admiration. Okay, let's talk about the rest after we break through. After Ling Xiao finished saying this, he stopped talking. Because now, the last moment has come. Just dash forward. Within a quarter of an hour, it will definitely be able to stand out from the encirclement. However, at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's shirt. Dangerous, get out of the way. Ling Xiao tugged on the reins directly, and the white horse treading wind didn't need any buffer at all, and immediately turned to one side. This is an action that an ordinary war horse cannot do at all. Boom! Just as Ling Xiao dodged away, a huge black shadow descended from the sky and stepped heavily on the ground. The huge impact force shook the ground with a circle of cracks. Ling Yun, who was following Ling Xiao's side, was directly knocked out by the impact, because he couldn't dodge in time. I have to praise it. This cavalry is indeed the elite of the elite. Whether it is battle formation or cooperation, it is amazing. I have to praise it. This cavalry is indeed the elite of the elite. Whether it is battle formation or cooperation, it is amazing. The smoke cleared, and a big man with a national character, holding a nearly 3-meter-long halberd, wearing silver-white heavy armor, and riding a dragon-blooded horse that was 2 laps bigger than usual, appeared in front of Ling Xiao. There is only one person in the Xingyao Empire who can have this body type and appear on the battlefield. Dragon General Knight, Rong Yuqua. It's too much, the famous general of Xingyao Empire. Dragon generals and knights, honored by the broad commander. Ling Xiao tightly held the spear in his hand and stared straight at the person in front of him without fear. The dragon-blooded BMW, also wearing heavy armor, looked 2 heads taller than the white horse treading the wind. Rong Yuqua and Ling Xiao confronted each other. It looked like an adult was bullying a child. I don't remember that Xuanhuan Empire has your character. Rong Yuqua stared closely at Ling Xiao, and said slowly, at this time, I can lead such a cavalry to come for reinforcements, and I almost successfully rescued the defenders of Yashui Pass. You shouldn't be an unknown person. Oh, Commander Rong Yuqua has won the award, I'm really just an unknown person. Ling Xiao said with a sneer. If it wasn't for the Chila store that changed him, Gu Pingchuan recommended him. Ling Xiao may still be eating and waiting to die in the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire. But now, Ling Xiao can lead the army to rescue Yashui Pass. This is almost handing over the fate of the Huangyuan Empire to him. Even so, after this war, your reputation can spread throughout the 2 countries. So, say your name. Rong Yuqua waved his halberd and made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the tip of the spear flashing with cold light pointed directly at Ling Xiao. The dragon blood BMW also let out a long hiss as if to cooperate with Rong Yuqua. At the same time as the neighing, the dragon blood BMW burst out with a weak pressure. This is the coercion from the dragon bloodline. The Wild Yuan Empire, the 3rd prince, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao responded loudly. The white horse on the wind also neighed. The aura of dragon blood that could make ordinary war horses feel dread radiated out, but the white horse on the wind did not react at all. Even Tofeng Baiju glared back, seemingly dissatisfied with the provocation of dragon blood BMW. On this point, Rong Yuqua gave Tofeng Baiju one more look. Okay, I remember your name. But, I won't let you leave here. Rong Yuqua's fighting power is as famous as his fame. As a famous general, if you only have the ability to command, you can only be regarded as a military division at most. And Rong Yuqua can be called a dragon general knight, and his powerful force is inseparable. The peak of the master level, as well as the natural divine power. These 2 points can make Rong Yuqua's strength far surpass the general master level. It is even more difficult for someone like Ling Xiao who has just been promoted to the grandmaster level to compare. It seems that it is impossible for me not to accept it. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Rong Yuqua with a dignified expression. Ling Xiao knew very well what kind of strength he was. Compared with Rong Yuqua, he must not be able to compare. However, there is no way to refuse the battle between the main generals. Once the Lord General falls, the army he leads will definitely lose its morale and then collapse. But on the contrary, if Ling Xiao can defeat Rong Yuqua, then the offensive of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force will definitely collapse. Let me see how strong you are. Rong Yuqua waved his halberd and smashed it directly at Ling Xiao. There are not so many bells and whistles when the cavalry is on a hedge. Huge impact, the performance of Ili Jiangshi Hui incisively and vividly. Clang! Ling Xiao immediately followed Rong Yuqua's smashing blow with the gun barrel, and the violent force instantly acted on Ling Xiao's arms. What a terrible power! Ling Xiao let out a groan, and the tiger's mouth was almost cracked. In terms of strength alone, Ling Xiao could not be Rong Yuqua's opponent. It's a bit of a skill to be able to take my move. Rong Yuqua let out a long whistle. The crescent knife on the side of the halberd hooked the long spear in Ling Xiao's hand, and then slashed towards Ling Xiao. With this move, Rong Yuqua wanted to force Ling Xiao to abandon his gun. If it is an ordinary person, it may be possible to let go of one hand in order to avoid the slashing of the crescent knife. Then the spear must be hooked away by Rong Yuqua. However, Ling Xiao's fighting consciousness was already beyond the level of ordinary people. Faced with this slashing move, Ling Xiao twisted his spear and immediately blocked the movement of the crescent knife, and was able to stab the spear into Rong Yuqua's heart. Interesting. Rong Yuqua's combat experience, facing Ling Xiao's attack, just handed it over and pulled it, then broke free from the grip of the spear, and took the halberd back. After this brief confrontation, Rong Yuqua had already understood. The person in front of him was completely different from the previous opponents. Ling Xiao would never lose to Rong Yuqua in terms of battle awareness, and even more often than not. If that's the case, then there's no point in competing skills. Rong Yuqua knew in his heart that if he lost the skill, he would just use his strength to crush it. As long as there is enough strength, all skills are sideways. The previous attack was just a test from above. After confirming Ling Xiao's strength, Rong Yuqua also became serious. Ling Xiao, you should feel honored, because it's been a long time since Noon was there, so I can do my best. In an instant, Rong Yuqua's Grand Master level aura suddenly burst out. Where the momentum spread, the surrounding soldiers gave in one after another, because this was not a battle they could participate in. The battle between the masters, even if it is just a little aftermath, can cause them to die or be injured. It's a little bit stronger than I thought. Ling Xiao was also slightly surprised. Because the momentum that Rong Yuqua burst out has surpassed the peak of the General Master level. However, this could not be the reason why Ling Xiao retreated. The body of the evil spirit. Douqi was ignited in an instant, causing Ling Xiao's momentum to rise steadily, and a majestic force appeared in Ling Xiao's body along with the burning of Douqi. This is Ling Xiao's martial skill, pressing the bottom of the box. Body of evil spirit, continuously augmented martial arts, when activated, will temporarily obtain the body of evil spirits, burn Douqi, greatly enhance various attributes of oneself, and greatly strengthen other martial arts. This is a martial skill that consumes a lot of vindictive energy. Ling Xiao had never used this martial skill in the previous charge. Because even if Ling Xiao is now promoted to the master level, the fighting spirit in his body can only support the body of the evil spirit to open for 5 minutes at most. Therefore, this battle must be over within 5 minutes. Boom! Ling Xiao no longer suppressed his aura, and completely released the power that had raised his burning fighting qi. Ling Xiao no longer suppressed his aura, and completely released the power that had raised his burning fighting qi. At this moment, even Rong Yuqua's aura was suppressed. How is this possible? Rong Yuqua's face showed an uncontrollable look of shock. In the process of fighting just now, Rong Yuqua clearly knew that Ling Xiao was definitely only promoted to the Grandmaster level. But the momentum that erupted at this time can even overwhelm the peak of his Grandmaster level. This kind of thing is simply incredible. Could it be secret martial arts? But Ling Zhao's abnormal state reminded Rong Yuqua of those martial skills and magic that were forbidden to be taught. Secret art, also known as forbidden art. Whether it is martial arts or magic, as long as it is classified as a forbidden technique, there are only two reasons. One is that after use, it will cause great damage to itself, so it is forbidden to teach. On the other hand, it will cause irreversible damage and be banned from use. However, among the forbidden arts, there is a type of martial arts and magic that can overdraw the potential or vitality of one's body and temporarily enhance one's strength. These forbidden techniques, although forbidden to be taught, are allowed to be used. Ling Zhao's current appearance is very similar to using a forbidden technique. To be able to do this, but even if you use secret martial arts, you can't bait me opponent. Rong Yuqua sneered. No matter how strong the secret technique is, it can only last for a short period of time. Moreover, after the end of the secret martial arts, it will cause great harm to the body, thus making the user lose their combat effectiveness. When Ling Zhao did this, he was undoubtedly desperate. Just when Rong Yuqua wanted to understand this, Ling Zhao had already rushed up. The white horse on the wind may not have much combat power, but in terms of the speed of the explosion, it will definitely not be weaker than the speed-oriented master class. Clang! Rong Yuqua and Ling Zhao fought each other. This time, it was Rong Yuqua's turn to take a step back. Under this impact, the Dragon Blood BMW almost failed to stand firm. The higher the skill level, the stronger the increase. I didn't expect that my power would be able to directly reach the peak of the master level. Ling Zhao felt the power flowing in his body, even if it was only a temporary increase, he could really feel the power of this power. This is impossible. Rong Yuqua's eyes widened, looking at Ling Zhao in disbelief. What a powerful secret martial art this is. It can actually make a person who has just been promoted to the master level directly beat the powerhouse at the peak of the master level. Moreover, even Rong Yuqua is one of the best among the master level peak powerhouses. This powerful secret martial art is definitely a life-saving magical skill. Sure enough, let's fight quickly. Ling Zhao could clearly feel that his grudge was burning rapidly. If the battle is not resolved within 5 minutes, I am afraid that without Rong Yuqua's shot, Ling Zhao will fall by himself. Ling Zhao pulled the reins, and the white horse on the wind rushed out like a white lightning bolt. The dragon blood horse may be powerful, and it can even release a weak dragon pressure to deter the war horse. However, in terms of speed, 2 dragon-blooded BMWs may not be comparable to a group of white horses that tread the wind. After Ling Zhao started to attack, it was impossible for Rong Yuqua to avoid the battle. Bam! Bam! The sound of the 2 Grandmaster-level battles was like thunder, and the white horse and the dragon-blooded horse ran as if a white and a black lightning were constantly colliding. Around the 2 of them, a large open space had long been set aside. There is no soldier who dares to enter this range. The ground was also broken inch by inch, because of the battle between the 2. Ling Yun, who had been knocked away by Rong Yuqua before, was even more stunned when he recovered. Is this really my ignorant and idle third brother? Ling Yun rubbed his eyes, completely unable to believe that this was the Ling Zhao from before. Master class. A master class who can be compared with the glory and the hard. When did Ling Zhao become so strong? Countless questions swirled in Ling Yun's mind, but he could not get an answer. The battle between Ling Zhao and Rong Yuqua continues. And because the body of the evil spirit continued, Ling Zhao's martial skills would also be increased, so Rong Yuqua slowly began to feel the pressure. And the pressure is still growing. Damn, how can this guy be so strong? Even though Rong Yuqua was born with divine power, he couldn't stand Ling Zhao's storm-like attack. When the power levels of the 2 are at the same level, combat skills are particularly important. And Ling Zhao's fighting skills are absolutely beyond doubt. because Rong Yuqua's fighting skills were acquired in life and death struggles. However, Ling Zhao's fighting skills were learned from countless deaths in the arena. In addition, there are also fighting skills that are directly imprinted in Ling Zhao's mind in the inheritance of the unparalleled spear soul. If Ling Zhao couldn't fight against Rong Yuqua when he was also at the peak of the Grandmaster level, then his inheritance power was really a waste of inheritance. When he saw that Rong Yuqua was beaten by Ling Zhao, Ling Yun felt that he might be dreaming. Who is Rong Yuqua? The famous star of the Star Empire, the Dragon Knight. In countless battles, the title was forged with the blood of countless enemy generals. But what's the situation now? Why was he pressed and beaten by Ling Zhao, the third brother, who had been obscure and idle all this time? And this scene was also seen by the surrounding soldiers. For a time, the morale of the soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire increased greatly, and they howled and killed the enemy who stood in front of them. As for the soldiers of Xingyao Empire, seeing that Rong Yuqua was being beaten, their morale immediately dropped, and their combat effectiveness was instantly reduced by more than 1/3. On the battlefield, the general is the backbone. If the lord will fall, the backbone will be gone. Then this army must face the fate of being defeated like a mountain. With low morale, the soldiers had no intention of fighting at all. This is the inevitable situation. However, when the defenders of Yashui Pass were about to break out of the encirclement under the guidance of the reinforcements of the cavalry, a mutation suddenly occurred. Boom! Puff! 2 lightning bolts, one white and one black, suddenly made a loud noise, and Ling Zhao flew out for no apparent reason. A streak of blood spat out from Ling Zhao's mouth. Then it hit the ground hard. Damn it, it's only a little bit closer. Why is the fighting chi exhausted at this time? Ling Zhao held the spear and barely stood up from the ground. During the last fight, Ling Zhao's fighting chi suddenly ran out. The body of the evil spirit also disappeared. Without the strength increase, Ling Zhao would not be able to defeat Rong Yuqua no matter what. The side door is the side door, the left side is the side door, even if you know secret martial arts, so what? After Rong Yuqua defeated Ling Zhao, held the reins, and the Dragon Blood BMW immediately rushed towards Ling Zhao. For Rong Yuqua to be pressed and beaten by a person who had just entered the master level, it was definitely a shame. So after Ling Zhao's soaring grudge disappeared, Rong Yuqua had decided to kill him as quickly as possible. As long as Ling Zhao died, the morale of the soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire would drop to a low point in an instant. Moreover, with Rong Yuqua, a master-level peak powerhouse, no one from the Xuanhuan Empire should even think about escaping. Bam! The sound of the dragon-blooded horse stepping on the ground was like a drum, like a black light, and in a flash it came to Ling Zhao. Rong Yuqua lifted the halberd and pointed the tip of the blade directly at Ling Zhao's throat. Give me death. The flickering cold light above the sharp blade was like a lightning bolt that pierced the sky. Ling Zhao held the spear and barely stood on the spot, watching the cold light approaching him. Third brother. Your Highness. Grown-ups. Everyone who saw this scene panicked. Ling Yun only hated why he was so weak. He couldn't delay Rong Yuqua at this time, even if it was only for a second. The cavalry who rushed in the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army rushed towards Ling Zhao. But with their speed, in any case, it was too late. At this critical moment, Ling Zhao suddenly raised his spear and stabbed straight. The tip of the spear collided with the tip of the blade that was stabbing at him. A violent force erupted. The spear in Ling Zhao's hand began to crack from the tip of the spear, and then quickly spread downward. Durability resets to 0. An excellent level weapon has become too powerful in a Grandmaster level battle. It's just a pity that there are no rare level long guns for sale. Boom! Ling Zhao was once again smashed out by this terrifying impact. I've underestimated your survival instinct. Rong Yuqua saw that his attack was unsuccessful, and without hesitation he chased after him again, bowing Toko Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. This time, Rong Yuqua didn't believe it. Ling Xiao still had the strength to resist. In fact, the counterattack just now had exhausted Ling Xiao's last strength. Even his weapons were irreversibly damaged. Goodbye, the third prince of the Xuanhuan Empire. Rong Yuqua slashed the halberd heavily, and the crescent knife slashed towards Ling Xiao's neck. A circle of rank seals appeared on Rong Yuqua's wrist. Class skill, Giant Slash. It can instantly burst out all the power and condense it on the next slash. This is a skill that can be perfectly matched with Rong Yuqua's natural divine power. It is rumored that with this move, Rong Yuqua smashed a monster at the peak of the master level with one blow. Now it is used to deal with Ling Xiao, a master-level junior who has almost no power to fight back. It can be seen that Rong Yuqua's killing intent has been decided. Even if Ling Xiao still had the strength to resist, he was determined not to be able to stop this giant slash. Ling Xiao looked at the attack that was slashing towards him. The piercing roar was like a clarion call. If I can't even solve this little problem, how will I go on in the future? However, Ling Xiao did not panic in the slightest, just quietly watching the attacking attack. A ray of blood-colored flames emerged from Chong Ling Xiao's body without warning. Enhanced body of evil spirits. Burn my blood and guard my glory. The Xuanhuan Empire will last forever. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The blood-colored flames rose into the sky, mixed with the coercion of the bloody smell, making Ling Xiao look like an evil spirit walking out of hell. Boom! Ling Xiao swung his spear to face Rong Yuqua's giant power slash. The loud noise that erupted instantly spread across the entire battlefield. The blood-colored flames around Ling Xiao shook for a while, but he took Rong Yuqua's attack abruptly. Even though a crack appeared under his feet, Ling Xiao did not take a step back. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Rong Yuqua's eyes widened, the muscles on his face twitched slightly because of the shock. The cavalry's impact force is beyond doubt. In particular, this cavalryman is still at the peak of a grand master like Rong Yuqua, and he rides a dragon-blooded horse known for its strength. Adding these two together, the effect is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It can be said that under the hero level, as long as the opponent does neutrally on the impact of the charge like Rong Yuqua, it is absolutely impossibilito accept Rong Yuqua's attack. However, this impossible thing happened. Moreover, Ling Xiao also took over Rong Yuqua's professional class skills. Laugh. The blood-colored flames were burning fiercely, and many cracks appeared on Ling Xiao's body, and blood continued to spill out. Then it was ignited by this blood-colored flame and transformed into a more violent power. Enhanced evil spirit body, burns blood, greatly enhances its own attributes and all moves. During the duration of the enhanced evil spirit body, the user is completely immune to death. However, the moment the blood burns out is the time when the user dies. However, before he died, the power that burst out would definitely shock everyone. This time only 3 minutes. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the blood in his body was flowing rapidly. This kind of pain and fear that death is approaching can definitely make an ordinary person collapse directly. But Ling Xiao had already figured it out before deciding to activate the enhanced evil spirit body. Treading the wind and white horse. After the shock retreat of Rong Yuqua, Ling Xiao also summoned the white horse treading the wind again. If you want to rely on the sudden burst of power, Rong Yuqua was caught off guard, yes. But it is almost impossible to kill Rong Yuqua in this way. So Ling Xiao was not disappointed. 1 white and 1 black lightning once again fought together. This time, Rong Yuqua was completely suppressed by Ling Xiao from the very beginning. The body of the enhanced evil spirit is by no means comparable to the body of the evil spirit. Burning blood is at the cost of life. This was Ling Xiao's final swan song after he made up his mind. In any case, Rong Yuqua must be killed. The blood is burning little by little, and time is getting more and more urgent. Because of the massive blood loss, the scene in front of Ling Xiao's eyes had begun to become blurred. A little bit. Ling Xiao clenched the spear's hand tightly and began to tremble. The state of the body of the evil spirit can only guarantee immunity to death, but it does not guarantee that the combat power will not be weakened during the duration of the body of the evil spirit. When a person loses a lot of blood, many negative states are inevitable. And the pain of massive blood loss is unimaginable. But Ling Xiao has never, even for a moment, regretted opening the state of the enhanced evil spirit body. The land is sacred and inviolable. Protect our country and promote our country's prestige. Even though he has died 9 times, he still has no regrets. At this moment, the blood-colored flame burst into an unprecedented light. Call. The spear, like a wandering dragon, let out an angry roar, biting at the enemy off its master. Ling Xiao's blow shattered the spear in his hand, and also knocked back Rong Yuqua. Puff. Rong Yuqua's shoulder was pierced by a long spear, blood gurgled outwards, and the thick armor, centered on this gun hole, spread countless cracks around. Damn, how could he have such terrible willpower? Rong Yuqua covered his shoulders. Ling Xiao's attack also shattered his bones when he pierced through his shoulder socket. Now his hand can't use half the strength. But in this short period of time, Rong Yuqua also saw it. If it was said that the secret martial arts Ling Xiao used before was consuming vindictive energy, now Ling Xiao is consuming his vitality. It takes a lot of willpower to endure this pain. Already, hold on, can't hold on. Ling Yun was panting heavily, his throat was extremely thirsty, and the scene in front of him had long since become incomparably blurred, and it might be replaced by darkness at any time. Inside the body, there were bursts of pain that could almost drive people crazy. Immune to death, but magnifies suffering. Do you regret it? At this moment, a domineering and bleak voice suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. I never regret it, it's just a pity that I failed to kill Rong Yuqua. Xuanhuan, you can't lose. Protect our country, promote our country's prestige. I, the third prince of the Yuanyuan Empire, Ling Xiao, although I have died 9 times, I still have no regrets. Although Ling Xiao didn't know who the voice appeared in his mind, the answer in his heart never changed. If it weren't for this, Ling Xiao would not have dared to come to reinforce Xuanhuan with only 10,000 cavalry. Even if he went alone, Ling Xiao would not be afraid. Your will, I received it. Now, I recognize your identity as the inheritor. You are qualified to pass on this power. The domineering and bleak voice fell, and a majestic force suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's body. It also made Ling Xiao understand who the voice was. The last inheritor of the unparalleled gun spirit. Countless starlights appeared beside Ling Xiao, and then condensed into a silver-white long spear, which fell into Ling Xiao's hands. The only weapon of Wuxuang gun soul, Wuxuang spirit gun. If the unparalleled spirit guns are graded, their quality has exceeded the rare grade. It has reached the treasure level that has never been sold in the Qila store. The majestic power of inheritance ended Ling Xiao's evil spirit state and repaired the damage to his body. At this moment, all the information about Wuxuang Spear Soul's martial skills, combat skills, use of coercion and momentum, etc., flooded into Ling Xiao's mind like a tide. With the help of the power of inheritance, it was quickly absorbed and digested by Ling Xiao. It turns out that this is the soul of the unparalleled spear. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and a cold light as sharp as a knife light flashed in his eyes. Humph, bluff. Humph, bluff. The anger in Rong Yuqua's heart had already reached its peak, and the dragon blood BMW rolled up a storm and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The nearly 3-meter-long halberd swept straight towards Ling Xiao. The speed is too slow, and there are too many flaws. At this time, Ling Xiao was already different from what he used to be. He had obtained the complete inheritance of Wu Shuang's spear spirit. The spear is like a dragon, and the body is like a thunder. In just one click, the halberd that swept across was shaken by Ling Xiao, and another blood hole appeared on Rong Yuqua's body. With the equestrian skills inherited from the unparalleled spear soul, Ling Xiao has been able to achieve the same heart-to-heart with Tafeng Baiju. When fighting, there is no sense of stagnation at all. Rong Yuqua was more and more shocked. This guy in front of him is like a different person. The fighting skills are as strong as a monster, and the attributes are not like a master-level beginner at all. In a negligence, Ling Xiao swung the spear and slammed it on Rong Yuqua's chest, directly shattering Rong Yuqua's heavy armor. Debris flew. Rong Yuqua also spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, why did you suddenly become so strong? Rong Yuqua looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief and couldn't figure it out at all. He was clearly just a guy who was beaten by himself and had to use secret martial arts to fight for his life. Why did it suddenly become so powerful? It is possible to completely defuse his moves in an understatement. And beat him to the point of defeat. You don't need to understand, the people of Xuanhuan Empire, you can't stay. Xuanhuan, you can't keep it either. The long spear in Ling Xiao's hand pulled a spear, and then immediately held the spear, looking at Rong Yuqua coldly, domineering and fierce. This is the unparalleled gun spirit. White horse and silver gun, unparalleled in the world. Ling Xiao was alone, and no one in the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army dared to approach. No, is this really my third brother? Ling Yun was shocked to the point of numbness in this series of reversals. However, Ling Xiao's domineering back with a gun immediately made Ling Yun feel extremely amazed. The unparalleled momentum in the world was like a god of war on the battlefield. In the battle of the main generals, Rong Yuqua completely fell behind. The morale of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army has also become unprecedentedly low. The encirclement has long been breached. The defenders of Yashui Pass were also quickly withdrawing. Ling Xiao was alone, intimidating in front of the formation and covering the others to evacuate. Because Ling Xiao knew that now was not the time to counterattack Xuanhuan, and he had to wait until the matter of the Goryeo Empire was resolved before any extra troops could be deployed. Now, as long as it is safe to defend Yashui City. Rong Yuqua could only watch the soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire, all evacuated, but there was no way. With his armor shattered, he couldn't go forward to fight at all. In the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army, there may be other masters. But even Rong Yuqua broke the halberd in Ling Xiao's hands, and the others were probably not Ling Xiao's enemies. What's more, in the army of Xuanhuan Empire, there is not no master class. Rong Yuqua, Commander, we will meet again. Ling Xiao waited for the last soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire to withdraw, left this sentence, and left. The speed of the white horse on the wind is not something that these ordinary war horses can catch up with. Not even a dragon-blooded BMW. I'm looking forward to that day. When the time comes, I'll get this account back from you. Rong Yuqua looked at Ling Xiao's back, gritted his teeth, and said in a stern tone. But Rong Yuqua knew in his heart that the breakout battle this time was a defeat for the Xingyao Empire. If it wasn't for their superiority in troops, I'm afraid Ling Xiao would have counterattacked. Retreat to Yashui Pass, no one is allowed to approach Yashui City without an order. Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City. Above the palace hall, the atmosphere is solemn. The matter of Yashui Pass is like a boulder, pressing on everyone's heart. Ling Ao sat on the imperial chair and threw the memorial in his hand on the aisle of the court. His eyes swept across the faces of every minister in the court. This time, who was leading the joint remonstrance? Ling Ao asked indifferently. A coercive voice resounded in the entire courtroom. The ministers bowed their heads in silence. You should be clear about the battle at Yashui Pass. Since you think Ling Shao can't do it, then it's up to you to choose a general, how about that? Seeing that the ministers were silent, Ling Ao continued to speak. The fact that Ling Shao only brought 10,000 cavalry to reinforce Yashui Pass made many ministers very dissatisfied. You must know that the Xingyao Empire has sent 600,000 troops here. What effect can a mere 10,000 cavalry do? It's just in front of Fire Emperor Ling Ao to say that his son is not. These ministers will not do such hateful things unless they have brain congestion on the spot. So there is this scene of joint remonstrance. Don't talk? Why don't you talk? Ling Ao leaned on the imperial chair, and the Fire Emperor's aura was naturally released. The ministers above the court were a little breathless. Your Majesty, I think that a mere 10,000 cavalry can't solve the urgent needs off Yashui Pass. I also ask your Majesty to send more troops. One of the ministers standing in the forefront, with this momentum, satyringly. Oh? Does I Ching have a suitable candidate to recommend? Ling Ao narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly. This kind of struggle for power and profit is commonplace in the courtroom. During this kind of war, it is the best time to compete for military merit. Naturally, these ministers also want to train some people and get some military merits, so that they can be qualified as princes and ministers. There is a person recommended by the minister, this person. Your Majesty, there is good news. Just when the minister's face was happy and he was about to talk freely, a sharp shout from outside the hall interrupted his words. Although the minister was not happy. But victory cannot be stopped. Just like on the street, blocking the horse of the victorious soldiers, that is to be trampled to death. Read it out. Ling Ao was a little surprised when he heard the good news. During this period of time, it has been a long time that there has been no happy news of good news. Yes, Your Majesty. After the servant who ran into the hall saluted, Hyun folded the letter in his hand. Huang personally opened. My son Ling Shao finally lived up to his mission and successfully helped the defenders of Yashui Pass to break through and recapture Yashui City. Now the western garrison is guarding Yashui City, which will definitely prevent the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Army from advancing half a step. Now the western border of the Yuanyuan Empire is safe, no need to worry. The good news is simple. But hearing it in the ears of the ministers in the hall made them pale ins hoc. Extreme shock appeared in their hearts. The third prince, who was completely disliked by them, actually successfully recaptured Yashui City, and also shut out the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army. And only with 10,000 cavalry. You must know that Yashuiguan is facing an army of 600,000 led by the famous general of the Xingyao Empire, the Dragon General and Knight Rong Yuqua. This is simply impossible. It happened that such an incredible thing appeared in front of their eyes. Good news cannot be faked. So they don't have to doubt the authenticity of the news at all. And the ministers who jointly gave the remonstrance lowered their heads and shivered as they stood there. Sure enough, good news, good. Ling Ao was overjoyed in his heart, and most of the haze that had always been there had been swept away. As expected of the person recommended by Dean Gu, how come I didn't realize that Shower still has such talent? Even if Ling Ao keeps Ling Shao idle, it doesn't mean that Ling Ao doesn't want Ling Shao to become a talent. Hearing the news now, Ling Ao was really happy for a while. Ai Ching, now, do you have anything to say? Ling Ao asked lazily, leaning on the imperial chair. Above the hall, there was no sound. Fire Emperor Ling Ao is clearly in a good mood now and does not intend to pursue those ministers who are vying for fame and fortune. Talking again at this time is tantamount to courting death. Since there is nothing to do, let's retreat. What? A pain, helplessness, anger, and a cry of unrequited love rang out in the trial space. Qila looked at the dozens of boxing test machines around him, and his mentality was about to explode. In this Grandmaster level trial, the numbers will no longer appear on the boxing test machine, but will be read out directly. And only read at once. Qi Lu must listen carefully, and remember the numbers read by each boxing test machine, and then use the required strength on the corresponding boxing test machine in order. And there's a time limit. This is a comprehensive training for reflexes, control, and concentration. Don't look at the rules are simple. But the number of times Qi Lu has been reborn in this trial space is more than the total number of rebirths in the previous 2 trials combined. 58, 967, 116, 35, 728, 22. Countless repetitions made Qi Lu feel a little numb. Extreme concentration and extreme control seemed to be instincts etched in his bones. The incredible reaction ability and speed made Qi Lu seem to have turned into a phantom, moving back and forth between dozens of boxing test machines. One by one the numbers were continuously read out, and then completed by Qi Lu. At this time a boxing test machine will not only read a number, but will continue to read numbers. Qi Lu had to run to the boxing test machine immediately and hit the boxing target with the strength required by the boxing test machine. 2726. Bam! Qi Lu punched out and knocked the target down. System, congratulations to the host, you have passed the master level trial space. To Qi Li's ears, this electronically synthesized sound with no emotion at all was as beautiful as the sound of nature. I finally passed. Qi Lu couldn't help screaming up to the sky, as if to shout out all the shadows in his heart. At the same time, a warm current also appeared in Qi Li's body, helping him to clean up the fatigue caused by the trial space. Afterwards, this warm current made Qi Li's strength rise steadily, breaking through the Grandmaster level bottleneck at level 60 without any hindrance, and then staying at level 70. This is the consistent style of the system. Qi Lu quietly felt the power in his body, and let out a long breath. This is the power that he has obtained in the trial space after suffering for a long time. The psychological shadow this time, I don't know how long it will take to be a nightmare, before it can be completely cleaned up. Qi Lu did not know. He only knew that when he passed the trial for the first time, he would always dream that the terrestrial immortal would slash him with a sword again, which was delayed for nearly half a month. The second time he passed the trial, he shouted, "Don't hit me with magic bullets," for another half month. This time, I'm afraid I'll dream of those punch test machines, or an explosion. System, congratulations to the host, the upgrade task has been completed. Don't say these are useless, just give me the reward. The system's congratulations did not make Qi Lu feel better. This impersonal task, as long as the task reward, there is still a little temperature. System, please wait a moment, the task reward is being calculated. System, according to the calculation, the task reward is as follows. System, the seal of the master has been issued, and the master level skill, God's perspective, has been loaded. God's perspective, it greatly enhances the perception and perception range, and after entering the battle, the perception and perception range will be further strengthened, and the perception can cover the entire battlefield without consumption until the end of the battle. Another passive skill. But there is no doubt that the skill of God's perspective, although it looks simple, in battle, it is not bad at all compared to the previous martial arts proficiency and magic proficiency. The real role of the God's perspective is the ability to control the battle situation. With no consumption of perception, every detail of the battle can be captured in the mind, and the battle can be completely controlled. Just like the name of this master-level skill, God's perspective. It really deserves to be a master-level skill, and it doesn't cost me the power control that I have practiced for so long. Qi Lu only felt comfortable physically and mentally. Complete control of one's own strength, coupled with complete control of the combat situation, is by no means a simple matter. The skill of God's perspective can be said to have more than doubled Qi Lu's combat power. System, the level of the store manager has been increased by 1 level, and the level of the trial room has been increased by 1 level. Now you can open the hero level trial space. System, the auxiliary functions of the test room have been upgraded. The production capacity of the 4th level test room, 10 warrior level trial crystals are produced every day, 1 professional level trial crystal is produced, and 1 master level trial crystal is produced every week, producing a hero level trial crystal every 2 months. Hearing this, Qilu was even happier. Unexpectedly, the auxiliary functions that have just been upgraded in the trial room have been upgraded again. And this time, the trial room can actually produce hero-level trial crystals. You must know that the value of the hero-level trial crystal is not comparable that of the master-level trial crystal. Master-level powerhouses, no matter which force they are in, can at least find a few. But the heroic powerhouse is not necessarily so. It can be said that as long as you have the heart, it is easy to find the Grandmaster level, but the hero level, you can't even ask for it. I didn't have time to ask before, system, whether this trial crystal is priced by you or me. Qilu suddenly thought of this question. Trial crystals have always been a good thing that has no market price. The first 3 trial crystals are not bad. Even if it is a master-level trial crystal, even if it is basically invisible in the market, it is not difficult for some major forces to get it after all. But the hero-level trial crystals, even those powerful sects and empires, will drop their stature and come over to compete. It's not an exaggeration to even fight for it. After all, each additional hero level is immeasurable for the improvement of the overall strength of a force. System, the host is a very good question. Since the host store manager level is insufficient, the pricing is still done by the system. Warrior level trial crystal, 500 spirit crystals. Vocational class trial crystal, 5,000 spirit crystals. Grandmaster level trial crystal, 50,000 spirit crystals. Hero level trial crystal, 500,000 spirit crystals. Very regular pricing. But it can be seen from this point that although the system is black-hearted, it will definitely not engage in the kind of businessman who can live with rare goods. If those businessmen possessed a heroic trial crystal, they should not use this to seek power and profit, and it would not be impossible for them to even be honored as a prince. Considering the problem of production capacity, in fact, you can't earn many spirit crystals. Forget it, system, there should be more than that. After Qilu thought about the production capacity problem, he didn't have the same excitement at the beginning, and asked a little less interested. System, the combat power improvement training room has been upgraded by 1 level, and the positions of the combat power improvement training room have been increased by 1,700. System, the pill egg pool, weapon egg pool, armor egg pool, and accessories egg pool have been expanded, and now more commodities can be drawn. I haven't complained about you for a long time, and the strong smell of garbage mobile games has come out again. Originally, Qilu was quite happy that the purchase channels had been expanded, but when he heard the last sentence of the system, his face immediately showed a look of crying and laughing. However, the system ignored Qilu's complaints and continued to issue quest rewards. System, the shattering boots of the store manager's suit have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. Hollow boots, the shoes in the store manager's suit, were forged with a lot of rare materials. It can greatly enhance the speed, and it has passive skills. For non-locking attacks, it has a 50% evasion rate. Moreover, it can break open the space at any time and travel through the void. This is also the origin of the name of the broken boots. Although the improvement in combat power is not large, it is undoubtedly an artifact-level equipment for chasing and running away. And the 50% dodge rate is simply stronger than the average artifact. Compared with the Keel armor, it is not inferior at all. It's another store manager suit. Sure enough, the rewards for leveling up quests will never let me down. Qilu looked at the skills attached to the broken boots and laughed involuntarily. According to past practice, the store manager suit should be the last reward. But Qilu was already satisfied. The only regret is probably that when I took the drink, I didn't get the happy water from the fat house. However, there is a transparent version of Sprite, a transparent version of the happy water of the fat house, and it is not impossible to replace it. System, new purchase channel, black market for special items, open. New purchase channel. Qilu originally thought that the store manager suit was the last reward, but didn't expect the system to give him a big surprise at the end. For Qilu, what is the most important thing about the store? It's the supply channel. With the quality of the products produced by the system, Qilu is not worried at all that no one will buy it. However, given the current situation of the store, the types and grades of the products are indeed a bit underwhelming. And the previous rank inheritance scroll purchase channel was limited to 1 draw per month. There is really no way to solve the problem of scarcity of goods. However, the name of this new purchase channel seems a bit strange. System, what kind of purchase channel is this black market for special items? Qilu asked the system, adhering to the fine virtue of asking if he didn't understand. System, the black market for special items, as the name suggests, the commodities that appear in this purchase channel are all special items and cannot be purchased in large quantities. System, the black market for special items can be refreshed once a day. The host can select the goods he wants to purchase, and the goods in this purchase channel can be priced by the host himself. After a detailed explanation of the system, Qilu also roughly understood what kind of purchase channel this black market for special items was. Just like the name of this inbound channel. Black market. The goods that appear in it are mixed, and whether you can encounter good things depends on Qilu's luck. However, compared to the egg pool, the black market for special items has a little advantage, that is, the commodities in the black market. The properties of the commodities are displayed first, and then Qilu judges whether the commodity is worth the price. This is used to decide whether to purchase or not. However, the downside is that the commodities in the black market of special items cannot be purchased in batches like the commodities in the egg pool. Sometimes artifacts are refreshed from the black market of special items, and even if Qilu is greedy, there is only this one. Want the second, it is almost impossible. I understand, there are pros and cons to each. Qilu nodded, suddenly remembered the level limit of the goods in the egg pool, and then asked aloud, System, is there a maximum level limit for the goods that appear in the black market of this special item? System, host, you are finally a little bit smarter. Thanks for the compliment, you'd better tell me which level the highest level limit is first. As soon as Qilu heard the tone of the system, he knew that this new purchase channel must have the highest level limit. System, commodities appearing in the black market of special items, the lowest level is ordinary level, and the highest level is epic level. Epic. When Qilu heard this word, he was first shocked, and then overjoyed. According to the previous speculation, the common level corresponds to the hero level. Excellent class corresponds to professional class. Rare level corresponds to grandmaster level. Then, the treasure level corresponds to the hero level. And this epic level, which is higher than the treasure level, corresponds to powerhouse level that is still unknown in this era. I have to say that this time the upgrade task, the rewards given, and the surprise brought to Qilu are really too big. However, according to the usual stingy character of the system, the chances of this epic item being refreshed may be extremely low. But it doesn't matter. At least in this black market of special items, there is at least a chance to refresh epic items. In the previous 4 egg pools, the highest level of goods was the rare level. Not even a treasure level commodity exists. System, do you still have the reward for this upgrade task? Qilu asked with anticipation. System, don't worry, host, this time there is really no more. Okay, actually I didn't expect that much. Qi Le mainly saw how many surprises the system gave him this time, so he asked it a question subconsciously. In fact, even without this new purchase channel, Qi Lu would not feel anything strange. After all, the time Qi Le spent in the master-level trial space, if it wasn't for the passage of time in the trial room, for him, the store manager, it would be locked. Maybe Qi Le came out of the trial room, and it was almost autumn outside. If it is said that the quest rewards are settled according to the speed at which Qi Le passed the Grandmaster level trial, then so many quest rewards are already considered excessive settlement. Open the Personal Properties panel. Host, Qi Lu. Manager level, level 5. Number of stores owned, 1. Purchasing channels, Pill Egg Pool, Common, Excellent, Weapon Egg Pool, Common, Excellent, Armor Egg Pool, Common, Excellent, Accessory Egg Pool, Excellent, Rank Inheritance Scroll, Black Market for Special Items. Owned Shop Buildings, Trial Room, Level 4, Combat Power Improvement Training Room, Level 3. Owned Shop Machines, Snack Vending Machine, Beverage Vending Machine, Pet Card Changing Machine. Store share increased to 30%. Evaluation, Junior Store Manager, a new store manager, although he has already left the category of novice, but he is still a long way from being on his own. The store is divided into 30%, which is great, and it has improved again. Although Qi Lu now has no shortage of spirit crystals, who would think too much money? Even if it was just put there, Qi Lu felt very happy watching the number of spirit crystals continue to rise. Okay, now that the rewards have been collected, let me see what is in the black market for this special item. Qi Lu rubbed his hands, and then opened the black market for special items. What appeared in Qi Li's mind was a not-so-big screen, which was neatly divided into 5 pieces. On each screen, a pattern of an item is displayed, and below the pattern is a brief introduction to the item and the price that has been purchased. Whitening toothpaste, ordinary daily necessities, brushing your teeth after getting up and eating, protecting your teeth, freshening your breath, and making your teeth look whiter again. Purchase price, 1 gold coin. When Qi Lu saw the first item, he was a little uneasy. Why is there such a thing as toothpaste in the black market of special items? Is toothpaste a special item? And what's the use of toothpaste alone? Should I brush my teeth with my fingers? Qi Lu, whose eyes twitched slightly, skipped the first item and looked at the second item. Whitening toothbrush set, ordinary daily necessities, soft bristles, oval brush head, non-slip handle, multi-angle cleaning, with whitening toothpaste, make your teeth white again. Purchase price, 1 gold coin. When Qi Lu saw the second item, he was stunned. This special black market sells not only toothpaste, but also toothbrushes? Could it be that the system heard my voice, so it refreshed the toothbrush together? Thinking of this, Qi Lu really felt a toothache. Forget it, just buy it and use it yourself. Qi Lu Chang endured the toothache and bought the whitening toothpaste and toothbrush. Then I looked at the third item, and at the same time prayed in my heart, never to put out such things as towels, bath towels, teacups, wash basins, and the like. Random teleportation talisman, high-quality talisman paper, after use, randomly teleports the user to any place within a radius of 100 kilometers. Purchase price, a spirit crystal. Invisibility talisman, high-quality talisman paper, after use, hides the user's figure and breath for 10 minutes, and cannot attack during the invisibility period. Purchase price, a spirit crystal. These 2 items are quite satisfactory. Although they are disposable items, they are still useful. And it's not too expensive either. So Qi Lu bought it without hesitation. The last item. This is the first time I have entered the black market for special items. I hope you won't let me down. Qi Lu took a deep breath, prayed silently in his heart, and then looked at the last piece of the screen. What appeared on the screen was a blue fruit with a spiral pattern. It looks quite familiar. Frozen fruit, system improvement version, treasure level special items, items from other planes, after eating, will gain the power of ice element, which perfectly fits with ice element, and can elementalize the body. Purchase price, 20,000 spirit crystals. The last item came into view, and Qi Lu was once again dumbfounded. For a moment, Qi Lu wondered if he had crossed the wrong world. Ice, frozen fruit, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the system? Qi leaped in disbelief. Why do things that do not belong to this world also appear in products? This black market for special items is indeed a black market, and the way is wild. System, the host doesn't need to worry, all the commodities that appear in the system are all items that have been improved by the system and conform to the rules of this plane. That's fine. Qi Lu certainly believed what the system said. However, in the black market of special items, it is inevitable that something like this should appear on a plane where some pirates are rampant suddenly appears. The power of the frozen fruit, Qi Lu knew all too well. And after the improvement of the system, the fear of seawater defects seems to have been eliminated. Although the frozen fruit, as the system said, conforms to the rules of this plane, but in fact, it is still a power independent of fighting spirit and magic. In other words, it is a power that is very close to ice element magic. But being able to make the body elemental is definitely not something that magic can do. I have to say that when the system took action, it was really shocking. The only luck is that only Qi Lu knows the source of the frozen fruit, otherwise it is really difficult to explain. But simply explaining the effect of frozen fruit, for people on this plane, as long as it is a brand new ice element magic, it can be well accepted. 20,000 spirit crystals, buying frozen fruits is a good deal. Qi Lu didn't think about it for long, and decided to buy this treasure level item. Even if you can't sell it in the end and keep it for yourself, it won't be a loss. And most importantly, the system will only charge the purchase price for the special items in the black market. As for how many spirit crystals can be sold, the system does not care. Whether it is a loss or a gain, it all depends on Qi Li's own ability. The purchase price of treasure level goods is only 20,000 spirit crystals. I don't know how high the purchase price of epic level goods will be. After Qi Lu bought the frozen fruit, he couldn't help but sigh. The black market for special items can only be refreshed once a day. If you want to see new items, you can only wait for tomorrow. Qi Lu also did not do much nostalgia. Because Qi Lu discovered one thing, even if epic level commodities were refreshed in the black market of special items, he might not be able to afford them. Drink some milk and go to bed. Qi Lu took out the frozen fruit and observed it carefully. Without thinking about it, he walked towards the newly placed beverage vending machine in the store. Although Sprite is good, it is not suitable for drinking in the middle of the night. What's more, pure milk also has the effect of helping sleep. The pure milk in the beverage vending machine is packaged in a very delicate glass bottle with a metal lid. With a capacity of 500 milliliters, a bottle of 20 spirit crystals is actually sold. I have to say that the system is really black-hearted when it comes to the price of beverages. Crack! With a light sound, Qi Lu unscrewed the bottle cap. A strong and mellow milk fragrance wafted out from the glass bottle. I have to say that although the price is very black, the mellow fragrance is almost worth the price. The fragrance is mellow, but not greasy, and the taste is strong at the same time, but it can also achieve clear layers. A bottle of 20 spirit crystals is really not a loss. After Qi Lu took a sip of pure milk, he could clearly feel the thick milk fragrance reverberating in his mouth. Although pure milk does not have the sweetness of ordinary milk, the extremely rich and mellow aroma is a wonderful flavor. Comfortable. When Qi Lu was sighing, a young voice suddenly came from behind. Qi Lu, what are you drinking? I want to drink too. Xuanhuan ran over from the sofa in the booth at some point, squatted on the counter, and meowed at Qi Lu. Since Qilu opened Yu Shuangshu's clerk authority, allowing him to play freely in the New World mode, staying up late has become a common occurrence for Yu Shuangshu. The mellow aroma of pure milk and the energy contained in the fragrance are hugely attractive to foodies like the devouring cat. No. Qilu glanced at Yu Xuanhua and refused, without hesitation. Why? You got up in the middle of the night to eat, and you didn't give it tone. You bullied my poor kitty again. Yu Xuanhua was furious when she heard that Qilu rejected it without hesitation. Just because you're a kitten, I can't give you a drink. Qilu took the last sip of pure milk, burped, and then threw the glass bottle into the trash can next to the beverage vending machine. What did you say? Yu Shuangshu stared, looking particularly cute on its face. Before Qilu came to this world, he especially hoped that he could have a cat. For these little knowledge, naturally also very clear. Milk contains lactose, and cats lack the lactase decomposing enzymes that humans have. As a result, after the cat drinks milk, it cannot fully digest lactose, resulting in lactose intolerance and diarrhea. At the same time, because milk protein is a large molecule, it is not conducive to the absorption of the cat's stomach. Although Qilu doesn't know whether this kind of scientific knowledge is effective in this world of grudge and magic, this does not prevent Qilu from saving a bottle of pure milk. Cats can't drink milk, so accept your fate. Qilu patted Yu Xuanhua shed, then walked to the second floor, without looking back. Damn, Qilu, you are bullying another cute kitten. Yu Shuangshu shouted in exasperation. Silent all night. The next day, Qilu got up early in the morning, and then opened up a new behind-the-shelf area for special items from the black market. The products in this area will not be divided by the system. Therefore, the price given by Qilu is also very arbitrary. And it is marked on the shelves in this area. The goods on this shelf are not in stock, first come first served. The rune paper bought with 1 spirit crystal is sold as 2 spirit crystals. As for the strange-looking frozen fruit, Qilu put it on the shelf and marked 50,000 spirit crystals. Treasures are worth the price. And if there is no accident, it should be impossible for a second frozen fruit to appear, so even if the price is a little higher, Qilu thinks there is no problem. Then there is the standing card in front of the pet card swapping machine. It should be publicized, and it should be publicized. This time, Qilu asked the system to replace the standing card with the picture of the confrontation between the Death Knight and the Flying Dragon. The Death Knight riding on a bone horse, covered in black aura, held the reins tightly in one hand and the knight's spear in the other, looking up at the sky. The gust of wind and flying dragon above the sky spread its wings and soared, but the fierce beast pupils were staring at the Death Knight below. The composition of the stand is not complicated. But the sense of oppression displayed by the Death Knight and the Wind Dragonis particularly strong. Undead pets, and pets with dragon bloodline, have their strengths in releasing coercion and captivating souls. After being deliberately designed and set off, this coercion is even more intense. Okay, that's it. Qilu looked at the propaganda sign produced by the system after his guidance, and nodded with satisfaction. Store manager, wow, what is that? Yu Shi'er came out of the stairs, and was immediately taken aback by the newly placed sign. The new pet card, Blast Flying Dragon, R-rank pet card, with dragon blood. If someone asks you to say so, there is no need to introduce too much. Qilek knows that as long as there are enough attractive places, there will be a lot of them people come to smoke. A pet with dragon blood is something everyone wants to have. Okay, store manager. Yu Shi'er nodded, looking longingly at the hurricane flying dragon on the card. By the way, there's that one, which is also a new product. Qilu pointed to the beverage vending machine again. Is it the new snack? Yu Shi'er looked at the beverage vending machine that looked almost exactly like a snack vending machine. Except for the icon on the outside, and the price under the icon. No, this time it's a drink. Sheila told Yusier the effects of pure milk and Sprite, and then gave her a bottle of pure milk and a bacon sandwich. Pure milk and bacon sandwiches are standard for breakfast. Tempering physique and physique together is more effective. Good mellow taste, drink well. Yu Shi'er opened the glass bottle and took a small sip of pure milk. Good mellow taste, drink well. Yu Shi'er opened the glass bottle and took a small sip of pure milk. Immediately, I felt an extreme mellow beauty. Even if I swallowed pure milk, my lips and teeth would still be fragrant. Well, this mellow and sweet fragrance, just smelling it, makes people's index fingers move. Manager, do you have any new delicacies here? The mellow fragrance of pure milk permeated the store. After Han Ming, who pushed in the door, smelled it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hello, welcome. Yu Shi'er quickly wiped the pure milk on her lips and greeted her. Good morning, Shi'er, you should know what this smell is, tell me quickly. Han Ming followed the scent of milk, came to the counter, and asked excitedly. The snacks in the Chila store are really delicious. It can even be said that no matter how much you eat, you will not get tired of it. However, no matter how delicious it is, there are only 4 kinds of snacks in the snack vending machine. If you eat these snacks all the time, you will inevitably want to change the taste. It's a new product. There are only 2 drinks in the beverage vending machine over there. For the time being, there are only 2 drinks, pure milk and Sprite. Yu Shi'er introduced with a smile. Drinks? When Han Ming heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and then walked over immediately. This is not unusual for the world's beverages, but they are basically divided into alcohol, fruit juice, and various types of milk. There is no such thing as a soda drink here. After all, you can't expect a world of grudges and magic to understand such a thing as carbon dioxide. Although Han Ming doesn't know why good milk has to add the word pure in front of it, the essence of this thing is still milk. So Han Ming decided to try Sprite, a drink he had never seen before. It's a little cold. Taking out the Sprite in the glass bottle from the outlet of the beverage vending machine, Han Ming could feel the coolness of the liquid inside, similar to clear water, through the glass bottle. Han Ming opened the bottle cap and poured a mouthful of Sprite into his mouth in the spirit of tasting. The excitement of the soda drink immediately exploded in Han Ming's mouth. There was an indescribable sweetness and coolness that flowed down Han Ming's throat, into his stomach, and then began to spread throughout his body. Cool. After taking a mouthful of Sprite, Han Ming couldn't help shouting. It tastes so much better than rum. And after drinking it, the whole body is comfortable, and there is no feeling of drunkenness after drinking it all. Mr. Chi, you are a genius when it comes to making food, but I didn't expect you to be a genius when it comes to brewing drinks. Han Ming exhaled a long breath. That kind of feeling of cooling through the heart and flying in the heart is really cool. I've won the prize. Sheila replied with a blank face. These snacks and drinks are not made by themselves, they are all made by the system. That's why Qilu was too lazy to recognize this honor. However, Han Ming didn't know about the system, so in his opinion, it wasn't like that at all. Even if the store manager has achieved such high achievements, he still doesn't feel that there is anything to be proud of. It really is the demeanor of a master, and Han Ming is ashamed. After Han Ming sighed, he poured another mouthful of Sprite. It's really delicious, store manager. I don't know if this drink can be brought back to Zuyunlu so that my father can taste it. Han Ming asked very politely. The rules of the shop. System, Sprite can be taken out of the store. Qi Lu, who was interrupted by the system halfway through his speech, slapped his mouth twice, and then continued, the store's rule is that you can only buy 1 bottle a day, but Sprite can take it out. Many thanks to the store manager. Han Ming thanked very happily. At the same time, I sighed in my heart that Manager Qi was really too arrogant, and he would not hide anything like this secret recipe at all. In all fairness, if Zhu Yunlu has obtained the secret recipe for food or drinks, it is absolutely impossible for its business opponents to inquire about it. Qi Lu pouted, knowing exactly what Han Ming wanted to do. I just want to bring Sprite back to Zuiyun Tower, and then study to see if I can make it myself. To be honest, if Zhu Yunlu really has this ability, and can study the things produced by the system, then they are also capable. System, why can only Sprite be taken out of the store? Qi Lu ignored Han Ming, but asked in his mind, with a bit of confusion. System, what's the use of being immune to fire damage if you don't take it out of the store? Asked back by the system, Qi Lu was at a loss for words. Also, if Sprite can't be taken out of the store, the effect of being completely immune to fire damage in a short period of time is not just a decoration. Boss, what is that? Tiger Hunt, who pushed the door into the store, was immediately attracted by Death Knight's stand against the Wind and Dragon. Flying Dragon, a new R-rank pet card with dragon bloodline. She are introduced to Tiger Hunt before Qi Lu. Also, after you draw the Flying Wind Dragon, you are not allowed to summon it in the store. Qi Lu added after him. If the Gust of Wind Flying Dragon with a wingspan of tens of meters were summoned in the store, I don't know how many things would be knocked down. Dragon blood. Hu Shou heard this word and touched his purse subconsciously. How difficult it is to draw R-rank pet cards can be seen from the previous time when the Death Knight was drawn. At least Tiger Hunt has yet to draw a Death Knight. But at that time, Tiger Hunt was not too keen on Death Knights. After all, Death Knights are undead pets, and they don't match up with Tiger Hunt's Berserker class. But Flying Dragon is different. It just looks fierce and violent, and it also has the blood of the dragon family, which is very similar to the Berserker class. No matter how much I spend, I will keep one. Hu Shou finally didn't control his hand, and directly poured all the spirit crystals in the purse into the pet card swap machine. I also think that no matter how many spirit crystals are spent, one must be raised. Hu Shou suddenly heard a very agreeable voice coming from behind him, turned his head and found that it was a blood wolf with a purse and an excited face. When did you come? Just now, when the boss said about the blood of the dragon family. The blood wolf clenched the purse tightly and said with his eyes shining, Come on, I also plan to raise one, this is a flying dragon. Even if it is not awakened, it is only the initial attribute, and the R-rank pet card, the wind and flying dragon is not weak at all. After all, the dragon bloodline and body shape are there. The trend of raising a flying dragon quickly spread to the students of the Brilliant Academy and the city guards led by Qin Shi. Especially after Tiger Hunt, who was the first to draw Galewind Dragon, summoned Galewind Dragon in the Cloud Forest. Especially after Tiger Hunt, who was the first to draw Galewind Dragon, summoned Galewind Dragon in the Cloud Forest. That huge and swift figure, and the vaguely exuding dragon power, made other people who had not yet drawn the rushing dragon go crazy. This is a flying dragon. Then on the second day, Tiger Hunt brought 2 new customers to the store. Are you avoiding us on purpose? If it weren't for the big movement in the Cloud Forest yesterday, we wouldn't be able to find you. Hua Ruoyu complained beside her. Ruoyu, don't say it, Brother Hu Shou definitely didn't do it on purpose. Hua Manqiu had to come out to smooth things out. It's really my fault this time. I originally planned to bring you here, but after I came back, there were so many good things in the store that I forgot all of a sudden. Hu Shou waved his hand and didn't mind Hua Ruoyu's complaint. The Amity Rain Mercenary Squad, the mercenary squad that participated in the escort mission with Hu Shou last time. After the escort mission arrived at Yantan City, several people parted ways. Tiger Hunter did not expect that the Amity mercenary team would return to Yunwu City so quickly. And when he summoned the Hurricane Flying Dragon yesterday, he was attracted by the huge movement. After Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu learned that Hu Shou had been successfully promoted to the master level, the relationship between the three of them also became harmonious. After all, only at the same level can there be equal right to dialogue. Is this the small store you mentioned? It's so big. After Hua Ruoyu entered the store, she kept looking around, looking at the environment of the store. Hua Manqiu also looked astonished. After such a long expansion, Qi Li's current store can only be imaged with luxury. Although the exterior of the store does not seem to have changed, as long as you enter the store, no one is not amazed. This one is the owner of this shop, and this one is the clerk Yu Shi'er. Tiger Hunt introduced Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu. Hello, just call me Shi'er. Yu Shi'er greeted with a smile. Hello, what do you need to see for yourself? If you are not sure, you can ask me or Shi'er. Qi Li greeted lightly, without the slightest intention of getting up and entertaining. Don't mind, the boss has always been like this. In fact, others are very good. Hu Shou laughed. Hu Shou, the decoration and space-folding magic of this store are truly amazing, but did the person you introduce make a mistake? Hua Manqiu pulled Hu Shou aside and asked in a low voice. How do you say that? Tiger Hunt was a little confused. The boss is an ordinary person, and the clerk is only a hero-level pinnacle. Can he really defend this store? Hua Ruoyu also asked. Ordinary people? Hu Shou looked back at Qi Lu. Indeed, the way Qi Lu is now leaning on the sofa can't show any imposing manner, and he looks like an ordinary person. This is also the reason why customers who come to the store respect Qi Lu, Butari not afraid of Qi Lu. It's not really your fault, the boss has always been like this. However, you should know that a bone dragon came to Yunwu City not long ago. Hu Shou scratched the back of his head and suddenly changed the subject. Although Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu didn't know why Hu Shou changed the subject, they still nodded. I know, and I heard that the bone dragon seems to be beheaded by an unknown powerhouse outside Yunwu City. Hua Ruoyu added. What unknown powerhouse? That's what the boss did. Hu Shou spread his hands and said seriously. What did you say? Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu looked at Hu Shou in astonishment, and their eyes perfectly expressed the emotion of Are you still awake? I know you may not believe it, but just don't mess with the boss. Hushu patted the two on the shoulders. Don't worry, we're not people who like to cause trouble. Hua Manqiu nodded. After all, being able to guard such a large store by himself, even if he has no strength, the power behind him cannot be underestimated. Hu Shou, you said before that your flying dragon was sold to you by this shop, but I didn't see where the flying dragon was. Hua Ruoyu nodded and asked, pointing to the propaganda sign of the pet card swap machine. Pet card. Ding dong, ding dong. The Xiaofeng Guild is asking for communication, do you want to join? Just as Hu Shou was about to introduce, the membership card in his pocket began to ring. Wait a minute, someone is looking for me. Hu Shou took out the membership card, and then shouted to Yu Shi'er while connecting, Shi'er, help introduce the pet card, and the membership card. Seeing the eyes of Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu, Hu Shou added another sentence at end. Membership card connected. It was Ling Zhao's request for communication. Ling Zhao, haven't you returned to the Huangyuan Empire Imperial City? Why do you have time to come to me? Hu Shou looked at the image on the membership card and laughed and teased. I'm not in the Imperial City now, I'm in Yashui City. Ling Zhao said helplessly. Yashui City? What are you doing there? Go sightseeing? Hu Shou certainly knew where Yashui City was. The western border of the Huangyuan Empire, and Yunwu City is the eastern boundary of the Huangyuan Empire. It's just that there is Yashui Pass outside Yashui City, and there is only Yunwu Forest outside Yunwu City. What is it? I'm here to fight. Ling Zhao waved his hand, and then briefly explained the matter of Yashui Pass. So, are you planning to counterattack Yashui Pass and take it back? Hushu heard what Ling Zhao meant. Yes, although I have already told the fourth brother, I still lack a lot of weapons, armors, and medicinal pills. If possible, I would like to ask you to help transport a batch over here. Ling Xiao nodded. Say what you mean. Isn't it better for you to find a blood wolf for this matter? I can't make much luck alone. Hu Shou did not refuse, but it was not easy to agree directly. Because he didn't want to miss Ling Xiao's matter. I'm on the guild channel, and the blood wolf should be there. Ling Xiao said. Yes, I am here. As soon as the voice fell, a smaller window appeared in the upper right corner off the membership card, and the appearance of a blood wolf appeared in it. This is the overall communication between the Xiaofeng Guild and the Blood Wolf Guild. How about it, Blood Wolf, Tiger Hunt, and Ling Jing, please help me first, and I'll give it to you when I come over. Ling Zhao's expression was rather tired. I'm fine. Hu Shou happily agreed. After all, Tiger Hunt is a loner, as long as you make up your mind for yourself. I have no problem, but I have so many brothers here. Ling Xiao, you have to pay some appearance fees. Xuanhuan decided to give some benefits to the brothers after talking about it. If you are not at home, you do not know that diesel, rice, oil, and salt are expensive. As the captain of the Blood Wolf, he still needs to think about the rest of the mercenary squad. As long as you can come, the appearance fee will definitely not be small anyway. It will be included in the military expenses. Ling Zhao's mood has improved a lot at this time, and he also joked. Okay, give me the order, it should be delivered within 3 days. At the end of the Blood Wolf, as if remembering something, he suddenly said mysteriously, at that time, we can give you a surprise. Then I'll keep looking forward to it. Ling Xiao sent the list to the communication system, and then hung up the communication. I really need a lot. Do we have enough bronze storage rings? Blood Wolf asked as he ordered the list. It shouldn't be a problem. This fellow Ling Xiao asked for 30,000 people's equipment and medicinal pills in one go. I think what we should consider now is whether we have enough spirit crystals. Hu Shou touched the purse. The spirit crystals they spent these days in order to smoke the rushing wind and flying dragons are really like splashing water. Indeed, it's really a headache. Blood Wolf scratched his head, then called to Qi Lu, boss. Don't shout, no discount, no credit, once sold, it will not be returned. Qi Lu answered very skillfully, sitting in the booth, without even turning his head. Tisk. The Blood Wolf grinned and said, the boss is good at everything, but this isn't enough. Yashui City. Ling Xiao ended the communication, got up, walked out of his tent, and came to Ling Yan's tent. Fourth brother. Third brother. Ling Yan looked up at Ling Xiao, then got up and welcomed Ling Xiao in. Fourth brother, how many people are there? Ling Xiao asked, straight to the point. In the early 100,000s, it's not much. Ling Yan also settled down with Ling Xiao, simply. At this time, if the two coaches dared to conceal information from each other, it was definitely because they didn't die fast enough. In the early 100,000s, I only have more than 8,000 people here, let's say it's 110,000. Ling Xiao nodded and counted it in his heart. In the breakout battle before. Because Ling Xiao was entangled by Rong Yuqua, the skills in the wind-treading domain temporarily lost their effect. Even if the 500 Ling Xiao's personal guards were personally led by him, the 10,000 cavalry had never been trained in the Qila shop, so it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Fortunately, Ling Xiao finally got the recognition of Wu Shuang's spear soul and obtained the complete power of inheritance. Otherwise, after the body of the enhanced evil spirit burns out the blood in Ling Zhao's body, none of the Yashuiguan garrison surrounded by the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army, plus the 10,000 cavalry, can escape. The defenders of Yashui Pass suffered more serious casualties in the breakout battle. Originally, there were nearly 200,000 troops, but now there are more than 100,000 troops left. Is there any news for the scouts to come back? At Yashui Pass, how many troops does the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force have? Ling Xiao then asked. It's about 250,000, but it's just a lot. The scouts said that some of the troops are too hidden, so it's difficult to detect. Ling Yun replied. 25,000? Ling Xiao rubbed his chin. When it comes to scouts, they are still stationed in Yashui City and Yashui Pass all year round, and the scouts in the western garrison who are familiar with the terrain are even better. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not ask his personal guards to investigate the situation. However, the troops detected by the scouts, generally speaking, are approximate numbers. Because no one would put all their forces under the eyes of the enemy, wouldn't that be courting death by themselves? However, even if it is only an approximate number, it is still more than double the remaining troops on their side. Third brother, do you really want to counterattack Yashui Pass? Ling Yin asked with a solemn expression. This is a very serious question. If they choose to garrison Yashui City, with the current strength of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force, they would never dare to attack it. Because Yashui City is not Yashui Pass, even if the city is besieged, they still have enough food and grass supplies to consume the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire to send troops for reinforcements. But after all, this is a choice that does not seek merit, but seeks no fault. Because Ling Yun really lost Yashui Pass. Ling Xiao regained Yashui Pass and made up for it the most. It was Ling Yun's fault, not Ling Xiao's own fault. Don't you want to take back what you lost? Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Ling Yun. Of course I want to, but I'm more afraid of losing what's left now. Ling Yun sighed and looked in the direction of Yashui Pass. With their current strength, it is easier said than done to retake Yashui Pass. In the battle of siege, the siege side has always had several times the strength of the defending side to be qualified to talk about forcibly sieging city. Otherwise, they can only trap the defenders in the city. Now Ling Xiao wants to use 110,000 troops to capture Yashui Pass, which is guarded by 250,000 troops. This is no longer a question of self-confidence or conceit. In case the remaining force is still damaged at Yashui Pass. Even Yashui City had to be handed over to the expeditionary army of the Xingyao Empire. I know what you are worried about, and I agree with your thoughts. Ling Xiao naturally understood what Ling Yun was worried about. That's something you have to consider as a manager. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. When it comes to the issue of the borders of the Huangyuan Empire, it should not allow an inch of land. However, Yashui Pass should not be let out. Ling Xiao changed his words. Of course I know, but this is the end of the matter, what's the use of talking about it? When I return to the imperial city in the future, it will be who will be punished by the emperor. Why do you still do such a thankless thing? Ling Yun persuaded. This is not because Ling Yun lacks courage. But this kind of war that anyone with discerning eyes can see will be defeated, there is no need to fight at all. Well, you can give me 20,000 troops, plus the cavalry I lead as an advance force. If things don't work, I believe you will lead the remaining troops to defend Yashui City. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and then proposed. Third brother, there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices at this time. Ling Yun said angrily. It is already a daydream to fight Yashuiguan with 110,000 troops. It's not even a dream to use 30,000 troops as an advance force to attack Yashui Pass. Whether it's a pointless sacrifice is not up to you, you can give or not give the 20,000 troops. Ling Xiao looked directly into Ling Yan's eyes and asked with a serious face. Ling Yan also looked straight back without dodging. But in the end it was defeated. I give. After Ling Yun said these words, he sat down on the chair as if he had been exhausted. Judging from Ling Xiao's response to his breakout, the 20,000 troops could be allocated to Ling Xiao without any problem. However, to let Ling Yun watch Ling Xiao go to his death was a bit unbearable. Okay, the 20,000 troops, I hope they can be transferred to my camp tomorrow morning. Ling Xiao's face was obviously a lot easier. Don't worry, I'll be there tomorrow morning at the latest. It's just that, third brother, I persuade you for the last time. This kind of behavior that you know is to die is meaningless. Ling Yun said slowly. In my heart, I still don't like Ling Xiao's actions. You just need to send people over. The next thing is to fight or defend, you can do it. Ling Xiao waved his hand, seeing that the purpose of this trip was achieved, he said goodbye. And in Yunwu City, in the Qile shop, Xuanhuan and Tiger Hunt went through a lot of hardships, turned around, and borrowed a lot of spirit crystals from Han Ming, only to collect 30,000 sets of equipment. After all, they are only mercenaries, and their financial resources are still a lot worse than Han Ming, the young master of Ziyunlu. Brother Han Ming, don't worry, we will return this spirit crystal to you as soon as we come back. Before the blood wolf left the city, he patted Han Ming on the shoulder and assured him. It's fine if you can, don't worry. Han Ming waved his hand and said that he was not in a hurry to spend money recently. I said why they bought so many weapons and armors in one go. Did something happen to Ling Xiao? Qi Lu occasionally went to the guild's communication system to take a look. After knowing what happened at Yashui Pass, I can only sigh. War is really a matter of burning money, and these hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals are spent as much as they are spent. It is estimated that Ling Xiao also knows about the tight military expenses. The annual military budget allocated by Yashui Pass is an astronomical figure. If every soldier in the Western Frontier garrison was equipped with a set of ordinary equipment, plus the life-saving medicinal pills, millions of spirit crystals would be easily spent. If you still want to equip some elites with high-quality equipment, then tens of millions of spirit crystals will be gone. And this is an uncapped overhead. After all, there are rare grades above the excellent grades. What's more, there are no accessories included in the equipment that the soldiers are not equipped with. Wanting to allocate millions or even tens of millions of spiritual crystals out of the military budget that was not so generous in the first place was simply a dream. Even if they killed the Minister of Household and Minister of War in the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city, they would not be able to take out so many spirit crystals. Therefore, Ling Xiao was full of plans, and only needed 30,000 sets of equipment, plus the supporting medicinal pills. It is estimated that after Ling Xiao returned to the imperial city, he would have to find someone from the household department for a long time to get them. Qi Lu guessed maliciously in his heart. Glancing at the pet card swap machine, Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu, the two brothers and sisters happily wearing spirit crystals, and there were many people waiting in the back. Qi Lu shrugged and went to get a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of Sprite on his own. The store is still as lively as ever. Not long ago, Wang Yu, the first genius of Pinnacle Academy, went back from Qile's store to participate in the academy assessment, and he really amazed many people. Especially the tutors who were assessing Wang Yu. Everyone was stunned by Wang Yu's fighting skills. It made Wang Yu's reputation as the first genius shine once again. Even in the limelight, it faintly overshadowed Wang Yu's previous loss in the college competition. Because of this incident, many rich and free students in the Peak Academy, who are not far away, came to Yunwu City after climbing mountains and waters, just to see where Wang Yu was training himself. After all, the Peak Academy is not within the territory of the Huanyuan Empire. Compared with the students of the Brilliant Academy, if the students of the Peak Academy have no money or time, they will not think of coming to Yunwu City at all. And now, the group of students at the Peak Academy spend most of their time in front of the pet card swap machine. And all day long in the trading system of the New World mode, looking for suitable skill books for their favorite pets. After all, these students are the group of people who do not lack spirit crystals. It made Qi Li's daily income a lot higher. Especially after the completion of this upgrade task, the location of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room was expanded to 2,000. Let those who usually have to wait for a place hard, or even have a chance to hang up in the New World mode all day long because they are a little late and can't even grab a place. Sheila drank Sprite while eating instant noodles. Looking at the thriving scene in the store, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Sprite is really delicious. Big brother, big brother." Just as Chi Lu was reminiscing about the long sweetness of Sprite and was about to take another sip, Lan Zier pushed open the store door and rushed towards him. "Be careful." Chi Lu immediately raised the instant noodle bucket in his hand, and hugged Lan Zier with the other hand. "If the noodle soup is overturned, it is not a good thing." "Zier, what's wrong? What's so happy about it?" Chi Lu put Lan Zier on the sofa beside him and asked, slowly. "Big brother, look." Lan Zier looked at Chi Lu and said excitedly. Before he finished speaking, a little bit of fluorescence emerged from Lan Zier's eyebrows, instantly turning into a naive little dragon. The appearance of this little giant dragon is like a miniature version of the previous skull dragon before it was alive. The slender figure looks very elegant while being cute. This is Xing Lian? Chi Lu looked at the little dragon that seemed to be gathered from stars, and asked, a little stunned. Lan Zier nodded vigorously. "I'm just like Zier, call you big brother, thank you for saving me." Xing Lian bowed her head to Chi Lu in the air, expressing her gratitude. "You're welcome, you should thank your father," Chi Lu said politely. Xing Lian's current state is obviously still the dragon soul state. It's just that relying on the double soul contract, he can move freely like Lan Zier. "I know very well about my father and my mother, but big brother, you are Alchemy savior." When it came to the matter of the princess of the Huang Empire and the prince of the Dragon Clan, Xing Lian's mood was obviously lowered. "Okay, not to mention these unhappy things, how are you recovering now?" Chi lisped with concern. "Thanks to the big brother, Xing Lian has recovered very well and is no longer weak." Xing Lian replied very appropriately. Probably because her mother was a princess. "You don't have to be so polite with me, but I still want to ask, do you usually need food?" Chi Lu asked, curiously. "Dragons also need food. Cultivation is not immortality, and fighting spirit and magic cannot be eaten as food. It's just a legendary thing to eat and drink, even those powerful people or monsters, at most, have a stronger ability to starve. When the energy in the body is exhausted, the person who should starve to death will starve to death. The only difference is probably that the stronger the strength, the more majestic the fighting chi or magic power in the body, and the longer it can last." However, Chi Lu didn't know whether this was the same for Xing Lian in the state of Dragon Soul. "Big brother, Lianer can't eat, he can only eat things like magic cores." Lan Zier answered Chi Li's question before Xing Lian. This also confirmed Chi Li's conjecture. Sure enough, in the state of the soul, it can only absorb energy polymers as food. In fact, this energy polymer, not only the magic core, such as the spirit crystal, the trial crystal, or the alchemy potion and the medicinal pills in the Chi Lu store, are actually energy polymers. It's just that the energy extraction rate of the spirit crystal is too low. After all, not everyone has the incredible and powerful means of the system, which can utilize the energy in the spirit crystal without damage. So relatively speaking, the common thing like the magic nucleus has become Phoebe's choice. In the same way, after absorbing a large number of magic cores, Xing Lian's strength will also be improved. So there is no waste. So that's the case. Originally, I wanted to invite Xing Lian to drink a bottle of pure milk, as a celebration of Xing Lian's recovery. Chi Lu pretended to be regretful. Anyway, it doesn't cost money. "Big brother, what is this? It seems to be delicious." Xing Lian didn't care about Chi Li's words, and instead flew to the mouth of the glass bottle containing Sprite with a look of interest. "Shui, soda drink, do you want to try it?" Qi shook the glass bottle, and there was not much liquid left in it. "Is it really okay, thank you big brother?" Xinglian nodded, then took the glass bottle in Qi hand. When the soul body is solidified, it can also touch the real thing. It's just that the soul body that is strong enough to solidify will also weaken rapidly if you don't find a body to attach to in time. Until it dissipates. It just takes a little longer to dissipate. Ton. Xinglian put the mouth of the bottle into his mouth without hesitation, and then drank the liquid inside. Through the almost transparent dragon soul, Qi could clearly see that after Xinglian drank Sprite, it was quickly decomposed into waves of energy, and then poured into the soul body. "It's delicious, thank you big brother." Xinglian thanked Qi incessantly, and his eyes drifted to the glass bottle line his small paws from time to time. This time, Qi was stunned. When in the state of soul, can also have a sense of taste. "System, do you understand? Can you explain it to me?" Qi asked, in his mind. "System, stupid host, the drink produced by the system is pure energy, and that deliciousness in it can be felt by the soul, which is also a matter of course. The system is indeed the system. Although the tone is not very good, it is really powerful. I really didn't expect that the drink would be pure energy." Qi understood now. Why are beverages more expensive than snacks? According to the system, drinks are considered pure energy, and snacks should be considered pure energy mixed with impurities. What a pity, Xinglian can indeed drink drinks, but it seems that he can't eat snacks. "Store manager, did you give Xinglian to Zier?" Lan Yi, who followed into the store behind, asked about this first sentence. "Strictly speaking, this was not given by me, but Xinglian's own choice," Qi said sternly. "Sorry, store manager, that's not what I meant. In fact, Xinglian is one of us now. We all like her very much." Lan Yi knew that her tone might be a little wrong, so she said quickly. "Apologize. It's okay, I also like Xinglian." Qi waved his hand. With his nature, he would naturally not care about such trivial matters. He just doesn't like people treating Xinglian as an object. "By the way, the store manager, when we came over before, we saw the blood wolves and the others riding out of the city on the wind and flying dragons. Did something happen?" The relationship between Lan Yi and Xuanhuan is not bad, so I asked a question out of curiosity. "It's nothing, I just took a mission and sent something," Qi said lightly. "Right now. System, the number of players in the New World mode has reached the 25th level limit, more than 2,000 people, the third large map has been updated, is it open?" Qi was stunned. "Store manager, what's wrong?" Lan Yi asked quickly when he noticed Qi's expression was different. "It's okay, the third big map of the New World mode is about to appear." Qi answered Lan Yi's question truthfully. In the New World mode, it is not difficult to update the map. Just make an announcement. And now that 2,000 people have reached the level limit of the Evil Warrior frontline, it is time to open a new map. The third big map is about to appear, which is really great. We can't continue to upgrade in the frontline city now. Lan Yi also said with some surprises. Qi deeply felt this. The system is really doing a great job of suppressing the experience after the level limit. In the New World mode, the current highest level is Moonfrost Snow. 29th grade. It's just that Shu is not to brush the level, but to brush the skillbook and equipment day and night, and brush the level by the way. If that's the case, then don't disturb the store manager. After Lan Ye finished speaking, she walked towards the store. Internet addiction girl, no, it seems that you can't be considered a girl anymore. Qi looked at Lan Ye's back and muttered in his mouth. Following Fei Xue and others, after saying hello to Qi Lu, they also walked to the area of the combat power improvement training room. Forget it, I'll go and see what the third big map is. Qile got up, took a bottle of Sprite from the beverage vending machine and gave it to Xing Lian. He was responsible for his previous high. Then he said to the system in his mind, "System, confirm to open the third big map." "System, opening, please wait." In less than 3 minutes, in the New World mode, a world announcement sounded. "The third big map, the puppet maze has been updated. All players who have reached level 25 can go to the City Lord's mansion in the Frontline City to receive the teleportation array pass. The third big map, the puppet maze has been updated. All players who have reached level 25 can go to the City Lord's mansion in the Frontline City to receive the teleportation array pass. The third big map, Doll Labyrinth." The world announcement sounded 3 times in a row. Make sure that every player online in the New World mode can hear this announcement. Every player who has reached level 25 in the New World mode has a happy face. Although the New World mode is really fun, it is so fun that they can't stop. However, the first big map, Goblin Mountains, is a novice map, and basically no one is still there now. And the second big map, Evil Warrior Frontline. There are 4 copies in total: Rekindled War, Battlefield, Secret of the Enemy Camp, and Evil Warrior. This makes those players who have been soaking in the New World mode for many years almost vomit. And because the level of the front line of the Evil Spirit Warrior is so high, the skill books and equipment that appear are not very good. The best skill book is just the body of the Evil Spirit in the Evil Spirit Warrior copy. And also extremely difficult to brush. As a result, many players at level 25, after going online, began to chat in the public communication system. After all, there are a lot of people who come to the Qile store. The students of the Brilliant Academy, the students of the Peak Academy, and the city guards and mercenaries of Yunwu City. The place from which is also from all over the world. In particular, the students of the Peak Academy and the students of the Brilliant Academy, in the public communication system, began to fight tit for tat whenever they were free. And now, as soon as the third big map opened, everyone ran to the City Lord's mansion in the Frontline City. For a while, the outside of the City Lord's mansion was crowded. And the first person to enter the City Lord's mansion was, naturally, Qi Lu, who had long known the content of the announcement. After all, it's normal for a store manager to have some privileges. To be honest, it was the first time that Qi Lu met the City Lord of the Frontline City. It was an old man with gray hair, but he was in high spirits. When Qi Lu pushed the door in, the old man was still working at the desk. "You are the warrior who helped my Frontline City guards defend the enemy." After realizing that Qi Lu had entered, the City Lord of the Frontline City put down the pen and paper in his hand and looked at him with a smile. "The city owner is too famous, I think. These are what I should do." Qi Lu knew that this was the plot to go to the third big map, so he also became polite. "Okay, worthy of being a warrior with a righteous mind. Now that the crisis in the Frontline City has been lifted, it's time to express our gratitude." The smile on the face of the City Lord of the Frontline City was even greater. "The city owner is polite to me. I helped the Frontline City, not for this thank you." Qi Lu continued to be polite. "You're welcome, respected warrior." The Frontline City Lord fumbled under the table for a while, then took out a parchment scroll tied with a ribbon, and continued. "It's just that the Frontline City has been fighting for years, and there is nothing precious to give you. This is a labyrinth map I discovered in my early years, and there are countless treasures buried in it. Unfortunately, in that maze, there are powerful puppets blocking it, so those treasures have been left in the maze. I think, with the strength of warriors, we should be able to defeat those dolls and get the treasure." With that said, the Lord of the Frontline City handed the sheepskin scroll to Qi Lu. "This is the pass to the third big map, the Doll Labyrinth. Just open the parchment and use it, and it will teleport the player to the third large map." Thank you, City Lord. Qi gladly accepted the parchment scroll, and then bid farewell. You're welcome, respected warrior, you deserve it. The city lord of the frontline city smiled, stopped talking, and continued to work. After Qi goes out, the next player can enter. Then the lord of the frontline city will repeat the previous plot, and then take out a pass for the doll maze again. The system really takes time. Qi glanced at the crowd who was stopped by the guards outside the Citylord's mansion. Then open the parchment roll and click Use. Are you sure you want to go to the doll labyrinth? Note that this pass is a one-way pass, and you will not be able to return to Frontline City until you find the teleportation formation in the Frontline City. 2 sentences appeared in front of Qi. Sure enough, after leaving the novice village, other maps are interoperable. But the way back and forth is more troublesome. Check the puppet maze ahead. Qi reached out and clicked the confirmation option. The parchment scroll in his hand immediately turned into a flame, and then the surrounding scene became distorted. In the end, I saw darkness in front of me, and the place where it appeared again was no longer a frontline city. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge maze. Outside the labyrinth door, there are several huge stone sculptures that look like lions, but they are a little different. And behind Qi is a very deserted town. After the introduction of information pouring into my mind, this town is an adventurer town built on this maze. As Qi read the background information of the puppet maze little by little, he realized that the maliciousness of the system is really everywhere. The puppet labyrinth is indeed a place where treasures are buried. However, the puppet labyrinth is not a very secret place. On the contrary, the doll labyrinth is still a very famous treasure house. In the background story, the puppet labyrinth was at its most brilliant, and there was an endless stream of adventurers coming here every day, in order to get the treasure in the doll maze. However, as the lord of the frontline city said, in the doll maze, the terrain is complicated, and there are dead ends everywhere. Moreover, the dolls guarding the labyrinth are also of extraordinary strength. Countless well-known adventurers entered the puppet maze, but they couldn't help but gain nothing. Instead, they lost everything, and even took themselves in. So this puppet maze gradually declined. Because no one likes a treasure house with no treasure at all. The adventurer town outside the puppet labyrinth was built by those eager adventurers. It's just that after the doll labyrinth fell, the endless stream of adventurers all left. Those who are still in the adventurer town are people who plan to live here forever. This is the main content of the backstory. It also introduced the positioning of the adventurer's town, which is the third big map, the safe area of the puppet labyrinth. In the adventurer town, there are a series of configurations that should be in a safe area, such as pharmacy, armor store, weapon store, accessories store, sundry store, and resurrection point. And in the safe zone, no damage can be caused. As expected, I was tricked by that old man. What kind of reward is this? Qi was quite depressed. Although Qi said that this was what he should do when he was polite to the old man in the city lord's mansion in the frontline city, it was just a courtesy. Or just say there is no reward. It was said before that there was a reward, but it turned out to be a lie, which is really annoying. But no matter how depressed, it can't change the fact that the system is stingy. Facts have also proved that if you want to take advantage of the system, except for Qi occasional extraordinary performance, other customers don't even think about it. Qi did not choose to enter the puppet maze directly, but went to the adventurer town first. It is more important to first understand the level positioning of this third large map. Generally speaking, go around each store and see the highest level limit of the items inside. Level 45 is the highest limit level of the doll labyrinth. If you fight monsters after level 45, you basically have no experience. Armors, weapons, and accessories are nothing special. The stores sold are all whiteboards. Qi had no hope at all about what was in the New World Mode store, and naturally, he was not disappointed. The things in the store, at the same level, are probably half as good as the most rubbish equipment in the dungeon. However, the medicine in the store is an indispensable thing. Whether it is blood medicine or blue medicine, they are things that must be prepared before entering the dungeon or brushing wild monsters. However, why don't you see wild monsters wandering outside the adventurer town? Qi Lu is now a little puzzled by this question. However, the system would not answer Qi Li's question, and naturally no one of the aborigines in the adventurer town would answer Qi Li's question. Confused and puzzled, Qi Lu walked into the door of the puppet maze. What appeared in front of Qi Li's eyes was not the boundless darkness, but a very bright and spacious empty hall. On the wall, facing the door of the puppet labyrinth, there are 5 dark passages. At the entrance of the passage, there was a faint sound of a crisp collision. But it doesn't seem noisy, but a bit like the sound of mechanical gears turning. Dull labyrinth, so it is. Qi Lu looked at the 5 dark passages on the wall of the hall, pondered for a moment, and showed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder there are no monsters roaming outside Adventurer Town. Because of the name of this large map, it is called the Doll Labyrinth. Then the enemies of this big map must be dolls in the labyrinth. It seems that after entering the maze, not only have to find the way to the treasure, but also beware of the doll's attack at any time. Qi Lu understood the difficulty of the 3rd big map, the doll maze. And in the hall outside the entrance, judging from Qi Li's years of experience in online games, this must be a place where players gather to set up stalls. The trading system is convenient, but there is no way to form a team. In the New World mode, in addition to members of the same guild that cannot cause damage to each other, those who form a temporary team through the communication system cannot cause damage to each other during the team formation. It's just that if you want to form a team through the communication system, you must confirm face-to-face in the New World mode. Then let me take a look first. Qi Lu didn't think much about it, so he chose one of the 5 passages, and the one in the middle walked in. Welcome to the first floor of the puppet maze. Only death or treasure can let you escape from this maze. The electronic synthesis sound rang in Qi Li's mind. Qi Lu was slightly surprised. System. You are trying to trick me with this second stroke. Qi Lu gritted his teeth, and finally couldn't help but cursed in his mind. Qi Lu never imagined that the map of this puppet labyrinth would have such an unexpected setting. After entering the passage from the hall, unless you find the buried treasure in the first floor of the puppet maze, or are killed by the puppet, there is no other way to get out. This is definitely a setting that will kill people without paying for their lives. Because being killed in the wild is not like being killed in a dungeon. The dungeon was killed, but the dungeon failed, just start a new round. But being killed in the wild will lose experience. And the first floor of this puppet maze is obviously a field map, not a copy map. I have to say that the setting of the system is really poisonous. While it perfectly drags down the leveling speed of all players, it also greatly prolongs the game life of the 3rd big map, Doll Labyrinth. But after entering this pit, Qi Lu can only continue to move forward. The Doll Labyrinth map, in the design of the labyrinth, is indeed considered to be superior. Not only are there many forks, but also dead ends are often encountered. Crack! Just when Qi Lu went the wrong way again and was about to turn back to the previous fork, a statue in front of him suddenly made a clear cracking sound. Immediately afterwards, pieces of stone skin fell from the statue. With the sound of the gears turning, the statue jerked and came down from the base. Bang, bang. The loud sound of stepping on the ground proves the weight of the statue and also represents the strength of the statue. Damn thieves, the treasure buried here is not something you can covet. After the statue stepped off the pedestal, it came to life and became a battle puppet guarding this puppet labyrinth. Dance of the Wind. Without saying a word, Qi Lu immediately blessed himself with a wind element magic to ensure that he would not be approached by this doll. He didn't want to test the attack power of this puppet with his not-so-heavy HP. At least judging from the doll's sturdy figure and the huge stone hammer in its hand, Sheila did not think that the fragile body of the great magician class he had chosen could take 2 hammers from it. Boom! After the puppet said the first sentence, he never opened his mouth to say the second sentence. Instead, he dragged a huge stone hammer and charged towards Qi Lu. The violent action was like a mad bull, coming aggressively, and the huge weight stepped on the ground, causing the earth to start to tremble. The path of the puppet labyrinth is wide and narrow. The road that Qi Lu is on now happens to be a narrow road. Facing the doll charge, there is nowhere to hide. This puppet maze is really not a map that one person can play. Qi Lu could see that if there was no heavy shield knight or heavy shield warrior standing in front of him at this time, those crispy ranks would basically be killed instantly. But the heavy shield class is definitely not enough in terms of output. However, it is impossible for Qi Lu to give up resistance and sit still. The buff effect of the dance of the wind is still there. There is no place to grab it on the side, but there is a place on the top. The doll's charging speed was very fast, and almost at the moment when it reached Qi Li's body, Qi Lu turned over and jumped, and with a fish leap, flew over the doll's head. Then a meal of magic smashed into the doll. Don't look at jumping over the puppet. This operation is very simple, but you must know that the jumping time in the air is very short. If the timing is wrong, it will definitely be dragged down from the air by the puppet and beaten. With the HP and defense of a crispy rank, how many hits can he take? However, it is a pity that this puppet encountered Qi Lu, and it is impossible to make mistakes when fighting an enemy with a single fighting method. From start to finish, the puppet never touched Qi Lu. He was killed by Qi Li's kite-flying style and all kinds of magic. The attack power is high, the HP is high, and the defense power is not low. The only disadvantage should be the single attack method. Qi Lu summed up the advantages and disadvantages of the puppet. I have to say that the panel properties of the doll are really excellent. It's just that in terms of means of attack, it's probably because dolls are dolls after all, and there are only a few kinds of back and forth. Okay, it's not too difficult. Qi Lu drank a bottle of mana potion, filled up the consumed mana, and then continued to look for the way out of the maze. Although the setting of the puppet labyrinth is indeed tricky, the ultimate purpose is definitely not to trap all players in it. The carrier of the New World mode is the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. So the ultimate goal is definitely to improve the player's combat effectiveness. The setting of the puppet maze is to either find the treasure or be killed by the puppet to stimulate the player's potential. As Qi Lu continued to move forward, and then found the right path from the wrong forks, the players in the frontline city also began to gradually come to Adventurer Town. Although the old man, the city lord, didn't start the plot fast, he couldn't hold it for a long time. As the number of players increased, many people gathered in the hall outside the first floor of the puppet maze. Why are there no monsters outside this big map? Are you directly entering the dungeon? I don't know, let's try it first. Okay, let's form a team. If the number of people is limited, we can increase or decrease it. Alright, you are the captain or I am the captain. The bustling crowd began to communicate, and friends began to invite teams to explore the situation of the doll maze. However, the reality is cruel. Players who were calculated by the settings of the puppet labyrinth without any preparation were basically unable to fight back in front of these wolf-like puppets. Because the puppet maze has a hidden setting. That is, although the doll maze does not limit the number of party members. However, the more people in the group, the more dolls that appear at one time. So, while the following players came to the Adventurer Town one after another, people kept coming out of the resurrection point in the Adventurer Town. Is this big map so dangerous? Hey, brother, tell me what's in the puppet maze. Brother, is there anything I need to pay attention to in the doll maze? So, these people who just came to this big map began to inquire about this group of people who came out of the resurrection point. After all, a copy of this kind of thing, the strategy is very important. If you can know some precautions in advance, you can at least avoid failures several times and save a lot of time. However, the group of people who came out of the resurrection point seemed to understand each other's meaning after looking at each other. Facing these newcomers, these reborn old players all smiled and patted their shoulders. Nothing to pay attention to, very simple. We just accidentally stepped on the trap and were sent out. Just be careful. Remember, the more people in the team, the easier it is to fight. It's better to have more friends. This is an unspoken white lie of old players. As long as everyone is a chicken, it will not appear that we have too many vegetables. The people outside the resurrection point had a hypocritical gentle smile on their faces, but they were sneering in their hearts. These players who came to the puppet maze for the first time thanked them one after another after receiving the instructions, not knowing that they would not only be calculated by the settings of the puppet maze, but also by these old players. Sheila didn't know about the intrigue that was happening outside. All he knew was that he had finally found the exit of the labyrinth under his unremitting efforts to eliminate the wrong path. If you don't draw a map, you'll have to find a way every time, and you'll have to break people down. Sheila walked out of the puppet maze and came to another hall, and couldn't help but sigh. This hall is not the one that entered the puppet labyrinth. Here is a place called Treasure Hall. In the hall facing the exit of the labyrinth, there is a large treasure chest half a person's height. On the side of the treasure chest, there is a statue standing upright with a spear in his hand. And there will only be one statue in the treasure hall. The difference is that the more people who enter the treasure hall, the stronger the power and the higher the attributes of the doll after the statue wakes up. This is also a hidden setting to pit players. I have to say that the system is really willing to use its few IQs to designate in this regard. However, this hidden setting can't catch Qi Lu. It was the turn of the single-player combat operation. At this stage, Qi Lu said the second, and no one dared to say the first. The puppet guarding the treasure box fell to the ground under the resentment that it could not touch the enemy at all, turning into pieces all over the ground. Well, explosive equipment? Qi Li's eyes were sharp, and all at once, he saw two objects on the ground with a faint glow. Doll fragment number 1, one of the fragments of the avatar. Collect all the fragments to synthesize the avatar. Puppet Labyrinth second floor pass, a one-time item that can transport the user and the user's team to the second floor of the doll labyrinth. It wasn't the equipment that came out. Qi Lu was not surprised, and even said that when he saw the passport to the second floor of the puppet maze, Qi Lu felt a sense of logic. Moreover, Qi Lu was sure that in the second floor of the puppet maze, the pass for the third floor could definitely be released. As for how many layers this puppet maze has, Qi Lu doesn't know. But the pass is a one-time item. The price of this thing will definitely remain high in the trading system in the future. Look at this puppet fragment number 1. This is the first time that something needs to be synthesized from fragments, and it is also marked with a number, indicating that there must be other locations. According to the personality of the system, what needs to be done in such a complicated way will definitely not function badly. The Evil Body Skill Book is the best proof. It's okay, just hope you don't give me an empty treasure chest. Qi Lu didn't put the hope of explosive equipment on the last puppet, but put it in the treasure chest. Because looking at the background story of the puppet maze, you know that the good things in the maze are all in the treasure chest. Open the box. Qi Lu smashed the copper lock and forcefully lifted the lid of the treasure chest. Inside is a pile of game gold coins, a few pieces of equipment with poor properties, and a few skill books of common goods. I shouldn't have expected anything. Qi Lu rubbed his brows, thinking to himself, that's true. Congratulations, dear adventurer, you have successfully found the treasure. Now you have a minute to rest. You can choose to leave directly or leave automatically after a minute. When the treasure chest was opened, the system prompt sounded. Just leave. Qi Lu, who understood the first floor of the puppet maze, didn't have much nostalgia. However, Qi Lu, who walked out of the passage, was a huge shock to the players who were still wandering in the hall. The first person to walk straight out of the passage. Could it be that he successfully found the treasure? Boss, how did you get out of here? As a die-hard player in the New World mode, Ying Feng naturally came to the puppet maze immediately, but he was also cleared out of the maze by puppets several times. Seeing Qi Lu walk out of the maze now, the expression on his face is not to mention surprised. If you find the treasure, you can come out. It's very simple. Qi Lu said indifferently. This sentence, like a sharp sword, slammed into the hall fiercely, and all the players who had been cleared out of the maze at least once had hearts. Simple? It's so simple that we can be cleared by the puppets again and again? Not to mention the depression in my heart, the experience alone can make people collapse. Fortunately, there are no degraded settings in the New World mode. Otherwise, most of these people in the hall will basically fall down to level 25. However, even so, these people are basically 25 empty experience bars. Boss, take me once, please, just take me once. Ying Feng rushed up without hesitation, hugging Qi Li's thigh and not letting go. To say that among all players, that thigh is the thickest. There is no doubt that it must be Qi Lu. You? Qi Lu glanced at Ying Feng, then shook his head and said, "You're not very good. We want to pass the maze. At least we need a heavy shield class." For ordinary teams, the configuration of the maze is like this. Unless everyone can be like Qi Lu, the timing of the battle is just right, and there will be no mistakes. Okay, wait a moment, boss, I'll call someone right away. Ying Feng immediately turned on the communication system. Call Lani Guild, is Zier here, is Zier here? Although the Cloud City is peaceful. But that was also because Qi Lu was deliberately avoided by surrounding forces after showing his powerful strength. In Yashui City, at this moment, it is solemn. Ling Xiao assembled the 8,000 cavalry he had brought, and the 20,000 infantry that Ling Yun had assigned to him. On the school grounds, the cold wind is raging. But not a single one of the soldiers assembled on the school ground moved. All of them stood up straight. Ling Xiao also spoke slowly on the stage. I know, you must be very puzzled. Why would I take you to counterattack Yashui Pass? I also know that you must have resentment in your heart. Why should I take you to death? Ling Xiao's eyes swept across the crowd below, and the words in his mouth expressed all the soldiers' thoughts. It is inevitable that there will be such an idea. 30,000 troops went to attack Yashui Pass, which was guarded by 250,000 troops. Isn't that an obvious decision to die? But, next, I will tell you why I made this decision. Ling Xiao did not give the soldiers on the school grounds a chance to question. Instead, he opened his arms and looked up at the sky. Now, please look up. Ling Xiao said loudly, and there was an unquestionable aura in his voice. Under the leadership of Ling Xiao, the soldiers raised their heads one after another. Chirp! Chirp! A sharp whistling sound came from the horizon, like a sharp knife. In this screeching sound, there is even more of a breathtaking coercion. What is that? God, what kind of monster is that? How can it be so big? It's a flying monster. It's a huge flying monster. Under the terrified gazes of all the soldiers, an array of gusty winds and flying dragons slowly appeared on the horizon. From the initial small black spot, it quickly turned into a slender, ferocious-looking flying dragon, approaching at an extremely fast speed. For a while on the school grounds, it became extremely noisy. The panicked expressions of the soldiers were intertwined with their shocked and stunned shouts. The war horses on the school grounds were even more terrified by the coercion unleashed by the swift wind and flying dragons. No matter how much the cavalry around them pulled, they didn't dare to move half a point. This is from the suppression of racial hierarchy. What is this, such a powerful beast, why does it appear in Yashui City at this time? Ling Yun, who was also paying attention to the situation on the school ground, also felt a huge wave in his heart. There is no way to fake the intimidating coercion transmitted from the horizon. Such a powerful flying beast is definitely a disaster for Yashui City. The hurricane flying dragon hovered above the school grounds, and the huge fleshy wings rolled up the wind and hit the soldiers' faces. The huge body covered the sky, and the shadow that covered the sky and the sun cast down, covering almost the entire school grounds. Everyone obeyed the order, divided into 2 square formations, spread out to both sides, and let the flying dragon fall. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked up at the flying dragon hovering above the sky, and gave an order loudly. The voice mixed with vindictiveness spread to every corner of the school grounds. It also spread to Ling Yun's ears. Does the third brother know the purpose of this group of flying monsters? Ling Yun's eyes widened when he heard Ling Zhao's shout. From Ling Zhao's voice, it could be heard that not only was he not flustered at all, but there was a sense of joy in it. Impossible. Ling Yun looked up at the sky, the gust of wind and flying dragon hovering over the school grounds, from time to time, uttered a sharp scream, which was breathtaking. If it's just one end and 2 ends, that's understandable. After all, no one has any trump cards. But when such a large group came, Ling Yun couldn't believe it, it would be Ling Zhao's handwriting. If Ling Xiao had such a powerful trump card in his hand from the very beginning, how could he occupy an idle position in the Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City and have nothing to do? Just as Ling Yun kept guessing, a large open space had already been vacated above the school grounds. The hurricane flying dragon hovering above the sky immediately swooped down and landed on the open space of the school grounds. With a wingspan of tens of meters, the gust of wind flying dragon is 7 or 8 meters high, and its huge body looks like a small hill, even if it folds its wings and lies halfway on the ground. Just lying on the school grounds is a huge deterrent to the surrounding soldiers. Those sharp and violent vertical pupils can make people feel chills just by looking at them. What shocked these soldiers even more was that there were people sitting on the backs of these behemoths. And there are several people sitting on each head. Where are these strong men coming from? Everyone present had such questions in their minds. If nothing else, the means to tame these giant beasts is enough to make people admire and awe. In the face of these giant beasts, people with slightly weaker strength may have weak legs even when standing, and the 2 sides will fight. Let alone tame them. However, these people sitting on the backs of the giant beasts did it, and the most terrifying thing is that these people did not tame 1 or 2 giant beasts, but an array directly. There are dozens of them. It's just incredible. However, Ling Xiao made a sound at this time. You are finally here, is this what you said, a surprise for me? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Are these giant beasts invited by adults? My God, the Lord can find such a terrifying beast. No wonder the Lord Directo lead us to counterattack the Yashui Pass. Great, great. After the soldiers were shocked, they all looked at Ling Xiao with burning eyes. At this moment, the resentment in the hearts of these soldiers disappeared, replaced by respect and worship for Ling Xiao. Even such a powerful beast can be invited, so what else can't be done? At this moment, Ling Zhao's figure magnified infinitely in the hearts of the soldiers. And Ling Yun, who was paying close attention to the situation on the school grounds, was also stunned at this moment, looking at Ling Xiao, who was talking intimately with the person on the back of the giant beast, and muttered to himself. No, it won't be true. If there is such a powerful aid, Ling Zhao's prestige in the hearts of the soldiers will soon surpass that of Ling Yun. The position in the army, the one who has the heart of the army leads the army. Ling Yun didn't want to believe that these behemoths that suddenly appeared were really the facts that Ling Xiao found. The first prince, Ling Chongkong, was in politics, and the fourth prince, Ling Yun, was in the army. This is the pattern set from the beginning. But at this moment, this pattern is about to be broken by the third prince, who has been doing nothing for a long time. Ling Yun is really not reconciled. How, are you satisfied with this surprise? The blood wolf jumped off the back of the flying dragon and gave Ling Xiao a bear hug. Satisfied, very satisfied. Ling Xiao patted Xuanhuan's back vigorously and said excitedly. Just this morning, Ling Xiao received the news of the membership card. The blood wolf told him that they were going to Yashui City soon, and asked Ling Xiao to wait for him at the school grounds. The shocking scene just now was also told by the blood wolf to Ling Xiao and asked him to arrange it on the school grounds. However, the sudden appearance of the gust of wind and flying dragon gave Ling Xiao a huge surprise. Because after having this strange soldier above the sky, it is much easier to win the cliff water pass. Why did those soldiers look so frightened when they saw the flying monsters? Because as long as it is not heroic, the sky will never be the territory of the human race. Especially in the face of powerful flying beasts, the power of the human race is always lacking. That's why dragons are so scary. Not only because the dragon itself is tyrannical, but more importantly, the dragon represents the sky. Great, with these helpers, you can bring me back Yashui Pass, which will bring me too much convenience. Ling Xiao looked at the swift-wind flying dragon lying on the school ground, and tsk. I already knew you would say that. This is an extra gift from me at no extra charge. The blood wolf smiled, then took out a pet card from his pocket and threw it at Ling Xiao. Flying dragon. Ling Xiao hurriedly caught the pet card thrown by the blood wolf, and a message entered his mind. Yes, the new pet card in the boss's shop. The blood wolf raised his eyebrows, and then pointed to the giant beast lying in the school ground. I know that Manager Qi has never let me down. Ling Xiao showed a sudden realization, then put away the pet card, and then asked, have you brought anything? 30,000 sets, a lot. Blood Wolf took out an animal skin bag and handed it to Ling Xiao. Inside is full of bronze storage rings. Remember to give me the spirit crystal early, I'm still waiting to pay back the money. When the Blood Wolf released the animal skin bag, he warned again. No way, if it's all spirit crystals from the Blood Wolf squad, then it's going to be slower. But the problem is that most of the spirit crystals that bought this batch of equipment were borrowed. The taste of being in debt, at least the Blood Wolf, doesn't like it very much. No problem, as long as the Yashui Pass is brought back, the guys from the Ministry of Household and the Ministry of War will dare not to allocate the military expenses? Ling Xiao patted his chest and assured. That's what I said. The Blood Wolf waved his hand and said again, the next thing, you arrange it, I also consider an extra task, the brothers will let you send it first. Don't worry, the reward will definitely not be less. Ling Xiao said seriously. It's all deducted from military spending anyway. Ling Xiao is still very generous when it comes to borrowing flowers to offer Buddha. Understood. Of course, the Blood Wolf knew what Ling Xiao was referring to. The two looked at each other and showed a tacit smile at the same time. Brothers, get on the flying dragon. The Blood Wolf raised his arms and shouted, and the members of the Blood Wolf team who had been staying beside the flying dragon immediately climbed up behind the flying dragon. Membership card contact. Learn. Ling Xiao nodded, and the Blood Wolf immediately turned over and climbed onto the flying dragon. Call. Blast Phalong's wings fluttered, and a gust of wind suddenly surged over the school grounds, and the blowing sand made people unable to open their eyes. Soon, an array of hurricane flying dragons flew into the sky again, hovering over the school grounds. Assembly, array. Ling Xiao's face returned to a serious expression after the high wind and flying dragon took off. After the shock of the wind and the dragon, the soldiers' movements have sped up a lot. However, in less than 2 minutes, all the 30,000 soldiers were assembled, and the formation was neat and tidy, and there was more energy inside than before. If you feel it carefully, you will find it. This spirit is called morale. Change equipment. Ling Xiao took out all the equipment in the bronze storage ring. Although this method of forcibly taking out items will destroy the bronze storage ring, it doesn't matter anymore. Otherwise, calling the Blood Wolf team down from the air would be too unreasonable. No one questioned Ling Xiao's words. No one asked how the equipment came to be. Only Ling Yun, who was watching this scene outside the school grounds, let out a long sigh. The storage ring turned out to be a storage ring. There is no need to say more about the preciousness of the storage ring. The fact that Ling Xiao can take out so many storage rings in one breath has already proved his strength, or how powerful the forces behind him are. However, Ling Yun couldn't have imagined that somewhere there was a storage ring with 300 spirit crystals. This battle is a battle to safeguard the territory of our Xuanhuan Empire, and a battle to promote the prestige of our Xuanhuan Empire. In this battle, you can only win, not lose. After all the soldiers changed their equipment, Ling Xiao raised the unparalleled spear and roared loudly. Boost morale. Only to win. Not to lose. The soldiers on the school ground roared, and the sound of roaring and unisama sounded through the sky. The gust of wind and flying dragon that was swirling above the sky was shocked, and it also let out a shrill whistle, as if to echo. The cavalry mounts. After Ling Xiao finished shouting, he stepped on the stirrup and rode on the back of the white horse. The 8,000 cavalrymen at the front of the array also got on their horses, and their movements were like a replica, neat and uniform. Grab your weapons and go. Ling Xiao roared loudly, flicked the reins, and the white horse on the wind immediately stepped forward and ran towards the city gate. Kill. The soldiers on the school ground also moved. Yashui City and Yashui Pass watch and help each other, they are only 100 miles apart. With the blessing of the wind-treading domain, the cavalry wanted to march in a hurry, but it only took half a day. As for the flying dragon, it only takes a stick of incense in a mere 100 miles. As for the following infantry, it is only used as the second echelon. Blood Wolf, please do the first attack. Ling Xiao half leaned over the white horse on the wind, and used the membership card to contact the Blood Wolf on the back of the flying dragon. No problem, brothers, please turn on the guild communication mode for me. It's the first appearance of Hurricane Flying Dragon. If you don't play better, I'm sorry for our spirit crystals. After the Blood Wolf responded to Ling Xiao's words, he shouted directly on the public screen of the Blood Wolf Guild. I got it, Captain. Got it, Captain, let's get started. I can't wait. The public screen of the Blood Wolf Guild immediately became lively. Using the Hurricane and Flying Dragon to attack a cliff and water pass that has almost no ability to attack from a distance is really a bit of a suspicion of bullying. But that's what war is. If you can take a long shot, you must do it. How to use the least loss of troops to cause the largest loss of the enemy's troops, this is what a commander should consider. The so-called way of a gentleman is not suitable for such cruel places. Let the Hurricane Flying Dragon, who has learned magic, attack first, and the others will cover at any time. Pay attention to the opponent's magician. The Blood Wolf is in the public screen of the Blood Wolf Guild, commanding in an orderly manner. Wind Wyvern is a relatively special pet. Because of the blood of the dragon family, Feifeng Feilong can learn martial arts and additionally learn some magic to strengthen its combat power. Moreover, because of this dragon bloodline, Galewind Flying Dragon also has a small amount of magic resistance. However, although Galewind Dragon has many advantages, its shipment rate is a little lower than that of Death Knight. So, don't look at the Blood Wolf squad with so many wind and flying dragons. In fact, none of them have ever awakened. Moreover, the levels of these hurricane flying dragons are all above level 50, which shows how many other pet cards they have drawn in order to draw hurricane flying dragons. In the end, they were all fed to the wind dragon. However, even if it's a windy dragon that hasn't awakened, it's not something these soldiers can handle. The gust of wind flying dragons, lined up in 3 rows, appeared in the sky. The soldiers of the Xingyao Empire guarding Yashui Pass naturally also saw the appearance of these giant beasts. Such a huge body, it is difficult not to see. What kind of monster is that? Flying beast, and there are so many more. Knock the drum, beat the drum. The soldiers on the post immediately grabbed their drumsticks after being shocked and terrified. Dong, dong, dong. The drumbeat of the enemy attack immediately spread throughout the Yashui Pass. After the soldiers in the camp heard the drumbeat of the enemy attack, they quickly put on their armor, took their weapons, and rushed out to gather. However, after seeing the huge shadow on the ground and looking up at the flying dragon in the sky, panic filled their hearts. Do not. Unfortunately, the terrified cries did not come out. The sky-filled wind blades shot down overwhelmingly, covering most of the cliffs and water in an instant. Storm Blade. This is the most basic magic that the Bloodwolf squad has equipped for Hurricane Dragon, and it is also the most suitable skill book for Hurricane Dragon for the time being in the trading system. Storm Blade is not a high-level magic. At best, it can only be regarded as an advanced version of Wind Blade magic. Ordinary magicians release it, but it is just a few more wind blades. Even if it is displayed by the wind element magician, it is only a dozen wind blades. However, the storm blade magic belongs to the wind magic, but it is very suitable for the attributes of the wind and dragon. Coupled with the majestic energy within Blast Flying Dragon, such a not-so-high-level magic turned into such a terrifying rain of wind blades. The overwhelming wind blade may be difficult to hurt the master-level powerhouse. But in the face of these weak Xingyao Empire expeditionary forces, these wind blades are like the scythes of the god of death, reaping life crazily. However, the Xingyao Empire expeditionary force was helpless when facing the wind and flying dragons above the sky. Whenever there is a magician who wants to use magic to deal with the wind dragons that release this storm blade, there will be another attack to disperse the magic. That's the sky's edge. Because this has never happened before, no one ever thought that there would be such a day. The gust of wind and flying dragon hovering in the sky left more than 200,000 soldiers helpless. The wind blade in the sky is like a downpour. In a short period of time, more than 30,000 people have fallen. The fresh blood flowed out, and it actually merged into a trickle, flowing on the ground of Xuanhuan. Where did this group of flying monsters come from? Why did they attack us? Rong Yuqua went crazy when he saw this scene. You can't go to the sky without being a hero. Maybe the magician can temporarily stay in the sky with some magic. But for a fighting chi class like Rong Yuqua, the sky will always be an untouchable area until the hero level. So no matter how angry Rong Yuqua was, there was nothing he could do about this group of flying dragons. Report, sir, outside the Yashui Pass, I found another group of enemy troops approaching. The leader is the third prince of the Xuanhuan Empire, Ling Xiao. A scout hurriedly ran to Rong Yuqua and reported in a hurry. Ling Xiao. Rong Yuqua's eyes widened for a moment, and he glanced at the sky, the hurricane flying dragon that was still releasing the wind blade, and he had already thought of the key to this matter. Damn, the third prince of Xuanhuan Empire, where did he find these monsters? These giant beasts cannot be the trump cards of the Xuanhuan Empire. Rong Yuqua knew this very well. Because if these giant beasts are really the trump card of the Wild Yuan Empire, the Fire Emperor Ling Ao should have taken it out long ago to deter the surrounding forces. Although these wind blades can't hurt the Grandmaster. But in a big power, how many master classes, how many warrior class and professional class? The hero level is the foundation of the town. Grandmaster level is the top combat power. The professional class is the mainstay of a major force. Brave level and those practitioners who are not yet brave level are the foundation of an empire's military strength. However, the brave level has no way to resist these wind blades. Even the professional class, it is very difficult to resist, and the slightest carelessness will result in serious injuries. As long as these giant beasts are there, countless forces, big and small, can be feared. However, Rong Yuqua never knew about the news about these giant beasts, and it was the first time he saw it until today. Well, no doubt. These giant beasts are not the trump card of the Xuanhuan Empire at all, but the trump card of Ling Xiao. Okay, really good. A mere third prince of the Yuanyuan Empire can actually make Rong Yuqua helpless. Rong Yuqua's teeth creaked, and he almost clenched his teeth. If you want to understand this, it will not help you in the current situation. Withdraw the troops and give up the Yashui Pass. Rong Yuqua is indeed a famous general, who can afford it and let it go. In the face of a completely unwinnable battle, there is no need to fight. As long as the Xingyao Empire is withdrawn, these giant beasts dare to chase after them, and naturally there will be paladins to punish them. Grown-ups. I said withdraw. Useless sacrifice is a taboo on the battlefield. Rong Yuqua said decisively. If there was a chance of winning, how could Rong Yuqua be willing to withdraw his troops and spit back the meat he had eaten in his mouth? But as long as these galloping dragons don't die, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force will definitely lose in this battle. Yes. The scout responded and quickly backed out. The army was defeated like a mountain. The evacuation of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army from Yashui Pass was not unpleasant. Before the army of 30,000 led by Ling Xiao arrived, there was only one empty pass left. The Blood Wolf also walked out from the Cliffwater Pass. You're moving too fast. Ling Xiao couldn't help saying. Although I thought of it from the beginning, it would have a very big advantage to play the striker with the wind and flying dragon. But Ling Xiao never imagined that this advantage was too great. He directly sent the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Army back. But if you want to continue chasing, it is a bit unrealistic. Because once the blasting dragon enters the border of the Xingyao Empire, the two heroes of the Xingyao Empire will have an excuse to take action. Don't look at the wind and flying dragon, can be invincible in the face of the master level. But when facing the hero level, it will definitely be like being chopped, upanned, cut into melons. It's not all our credit, you are the last straw. The Blood Wolf can see clearly in the sky. If Ling Xiao didn't come, Rong Yuqua would definitely not give up Yashui Pass. Because he didn't know where the wind and dragon came from. At that time, the paladins of the Xingyao Empire were invited to take action, and the unlucky ones were still the Blood Wolves. You don't have to be so modest, your credit is the greatest. Ling Xiao patted the Blood Wolf on the shoulder and said loudly. After speaking, he winked at the Blood Wolf. You're welcome. The Blood Wolf instantly understood what Ling Xiao meant, and if he gave him the credit, the military expenses would be allocated faster. After all, someone kindly helped you snatch Xuanhuan back, you can't say no at all. It's just a pity for those 30,000 sets of equipment. Blood Wolf thought off this again. No loss, it's a pity to use the state treasury to support a private army. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled lightly. It is foreseeable that Ling Xiao will be able to take back the Yashui Pass on this trip, and he will definitely be able to occupy a place in the army. 30,000 sets of equipment, whether it was consumed in the war, or left behind and passed on to the troops led by Ling Xiao, it is not a loss. Ling Xiao had already thought about this kind of thing. The prestige of the coach in the army is a very important thing. And the scene of the appearance of the wind and flying dragon can steadily increase Ling Zhao's prestige to the point where it surpasses Ling Yun. At that time, even if Ling Xiao couldn't get the position of the captain of the garrison in the west, he would not be able to escape from the position of a great commander. The great commander's position in the frontier army was second only to the captain. It's just that the lieutenant is responsible for strategizing, and the commander is responsible for marching and fighting. In the western garrison, the position of the great commander has always been vacant. Ling Zhao's idea was this position. Compared with the eldest prince Ling Chongkong and the fourth prince Ling Yun, Ling Xiao had no support from the court, and secondly, he had no assistance from the army, and was just an idler. But as long as this time, if he can be named the commander of the frontier army, Ling Xiao will be able to get assistance from the army. And above the court, most ministers are divided into two queues. One is based on ability. No matter which prince can succeed Fire Emperor Ling Gao, as long as these ministers can lead the Xuanhuan Empire to prosperity, they will support it. The other branch is the nobles and nobles in the court. This group of people, relying on the shadow of their ancestors, mostly put their own interests first. As long as the successor prince can guarantee their interests, no matter who it is, they will support it. And among the few remaining ministers, apart from the few high-ranking people who can ignore the prince, there are those who have a big fist and support whoever is out of the woods. Among these ministers, the people who can ignore the prince's position and authority are nothing more than those few. Left Prime Minister, Ku Zhen, General Zhen Gua, Ying Kuang, and several old ministers who followed the emperor to fight. They were all ministers who followed the previous emperor and stayed to assist the Fire Emperor Ling Ao. Even if Fire Emperor Ling Ao really wanted to set up an auxiliary minister, it will definitely not be chosen from among them. Even if Fire Emperor Ling Ao really wanted to set up an auxiliary minister, it will definitely not be chosen from among them. And above the imperial court, the eldest prince Ling Zhongkong has been in business for a long time. Therefore, the support of the military is a force that Ling Xiao must strive for. You are very thoughtful in your work. Xu Yilong still admires Ling Xiao's unmissable style. It's nothing, what I want more than strategizing is absolute power. Ling Xiao clenched the unparalleled spear in his hand tightly. It was the power of this inheritance that made Ling Zhao's long silent ambition in his heart reawaken. The news that the army of the Xuanhuan Empire reported victory at Yashui Pass quickly spread to the surrounding forces. Among them, the one who got the news the fastest was naturally the Xuanhuan Empire imperial city. Ling Ao was on his way to court when the news of the victory at Yashui Pass was shouted by the news of the victory at Yashui Pass. The good news soon spread into the palace. What did you say? Yashui Pass has been taken back? Ling Ao looked at Bao Jiabing, an incredible look appeared on his majestic face. Not only Ling Ao knew what was going on at Yashui Pass, it could be said that everyone above the court knew. After the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army captured Yashui Pass, the western garrison, supported by the cavalry led by Ling Xiao, barely broke through the Yashui Pass and retreated to Yashui City. In this situation, the disparity between the two forces can be said to be quite disparity. It can be said that as long as the remaining troops are able to hold on to Yashui City and prevent the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army from going further into the Xuanhuan Empire, it is considered a great achievement. After all, this time Yashuiguan was attacked, and the biggest fault was not the weak garrison of the western garrison. It was because Rong Yuqua, a famous general of the Xingyao Empire, together with the staff of the Goluo Empire, calculated the defenders of Yashui Pass. As long as he defends Yashui City well, Ling Yun, as the head coach, can be said to be equal in merit and demerit. However, what people never expected was that they actually took Yashuiguan back. This is simply a fantasy. What's the situation? Bring out the belief in retribution. Ling Ao asked eagerly. Yes. The good news soldier landed on one knee, bowed to the Fire Emperor Ling Ao, then took out the good news and read it out loud. Father, the Emperor, and my son Ling Xiao report the victory. The Yashui Pass is occupied, and my son is heartbroken. Therefore, we must gather 30,000 troops and fight the enemy to the death, vowing to retake Yashui Pass and protect the territory of our Xuanhuan Empire. Fortunately, my son is not humiliated, hereby report the victory. As the news reports read out the contents of the letter, the ministers above the court became more and more shocked and unbelievable. Only use 30,000 troops to attack Yashui Pass? Is the third prince dreaming, or are we dreaming? Okay, as expected of my Ling Ao's son, when there is such a general attitude. After hearing the good news, Ling Ao immediately shouted okay, and then smiled. You can see the joy in Ling Ao's heart. Ling Ao can say that he appreciates Ling Zhao's style very much. The Xuanhuan Empire should have such a tiger general, so that it can protect the Xuanhuan Empire for eternity. The ministers above the court did not know what to say at this moment. Before, they were laughing at Ling Xiao for being overly self-aware. With 10,000 cavalry, they dared to support Yashui Pass, and even jointly gave advice. In the blink of an eye, the good news came. The defenders of Yashui Pass, under the support of Ling Xiao, successfully broke through the siege and retreated to Yashui City. These ministers were immediately slapped in the face by the fact. And now, the second good news came. This time, the western garrison not only retreated to Yashui City, but even took Yashui Pass back. The faces of the ministers who had jointly given remonstrance before were even more ugly. No need to look at Fire Emperor Ling Ao's happy expression at this time. I am afraid that in Ling Ao's heart, this group of ministers who dared to make joint comments would have long been classified into the cold palace. From then on, they want to make a difference in the court. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Damn it, I actually listened to that guy's slander. The demonic words confuse the public, the demonic words confuse the public. The third prince is a fierce general of my Xuanhuan Empire, and I actually want to remonstrate and replace him. Those ministers with embarrassed faces all lowered their heads. At the same time of remorse, in his heart, he scolded the initiator of the joint remonstrance. Shower has such great merit. When he returns to the imperial city, there will be a great reward. Your Majesty is wise. The Fire Emperor Ling Ao spoke slowly, with a tone that could not be refuted, so that all the ministers in the hall did not dare to say another word. They could only echo Ling Ao and shouted at His Majesty's wiseness. Besides, does the third prince have other things to report? Ling Ao looked at the sound of approval above the court, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to look at Baojibing. The soldiers who reported victory on the front line were generally soldiers who rushed back from the front line. And if the front line coach has any request, sometimes he will let the good news come back together with the good news. As for whether the fighters will dare to lie in front of the frontline coach and the Fire Emperor, I am afraid that 9 lives are not enough to die. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Lord also said that the war is tight, the consumption is too much, and the food and grass are in a hurry. I hope the court can allocate a military expenditure to the front line as soon as possible. Baojibing replied respectfully, almost according to Ling Zhao's original words. Oh? This kid Ling Xiao, he was thinking of asking for money before the battle was over. He really is a bit like a tiger general. Ling Ao laughed when he heard this. With Ling Ao's wisdom, how could he not know what Ling Xiao was thinking? However, as long as the princes don't go too far, Ling Ao usually turns a blind eye, and the matter is over. After all, they are all their own sons, and it is really difficult to favor one over the other. Therefore, Ling Ao's words, the wind of a tiger general, mean that Ling Xiao even wants to calculate the money of the current Fire Emperor. He is indeed courageous, and deserves praise. However, the Yashuiguan victory does need grace to reward the front-line soldiers for their credit. It is proposed that the Ministry of Household allocate 1 million spirit crystals to reward the garrison in the West. The minister leads the order. The minister of the Chamber of Commerce immediately stood up, bowed and saluted. Knife Emperor, what are you doing here with me at this time? The Gun Emperor walked into the inner hall of the Goluo Imperial Palace, and saw that the Sword Emperor was frowning at a secret letter on the imperial case, and the two brows were almost twisted together. You're here, look at this secret letter. The King of Swords seemed to sense that someone had entered the inner hall, without raising his head, rubbed his eyebrows with one hand, and threw the secret letter on the imperial case to the King of Swords with the other hand. The thin letter was thrown out by the Sword Emperor, like a flying knife, making a sound of hunting and breaking through the air. Then, the two fingers of the Gun Emperor buffered the power on the letter paper. The thin letter was thrown out by the Sword Emperor, like a flying knife, making a sound of hunting and breaking through the air. Then, the two fingers of the Gun Emperor buffered the power on the letter paper. Why is there so much anger? What happened? The Gun Emperor frowned slightly, and then set his eyes on the secret letter. Xuanhuan. The defenders of Xuanhuan Empire counterattack. Huge flying beast. Withdrawing troops. Withdraw troops? The Emperor of the Gun suddenly raised his head and looked at the Emperor of the Sword. Yes, the Xingyao Empire has withdrawn its troops. They said that if they continue to stay at Yashui Pass, all the expedition forces of the Xingyao Empire will be buried there. They can't bear this loss. The Sword Emperor said coldly, and at the end, he let out a sneering laugh. But after speaking, the Sword Emperor also knew that once the Xingyao Empire withdrew its troops and wanted to attack again, it would be difficult. If there is no containment of the Xingyao Empire, with the strength of the Huangyuan Empire, we will not be afraid of us at all. The Gun King also realized this. That's right, that's it. It is precisely this thing that the Sword Emperor is troubled by. Since that's the case, let's make it clear to them. In 2 days, that guy from Yufeng should come out. The Gun King suddenly said. Yufeng is the 3rd hero level, to be promoted by the Goluo Empire. The class-level wind element magician was the most outstanding member of the Grandmaster level in the imperial family of the Goluo Empire, so he was qualified to use the hero-level trial crystal. As of now, this is the only way. The Sword Emperor nodded. The ruins are about to open. No one wants to be absent from the once-in-a-century event. Cloud City, Chila's shop. Here, no matter what is happening outside, it is as lively as ever. Especially after the opening of the 3rd big map, Doll Labyrinth, a large number of players poured into the adventurer town and started a journey to explore the treasures of the labyrinth. Although the danger of the puppet maze is several times higher than the previous copy. But in the same way, what is returned to the player is several times more than the previous dungeon. Among them, the pass and the doll fragments on the 2nd floor of the doll labyrinth are the things that must be dropped after killing the guardian doll off the treasure hall. According to Qi Li's knowledge, although the doll fragments have not yet been collected, the largest number that has appeared so far is number 16. In other words, if you want to form a stand-in puppet, you need at least 16 puppet fragments. In the treasure chest of the treasure hall, generally speaking, there will be a small amount of game gold coins, some equipment with uneven attributes, and the skill books of large-scale goods that appear from time to time. Skill books, after pet cards became popular, have always been in a state of short supply. No way, it's all to help pets load skills. As many skill books as you want to level up these martial skills and magic. It can be said that pets are absolutely ruthless spirit crystal swallowing machines. Boss. I have successfully assembled a stand-in doll. Just as Qi Lu was looking through the anecdotes in the guild communication system, Ying Feng's voice suddenly rang in Qi Li's ears. Turning his head to look, he saw Ying Feng was controlling the characters and ran to Qi Li's side in the New World mode. But no matter how you look at the expression on his face, it doesn't look happy. Rather, it seemed a little depressing. Have you made a stand-in doll? What attributes? Have you made a stand-in doll? What attributes? Sheila asked, curiously. See for yourself. The avatar should be traded to Qi Lu. Substitute doll, disposable items, bound with blood. When the binder encounters fatal damage, the substitute doll will take the fatal damage on behalf of the binder, and fully restore the binder's injuries. Note that avatars have a 24-hour cooldown. Note that the same person can only bind one avatar at the same time. It took so much effort to come up with such a prop? Sheila was also a little surprised. To be honest, the role of props of this attribute in the New World mode has almost no other role, except that players who are unfortunately killed by puppets do not lose experience. If you were killed in the copy, it is better to honestly fail the copy and start again. No wonder Ying Feng looked so depressed. It was like a candy that looked very sweet, but it was hard to eat it, and the taste that emerged was so bitter that my heart trembled. No one can accept it. No, logically speaking, how could the system produce such worthless props? Sheila was also a little confused. But even if you don't understand it now, you can't talk to these people. Otherwise, the enthusiasm of these customers will be too discouraged. So Sheila patted Ying Feng on the shoulder very solemnly, and said earnestly, every prop has its value, even if it can't be reflected now, it's just the time has not come. Trust me, leave the avatar in the package, you won't be disappointed in the future. After saying this, Ying Feng was immediately stunned. Then, Sheila took the opportunity to stuff the avatar into Yifeng's hand, Ryodito slip away quietly. After all, if Ying Feng continued to ask questions, Sheila didn't know how to continue fooling around. However, just when Ying Feng reacted and wanted to continue to ask, a person who had not been in the store for a long time suddenly called Qi Lu away. Gu Pingchuan, Manager Qi, the old man has something important to look for you. President Gu, long time no see, what have you been doing recently? Qi Lu greeted him immediately in order to get rid of Ying Feng. Seeing this scene, Ying Feng had no choice but to swallow his doubts. Manager Qi, I have been in the Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City before. This time, I really have something important to discuss. Gu Pingchuan sat in the booth next to Qi Lu and entered the New World mode. If you have anything, please talk. Qi Lu opened the two-person communication mode. Actually, I came here this time to discuss with you, Manager Qi, and to use your shop as a venue to discuss the distribution of relic tokens between the Huangyuan Empire, the Goryeo Empire, and the Xingyao Empire. Gu Pingchuan briefly stated his purpose. I won't close the store, and naturally I won't rent the store. Qi Lu said without hesitation. There is no negotiation on the matter of renting a shop. Manager Qi has been thinking too much. It's not for renting the store, but for the use of the store lobby. Please be a notary, Manager Qi. Gu Pingchuan explained quickly. In fact, the cause of this incident is still to mention the letter sent by the Gu Luo Empire. On top of the letter, the third hero of the Gu Luo Empire, Yu Feng's breath proved his strength, and it also gave Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan a sense of crisis. The content of the letter has also been clearly stated. On top of the letter, the third hero of the Gu Luo Empire, Yu Feng's breath proved his strength, and it also gave Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan a sense of crisis. The content of the letter has been clearly stated. The heroes of the three empires should gather together and make things clear. The Huangyuan Empire was the place where the ruins were opened this time, so they were willing to hand over the selection of the hero-level gathering Placito the Huangyuan Empire. So Gu Pingchuan immediately thought of Chila's store. It is also because of this that Gu Pingchuan came to discuss this matter with Qi Lu. At this time, facing Qi Lu, Gu Pingchuan would inevitably think of the scene he saw on the membership card before. With one's own power, kill the bone dragon. This kind of illustrious record is simply appalling. This also made Gu Pingchuan's already polite tone even more polite. After all, in terms of combat power, a monster like Qi Lu is already the pinnacle of a hero. This is also the reason why Gu Pingchuan thought of this. The so-called notary public must have the strength to convince all parties in order to be qualified to serve. Let me be a notary? Qi Lu pondered for a moment, then wanted to refuse. After all, notaries are not good at doing it. Manager Qi, rest assured, this notary will not let you do it in vain. After discussing with the Fire Emperor, I am willing to give up a relic token as our reward. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Relic token? Qi Lu said in his heart, what is this, and he has never heard of it. Then he prepared to continue rejecting Gu Pingchuan's proposal. Unexpectedly, the voice in his mind suddenly rang. System, please find a way for the host to get a relic token. As a reward, the system will open the exchange channel for the avatar in advance. System, make it clear, what is the exchange channel for the avatar? Qi Lu asked immediately after being shocked. System, as the name suggests, it is a channel that can exchange avatars to the outside world. This time, Qi Lu was even more astonished. What are the attributes of the avatar? Disposable items, bound with blood. When the binder encounters fatal damage, the avatar will take the fatal damage on behalf of the binder and fully recover the binder's injuries. This property is really useless in New World mode. After all, the New World mode has its own resurrection point. However, if it is put into the outside world, what is the concept? Absolute lifesaver. When your opponent has gone through untold hardships and finally defeated you, and is ready to take your life with a series of emotions such as excitement and excitement. The avatar came out suddenly and blocked the damage for you. Moreover, by the way, all the injuries on your body will be recovered. How will your opponent react? Don't be surprised. No surprise. Did not expect it. But the premise is that you don't go to death and provoke enemies that Yotsant provoke at all. Otherwise, if a hero wants to kill a grandmaster, he will kill once and 10 times. Therefore, even if the stand-in doll has various restrictions. 24 hours of cooldown, the same person can only bind one avatar at the same time. And it's so hard to scrape. That's not a problem. Qi Lu was sure that as long as the exchange channel for this avatar came out, the current situation where the trading system was full of puppet fragments and no one cared about it would immediately become priceless. Doll fragments will definitely be one of the most sought-after items. Manager Qi, have you agreed? Gu Pingchuan's words awakened Qi Li's beautiful fantasy. Qi Lu didn't have time to manage the release task of the system. After pretending to think for a while, he nodded and said, yes, but don't disturb other customers. There is no need to worry about this matter, the old man will arrange it. Gu Pingchuan nodded. Then it's fine. Qi Lu also had no other comments. After all, when Gu Pingchuan came this time, he couldn't help but give him a relic token for nothing, and inexplicably triggered a mission. And being a notary is just watching them negotiate. Don't waste much effort. What's more, in the shop, Qi Lu is not afraid that someone will dare to gould. If someone dares to do that, Qi Lu will also let them know that the strength of the human race is no match for the bone dragon of the same level. In that case, I would like to thank store manager Qi. After Gu Pingchuan thanked him, he left the store. This time, Gu Pingchuan came here in a hurry, just to discuss this matter with Qi Lu. In the Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City, there are other things that have not been dealt with. Ying Feng, who had been hiding by the side, took Gu Pingchuan away and immediately ran to Qi Li's side. Boss, are avatars really useful? It will be useful soon, and then I'm afraid you won't be able to grab it. Qi Lu smiled mysteriously, and didn't say anything more. Only Ying Feng, who was confused, stayed where he was, not knowing what he was thinking. After the negotiation with Qi Lu was confirmed, the invitation to discuss together was quickly sent to every hero who was qualified to participate in his grand event. However, when they saw that the meeting place was in Yunwu City, their expressions changed slightly. Cloud City is not a very famous city-state. In other words, it was not a very famous city-state in the past. After all, a city-state with a prosperous economy is nothing at all in the eyes of a hero. However, this almost ignoring situation disappeared completely after the Bone Dragon appeared in the Cloud City. The Bone Dragon was beheaded outside Yunwu City, making those heroes who think highly of themselves realize that there is such a strong person hidden in Yunwu City. A strong man who can easily defeat them and even let them escape. Gross Imperial Palace. The Sword Emperor turned the invitation over and over to read it several times before he tooted his tongue. I really didn't expect that the Fire Emperor would actually decide the location of the discussion in Yunwu City. Does the Fire Emperor want to use the hand of this strong man to put pressure on us? The Gun King naturally also got the invitation. No, if this powerhouse is affiliated to the Xuanhuan Empire, then the location of this discussion should be in the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city, not Yunwu City. The King of Swords sees this matter very thoroughly. And that's exactly what happened. If Qi Lu is really from the Wild Yuan Empire, then Fire Emperor Ling Ao will definitely call Qi Lu directly into the imperial city. However, Qi Lu was not someone who belonged to the Xuanhuan Empire. And the most important thing is that Ling Ao can't send Qi Lu, even if he adds another Gu Pingchuan. That's not bad, then why did they bring us into Cloud City? The Gun King still didn't understand. 4 checks and balances. The Sword Emperor spit out 4 words. This matter, in the final analysis, is because the Goryeo Empire has a 3rd hero level, which makes the Xuanhuan Empire feel a sense of crisis. Therefore, Fire Emperor Ling Ao decided to set the meeting place in Yunwu City, just to tell the heroes of other forces. There is also a 3rd hero in the Yuanyuan Empire. And he is also a hero who can use his own strength to tear the Bone Dragon with his hands. In the case that Qi Lu did not take the initiative to express his position, the heroes of other forces would definitely not take the risk of offending such a strong man and act recklessly at the discussion meeting. In this way, the Xuanhuan Empire has a natural initiative in the process of negotiation. I see. The Emperor of the Sword only heard the word check and balance and understood the meaning of the Emperor of the Sword. However, understanding does not mean that there is a way. In the face of absolute strength, no matter what conspiracy and tricks, it is fake. Senior Sword Sovereign, Senior Spear Sovereign, is there something wrong with calling me this time? While the two were discussing, a man with a handsome face and a thin body in a white robe walked into the hall, bowed slightly and saluted, and asked the two of them. This man is the 3rd hero of the Goryeo Empire, Yu Feng. You have also received the invitation. The Sword Emperor raised his head and said sternly. I got it. Yu Feng nodded slightly. This time the discussion is in Yunwu City. Although you have successfully been promoted to hero level, don't be too complacent. The King of Swords exhorted. Yes, I understand. Yu Feng responded very humbly. But in my heart, I don't think so. I hope you really know. The Gun Emperor stood beside him and said suddenly. The character of Yu Feng, the Gun Emperor, is very clear. I just hope that by then, nothing will really happen. Okay, I think Yu Feng knows what to do. The King of Swords squeezed his hand, preventing the topic from continuing. In any case, strength is the hard condition that determines attitude. The Goryeo Empire has 3 hero levels. Presumably the strong man who can kill the Bone Dragon also needs to be careful. Orc Tribe, Beast Emperor Palace. The Beast King and the High Priest were also a little surprised when they learned that the place of discussion was Cloud Mist City. The Xuanhuan Empire is smart. It didn't take long for the Beast King to understand the purpose of this move. But even if I understand it, it doesn't help. Not to mention the strength of the orc tribe itself, which is half weaker than that of the Xuanhuan Empire. Coupled with the hero-level seclusion in Yunwu City, they are not qualified to make conditions at all. I am afraid that we will continue to reduce the qualifications for entering the ruins this time. The high priest thought of more. This time, the heroes who participated in the conference were not too much, but not much. But most of them are heroes of the human race. Orc tribes are inherently disadvantaged in this respect. Because no matter how the qualifications for entering the ruins are distributed within the human race, when it comes to the issue of race, it must be the same as the outside world. It's just a pity that this hero level is not within the confines of my orc tribe. The Beast King is helpless about this. If the orc tribe can have this help, the qualification to enter the ruins at that time will definitely increase a lot. It's useless to say these things now, we can only do our best during the discussion. The high priest sighed, but his mood was much calmer. There are not many heroes who are uneasy. But no matter how worried, the date for the discussion meeting has come. Ruins are small spaces left over from ancient times for various reasons. Among the ruins, it may be the inheritance of a lost technique, or it may be a treasure left by those forces that have disappeared in the long river of history. It may also be the cave of some peerless powerhouse, or the laboratory of an alchemist. It is precisely because there are various treasures and inheritances in the ruins that all the forces are rushing to it. However, due to the instability of the small space, the ruins will only be opened once every 100 years. And the location where the ruins appear is not fixed. But fortunately, before the ruins appear, there will be warnings, and there will be a certificate of eligibility to enter the ruins outside the place where they appear. Relic token. You can only enter the ruins if you hold the ruins token. And after the ruins are closed, those who enter the ruins will be sent out, and the ruin tokens will also be destroyed. And the relics that appear once in 100 years, the relic tokens left behind are exactly 100. Because the place where the relics appeared this time was in the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire, all the 100 relic tokens were in the hands of the Xuanhuan Empire. The purpose of this discussion meeting is to decide on the distribution of relic tokens. And this day is also a day when everyone in Yunwu City is frightened. The majestic coercion that appeared in Yunwu City from time to time, although disappeared quickly, still made the residents of Yunwu City panic. The heroes who came to Yunwu City one after another, guided by the breath emanating from Gu Pingchuan, also came to the Qi Le store one after another. As expected of you, Mr. Qi is hidden in the world. Manager Qi has long admired your name. I often hear Dean Gu mention you. When I saw you today, I realized that Manager Qi is really different from ordinary people. After Ling Ao came to the Qi Le shop, the first thing he saw was the combat power improvement training room. The use of the space folding magic immediately shocked Ling Ao into a heavenly man. After Ling Ao introduced himself, Qi Le stood up from the sofa and cupped his hands. So you are the Fire Emperor of the Wild Yuan Empire. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're welcome, Store Manager Qi. I'm going to trouble you to be a notary today. Ling Ao said very politely. This kind of powerhouse, if possible, is better tied to the Xuanhuan Empire. Even if you can't win over, you mustn't be an enemy. No trouble, as long as you don't disturb my business. Qi Le waved his hand and sat back on the sofa indifferently. Ling Ao's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak. I heard Gu Pingchuan say it before, saying that the character of this store manager Qi is very interesting. When I saw it today, it was truly extraordinary. However, no matter what, Ling Ao is still the current Fire Emperor of the Wild Yuan Empire. If you don't speak, then don't speak. Ling Ao knew the purpose of this trip. Although he was very interested in the things in Qi Le's store, it would not be too late to look at the goods in the store after the discussion meeting was over. So Ling Ao sat down on the sofa first. Huh? It's really comfortable to sit on this sofa. Ling Ao glanced at Qi Lu, and immediately understood why Qi Lu was sitting on the sofa all the time. This soft feeling is really unbearable to leave. Apart from Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao being the organizers of this discussion meeting, the first hero who came to Chila's store was an acquaintance. The person who came was the dean of the Peak Academy, Ren Gongxiu. President Ren, I haven't seen you for a long time, stay safe. Gu Pingchuan was out to guide the hero-level wayfinding, and the one who came out to receive it was naturally Ling Ao. Between hero levels, unless the difference in strength is too great, in terms of status, they are almost all at the same level. Therefore, Ling Ao did not deliberately put on any airs. Thank you Fire Emperor for your concern, and it is a great honor for Ren to receive the invitation. Ren Gongxiu also responded very politely. Flower sedan chairs are carried by everyone. There is no difference between the emptiness and the snake between the hero levels. President Ren is very polite, how come you don't get your share of this kindoff thing? Ling Ao welcomed Ren Gongxiu into the store. For this discussion meeting, Gu Pingchuan asked Qi Lu to move out a lot of single sofas. The one who followed Ren Gongxiu in the shop was the dean of Dadi College. Banjing. Old Ren, let you take the lead. As soon as Banjing entered the door, he greeted the two of them. Among the heroes, most of them are people who are familiar with each other, and regardless of the relationship between the two parties, they will know a thing or two about their respective strengths. That's because your legs are not strong enough, maybe your legs are short, no wonder I'm one step ahead of you. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing have a good relationship, so naturally he laughed back at this time. While the two were chatting, two orcs entered the store. At this time, there will be no more orcs who come to the store unabashedly, except for the two who participated in the meeting. The Beast King and the High Priest. Between the human race and the orc tribe, although there is no deep hatred. But there is really little place for communication between different races. So after the Beast King and the High Priest said hello and proved that they were here, they sat down on the sofa and said nothing. Followed by the three heroes of the Gu Luo Empire. The King of Swords, the King of Guns, and the Royal Wind. After the three people came to the store, they looked around the store, and after confirming the hero who came to the store, they sat down on the sofa. The Goluo Empire and the Huangyuan Empire are at odds. In addition, there are 3 hero levels, and their strength is stronger than other forces. At this time, they naturally don't want to talk to others. It seems that everyone came early. I'm really sorry for the two of us who came so late. The atmosphere in the store was about to be silent forever, and a solemn voice came from outside the store, breaking the dull atmosphere. The person who entered the store was a middle-aged man in a white robe with a sympathetic look on his face. Following behind the middle-aged man, there was a tall man in exquisite knightly armor with a cross sword hanging on his waist. Just by looking at the dress, you can know who these two are. The white-clothed high priest and paladin of the Star Empire. It's not too late, let's sit first. The Sword Emperor said. Not to answer the words of the white-clothed high priest, but to grab the dominance of this meeting. Then I'll be more respectful than obedient. The white-clothed high priest said fluently. The paladin followed closely, untied the cross sword hanging from his waist, put it beside the sofa, and sat down. Fire Emperor, haven't everyone arrived yet? Seeing the two sitting down, the Sword Emperor looked at Ling Ao and asked aloud. There is one last person, so why bother? How could Ling Ao not know the purpose of the Sword Emperor, but Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan had already decided to give Qi Lu the dominance of this meeting. As long as Qi Lu is in the Wild Yuan Empire, then Qi Lu can be regarded as a person on the side of the Wild Yuan Empire. It is better to give the dominance to Qi Lu than to those of other forces. Knife Emperor, why are you in such a hurry? Look, this last person has already come. The Beast Emperor suddenly said. At the door of the store, a woman wearing a bamboo hat and a blue-gray outfit with a thin sword hanging from her waist walked in. Then she took off her hat and put it on the counter, revealing her beautiful face and soft blue silk. Elder Yu Jianzong, Lu Jingya. The woman reported her home and name. Suddenly, the heroes sitting on the sofa were taken aback, and they quickly got up and returned the salute. The sect, like the academy, is independent of the empire, a force that transcends the mundane world. But unlike the academy cultivates the strong for others, while the sect cultivates the strong for itself. Therefore, although the major colleges and the empire respected them, they were not in awe. After all, in comparison, among the three major academies, each academy has only one hero. And within the three empires, there are at least two heroes. One hero and two heroes, the difference is not a star and a half. However, it is precisely because the academy is to cultivate strong people for other forces, so in the case of a last resort, other forces will not want to deal with a certain academy. Especially like the brilliant academy, which is in the same spirit as the wasteland empire. But the sect is different. The sect, which holds a lot of resources, is unscrupulous in order to cultivate the strong. Therefore, the strength of the major sects is far greater than that of the major colleges, and even compared with the three major empires, they are not far behind. The swordsman sect is the leader among the sects. It can even be said that the strength of swordsman sect is not even comparable to the three major empires. This was also the reason why Fire Emperor Ling Ao would invite swordsman sect. As for Edgeworth, the heroes present have naturally heard of it. And they also heard about the elder of the swordsman sect, Lu Jingya, who came here this time. There are a total of 3 elders of the swordsman sect, plus the sect master of the swordsman sect. There are 4 people in total, all of them are heroes. And this elder Lu Jingya was the strongest of the 3 swordsman sect elders. It is rumored that Lu Jingya once beheaded 3 heroic beasts in a row in order to protect his own disciples, and since then he has established a fierce reputation. Such strength can be said to be terrifying. This time, Royal Sword Sect sent Lu Jingya, which can be said to have given enough face. But it is also because the sects are only for their own reasons, so many sects cannot get invitations, and those sects that are relatively weak are not qualified to say anything. In the face of the 3 major empires, this is still the case. If those sects who are not strong enough dare to clamor with swordsman sect, I am afraid they will disappear the next day. Everyone is welcome, please sit down. Lu Jingya's voice was very cold, and there was no fierceness in the rumored spirit at all. After saying hello, she sat down on her own. The others also sat down. Gu Pingchuan, who entered the store behind Lu Jingya, also found a seat and sat down. All the people who participated in the discussion meeting have arrived. The number of forces involved is not in the minority. Huangyuan Empire, Goluo Empire, and Xingyao Empire are the 3 major empires. Brilliant College, Pinnacle College, and Dotty College are the 3 major colleges. As well as the Orc tribe and Edgeworth. It can be said that the 8 most powerful forces in the eastern wilderness have all arrived at this moment. When the major forces are here, the discussion meeting will naturally begin officially. As the host, Fire Emperor Ling Ao stood up alone, and then pulled Qi Lu from the sofa. This one is the store manager Qi, who I invited to be the notary of this meeting, and the store manager of the store that held the meeting this time. According to the plan, Ling Ao introduced Qi Lu first. Because of this discussion meeting, whether we can leave a few more relic tokens for the Huangyuan Empire, we have to look at Qi Lu. Hearing Ling Ao finish saying these words, all the heroes present frowned. Because they never thought that Ling Ao would find someone else to be a notary for this meeting. Moreover, a meeting of this level is not a random person who is qualified to be a notary. Hello, my name is Qi Lu. I'm the manager of this shop. This time I'll lend you a venue for a meeting. I hope you won't disturb my business. Qila came to the crowd and spoke slowly. The indifferent tone, as if he was not facing the leaders of the major forces, nor a group of heroes, but just a group of ordinary people. This kind of tone, for the hero level, is definitely a kind of contempt. Yu Feng was originally unhappy with this meeting. And when the Bone Dragon incident happened, Yu Feng happened to be in the hero-level trial space, so it was unclear why this meeting was held in Yunwu City. Now there is a so-called notary public. Yu Feng's unhappiness erupted immediately. Xuanhuan, we only see your Huanyuan Empire as the place where the ruins appeared, so we give you face and let you choose the place where the meeting will be held. But did you use this method to show us your sincerity? Hearing Yu Feng's words, the brows of the Sword Emperor and the Gun Emperor immediately wrinkled. But the words have been said, and they will naturally not refute. After all, Yu Feng is also a member of their Goryeo Empire. Even if he said something wrong, the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor must support him here. Otherwise, you're hitting yourself in the face. Yes, Fire Emperor, I need an explanation for this matter. The paladin also echoed, with a very serious expression. Before, when the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army attacked Yashui Pass, the Xingyao Empire joined forces with the Goryeo Empire. At this moment, it was naturally the same. As long as they can put pressure on Ling Ao, they will naturally get more relic tokens. Moreover, more importantly, the expeditionary army of the Xingyao Empire was defeated, and the paladins who ruled all the forces of the Xingyao Empire would naturally be unhappy with the Huanyuan Empire. While the paladin spoke, the Sword Emperor gave a vague look at the Beast Emperor. Attacking the Yuanyuan Empire, the Orc tribe also has a share. It's just that the Orc tribe attacked Yunwu City, and they stopped very early, and also made it clear to the Guluo Empire. That's why there will be the alliance between the Goryeo Empire and the Xingyao Empire. However, after all, the two forces have joined forces before. If you put pressure on Ling Ao now, you can also join forces again. However, just as the Beast King was about to speak, the high priest sitting beside him touched him. How? The Beast King glanced at the high priest. The high priest didn't speak, just took a deep look at Qi Lu, who was standing in the field, and then shook his head. Out of trust in the high priest, the Beast King opened his mouth, but hadn't say anything in the end. As for Ren Gongxiu and Banzheng, the relationship between these two deans, Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao, was much better than that of others, so naturally they would not demolish their own positions at this time. What's more, Ren Gongxiu and Banzheng were able to get the invitation, and it was also due to Gu Pingchuan. Otherwise, why did those sects, with only one hero level, not get invitations? Because the Huanyuan Empire doesn't care. Among the sects present, there was only the swordsman family. As for Yu Jianzong, it has 4 heroes. As for Lu Jingya, she just sat on the sofa without any change in the expression on her face. Among the people present, although they are all hero level, in terms of strength, Lu Jingya and Gu Pingchuan are the highest. Lu Jingya can kill 3 heroic monsters alone with 1 sword, and his strength is absolutely true. As for Gu Pingchuan, a half-step powerhouse, apart from being incompetent when facing the Dragon Clan, in terms of overall strength, he is even better than Lu Jingya. And the people present who can see this clearly, apart from Ling Ao, Ren Gongxiu, and Banzheng, are only Lu Jingya. The first 3 were informed by Gu Pingchuan. And Lu Jingya is purely relying on her amazing perception. That's why Lu Jingya doesn't bother to denounce this kind of thing. Although in Lu Jingya's perception, Qi Lu seems to be an ordinary person. But how can someone who can make Gu Pingchuan have no opinion be an ordinary person? The noise in the store lobby made everyone else in the store look over. Curiosity is something everyone has. Although they don't know all the people sitting in the hall. But it's normal to know 1 or 2 of them. For example, the students of the Brilliant Academy, it is impossible not to know Gu Pingchuan. Another example is the students of the Peak Academy. It is impossible not talk no Rengongsho. And as long as they know one or two of them, they can completely guess. Those people sitting in a circle in the hall are absolutely heroic. Because the master level is absolutely not qualified to sit with these people and have an equal dialogue. So thinking of this, the customers in the store suddenly shrank their heads back. The gathering of these dozen heroes here is definitely a force that can shake the entire eastern wilderness. At this moment, because Yu Feng and the paladin put pressure on Ling Ao, the atmosphere in the store became extremely tense, and even the customers in the store became silent. I'm afraid that I'll provoke these heroes if I'm not careful. That was really unthinkable. I reiterate again, I borrowed the venue for you to hold a discussion meeting, so I hope you don't disturb my customers. Qi Le said lightly. Although Qi Le did not care about the tit-for-tat between them. However, if this kind of thing disturbs other people in the store, then Qi Le will take care of it. Who are you, dare to speak at this time? Yu Feng was originally very dissatisfied, but when Qi Li's words stirred him, he became even more angry. Moreover, in Yu Feng's perception, Qi Lu is an ordinary person without any grudge or magic. The behavior of Fire Emperor Ling Ao asking Qi Lu to be a notary was simply a mockery in Yu Feng's view. It seems that in Xuanhuan Empire's view, only one ordinary person needs to be a notary, and it is enough to have an absolute advantage in the discussion meeting. Don't think that the Fire Emperor wants you to be this notary, you are really qualified, a meeting of this level is simply not something you can mix in. Yu Feng sneered unceremoniously. Yes, now is not the time for you to speak. The paladin also followed. Since it has been decided to join forces to exert pressure, there is no reason to give up halfway. Although the King of Swords and King of Guns did not speak, their faces were also looking at a joke. The high priest in white also bowed his head slightly, not intending to stop the paladin. If Yu Feng and the paladins could lose Qi Li's face, then Fire Emperor Ling Ao's right to speak at the discussion meeting would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Because Qi Lu was a notary public introduced by Ling Ao. Qi Lu was disgraced, and Ling Ao's face was also not good-looking. It seems that you have made a good plan, or you will break the rules. Qi Le frowned slightly, although his tone was still calm, but it was a little more turbulent than before. If you don't follow the rules, so what? Yu Feng didn't care about Qi Li's words, glanced at Qi Le sideways, and then said, it's up to you, so what? Yu Feng, what you said is too much. Ling Ao knew that he had to speak. As I said before, Qi Lu is the notary appointed by Ling Ao, and there is a close relationship between him and Ling Ao. If he wanted to take the initiative in the discussion meeting and get more relic tokens, Ling Ao had to maintain Qi Li's notary status. Huang, I respect you as a senior, but, do you look down on us too much by asking an ordinary person to be a notary? Yu Feng was not afraid of Ling Ao's warning, looked directly at Ling Ao, and said aloud. Knowing this, although it will offend Ling Ao, it will also be able to pull other heroes into his own camp. How ironic it is to let an ordinary person be the notary of a heroic conference. Oh? Is that why you are in my store and affect other customers so much? This time, without waiting for Ling Ao to speak, Qi Le spoke first. Qi Le looked at the low-strength customers in the store, and his face was already pale, because of the momentum released by Yu Feng Rua. So what? Yu Feng said indifferently. Even if he offends Ling Ao, Yu Feng will not be afraid, not to mention this little shop manager. If that's the case, then get out of here. People like you are not welcome in my store. Qi Lu frowned slightly and said coldly. How dare you talk to me like that? Hearing the words, Yu Feng just wanted to teach this ignorant store manager a lesson. But at this moment, a terrifying coercion suddenly appeared, oppressing Yu Feng. In an instant, a coolness appeared behind Yu Feng, like the feeling of being stared at by an ancient beast that wanted to choose someone to devour. wandering on the edge of life and death. At that moment, Yu Feng seemed to see the abyss, right in front of him. And beside him, there are monstrous flames, and constantly bubbling magma. Cold sweat instantly soaked Yu Feng's clothes. No, it's impossible. Bean-sized sweat beads ooze out of Yu Feng's forehead, and he looked at Qi Lu with a look of horror, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. This young man who was harmless to humans and animals in 1 second, in the next second, is like a fierce beast from ancient times, and his cold eyes are like an ice prison in the abyss. This young man who was harmless to humans and animals in 1 second, in the next second, is like a fierce beast from ancient times, and his cold eyes are like an ice prison in the abyss. Yu Feng is not the only one who has this feeling. In other words, all the heroes present felt this terrible coercion. This terrifying, majestic coercion that chills in the bottom of my heart. They could clearly feel that in the face of this majestic pressure, they were like a small boat facing the monstrous waves. I can only pray that this monstrous wave will not swallow them up, and I can't resist the slightest bit. It's just that Yu Feng, who was heavily targeted, endured even more pressure. Could it be that this store manager Qi is the one who killed the bone dragon bee himself? The beast emperor's eyes widened, and he seemed quite happy at the moment. Fortunately, the high priest stopped him before and did not let him say anything against Qi Lu. It's no wonder that Lao Gu and the fire emperor will let the store manager bribe the notary for this meeting. With such coercion, the strength of this store manager Qi must have no rivals among the heroes. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing were also relieved. Fortunately, they, Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan are their own people. If they get into such a strong man, even if they are also heroes, they will have trouble sleeping and sleeping. Although Lu Jingyao was already prepared. But after she really saw the majestic force of this coercion, she was still stunned. This coercion was 3 points stronger than the suzerain of the swordsman sect, who was called the #1 hero. If it weren't for this coercion, it was just a terrifying situation, and there was no real qualitative change. Lu Jingyao would have doubts. This store manager Qi is not a hero at all, but a powerhouse-level power. But the King of Swords and King of Spear, as well as the white-clothed high priest and the paladin, felt extremely ugly in an instant after feeling this majestic coercion. The strength of this store manager, Qi, has completely exceeded their expectations. It turned out that they could not feel the momentum of this store manager Kaifor. That was because they were too different from each other. The difference is so big that the other party can easily block their perception. And they are still complacent. Now that the other party finds an opportunity to attack, they are not as strong as the other party, and they are still at a loss. However, at this point, they could only bow their heads and admit defeat. It is really a wrong step, every step is wrong. One mistake, and the whole game is lost. People who don't follow the rules are not welcome in my shop. Qi Lu said slowly, squinting slightly, looking at Yu Feng. The tone was flat, but with a hint of extremely dangerous aura, hidden inside. Yu Feng gritted his teeth and tried his best to be able to withstand this majestic pressure. Hearing Qi Li's words, Yu Feng immediately looked at the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor. Yu Feng is just a hero who has just been promoted, and its strength is only the bottom of the hero. But the King of Swords and King of Guns are veteran heroes. When the three of them join forces, they may not be afraid of this store manager Qi. However, when Yu Feng looked over, the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor had already noticed his gaze, and just shook their heads slightly at him. The King of Swords and the King of Guns are not stupid. In Yunwu City, Ling Ao could still be invited as a notary, and he still possesses such terrifying strength. It is not difficult to guess that this store manager, Qi, is the strong man who tore apart the bone dragon by himself. In Yunwu City, Ling Ao could still be invited as a notary, and he still possesses such terrifying strength. It is not difficult to guess that this store manager, Qi, is the strong man who tore apart the bone dragon by himself. To be able to tear apart the bone dragon with the power of the flesh is a real ruthless man. The King of Swords and the King of Guns did not want to provoke such monsters. I'm sorry, Senior, I'll leave now. After Yu Feng lost the support of the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor, he could only resign. Let him face a monster with such majestic coercion alone. What is the difference between him and his own death? After Yu Feng left in embarrassment, Qi Lu looked at the paladin again. Manager Qi, although you are powerful, don't go too far. The paladin warned Qi Lu when he saw Qi Li's gaze. Excessive? The rules are what I said at the beginning. You say I'm too much? Qi Lu raised his brows slightly, and accompanied by two rhetorical questions with abruptly aggravated tone, the pressure on the paladin also suddenly increased. It was like a giant wave slammed on the boat. The paladin's face turned pale in an instant, his teeth were clenched, and the blood gushing up from his throat almost spit out. But in the end he held back. The skill is not as good as others, I admit it, Manager Qi, farewell. The paladin stood up suddenly, raised the cross sword, and walked out of the store with a gloomy face. Humph. Qi Lu looked at the back of the paladin and snorted coldly. He did this, of course, not against Yu Feng or the paladins, but simply for standing up. Just as these heroic powerhouses don't cause trouble, that's okay. Qi Lu, as Anatary, is also happy to relax. But if someone dares to jump out, then no matter who it is, Qi Lu will kill the chicken and set an example. Only by letting them see their strength will they admit their position. Qi Lu saw this very clearly, and Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan were also very happy to see this scene. Because only the hero level in the discussion meeting is eligible to assign the relic token. Qi Lu will invite Yu Feng and the paladins out of the negotiation meeting. In fact, it is in disguise that it has weakened the right to speak at the discussion meeting between the Gu Luo Empire and the Xingyao Empire. Since the unruly people have left, the discussion meeting will officially begin. Qi Lu restrained the pressure and said slowly. As for whether other people were dissatisfied with him, Qi Lu didn't care at all. You know, as long as you are in the store, Qi Li's strength is a real tyrannical force. Don't say a royal wind plus a paladin. As long as they are standing in the store, even if all the heroes who participated in the discussion meeting join forces this time, for Qi Lu, it is a matter of crushing. If everyone has no opinion, then this discussion meeting, let's start. Ling Ao also nodded. After Qi Lu leeway, others also knew that this time, the Xuanhuan Empire was indeed powerful. Although he was very embarrassed, he could only nod his head. Qi Li's role is to watch from the side. Being a notary is more about acknowledging the validity of the meeting than participating in it. After the final number of heroes who participated in the discussion meeting was determined, although there was a fight, the final result was quickly settled. The Xuanhuan Empire appeared as a relic, and in the discussion meeting, because of the existence of Qi Lu, it completely dominated. The Xuanhuan Empire appeared as a relic, and in the discussion meeting, because of the existence of Qi Lu, it completely dominated. In the final distribution, 25 relic tokens were obtained. Of course, how to add one piece of Qi Lu should be 26 pieces. Guluo Empire, although Yu Feng was invited by Qi Lu, but its real strength isn't weak, so it got the second largest number. There are 3 hero levels, a total of 18 pieces. As for the Xingyao Empire, the last of the 3 major empires, because the paladins of the main battle were invited by Qi Lu, and the Xingyao Empire was indeed not an empire that started from war, the number of relic tokens obtained is quite limited. In the end, it was decided that the Xingyao Empire was 10 relic tokens. The strengths of the 3 colleges are not far from each other. If I have to say it, Gu Pingchuan's strength is probably far more than Rengongxiu and Banjing. Therefore, it was finally decided that each of the 3 major academies had 7 relic tokens. However, there is another problem in this. That is, Gu Pingchuan is both affiliated to the Xuanhuan Empire and the Dean of the Brilliant Academy, so there is a considerable overlap in the distribution of the relic tokens. But after Gu Pingchuan released his momentum, the others stopped talking. It is true that it is really unfair to let Gu Pingchuan occupy the 2 allocation spots. However, a half-step powerhouse-level existence, although not as powerful as the coercion released by Qi Lu before, is majestic to a terrifying level. But for most heroes, it is also an existence that is best not to offend. This is the prerogative of the strong. Speaking of this, Gu Pingchuan actually had to thank Qi Lu. With such a face, Qi Lu directly and indirectly helped Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan twice in the distribution of the relic tokens. As for Qi Lu, in the hearts of the Sword Emperor and others, it has already been classified into the category that must not be offended. If faced with an enemy of this level, I am afraid that even after eating and sleeping, there will be a cold sweat on the back. And the Orc tribe, although there are still 2 heroes left in the discussion meeting. But, as the High Priest had guessed before, in the face of the heroic level of most of the human race, the Orc tribe is really not good. After a lot of fights and arguments, the Orc tribe finally got only 13 relic tokens. And the last swordsman sect, although only 1 elder came. But Lu Jingya's strength is absolutely beyond doubt. In addition, in the swordsman sect, there are really 4 heroes, and one of them is the sect master of the swordsman sect, who is called the first person of the heroic class. Therefore, it was finally decided to give all the remaining 12 relic tokens to Lu Jingya. Compared with the Xingyao Empire, there are 2 more. At this point, the discussion meeting is over. After all, the most difficult part of the discussion meeting is not the process of distributing the relic tokens, but how to use strength to convince other forces before distribution. And find excuses to make yourself the dominant party. Coincidentally, Yu Feng and the paladins really give face. Otherwise, Qi Lu would not have found an opportunity to stand up so easily, and this time the discussion meeting would not have ended so quickly. Manager Qi, this time, thank you for being a notary. This is your reward. After Ling Ao finished the distribution of the relic tokens, he directly handed the remaining relic token to Qi Lu. You're welcome. Of course, Qi Lu readily accepted the items needed for the mission. When the ruins are opened, the location of the ruins will appear on the ruins token, and the conditions for entering the ruins, because the conditions for entering the ruins are different each time, so I'm not sure that you can use it, Manager Qi. After Ling Ao handed the relic token to Qi Lu, he said one more sentence. What's the meaning? Qi Lu asked with some doubts. Because according to the records, the conditions for entering the ruins sometimes limit the strength of the token holder. That is to say, if the strength is too high, they cannot enter the ruins. Ling Ao answered in great detail. Because Ling Ao had only seen Qi Li's bone-tearing dragon on the membership card before, so although he attached great importance to it, he still didn't admire it much. But this time, after seeing Qi Li show his strength with his own eyes, Ling Ao made up his mind. If there is a chance, Qi Li must be pulled into the camp of the Huangyuan Empire. I see, but it doesn't matter, it won't be too late to look at it again. Qi Li smiled and didn't care. Because Qi Li was not a relic token for relics. It's just that the system has released the task before Qi Li accepts Ling Ao's invitation. Moreover, although the ruins are opened once in 100 years. But there is more than one relic. Although there are not many relics left over from ancient times, they are not so scarce that there are only 1 or 2. It's just that in the same place, the ruins will not be opened twice within 100 years. Otherwise, there would not be so many records about the ruins. Moreover, every time the relics are opened, the number of 100 relic tokens is fixed, and it must be distributed by the large and small forces near the relics, and it is impossible for other forces to share the pie. This time, the lucky relics were opened in Huangyuan Empire. This made Gu Luo Empire and Xingyao Empire red-eyed. It's a pity that in the end, stealing chickens failed to lose rice, and lost the wife and lost the army. However, this time the ruins were opened in the Xuanhuan Empire, and in the entire eastern wasteland. In the next few decades, it should be impossible to see the second ruins opened. Manager Qi's mentality is free and easy, someone Ling admires. Ling Ao's attitude towards Qi Lu could only say serving. After all, every time the ruins are opened, those who compete for the token of the ruins can be described as Christian carp crossing the river. Countless forces have even broken their heads, and they want to share a piece off the pie. But at Qi Li's place, after the relic token was in hand, it was as if nothing happened, and there was no fluctuation in emotions. As expected of a man who can fight a bone dragon, Ling Ao sighs. The discussion meeting is over. There are still many matters to be dealt with in the Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City. Manager Qi, we will see you next time. To achieve the main goal, Ling Ao also needs to return to the Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City to prepare for the opening of the ruins. After all, Ling Ao alone can't use so many tokens. Moreover, if the conditions for entering the ruins this time limit the strength of the token holder, then Ling Ao needs to select suitable candidates as soon as possible and send them to the ruins. After all, the opening time of the ruins is limited. Once the ruins are closed, everyone in the ruins will be sent out. Although entering the ruins first, the harvest is not necessarily greater. But there will definitely be more opportunities to gain something. Okay, then I won't stay anymore. Qi Lu nodded. Let's go too. After the Sword Emperor got the relic token, his face was still gloomy, and the Gun Emperor left without looking back. After all, if Qi Lu hadn't stepped in, then the distribution of relic tokens this time, the strongest Gu Luo Empire, would definitely not have only 18 tokens. Naturally, the Beast Emperor and High Priest of the Orc tribe will not stay too long. After all, this is also the territory of the human race. On the contrary, the white-clothed High Priest had a good temper, and he said hello to Qi Lu before pushing the door and leaving. The city is very deep. Qi Lu looked at the back of the High Priest in white and narrowed his eyes. The Paladin of the Starlight Empire was disgraced by himself, and the white-clothed High Priest could still greet him with a smile. If it wasn't for the disagreement between the two, it was because the High Priest in white had a very deep palace. But whether it's the former or the latter, I'll leave it to Ling Ao to worry about it. If the Paladins dared to come to the door, Qi Lu would dare to add an ice sculpture outside his shop. The other 3 deans also left the store after greeting Qi Lu. Each of the 3 colleges has 7 relic tokens. Even if the relics are not limited in strength, they need to select 6 suitable candidates as soon as possible. For a while, the only hero-level hero who came to the store to participate in the discussion meeting was Yu Jingya from the swordsman sect. This time is over, and I'll stay soon. Manager Qi, if I have the opportunity to meet again next time, I hope I can save face and learn from each other. Lu Jingya has the name of Wu Qi in Yujin sect. Among the 3 elders, Lu Jingya was the youngest in the first place. Apart from Lu Jingya's extremely high talent, it was inseparable from her obsession with martial arts. However, Wu Qi returns to Wu Qi. Lu Jingya also knew in her heart that when she and Qi Lu were discussing with each other now, she would probably end up being killed in a second. It would be better to go back to the swordsman sect to practice hard, and it will not be too late to challenge again. And just when Lu Jingya said goodbye to Qi Lu, an exclamation suddenly came from outside the store. Master! Lu Jingya paused for a while when she said half of her words. She only felt that the voice was very familiar. Looking back, her delicate eyebrows were slightly raised. Flying snow. Why are you here? The people who came to the door of the store were the members of the Lan Yidium. At this time, Fei Xue was walking beside Lan Yi, looking at Lu Jingya in the hall with a look of amazement. Master? The rest of the Lan Yi team also looked at Fei Xue with surprise. Fei Xue, I've never heard of you talking about this. Lan Yi looked at Fei Xue beside him in surprise. Sister Fei Xue, do you still have a master? Shaya also said in surprise. Her aura is so fierce. Yojiao was a little surprised by the aura emanating from Lu Xingya's body, even if it was released inadvertently, it was like a sharp blade. Sister Fei Xue, your master is so young. Nayland Qingqi also said aloud. It's true, Fei Xue sister, master sister, she is so beautiful. Lan Zier also echoed. The attention of the two little lowly is a bit strange. My master just looks young, but in fact, counting the time, she has already. Fei Xue heard the words and wanted to introduce Nayland Qingqi. Flying snow. Lu Xingya immediately interrupted Fei Xue's words. Although Lu Xingya is a martial artist, as a woman, she is also very concerned about her age. I'm sorry, master. Interrupted by Lu Xingya's voice, Fei Xue smiled awkwardly, but did not continue. Others were intrigued, and although they were curious, they were embarrassed to continue asking. But because of Lu Xingya's sudden appearance, Fei Xue briefly explained her identity. One of the direct disciples of swordsman sect elder Lu Xingya. The swordsman sect. As soon as Fei Xue finished speaking, the rest of the Lan Yi team looked at her with horror. Maybe not everyone has seen a person from the swordsman sect, but as long as they are practitioners in the eastern wilderness, they have basically heard this thunderous name. For hero-level Zhenzong, this has completely exceeded the conventional configuration. It is simply not comparable to those little-known small sects. Fei Xue had mentioned before that she was a disciple of the sect, but at the time she just smiled. So much so that Lan Yi and the others never thought that Fei Xue would actually be a member of the swordsman sect, and also a direct disciple of the elder. Hello, senior, my name is Lan Yi, I'm the captain of Lan Yi's team and affiant of Fei Xue. Lan Yi was stunned for a long time before she remembered to say hello to Lu Xingya. In fact, the atmosphere of the entire Lan Yi squad, friends or sisters, is far more than the atmosphere of the mercenary squad. Fei Xue told me before that I wanted to go down the mountain to practice, but it was 3 years since I left, but I didn't expect to be a mercenary. Lu Xingya didn't expect to meet Fei Xue here, and her tone was somewhat unexpected. Fei Xue is not the only one of Lu Xingya's direct disciples. The direct disciple who made Lu Xingya famous is not Fei Xue, because that guy has already been planted under the fangs and claws of heroic beasts. Otherwise, Lu Xingya wouldn't be in a rage. With one sword and one person, he entered the forest of monsters and beheaded 3 heroic monsters. Master, being a mercenary is also a good way to practice. Sister Lan Yi is very kind to me. Fei Xue defended, moreover, there are Qinger, Zier, Xiaoya, Xiaoqi, Yujiu here. We have experienced many things together, and the bond between us is unbreakable. I'm not preaching to you. Lu Xingya raised her eyebrows. In the swordsman sect, Lu Xingya's style of apprenticeship is unique. It is precisely because of her martial idiot character that most of the time, Lu Xingya will not care about her own disciples, nor will she care about their tape. The free-range apprenticeship can be regarded as the style of Lu Xingya. So 3 years ago, Fei Xue proposed to go down the mountain to practice, and Lu Xingya agreed without even thinking about it. As a result, if it wasn't for the two of them meeting today, maybe in a few years, Lu Xingya would have forgotten that he still has a direct disciple like Fei Xue. I just want to ask, why are you here? Lu Xingya continued. Master, don't you know what the manager's shop does? This time, it was Fei Xue's turn to be surprised. I don't even know what Qila's store does, so why is my master here? Manager Qi's shop. Lu Xingya glanced at the situation in the shop, and then said, it should be EA's shop that sells weapons, armor, and some alchemy products. The crystal ball in the combat strength training room area was regarded by Lu Xingya as an image crystal. Of course not, master, let me introduce you to you. Fei Xue showed an expression of as expected. It turned out that his master really didn't know what the Qi store was doing. Fei Xue showed a surely so expression. It turned out that his master really didn't know what the Qi store was doing. Because if he knew, he would definitely not ask Fei Xue why he came to the store. Oh? Is there anything magical about the things in Manager Qi's store? Lu Jingya showed an unsure look. From Lu Jingya's point of view, the weapons and armors on the shelves are nothing more than finely forged and polished. This is also the responsibility of a dedicated forging master in the Imperial Sword sect. What's more, there are very few people in Edgeworth who use other weapons. After all, the name of the sect was taken as the Swordsman sect, and the weapons used were naturally various sword-type weapons. As for the small porcelain vases on the shelves, they are at most some alchemy potions. This is not unusual in Swordsman sect. For a sect as big as the Swordsman sect, it is impossible not to have its own alchemist, and not only do there exist, but there are many more. On the other side of the store, Lu Jingya admits that the space-folding magic over there is indeed shockingly powerful. But the image crystal placed on the table over there is not as shocking as the space-folding magic. So from the beginning to the end, Lu Jingya did not show any interest in the products of Qi's store. After all, Fei Xue is also a direct disciple of Lu Jingya, so she naturally knows what Lu Jingya thinks, so she dragged Lu Jingya to the accessories area of the shelf area from the beginning. There are such exquisite accessories in this store. When Lu Jingya saw the accessories, the indifferent expression on her face disappeared immediately, and turned into a surprised expression. Although Lu Jingya is a martial arts idiot, the beauty-loving nature is shared by women. Jewelry produced by the system, even if it does not look at the function, just in appearance, it is enough to kill a lot of jewelry in this world. After all, in a world where grudge and magic are prevalent, there is really no market for ornaments that only have appearances. Therefore, there are not many craftsmen who study these accessories. Master, these accessories are not just beautiful. Fei Xue followed and introduced the functions of these accessories. This introduction immediately surprised Lu Jingya even more. Although the accessories look good, Lu Jingya also understands that too many accessories are a big hindrance in battle. So even if Lu Jingya buys some accessories to go back, but more often, she can only put it away and admire herself, instead of wearing it on her body to increase her beauty. However, when these accessories have these powerful additional skills, it is completely different. For example, the bracelet of wind can increase the wearer's shooting speed, and when attacking, there is a small probability of triggering the wind/effect. Or the headband of Lin Ji, which can improve the wearer's movement skills when attacked, there is a small probability of directly dodging the attack. Or the earring of fire, after entering the battle, it will add the same amount of fire damage to each attack of the wearer. These passive skills, whether it is for professional class, master class, or even hero class, are very useful. Moreover, the battles between many evenly matched powerhouses often only need a little advantage to be continuously expanded. Even if these fine-level accessories are subjected to hero-level power, the consumption of durability will be greatly increased, but it does not prevent Lu Jingya from changing a set after 1 or 2 battles. Anyway, for Lu Jingya, an elder of the swordsman sect, she has no shortage of spirit crystals at all. If the durability can't stand it, then use the quantity to make up. It's a big deal to buy a dozen or 20 sets, and it's not enough to change 2 sets for a battle. What's more, for a hero level, the powerhouses of the same level will not fight so easily. So, Lu Jingya, looking like she was rich and powerful, took 10 sets of accessories directly, and said that she should buy so many first. If it is not enough, she can buy them later. And Lu Jingya is indeed worthy of the 4 characters of wealth and wealth. The shot is a heroic magic core. A heroic magic core, one can deduct 100,000 spirit crystals. I don't know if it was one of the 3 heroic monsters that Lu Jingya killed in order to avenge his own disciple. However, compared to the 500,000 hero-level trial crystals priced by the system, the hero-level magic core is much inferior. However, the two things cannot be compared. Because a heroic magic core is at most used for enchanting, making wands, or refining it into fighting chi or magic power. But a hero-level trial crystal, it can achieve a hero level with a high probability. Not to mention 500,000 spirit crystals, even if it is 1,000,000 spirit crystals, there are still a lot of people who smash pots and sell iron to buy them. It's just a pity that the first hero-level trial crystal produced in the trial room will be gone in 2 months. Except for accessories, Lu Jingya is not very interested in weapons and armor. After all, weapons and armors that are too low level can play too little role in the face of heroes. Including Gu Pingchuan, are not interested in the weapons, armor, and accessories currently sold in Qi Li's store. One of the ones that attracted Gu Pingchuan was an elixir that permanently increased its attributes. However, there is a limit to the number of times that these medicines can boost. The other one is the snacks in the store. Even if the effect of these snacks is very weak compared to the medicinal pills, every inch of improvement, through the blessing of fighting chi or magic power, can be greatly amplified. What's more, now there are drinks. And the last place that attracted Gu Pingchuan was undoubtedly the new world mode of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena. This is also in normal times. Gu Pingchuan would rather put aside the affairs of the Brilliant Academy and come here every day for 4 hours. For the hero level, the meaning of these things is probably the same. When Fei Shui introduced Lu Jingya the medicinal pill and mentioned that there is another kind of medicinal herb that can permanently increase the properties, Lu Jingya's expression suddenly became very exciting. What's that kind of medicine pill called? Is there any here? Lu Jingya pointed at the pills on the shelf and asked hastily. Master, how could such a sought-after medicinal pill be kept until now? You can only come to the store for the first time every day, and it depends on whether the store manager has it when he buys it. Fei Shui explained with a smile. For their old customers, this kind of elixir, which has a limit on the number of times it can be used, is naturally full. Unless Qi Li can come up with a new medicinal pill that can permanently increase the properties, they don't have to come here every morning. The first thing is to go to the medicinal pill area. But they don't need it, but that doesn't mean other people don't need it. Qi Li's small shop is not the small shop that no one cared about at the time, and that kind of situation has long since disappeared. Qi Li's small shop is not the small shop that no one cared about at the time, and that kind of situation has long since disappeared. Now every day early in the morning, there are a lot of people who come to guard the medicine pills. And not necessarily keep it. It's such a pity. Lu Jingya couldn't help but look annoyed. Glancing at Qi Lu, Lu Jingya had a strange look in his eyes. I can't tell if it's admiration, or inconceivable. This guy is not only terrifyingly powerful, he didn't expect to open a store, and the products in the store are so amazing. With the blessing of these pills and a bunch of accessories, Lu Jingya is confident that his strength can be improved by another 30%. The premise is that those pills that permanently increase their attributes can be filled. What are you looking at me for? Did I forget to wash my face when I woke you up in the morning? Qi Li glanced at Lu Jingya's eyes and felt a little strange in his heart, so couldn't help but reach out and wipe it on his face. However, Lu Jingya's eyes didn't stay on Qi Lu for long, and she was attracted back by Fei Shui's introduction. The pet card swap machine is directly skipped. Unless it is an SR-level pet card, or pets that interest these heroes, a pet that has not been cultivated and formed is really not a high bonus for hero levels. However, snack vending machines and beverage vending machines have once again attracted Les Henjia. In the swordsman sect, the practice of Do Qi is the mainstream. After all, in the magician class, there is no class that uses swords. Maybe in ancient times, but at least it doesn't exist now. And those who practice magic power are mostly alchemists who are supported by swordsman sect, or magicians who are used to arrange the great formation of protecting the sect. Lu Jingya's rank, like Fei Xue, is a light swordsman. At present, the snacks and drinks in the Qi Le store are quite friendly to the fighting Qi class. Purified potato chips. A physique-bodied bacon sandwich. Pure milk that slightly strengthens the constitution. For the fighting Qi class, it is good news. And most importantly, snacks and drinks do not have the restrictions on the use of medicinal pills. 1 meal a day is a must for qualified customers. And regardless of the effect, the taste of these snacks and drinks is completely worth the price. Don't you see, all the students who come from Peak Academy are all, and their breakfast is pure milk and bacon sandwiches. Then sit in front of the crystal ball for 4 hours, chips and jelly snacks after entertainment. Then at noon, it was Sprite and barreled instant noodles. It doesn't matter what the effect is or doesn't work, it's all good. This also applies to Lu Jingya. What Wu Qi is obsessed with is the pursuit of martial arts and the improvement of his own strength. Not to mention so delicious. Fei Xue, is there anything else I want to introduce? Lu Jingya asked while eating a bacon sandwich and pure milk with a handful of potato chips in his arms. Of course there is. Fei Xue smiled. Because Fei Xue is very sure, for her martial arts master, the battle strength enhancement arena is definitely the most attractive commodity. So, when Qi Le washed his face again from the second floor, he came down. He saw that Lu Jingya had put the torn potato chips on the table of the booth, and then entered the novice village of the Goblin Mountains. While drinking milk, he asked Fei Xue some precautions. So, when Qi Le washed his face again from the second floor, he came down. He saw that Lu Jingya had put the torn potato chips on the table of the booth, and then entered the novice village of the Goblin Mountains. While drinking milk, he asked Fei Xue some precautions. That? Qi Le leaned against the counter and pointed at Lu Jingya with some doubts. The store manager, the membership card was brought by Sister Fei Xue, and more than 80,000 spirit crystals were added to the membership card at one time. Yu Shi'er replied somewhat unnaturally. Having worked as a clerk in Qi Li's store for so long, Yu Shi'er has become more and more able to face these heroic powerhouses more and more calmly. After all, I really have to say that in this store, Qi Lu is the most terrifying one. However, it is indeed rare to add more than 80,000 spirit crystals to the membership card at one time. All right. Qi Le scratched the back of his head, knowing that Lu Jingya probably added all the remaining spirit crystals after deducting the heroic magic core. So after thinking about it, Qi Le finally did not plan to remind Lu Zhenjie whether to send the relic token back to Yu Jianzong first. Fortunately, when Qi Le Xiaodian was about to close the store, Lu Zhenjie finally remembered his mission. After instructing Fei Xue, he brought a bottle of Sprite and returned to Yu Jianzong alone. Sister Fei Xue, what did your master tell you? Yu Shi'er asked, curiously. By the way, cats seem to be very curious. Master, she said that she will go down the mountain in 2 days, and then come over to teach me personally. Fei Xue's face showed a rare look of unrequited love. What? Yu Shi'er wasn't surprised yet, but the rest of Lanya's team exclaimed first. In fact, as far as Lu Jingya's detached character in swordsman sect is concerned, Fei Xue is not at all surprised to be able to make such a decision. But it was because of this that Fei Xue felt unlovable. After all, with Lu Jingya's character, if Fei Xue had such a master by his side, to be honest, Fei Xue would be able to imagine the days he would live in the future. Into the night. Yu Shi'er was sitting in the booth, looking for a way out in the puppet maze with Yu Xuanhuan. Under Yu Xuanhuan's deceit, Yu Shi'er also successfully joined the Kitty Guild. Yo, you have collected a lot of puppet fragments. Qila glanced outside Yue Shuangshua's deck, and saw that Yue Shuangshua's backpack was full of puppet fragments. And of course, there's the doll labyrinth second pass, doll labyrinth third floor pass, and stuff like that. The pass of the doll maze, the higher the number of layers, the more expensive the price. Passes above the fourth floor are about to be fired at sky-high prices. Because the higher the level of the puppet maze, the more things will be pinned in the treasure chest in the treasure hall at the end. The better the equipment attributes in it, the more precious the skill bookies. Although generally speaking, they are some large-scale goods, but there are also some more precious large-scale goods. Moreover, under the exploration of those players who forget to eat and sleep, the puppet maze has been explored to the fifth layer, and it is still unclear whether higher layers exist. Because the fifth floor, the puppet guarding the treasure chest is simply a monster. I don't know how many teams of players are planted in the hands of the guardian puppets on the fifth floor. No one has yet been able to defeat this guardian doll. Of course, Qi Lu, a stand-in puppet, needs 16 puppet fragments to be spelled out, and there is no shortage of positions 1 to 16. Then why don't I save up some doll fragments, and then when others lack the number of fragments, I will sell the number of fragments. Yu Shuangshu said it, of course. After Qi Li's simple guidance, Yu Shuangxue has completely embarked on the road of profiteers. As a Ling cat's keen sense of smell for treasures, it seems that it also has miraculous effects in business. No wonder you don't have a complete stand-in doll in your backpack. Qi Lei was stunned by Yu Shuangshue's answer. To be honest, if the avatar cannot be exchanged to the outside world, then Yue Shuangxue will definitely lose blood. Doll fragments stored in backpacks are worthless. But now it seems that Yu Shuangshu seems to be very prescient. But this time, you are considered to be powerful. It's your turn to make a fortune. Qi Lu didn't say much. The spiritual crystal that Yu Shuangxue earned was actually delivered to Qi Lu in the end. After all, when Yu Shuangshu stayed up late every night to brush the dungeon, she ate a lot of fine-grade equipment and rare-grade equipment, as well as a lot of medicinal pills. These commodities, Yu Shuangshu, were all bought with the spirit crystals that they had earned in the New World mode. As a result, Yu Shuangshu's work and rest rules in the recent period of time are all day and night, which perfectly explains what a night owl is. But it was just right, avoiding today's hero-level discussion meeting. Otherwise, Yu Shuangshu would have to be scared and hide under the counter again. After all, the biting cat's personality of bullying the soft and fearing the hard is engraved in the bones. Otherwise, this unique species in the world would not be able to grow to such a powerful level. It will definitely be strangled by countless strong men in childhood. I said, go back to playing, don't take Sheer to stay up all night, you can't sleep during the day, and Sheer has to guard the store. Qi Lu specifically told Yu Shuangxue before leaving the booth. Understood, after finishing this maze, I'll do it by myself. Yu Shuangshu shook her little paw nonchalantly. Qi Lu knew that Yu Shuangshu was measured, and did not say much. Instead, they came to the outside of Yu Sheer's booth. Manager, what's the matter? Yu Sheer quickly found out that Qi Lu was standing behind her, and asked with some doubts. Sheer, it's been quite a while since you came to the store. Qi Lu said a word out of nowhere. It's been almost 3 months. Yu Sheer nodded and said. Although I said before, you live in the store, so you don't have a salary, but you have worked hard for so long, so there is still some reward for you. While talking, Qi Lu took out a crystal clear and put it in Yu Sheer's hand. Manager, this is. It's the trial crystal of the professional class. Qi Lu said the following words for Yu Sheer. To be precise, this is the crystal of the professional class trial produced by trial room today. When Yu Sheer came to the store, she was already at the peak of the hero level. It's a pity that at that time, the trial room did not have auxiliary functions, and there was no way to produce trial crystals, so it has been delayed. Qi Lu had been thinking about this before. Therefore, after the first professional class trial crystal was produced in the trial room, Qile decided to give it to Yuxier as a reward. And in the later master-level trial crystals, even hero-level trial crystals, Qile will keep one for Yuxier. This is the perk of being a clerk. Store manager, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Yuxier looked at the professional class trial crystal at hand for a while, and finally decided to refuse. For Yuxier, Qile is not only her savior. It is also a shelter that can shelter her from the wind and rain. Yuxier always felt that she had accepted many favors from Qile, and all she needed to pay was the simple thing of visiting the store every day. Not only do you not have to work overtime, but if anyone dares to make things difficult for him, Qile will be the first to stand up. More importantly, Yuxier can clearly see the price of the breakfast and Chinese food she eats every day. Beverage vending machines and snack vending machines are clearly marked. And now, Qile even took out a trial crystal. Although the trial crystals of the professional class are not particularly treasured items, the price is not affordable for ordinary people. And in the market, trial crystals are very scarce. Most of them are in the hands of various large and small forces. For example, the Mercenary Guild. As long as you become a mercenary, complete more tasks, and have enough mercenary points, you can exchange the points for trial crystals in the Mercenary Guild. Of course, they are basically warrior-level trial crystals and professional-level trial crystals. As for the master-level trial crystal, even among these great forces, it is a very rare thing. Therefore, Yuxier decided to reject Qile's kindness. Because she was afraid she couldn't afford it. I said, this is your reward. If you don't want it, you can throw it away yourself or sell it. Qile shrugged and ignored Yuxier's words. He put the professional class trial crystal on the table and left on his own. If Qile knew what Yuxier was thinking, or was worried about, then Qile would only spread his hands and say helplessly, you think too much. After all, for Qile, what Yuxier thought was precious was not worth mentioning in front of the system. Although a professional class trial crystal, the system has pitted 5,000 spirit crystals, which makes Qile seem quite distressed. But it's alright. Qile's current store share has already reached 30%. As long as 3 professional class trial crystals are sold, the loss will be made up. Yuxier looked at Qile's leaving back, and slowly retracted her gaze until disappeared into the corridor. Thank you, shopkeeper. Without thinking much, Yuxier put away the trial crystal at hand. Since you don't know when you can pay off this kindness, let yourself use this life to repay the store manager's kindness. The next day, Qile finished washing up on the second floor and came to the lobby on the first floor yawning. I saw Yuxier standing behind the counter in high spirits. It's quick. Qile glanced at Yuxier and found that Yuxier had crossed that hurdle and was successfully promoted to the professional class. What's for breakfast? Plain milk and bacon sandwiches. Yuxier replied with a smile. Oh, you seem to have changed a little bit. After Qile responded, he glanced at Yuxier again. I always feel that there is something different about Yuxier, but for a while, I can't tell what the difference is. No, shopkeeper. Yuxier tilted her head and said with a smile. Really, that should be because I think too much. Qile didn't care too much, put the pure milk and bacon sandwiches on the counter, and walked towards the area of the combat power improvement training room with the bucket of instant noodles. Sitting in the booth, Qile took a sip of noodle soup, and then shouted in his mind. System, come out, where is the exchange channel for that avatar? Qile seemed to have woken up suddenly, and suddenly remembered this. System, the host doesn't need to shout anymore, the reward has been distributed last night. System, stupid dolls are used as small props, and the exchange channel is directly extracted from the membership card, as long as it is confirmed in the New World mode in advance. Is there such a thing? Chi Lu quickly took out his membership card and read it over and over several times, but he didn't see any changes. System, if you don't talk about this kind of thing, how could anyone know about it? You remember to make a world announcement in the New World mode. Chi Lu quickly understood the meaning of the system, and said it with a bit off louder. This time the system did not reply. It was probably the default of Chi Li's words. After the store opened, customers began to come one after another. After all, the stickiness of New World mode is quite strong. You can improve your strength without worrying about what danger will happen, not even getting injured, and the process is not boring at all. In addition to the New World mode, where else can you find such a good thing? And there are plenty of food lovers out there, even if it's just for snacks and drinks, who go to the store once a day. Manager Chi, what happened yesterday is really thanks to you. Gu Pingchuan took the bacon sandwich and sat in the booth next to Chi Lu. This is also a habit of Gu Pingchuan. If he can find Chi Lu in the area of the combat power improvement training room, he will usually sit next to Chi Lu. Then take the opportunity to hold the thigh and go to the copy. It's very polite. I also got the remuneration I deserved. It's just mutual benefit. Chi Lu said that he didn't need to worry too much, then paused for a while, and then asked aloud, however, President Gu, the discussion meeting was only held yesterday, why are you free today? Chi Lu knew that after these hero-level powerhouses took the relic token back, there must be a lot of things to do. For example, the selection of people who are about to enter the ruins. Or they have already selected candidates, and they need to explain the precautions for entering the ruins, and so on. You know, Gu Pingchuan once entered the ruins. It's just that the ruins of that time were opened on the border of the eastern wilderness. It is far from the Xuanhuan Empire. Let Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zhuozhou do these things. If you really have to prepare, come to the store to prepare a set of equipment, which is more realistic than anything else. Gu Pingchuan was quite open. Originally, the relic tokens of the three major colleges were taken for nothing. If it wasn't for Chi Li's dismounting first, Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan would definitely not be able to get so many relic tokens. Right. Chi Lu just cares about him casually. Since Gu Pingchuan didn't care, Chi Lu wouldn't ask more. Just when the combat strength training room was almost full, a world announcement suddenly sounded in the New World mode. World announcement, the Doll Labyrinth limited time event is open. From now on, in the adventurer town, find a former adventurer and pay 50 spirit crystals to exchange an avatar doll to the outside world through a membership card. World announcement, the Doll Labyrinth limited time event is open. From now on, in the adventurer town, find a former adventurer and pay 50 spirit crystals to exchange an avatar doll to the outside world through a membership card. World announcement, Doll Labyrinth limited time event opens. 3 world bulletins of the convention. Chi Lu was dumbfounded after hearing this. This Irby system, which is both stingy and greedy for money, actually Planeta Puppet Labyrinth activity. Directly marked the price and sold one of the 50 spirit crystals of Thestendin doll, and it could be called a handling fee. Who did this profiteer style learn from? However, Chi Lu was stunned by the system's decision. However, this will not hinder the shock and consternation of other players who heard this world announcement. Did I hear it right? Can the avatar be exchanged to the outside world? What a joke, it's too powerful to exchange the avatar to the outside world. First find the former adventurers, you guys who are still in the puppet maze, slowly be hammered out by the puppets. Limited time event, it's a limited time event, everyone, don't be stunned, go find the former adventurer. After being shocked, there was a run around the map to tell him. Although the avatar needs 16 pieces to be assembled, don't underestimate the power of so many players. You must know that in the Chi Lu store, the area of the combat power improvement training room is full almost all day. That's 2,000 decks. The complete attributes of the avatar have long been thrown into the guild communication system and spread. In the New World mode, it is basically useless. It was directly selected by the players as the first place in the list of tasteless props, and it still reached the top in one day. Now the puppet fragments are basically all over the screen in the trading system, and the price is so low that it explodes. The puppet fragments thrown into the trading system and the settlement currency are all game gold coins. You can imagine how much players don't like this thing. You must know that equipment with better attributes, or equipment with high rarity, is settled by spirit crystals in the trading system. The skill book is 100% all settled by spirit crystals. If you can mix things that can be settled with game gold coins, there is no good. As a result, this world announcement came out. Those who had not had time to come to the store were immediately dumbfounded. Damn, all my doll fragments have been left on the trading system, is it too late to take them off the shelves now? Wow. I've sold several dolls before. I just want to fold my hands now. Why didn't the world announcement come out sooner? Don't think about it, now the doll fragments in the trading system that are too late to be taken off the shelves have been eliminated. Ha ha ha, I grabbed 3 dolls for 500 gold coins. May I ask which kind person put it on the trading system? In the guild communication system, it was almost squeezed and exploded for a while. Countless people were ecstatic and triumphant. Countless people beat their chests and feet, regretting the beginning. In the New World mode, the avatar is indeed an extremely tasteless prop. But when exchanged to the outside world, it is undoubtedly an artifact. Although it is only a one-time item, although there are many restrictions, it cannot hide the essence of the avatar that is comparable to the divine weapon. Not to mention 50 spirit crystals, even if you pay for 500 spirit crystals and 5,000 spirit crystals, there are people rushing to exchange them. Although the avatar is only a one-time prop, and there are many restrictions, but it can't hide the essence of the avatar that is comparable to the artifact. Not to mention 50 spirit crystals, even if you pay for 500 spirit crystals and 5,000 spirit crystals, there are people rushing to exchange them. This is definitely not a joke. After all, not everyone has the aura of the protagonist, and they can turn disaster into good fortune, and no matter what happens, they can turn danger into a safe haven. Even Gu Pingchuan glanced at Qi Lu with great surprise, and then asked hesitantly. Manager Qi, isn't this world announcement a lie? From this sentence, you can hear how shocked Gu Pingchuan is. Of course it's true, how can the world announcement lie? Qi Lu leaned on the sofa and said lightly. Hide dash. Gu Pingchuan really took a deep breath at this time. As long as the avatar is bound, it is truly an extra life. Qi Lu glanced at Gu Pingchuan's expression, and naturally knew what he was thinking, so he couldn't help but pouted, thinking. Cats have 9 lives to die. There was once a guy with 12 trials, but he had 12 lives, and he was not dead in the end. What's the use of having more than one life? But the most terrifying thing about the avatar is that if you are unfortunately fatally injured and use the avatar, as long as you can spend a day's cooldown, you can add a life. It can be said that the avatar is an infinite rebirth with a cooling time. However, if the life force is exhausted, that is, the situation of natural death, the substitute doll is powerless. This is clearly reflected in the attribute description of the avatar puppet. Disposable items, bound with blood. When the binder encounters fatal damage, the avatar will take the fatal damage on behalf of the binder and fully recover the binder's injuries. That's right, it is to fully restore the bounder's injuries. Can only heal. It cannot replenish the depleted vitality. Manager Qi, let's stop chatting, I'm going to find the former adventurer. After Gu Pingchuan and Qi Lu said hello, they hurried to the adventurer town. If you are late, you will have no chance. This is where the shrewdness of the system lies. The nature of profiteers, let the system deeply understand the truth of what is rare and precious. Even if the exchange channel for avatars is kindly opened, there will definitely not be many avatars that can actually be exchanged. Regarding this point, Qi Lu was experienced and clicked on the words of the event in the world announcement. Sure enough, the details of the activities appeared. Doll Labyrinth Limited Time Event. During the event, adventurers who once came to the puppet maze to hunt for treasure, but left without finding anything, will return to the adventurer town again. In their hands, they have the qualification to exchange for avatars. After finding them and obtaining the exchange qualification, you can exchange the avatars to the outside world. After the event, all the redemption qualifications will be recovered, so players, be sure to use up the redemption qualifications during the event. In the event content, although it is not stated how many redemption qualifications there are, but according to Qi Li's estimation, it shouldn't be much. Also, it's not a good thing that this kind of thing is flooding the outside world. Qi Li rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and decisively walked into the puppet maze. He didn't want to join in the fun. But that's fine. It's not a good thing for this kind of thing to flood the outside world. Qi Li rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and decisively walked into the puppet maze. He didn't want to join in the fun. After all, avatars are basically useless props for Qi Li, whether in the New World mode or in the outside world. Qi Li couldn't believe that this RB system would really kill his host. In a mountain range far from the Xuanhuan Empire, there is a towering mountain that is like a sharp sword. On the top of the cloud-shrouded mountain, there is a complex of dozens of halls. And above the most majestic hall, there is a plaque. On the top, it seems that 3 large characters were carved with a sword. Imperial Sword Sect. These 3 big characters have clear edges and corners, and there is an unstoppable sword energy between the lines. It was as if he just glanced at him, worrying about whether he would be stabbed by this sharp sword energy. In this hall, a middle-aged man and an old man are sitting opposite each other. Between the two, there is a table of cases. On the table, there is a chessboard. On the side of the chessboard, there is also a pot of fragrant tea. Nana's mist rose from the spout, filling the entire hall with the fragrance of tea. On the chessboard, most of the black and white stones have fallen. If you look closely, you can see that the black stones are like sharp swords, and the white stones are like broken dragons. The white man is exhausted. The chess master's chess power is still as high as before, and the old man is ashamed. The old man held the chess for a while, and the white stone in his hand swayed several times, but in the end it did not land on the chessboard, and he could only put the white stone in his hand into the chess cup. Elder Yuchi, let it go. The middle-aged man smiled casually and said calmly. This middle-aged man is the current suzerain of the swordsman sect, Bailey Fenghua. A very polite name, just like the face of this middle-aged man, elegant and with a bookish atmosphere, like a bachelor who is full of poetry and books. But if you underestimate the sect master of the swordsman sect, because of this bookish air, that would be the most stupid thing. Bailey Fenghua can be called a heroic first person, which is definitely not a false name. To this day, the souls of the dead under the sword of Bailey Fenghua are unknown. Sect master, how about another round? After the old man took all the white stones back into the chess cup, he said something with a bit of contentment. This old man is one of the 3 elders of swordsman sect, Yu Qifeng. The strength ranks second among the 3 elders. But in terms of seniority, in today's swordsman sect, it is the oldest generation. Since Elder Yuchi wants to fight again, what's the harm in another round? Bailey Fenghua still had a warm smile on his face, and put the black pieces on the chessboard into the chess cup. Yu Qifeng also raised the teapot and filled the teacup beside the 2 chess cups with a cup of fragrant tea. Play chess and drink tea. Cultivating temperament. A few chess pieces fell, and a shout suddenly came from outside the hall. Sect master, I'm back. Following this shout, a blue-gray figure quickly walked into the hall and committed the table of the 2. But Bailey Fenghua and Yuchifeng didn't seem to hear this shout, and they were still drinking tea and playing games. Sect Master, Elder Yuchi, why don't you speak? Lu Jingya stared at the two of them for a long time, and suddenly asked aloud. Elder Lijing, you are a real gentleman who doesn't talk about chess, you'dn't know. Yuchifeng was interrupted by Lu Jingya shouting, and he said helplessly. Elder Lijing, you are a real gentleman who is watching chess without speaking. You don't know it. Yuchifeng was interrupted by Lu Jingya's call, and he couldn't help but say helplessly. What kind of gentleman? I'm a woman, and I don't understand what chess you guys are playing. Lu Jingya said confidently. Yuchifeng was refuted by Lu Jingya, and he didn't know what to say. Bailey Fenghua also smiled wryly. The entire swordsman sect, when it comes to talent. The highest is actually not the sect master Bailey Fenghua, but the elder Lu Jingya. It's just that Lu Jingya has a detached personality and is addicted to martial arts, so he just became an elder of the swordsman sect, and he can only be an elder of the swordsman sect. Therefore, in the face of Shangle Jingya, almost no one in the entire swordsman sect can do anything. Elder Lijing, tell me, what's the matter this time? Bailey Fenghua asked aloud. I brought back the relic tokens, there are 12 in total. Lu Jingya put the 12 relic tokens on the chessboard, and didn't care whether the peace sun it were disturbed. Bailey Fenghua and Yuchifeng looked at each other. Then Bailey Fenghua spoke first and said, Elder Yuchi, this sentence can be considered a draw. Okay, even if it's a draw. Yuchifeng also knew that as soon as Lu Jingya came, there was no way to continue playing this game. Moreover, it was considered a draw, but Yuchifeng took advantage. Why are you still talking about playing chess? Lu Jingya raised her eyebrows, seeming to be somewhat dissatisfied. Elder Lijing, you continue to speak, we are listening. Bailey Fenghua said helplessly, with a wry smile on his face. By the way, I almost forgot, I want 3 relic tokens. Lu Jingya took 3 more relic tokens from the chessboard unceremoniously. Bailey Fenghua didn't care about this. In fact, for swordsman sect, if he really felt that the ruins were very important, he wouldn't just send an elder to attend the meeting. As one of the most powerful sects in the eastern wilderness, Yu Jianzong's own resources are not weaker than a relic. Furthermore, the location where the ruins were opened this time is indeed a little far from the mountain range where the swordsman sect is located. If you can get 12 relic tokens, you can already face the strength of the swordsman sect. You must know that Yu Jianzong is not a force around the Xuanhuan Empire. Is there anything else? Bailey Fenghua continued to ask. As long as Lu Jingya didn't bid farewell, she would definitely have something else to do. Bailey Fenghua is all too familiar with this straightforward elder Lijing. Of course, I decided to go down the mountain to practice for a while, so don't come to me for anything recently. For Lu Jingya, there is no such thing as Su and Wei Shi. Since Bailey Fenghua took the initiative to ask, Lu Jingya said it directly. It is good. Regarding this matter, it was almost Bailey Fenghua and Yuchifeng who spoke together and agreed without thinking. Then the two looked at each other again. Sect Master, tell me. Yuchifeng sneered, then stopped talking. Bailey Fenghua nodded and asked aloud, however, Elder Lijing, what will happen to your disciples who stay on the mountain when you go down the mountain? Disciple? Oh, yes, I still have disciples. Lu Jingya was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted, saying, then let them stay on the mountain to practice on their own, and then talk about it when I come back. In fact, what Lu Jingya thought in his heart was that he also had his own direct disciple at the foot of the mountain. Who does not teach? Besides, it is fun to teach disciples how to improve their combat power in the arena. Each of the opponents in the arena is very strong, and each of the dungeons in the New World mode is particularly novel and fun. And he can improve his strength, why should he stay on the mountain? That's, well. Bailey Fenghua was also stunned for a moment, then covered his forehead and waved his hand with some headache. Anyway, Lu Jingyao stayed in the sect and didn't teach her disciples very much. This kind of unique free-range teaching is a well-known thing. Sect master, you agreed very quickly this time, just in time, I brought you some specialties back. As if remembering something, Lu Jingyao took out a glass bottle from her body, which contained a transparent liquid that was still bubbling. What is this? Bailey Fenghua was a little surprised. It's not that he was surprised by what Lu Jingyao took out, but that he was surprised that Lu Jingyao would bring him special products. However, Bailey Fenghua also knew that if he hadn't promised quickly, Lu Jingyao would not have remembered that he had bought special products. I heard from the store manager that this is called Sprite, and it's a drink, but I haven't had it before. Lu Jingyao said honestly. Drinks, you put them here first. Bailey Fenghua lost interest when he heard it was a drink. After all, compared to fragrant tea, this kind of drink of unknown origin really can't make them interested. Then I'll go first. Lu Jingyao put down Sprite, and then left with 3 relic tokens. The fiery appearance was unwilling to delay even a minute. Elder Lu Jing is still so resolute. After Lu Jingyao left, Yu Qifeng sighed aloud. At least this time, she can bring something back. Bailey Fenghua stared at the glass bottle for a while, feeling that even if the drink didn't taste very good, it could not disappoint Lu Jingyao's intentions. So he opened the bottle cap and glanced at Yu Qifeng. Elder Yuqi, do you want a drink? No need, it's hard to come to sect master to drink a good cup of tea, but it can't be wasted. Yu Qifeng waved his hand, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Tea is something that has always been divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. And Bailey Fenghua's tea is the only one in the entire swordsman sect. Even if these elders want to drink, they have to take advantage of the chess game to drink a pot. Then I'll taste what Elder Lu Jing brought back by myself. What will it taste like? Bailey Fenghua did not persuade him much. Instead, he took a new teacup and poured a glass of Sprite into it. Then he brought it to his mouth and took a small sip. In an instant, a refreshing and delicious sweetness filled Bailey Fenghua's mouth, mixed with the slight irritation unique to soda drinks. Swallowing it into the stomach, it makes the whole body soaked in a cool and comfortable feeling. The sullen anger in the heart was swept away. Bailey Fenghua's eyes lit up, but he only felt that he was shackled a few days ago during his cultivation, and he was loosened a bit. Sect master, are you not drinking tea? When Yu Qifeng saw Bailey Fenghua holding a fresh teacup and drinking from a glass bottle filled with Sprite, he couldn't help asking aloud. Elder Yuqi doesn't need to care about me. Bailey Fenghua waved his hand very generously. He signaled to Yu Qifeng that he could drink as much tea as he wanted, and that he could take the teapot away. Elder Yuqi doesn't need to care about me. Bailey Fenghua waved his hand very generously. He signaled to Yu Qifeng that he could drink as much tea as he wanted, and that he could take the teapot away. Yu Qifeng's face was full of confusion and stunned. In the past, when I came to drink tea, I would only get a small half-pot at most, and I had to pour the tea myself diligently. Why doesn't the sect master even want a teapot today? The Doll Labyrinth limited time event is still in full swing. However, there are not many people who have obtained the qualification to exchange. However, this kind of thing was completely within Qi Li's expectations. If you want to obtain the exchange qualification, it is only the first step to find the former adventurers. After finding them again, you have to complete the regrets of these adventurers. This is explained in the activity. The former adventurers chose to leave because they found nothing in the Doll Labyrinth. So after finding these former adventurers, they will express their regrets and ask those who found him to help him through the puppet maze. As a result, in this time-limited event of the puppet maze, the pass for the puppet maze was priced higher than the price of the puppet fragments. Due to the regret of these former adventurers, none of them are on the first floor of the doll labyrinth. Usually on the second floor. You must know that after the entire army is annihilated in the puppet maze and forced to send out, the pass will also be counted as consumed. And at the same time, the former adventurers will also be disappointed with this new team of adventurers and choose to leave again. This greatly increases the difficulty of obtaining exchange qualifications. But the players who came to the big map of the puppet maze are still eager to find the former adventurers, and then buy the pass of the puppet maze on the trading system. You know, this is an artifact that can save lives. As long as there is a little hope, they will strive for it. For those who have money and leisure, this kind of artifact, no matter how expensive it is, must be obtained. What's more, it doesn't cost much now. It's just a bit of a torturous state of mind. This event also made Xuanhuan, an increasingly sophisticated erdio dealer, earn a lot of money. Why? Because these smart players have discovered the wonderful use of avatars in the New World mode. That is, in the doll labyrinth, to ensure that his team will not be wiped out, so as to ensure that the regrets of the former adventurers can be completed. After all, this is not like brushing the maze before. If you fail, try again. Enter the puppet labyrinth with a former adventurer. If the puppet is hammered out, you need to find the former adventurer again. Hey, how can these guys be as smart as me? Xuanhuan was lying on the crystal ball, counting the number of spiritual crystals on her account with a face full of money fans. In the New World mode, only Xuanhuan can really be regarded as a game merchant. Although other people will also buy and sell equipment and other items, they will never stock up like Xuanhuan, and then look at the market to make a fortune. One is that they don't have as much time as Moonfrost Snow. Second, they don't have as much capital as Xuanhuan. Third, they never thought about it at all. Okay, don't count, someone here is going to bring it, but they won't come. Qila stood on the street of Adventurer Town and shouted. After the event came out, it was impossible to scan the goods from the trading system again. Since the limited time event of the puppet maze came out, it is impossible to sweep the goods from the trading system. At this time, the price of the doll fragments and doll maze passes that appeared on the trading system has long been fired. After all, not everyone who comes to the store is a child of a rich family. At this time, since you know that you can't get the exchange qualification for the substitute doll, it is better to take the opportunity to earn some spirit crystals. It's time to change your gear. Come on, wait a minute, what's the price? Xuanhuan's current work and rest time is quite irregular. It is normal to go out during the day and night, and it is not uncommon to occasionally notrest for a day or two. After all, the physique of the civet cat can still stand the toss. One person has 200 spirit crystals. They give out the pass. They don't want anything in the maze. They only need to exchange the qualifications. Chi Lesenply said the request. Then these guys are quite rich. Xuanhuan said. People from Peak Academy. Chi Lu added. No wonder. Xuanhuan understood. Now the students of the Peak Academy who can come to the store are embarrassed to speak loudly without money. In order to cultivate a good pet in the store, you can spend a lot of money without hesitation. In order to develop good skills, learn good martial skills and magic, there are countless spirit crystals thrown. And now, for the exchange qualifications of the avatars, they can also spend a lot of money. Will you come? Hurry up, there are a lot of people this time. Qi Lu urged. In fact, taking people through the maze is one of Qi Li's side jobs. After all, sitting in the store all day is boring. You can also earn some extra money, why not do it? Come on, don't rush. Xuanhuan trotted and came to the entrance hall of the puppet maze. This way. When Qi Lu saw a kitten running into the hall, he immediately shouted aloud. 10 people? What floor is it? Xuanhuan stared at the crowd behind Qi Lu, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged in her heart. With this number of people, the guardian doll in the treasure hall can be beaten to make it suspicious of Maosheng. The third floor, if it is the fourth floor, I have to call Dean Gu as well. Sheila smiled lightly. Damn, bring 10 burdens to the third floor, only a lunatic like you can do such a thing. Xuanhuan couldn't help but scolded. To fulfill the regrets of former adventurers, the number of people in the party is not random. It is how many exchange qualifications this former adventurer has in his hand, and the number of team members is the same. Make sure that one person can only be assigned one redemption qualification. So what Xuanhuan said was not entirely true. The 10 people behind Qi Lu, to be precise, should be 9 players and a former adventurer. Alright, you will be able to sell a lot of spirit crystals when you redeem your qualifications. Qi Lu said with a smile. In the trading system, more than 50,000 spirit crystals have been fired for the exchange qualification of the avatar. After all, no one is willing to give up the exchange qualification. This is something that has no market value. What if it fails? Xuanhuan asked worriedly. There are so many avatars in your backpack, just give me one. You're really trying to figure out what to do in my backpack. The fur on Xuanhuan's back stood up at once, staring at Qi Lu angrily. Okay, stop joking, get ready to enter the labyrinth, as long as there are no accidents, there will be no problem. Qi Lu was just teasing Xuanhuan. Okay, stop joking, get ready to enter the labyrinth, as long as there are no accidents, there will be no problem. Qi Lu was just teasing Xuanhuan. If he was hammered out of the maze, Qi Li's fame would be gone. And not to mention how tyrannical Qi Li's fighting skills and fighting consciousness are, it's just that Qi Lu deliberately brought Xuanhuan here. Mainly to let Xuanhuan lead the way. The devouring cat's sense of smell for treasure is no joke. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would not be able to store so many doll fragments and passes in the backpack. As long as you don't bump into those weird puppets on the road. It's just a guardian doll in the treasure hall, and it's not difficult to solve it. So, in the eyes of the whole store looking at the monsters, Qi Lu alone killed the guardian puppet on the 3rd floor of the puppet maze in the 12-person team mode. My god, you just want me to show you the way? Xuanhuan licked her paws for a long time and cleaned the hair on her body the way. Then I saw Qi Lu pick up the exploded items from the fragments of the guardian doll. If not? Qi Lu returned lightly. On the live broadcast screen in the store, Qi Li's relaxed face and unfinished expression were simply the biggest mockery for players who were really doing a regretful mission. What's the use of the store manager broadcasting this kind of battle live? What do I lack is the level and equipment. What I lack is the boss's monster-like fighting skills. Don't say it, I can see it, the boss is just showing off how strong he is. Brain, I think I can. Body, no, you can't. Slip away, the store manager's live broadcast is a waste of time for a rookie like me. In a short period of time, the guild communication system has become noisy. Qi Li's miraculous fighting process stabbed the hearts of countless rookies. However, this video has also been preserved and is regarded as a classic tutorial on how to protect the puppet by one person. You still have a live broadcast? Xuanhuan only discovered this after she took out her membership card. Although there are not many people in the Kitty Guild, there are quite a few guilds that are set up as friendly ones. After all, the name a kitty is very famous in the trading system. And messages between friendly guilds can be set to share status. Xuanhuan knew this from the news shared. If I don't make teaching videos, why would I ask you to lead the way? Qi Lu shrugged and said with a look of course. And it's not the first time that Qi Lu has done teaching videos. Back in the days when there was only a single-player mode in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, there was a teaching live broadcast. This time I went through the tutorial of guarding the puppets alone, mainly because Qilu really couldn't bear the miserable situation of these rookie players, so he decided to do it. Then you didn't record me? Yu Shuangshu asked nervously. Its performance in the treasure hall is not very good, and the matter of licking its paws and licking its own hair can't be spread. You guess. Qilu showed an unfathomable smile. I guess you are tall. The ruins are about to be opened, and the highest realm of the ruins I entered, which cannot exceed the master level. Just when Qilu was still preparing to spend his days leisurely, such a message suddenly came from the relic token. All those who held the relic token also received this message at the same time. The highest limit is the master level. It seems that the ruins this time are not the caves of the strong. Ling Ao put down the memorial in his hand. Normally, the strong man's cave has the most relaxed restrictions on the strength of the entrance. The second is those ancient sects. The most restrictive relics in terms of strength are the inheritance type relics. Basically, the highest limit is the professional class, even the hero class. Because the higher the realm, the lower the possibility of accepting inheritance. It is almost impossible to reverse a heroic cultivation path. Unless this inheritance happens to be an enhanced version of this heroic cultivation path, in this case, it can be integrated more harmoniously. But this possibility is very low. Exactly, since this time the ruins cannot be entered by heroes, then let Shower go in and experience it. Ling Ao took a piece of fine silk from the side of the imperial case, and wrote a name on it with a pen. There are still a few days before the ruins open. The list of people who can enter the ruins is on this piece of fine silk. Lu Jingya, who was sitting in Qilu's store, suddenly took out a relic token from her body and shouted to her side. Flying snow. Master, what's wrong? Fei Shue looked at Lu Jingya, wondering what new ideas her master had this time. Do you want to go to the ruins? Lu Jingya shook the relic token in his hand. What? Fei Shue thought she had heard it wrong, and asked in surprise. I just asked if you want to go to the ruins. I went down the mountain for my teacher and brought 3 ruin tokens with me, but now I can't use it for my teacher, so I asked if you want to go. Lu Jingya explained. But, Master. Fei Shue wanted to say that if she was alone, she didn't want to go. But before the words could be said, Lan Yi interrupted Fei Shue with a loud voice. Fei Shue, don't worry about us, it's your chance to go to the ruins, and we'll all be happy for you. Lan Yi is not a selfish person. For his friends, even sisters, to become stronger, it is a joy from the heart. Yes, Sister Fei Shue, this is a ruin, you must go. The rest of the Lan Yi team also echoed. Actually, there are 3 tokens here, and you can go with 3 of you. Lu Jingya didn't have any plans to hide it, and took out all the relic tokens that he was carrying. For Lu Jingya, as long as it is not an enemy, whoever goes is the same. What's more, these people are all close friends of their own disciples. Master. Fei Shue gave Lu Jingya a moved look. However, Lu Jingya, as if she didn't see Fei Shue's eyes, directly handed over the relic token and said, Take it, it's a waste if you don't need it anyway. If other forces knew that Lu Jingya treated the relic token so casually. I don't know if I'll be so angry that I'll come to her and try my best. System, host, a temporary mission has been triggered, do you need to take kite? Just when Qilu planned to ignore the information from the relic token and continue to eat and die, the system's voice rang. What mission? Qilu yawned and asked in his mind. System, explore the ruins, please enter the ruins, find the treasures in the ruins, and submit them to the system. System, explore the ruins, please enter the ruins, find the treasures in the ruins, and submit them to the system. System, because the difficulty of this task is uncertain, the task reward will be comprehensively assessed according to the quality and quantity of treasures submitted by the host. Explore the ruins? Qilu remembered the relic token that he didn't know where to put it after Heged it. But, system, if I go to the ruins, who will open the store? Qi Li immediately thought of this very serious question. Even if Qi Lu is in the store now, he is still doing nothing. But in fact, as long as Qi Lu is in the store, that is the backbone. After entering the ruins, unless the ruins are closed, the people in the ruins will not be able to come out. System, host, have you forgotten the empty boots in the manager's suit? Hollow boots, the shoes in the store manager's suit, were forged with a lot of rare materials. It can greatly enhance the speed, and it has passive skills. For non-locking attacks, it has a 50% evasion rate. Moreover, it can break open the space at any time and travel through the void. Here's a description of the hollow boots. You mean, the broken boots can come out directly from the ruins? Qi Li sighed in surprise. At this moment, he realized just how powerful the broken boots in the store manager's suit were. Ruins, that is another dimension. This is much more difficult than traveling through the void in the same plane. System, please don't ask the host knowingly, because this kind of behavior is very stupid. You second stroke system, scolded me again. Qi Lu retorted in dissatisfaction. System, I'm just stating a fact. In addition, please make a decision as soon as possible, whether or not to take this mission. Yes, why not? Since he can leave at any time with his empty boots, why didn't Qi Lu take this kind of task that was equivalent to a free one? It's nothing more than a little hard work. You need to stay in the store during the day and go to the ruins at night. But it doesn't matter. For the reward, Qi Lu felt that it would be the same if didn't sleep for a few days. Besides, Qi Lu doesn't need to look at the store by himself anyway. It's a big deal, just don't sleep during the day. Xuanhuan Empire, Imperial City, Palace. Above the hall. The ministers stood in 2 rows, bowing their heads slightly. Because of the news that the ruins are about to open, the forces around the Xuanhuan Empire, large and small, all stopped. After all, these forces, big and small, do not want to be rejected by the Xuanhuan Empire because of some trivial matter. As a result, there is no relic token, and there is no way to enter the relic. Therefore, the war at Yashui Pass was over, and Ling Xiao was recalled to the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire. Ling Yun was still the captain of the West Garrison Army. In the war with the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force, the lost troops were also recruited from other places to make up for it. After all, this kind of checkpoint city-state cannot be lost. And while the ruins are open, the Xuanhuan Empire will also recruit troops in various city-states to replenish the overall strength of the Xuanhuan Empire. Ling Ao sat on the imperial chair and looked at His Highness and everyone. Ling Xiao, dressed in armor, stood above the court. With a dusty appearance, it can be seen that Ling Xiao rushed back from the front line and rushed to the palace before he had time to bathe and change his clothes. However, Ling Ao is not a person who cares about details. Ling Xiao is a man of great merit and the third prince, so he doesn't need to be so polite. Ling Xiao, when the Yashui Pass of the Xuanhuan Empire was in danger, he was ordered in danger, and he was able to live up to his mission and make such a great contribution. 1,000,000 bounty coins, a box of magic cores, and 1,000 horses of fine silk, awarded the position of commander of the Western Garrison. Feng Xiafeng General, can recruit 20,000 soldiers and horses as pro-army, see the emperor, without kneeling. The servant standing in front of the hall read out the will of the Fire Emperor. Thank you for the Huang's grace. Ling Xiao landed on one knee, and Xian accepted the order. It has to be said that Ling Ao's generosity is still a little higher than Ling Xiao expected. The things that are rewarded will not be mentioned for the time being. Except for a box of magic cores that are somewhat useful, the rest are just like that. But the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Western Garrison was Ling Xiao's purpose this time, and it was also the highest expectation. After all, in the Western garrison, Ling Yan's position as a military commander has been in operation for a long time, and it is not just a matter of picking. But in the end, the title of Xiaofeng Tiger General was something Ling Xiao did not expect. Howling Tiger General is just a vacant post. Probably the equivalent of an honorary position. But being able to recruit 20,000 soldiers and horses as a pro-army is a huge benefit. In the Yuanyuan Empire, such things as pro-military are strictly prohibited. Except for the city lord of each city-state, who can recruit the city-state city guards by himself, no matter what other positions are, recruiting pro-militaries is not allowed. And even the city guards are not pro-military. Ling Zhao's Howling Tiger General is a special case. In this special case, none of the ministers in the court dared to refute and persuade. First, it was because Ling Xiao had a special status. The identity of the third prince, apart from a few old ministers who followed the previous emperor's campaign, if anyone wants to give advice, you have to look at the Fire Emperor's face. The person who co-named the person who gave advice last time, if he dared toe jump out again this time. I'm afraid I won't be eligible to go to court again next time. Second, it was also because of Ling Zhao's great deeds that he really saved the Xuanhuan Empire. If it wasn't for the Starlight Empire's withdrawal of troops, this discussion meeting would definitely not be able to be held. The Goryeo Empire was waiting for the Xuanhuan Empire to be defeated, and they also entered the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire in one fell swoop, directly coercing the Fire Emperor Ling Ao to hand over the relic token. This is conspiracy. The competition is the force. Therefore, this time the Xuanhuan Empire was able to leave so many relic tokens in the discussion meeting. Ling Xiao can be said to have contributed. After Ling Xiao received the order, he retreated to one side. The servant next to Fire Emperor Ling Ao also began to read out the second will. Today, the ruins are about to open, and the list of people who have obtained the qualifications to enter the ruins is as follows: Ling Xiao, Su Yuan. 25 names were read from the servant's mouth. The people above the court have both joys and sorrows. Being able to enter the ruins is a big opportunity. Those whose names were not pronounced were all frowning. And those whose names were read, all went out to thank them. Whether the ruins are opened or not will not affect the business in the Qi store at all. After all, there are at most 100 people who can enter the ruins. And most of these 100 people have nothing to do with the customers of Qi store. During this time, the Blood Wolf team also returned to Yunwu City from Yashui Pass. At this time, the limited-time activity of the Puppet Labyrinth has also come to an end. Boss, why did so many things happen in the New World mode when I wasn't in Cloud City? Blood Wolf pointed to the limited-time event in the Puppet Maze and couldn't help crying to Qi Lu. Boss, why did so many things happen in the New World mode when I wasn't in Cloud City? Blood Wolf pointed to the limited-time event in the Puppet Maze and couldn't help crying to Qi Lu. This is not the first time that any event has been opened in New World mode. The only difference is that this event is for a limited time only. That's why the Blood Wolf felt that he had simply missed 100 million. Substitute doll. Lost levels can be practiced back, dungeons that have not been brushed can be brushed back, and spirit crystals spent can be earned back. But this limited time event is really gone when it is closed. It's okay, you came back early, and you can still catch up with the last round. Qi Lu patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder and comforted. What's the use of just catching up with the last round, or boss, you can take us through it twice. Blood Wolf knew that he couldn't extend the activity time no matter how much he cried, so it's better to find a thigh to stop the loss. Forget it, let me introduce you to another thigh. Qi Lu shrugged and decisively left this kind of thing to Yu Xuanxue. Since Qi Li's last live broadcast with Yu Xuanxue's fighting instinct has made Yu Xuanxue quickly learn how to single-play guardian dolls. So that the name a kitten is not only popular in the trading system. Even in the circle with dungeons and quests, it also started to become popular. On the other hand, the Lan Yi team decided who would enter the ruins this time after going through the lottery and guessing. Lan Yi, Fei Shue, Yojiu. In this seemingly peaceful, yet stormy atmosphere, time passed slowly. The ruins, also at this moment, opened. Boom! The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder was rolling. The space was distorted by the appearance of the ruins, and then torn apart, emitting a trace of terrifying energy. The ground also began to crumble. Fortunately, where the ruins appeared, there was no city-state around, but a desert within the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire. Otherwise, this level of space collapse can disintegrate a city-state in a very short period of time, causing huge casualties and losses. The opening of the ruins did not waste much time. The thunderclouds in the sky quickly dissipated. The torn space quickly returned to normal with the appearance of the ruins. Except for the shattered ground and the ruins suspended in the sky like a city in the sky, it was as quiet as if nothing had happened. Such a big movement naturally attracted the prying eyes of powerful people from all walks of life. And those forces that possessed the tokens of the ruins also dispatched strongmen to escort them to select those who entered the ruins. Although the remains of this time, the highest limit of strength is the Grandmaster level. But these selected candidates are not necessarily all masters. The ruins are the places with this great opportunity. The most basic conditions for the selected people must be the core of the major forces. No one wants to give this opportunity to others. Loyalty is a prerequisite. And then there is the qualification. People without qualifications, even if they get the chance, can't play the role. The candidates who entered the ruins were ranked behind the two in strength. After the ruins appeared, a large number of people quickly gathered below the city in the sky. Among them, the heroic breath is even more soaring into the sky. If you want to enter the ruins above the sky, you must be escorted by a hero. Those who are at the Grandmaster level at most, if they want to enter the ruins above the sky, they must be escorted by the hero level. What's more, even if the relic token has been allocated, the relic token cannot be recognized as the master. Under the attraction of this great opportunity, it is difficult to guarantee that people from other forces will not make black hands. Those who possessed the relic token were sent into the relic immediately. And the major forces have also left a hero level, waiting outside the ruins. There was no chat or ridicule among the 8 heroes. After confirming that all of their people had entered the ruins, they sat cross-legged outside the ruins, closing their eyes and meditating. Although the time and place to enter the ruins are the same. However, after entering the ruins, everyone will randomly drop anywhere in the ruins. Among the ruins, there are safe places and dangerous places. Just the random drops that enter the ruins may make many people unable to get out of the ruins forever. After entering the ruins, unless it is a particularly good place to drop, the first thing is never to look for some opportunity, but to join forces with people of your own power. Of course, if for a competent person, there is no need for convergence. For example, Ling Xiao. The strength of the Peerless Spear Soul class is enough to make Ling Xiao known as one of the strongest combat powers in the Master class. After all, this ancient class that has been systematically improved is not comparable to the current class. Where is this place? Why is there so much ash? Ling Xiao stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and coughed twice, because of the dust. I don't know how long it has been since no one has been here. The backlog of dust is 3 feet thick. If you move it casually, the dust raised makes people almost unable to see the road. Wait until the dust clears. What appeared in front of Ling Xiao was a high wall that could not be seen from the beginning to the end. However, it is very old, and there are extremely serious damages in several places. Above the high wall, as far as the eye can see, there are cracks all over, and the traces left by the battle on it are extremely conspicuous even under the erosion of time. But even so, Ling Xiao could see how majestic this high wall was in the past. Where did I fall? Based on a high wall alone, Ling Xiao couldn't tell what type of ruins this relic was. Ling Xiao looked around, and there was a gray area in the distance. Relics are small spaces, and naturally have boundaries. In the boundary area of the ruins, all are spatial turbulence. The destructive power of space turbulence, let alone a small master level, even a hero-level space magician, has to be carefully weighed. Since there is no road around, Ling Xiao can only walk along the high wall. Within 20 miles, a towering gate appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Outside the gate, there are 2 stone sculptures on the left and right. It's just that most of the 2 stone sculptures have been destroyed, leaving only the base and a small half of the carvings. But judging from the remaining 4 legs of the stone carving, it should betwo different monsters. And the towering door was also smashed, and the other door was full of cracks. The gems inlaid on the door were also smashed, and powder was scattered on the ground. Wait, the gem on this door is the magic core. Ling Xiao looked at it for a long time, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. After leaning forward to take a closer look, he really found something different. The powder on the ground wasn't gem fragments at all. It is the powder left behind by the natural smashing of the energy of the magic core. The nearly 10-meter-high gate is full of magic cores. Even with Ling Xiao's knowledge, he was stunned at this time. It takes a lot of money to dare to do this. At least in Ling Xiao's cognition, there is no such force that will inlay the magic core on the gate of his house. Even the financial resources of the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire will not do such a thing. It's just a pity that the energy of these magic cores is almost exhausted. Ling Xiao reached out and tapped one of the magic cores, only to see a glimmer of light. The magic core instantly turned into a pool of powder and fell to the ground. Looking up again, there is a plaque hanging above the gate. It's just that the plaque was cut in half, leaving only the word zone and the lower half of the previous one. Mouth. Is it a relic of sect inheritance? Seeing this, Ling Xiao almost knew what was in the ruins. The relics of the sects can be said to be one of the most prosperous types among the relics. Of course, it also depends on what kind of sect this sect is. Some sects focus on a large number of treasures, while some sects are just totally their heritage. However, judging from the high wall that can't see the end and the end, no matter how this sect is, it is not small. Ling Xiao had a bottom line in his heart and immediately stepped into the door. As far as the eye can see, it is a huge square. Above the square, there are traces of battle, broken swords can be seen everywhere, and bones are piled up into mountains. It can be seen that there was a tragic war on this square. Looking further inside, what caught my eye was a towering mountain. The towering and steep mountains are daunting. In the innermost part of the square, there is a long climbing ladder that stretches as far as the eye can see. It's just that the long climbing ladder is full of cracks, as if it will shatter at any time as soon as you step on it. On both sides of the long climbing ladder, there are guardrails composed of stone pillars and iron chains. But most of them were broken. The broken iron chains are scattered on the broken long climbing ladder, making this towering mountain look particularly bleak. The broken gate, it seems that this is the reason why this sect disappeared into history. Ling Xiao crossed the bones and set foot on the long ladder. Around the long ladder, there is an airtight mountain forest. Time couldn't help but make the mountain forest become more desolate, on the contrary, it became more lush. Through the trees, Ling Xiao could vaguely see that there were many buildings in the forest. It is probably the various halls before this sect. There are many things that can be found in the ruins of the sect type. For example, the treasures left by this sect, or the inheritance left, or various medicines and the like. After all, the background of this ancient sect is very exaggerated. The reason why Ling Xiao did not enter the forest was because he knew that the really important hall must be on the top of the mountain. Ling Xiao prefers to go directly to the top of the mountain rather than making a fuss here. Roar. However, Ling Xiao was halfway through, and an extremely dull animal roar came from the forest, causing Ling Xiao to stop. What an amazing aura! Is there anything alive in this sect? Ling Xiao was taken aback by the momentum carried by this beast roar. Anything that can survive in the ruins, whether it is a human being, a beast, or a creature of other races. Not a bad guy. Although in the ruins, the passage of time is not the same as the outside world. But there is a saying that if you can live for 1,000 years, even if it eats a pig, it should be a sperm. What's more, a creature with such a longevity element in itself, would it be something simple? The answer is negative. However, this is also the opportunity in the ruins. For such a powerful momentum, fight once. Ling Xiao made a decisive decision, summoned the Xuanhuan spirit spear, directly over the guardrail of the long climbing ladder, and ran towards the direction of the beast's roar. Although the mountains and forests were dense, a passage was quickly split by Ling Xiao. The closer he was to where the roar came from, Ling Xiao felt his heart beating faster. Soon, the entrance of an underground passage appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It seems that the harvest this time should be not small. Ling Xiao looked at the entrance with dozens of lengths and widths in front of him, and knew that he had come to the right place. Such a huge entrance is definitely not a secret room. But such a huge underground passage can be built, and it will definitely not store any big goods. Walking into the entrance, the passage is not only not dark, but illuminated by the night pearls embedded on both sides of the wall. Continuing to walk forward, not too far away, a huge room appeared. On the wall of the room, dozens of magic lamps were hung, illuminating the whole room like daytime. And in the center of this room, there is a pool. At the four corners of the pond, there are 4 stone pillars engraved with magic patterns and inlaid with countless magic cores. This stone pillar stepped on the bottom of the pool and went up to the ceiling of the room. 4 iron chains, 2 thicker than normal waists, extend from the stone pillars to the pool, and are also engraved with magical patterns, which are extremely mysterious. And in this pool, there was a turtle, the size of a mountain. 4 chains were attached to the turtle's limbs. Countless inscriptions are also engraved on the turtle's shell, and under the illumination of the magic lamp, it emits a faint light. Could it be that the huge beast roar was made by this turtle? Ling Xiao's eyes widened, staring at the turtle in the pool. After carefully observing for a long time, Ling Xiao suddenly found some traces on the pool wall. When he got closer, it looked like some words. The mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. Ling Xiao looked at the traces on the pool wall, and before he could read it, another voice came in from the underground passage. It wasn't just Ling Xiao who was attracted by the beast's roar. But this voice also reminded Ling Xiao of the creatures in this pond. 10,000 years, mysterious turtle, alien beast. The longevity is extremely long, and the Wanyanxian turtle is also named after it. High static, drowsiness, slow movement. The defensive power is amazing, comparable to that of a giant dragon. No, it should be said that under the same level, the defensive power of the Wanyanxian turtle is even stronger than that of a giant dragon. The tortoise shell is one of the top materials used to forge armor. Its turtle blood is one of the top materials used to temper the flesh. The tortoise shell is one of the top materials used to forge armor. Its turtle blood is one of the top materials used to temper the flesh. Its turtle meat is one of the top materials used to nourish blood. Its tortoise bone is one of the top materials used to make weapons. And because the Wanyanxian turtle is a different beast, the trial crystal in its body is also a kind of treasure. This alien beast covered in treasures has almost no offensive ability except for its amazing defense and terrifying strength. Thus aroused the covetousness of countless strong men. It can be said that as long as one can kill a 1,000-year-old tortoise, it is equivalent to gaining a treasure mountain. The so-called common man is innocent, but he is guilty. Wanyan Zhuang Wukong has a body like a mountain, but he has no strength to protect himself. Under the wanton hunting and killing of various powerhouses, the records in the annals of history can be described as short-lived, and soon disappeared. Now that I have met one here, as long as I can bring back the 10,000-year-old tortoise in its entirety, Ling Xiao's trip to the ruins this time will be a good thing. It's not even an exaggeration to say that you make a lot of money. When I was a child, in the study of the royal family, I saw these strange beasts recorded in the annals that had long since disappeared, and I really wanted one. I didn't expect that this wish was actually fulfilled in the ruins. Ling Xiao slowly stood up from the ground, then turned to look at the direction of the underground passage into this room. If you want to take the Wanyan turtle down, you must clean up the others. Ling Xiao showed his figure from the pool wall, and when he saw the face of the person who came, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. And the person at the door of the room did not expect that under the cover of the pool wall, there was another person hiding here. Proud Yuqua. Ling Xiao. When the two saw each other's faces, they called out each other's names in unison. The second person who was attracted by the roar of the mysterious turtle beast of 10,000 years was Rong Yuqua, a dragon general and knight of the Xingyao Empire. The two met face to face under this circumstance. Let alone the enmity between Xuanhuan Empire and Xingyao Empire. But the expedition led by Rong Yuqua to attack Yashui Pass was really stopped by Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that I would meet you again in such a place. Rong Yuqua took off the halberd behind him with a backhand, and waved it forward, making a hunting sound. I didn't expect that the Xingyao Empire would choose you. The peerless spirit spear in Ling Xiao's hand held a spear, and his body seemed to be standing casually. In fact, he had already pointed the direction of Rong Yuqua's possible attack, and he was all ready to counterattack. Wushuang Gun Soul has no defense, only offense and counteroffensive. One wrong move doesn't mean that every step is wrong. The number of relic tokens you have is more, but it doesn't mean that you will gain more. Rong Yuqua grinned and sneered. It is precisely because of the nature of random drops after entering the ruins. So when you come to the ruins, if you want to gain something, you rely more on your own luck, not the number of people. But when the number of people is large, it also occupies a lot of initiative. Therefore, when the Xingyao Empire has already occupied a disadvantage in the number of people, the candidates selected to enter the ruins will definitely choose to overwhelm the other forces in terms of strength. Therefore, it was only natural for Rong Yuqua to enter the ruins. In terms of single strength, Rong Yuqua can definitely rank among the top in the master class. If Xingyao Empire can get a heroic trial crystal, the first person to consider it must be Rong Yuqua. Its strength and loyalty to the Xingyao Empire are beyond doubt. You are right, if you meet other people here, this 10,000-year mysterious turtle may really belong to you. Ling Xiao naturally heard what Rong Yu was saying. Ling Xiao also praised Rong Yuqua himself. Whether it is personal ability or leadership ability, Rong Yuqua is undoubtedly strong. It's a pity that he met Ling Xiao, who inherited the power of the unparalleled spear soul. And the original galloping dragon army only ended in a defeat. Don't worry, even if it is you, this 10,000-year mysterious turtle will not be left to others, and you may be a bonus. Rong Yuqua is very confident in himself. In the last battle, Rong Yuqua knew that he underestimated the enemy. But this time, the mistakes of the last time will not be repeated. Then you have to work hard. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and said something indifferent. While Rong Yuqua wanted to kill him, the third prince of the Xuanhuan Empire, why didn't Ling Xiao want to let the Xingyao Empire lose a dragon general and knight? Without this famous general, even if the Xingyao Empire's troops were not damaged, the overall strength would drop by 20%. At that time, Ling Xiao will naturally have a way to pass the Yashui Pass and expand the territory for the Xuanhuan Empire. So far, the two have chilled each other, and it has long been impossible for them to have peace talks. For the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, Ling Xiao is determined Tawan. And Rong Yuqua is the same. Not much speculation. After Ling Xiao said the last sentence, he took the lead, and the Wuxuan spirit spear stabbed forward. A little cold light flickered, like a dragon swimming out of water. The unparalleled spirit spear was entwined with vindictiveness and roared. Rong Yuqua didn't hesitate, and when Ling Xiao shot, he immediately raised Hishelbird to block. The stabbing is the most effective and most terrifying means of attacking the spear. Rong Yuqua didn't want the spear in Ling Xiao's hand to make a hole in him, for a strong man of his level. As long as there is a chance to hurt the opponent, it will definitely leave a grudge on the opponent's wound, which is used to slow down the recovery speed off the opponent's injury. Clang! The two swords collided, making a crisp sound of gold and iron. But Ling Xiao's stabs were more than just stabs. There are many changes in the thrust. Ling Xiao just flipped his wrist, and the Wuxuan spirit spear suddenly turned and hit the halberd. The fighting spirit turned and exploded with a bang. The body of the evil spirit is on. Boom! The huge force that suddenly erupted was something Rong Yuqua did not expect. The violent force instantly smashed Rong Yuqua out, hitting the wall of the room. Rong Yuqua knocked out countless cracks on the already decayed stone wall, and small stones fell from the stone wall. How can your power suddenly become so strong? This is impossible. Rong Yuqua looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Although he used the halberd to protect his body, the tiger's mouth was still a little numb from the shock. There are more things you can't think of. Ling Xiao carried the Wuxuan spirit spear on his shoulders, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Rong Yuqua. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was analyzing the pros and cons of Ofi's attack just now. The fighting skills of Wuxuan Gun Soul are powerful, but it is also based on the situation that the strength is not much different, and it can be crushed with fighting skills. The fighting skills of Wuxuan Gun Soul are powerful, but it is also based on the situation that the strength is not much different, and it can be crushed with fighting skills. Therefore, Ling Xiao used another technique in the attack just now. Turn on and turn off the body of the evil spirit in seconds. Only at the moment of attack, open the body of the evil spirit and increase its own attributes. Then after the attack, immediately shut down the body of the evil spirit towards the consumption of fighting spirit. This is a method that Qi Lu proposed not long after the body of the evil spirit skill book was released. The consumption of Do Qi by the body of the evil spirit is definitely in the forefront of martial arts of the same level. But in contrast, the power of the body of the evil spirit is definitely among the top among the martial arts of the same level. Therefore, opening and closing the body of the evil spirit in seconds is definitely an extremely important skill. This technique can minimize the battle qi consumed by the body of the evil spirit, and maximize the usefulness of the body of the evil spirit. The only difficulty is the control of the timing. If you want to perfectly control the timing of opening and closing the body of the evil spirit, unless you are talented and have an unparalleled fighting instinct. Otherwise, you can only be distracted and controlled in battle. However, being distracted in battle is definitely a taboo. Back then at Yashui Pass, when Ling Xiao and Rong Yuqua were fighting, they didn't dare to be distracted at all and could only open the body of the evil spirit all the way. If it wasn't for the last moment, the inheritance of the unparalleled spear soul was completed, and Ling Xiao could only drink his hatred at Yashuiguan. However, today's Ling Xiao has long been different from what he used to be. In the face of Rong Yuqua, you can also calmly practice the second opening and second closing skills of the body of the evil spirit. Because in terms of overall strength, Ling Xiao has already surpassed Rong Yuqua. No, I know you know a secret martial art, you are just bluffing. Rong Yuqua seemed to have thought of something, and his face showed a "so it is" expression. Whether it's a bluff, you'll know if you try it. There was a sneer at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, and he raised his eyebrows. It is no exaggeration to say that Ling Xiao's current strength is enough to be called the first person under the hero level. If there is a fierce person like Ling Xiao, who can be called the first person under the hero level, it is also from the Qi shop. If those two people said they met, not confidants, at least they could be friends. Don't worry, I'll shatter your bravado in no time, so that your identity as a weakling will be revealed. Rong Yuqua slapped the stone wall behind him, waved his halberd, and charged towards Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning. The nearly 3-meter-long halberd, under the enormous power of Rong Yuqua, brought a whistling sound, followed by afterimages, with a terrifying oppressive force. It can be seen from this, that Rong Yuqua's strength is definitely extremely strong. To be called a generation of famous generals, dragon generals, and knights, Rong Yuqua relies on his own strength and piles up countless records, and it is by no means a false name. However, it was a pity to meet Ling Xiao. In the face of Rong Yuqua's angry shot, Ling Xiao didn't dare to care. The lion fights the rabbit, and still uses all his strength. What's more, the gap between Ling Xiao and Rong Yuqua was not as big as that of a lion and a rabbit. The body of the evil spirit. Douqi surged wildly, and instantly burned in Ling Xiao's body. The sound of Douqi roaring in the body is like a rushing river, rushing endlessly. Come on, just use this trick to decide the winner. Come on, just use this trick to decide the winner. The unparalleled spear in Ling Xiao's hand turned, and the silver-white gun body was like a thunderbolt wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Die! Rong Yuqua roared, and swung out his halberd, like a mountain coming from the top, and like a fierce beast, rampaging. The surrounding air was hummed by this terrifying force. I have to say that Rong Yuqua's rushing power is indeed top-notch. This is the method of battle that Rong Yuqua has learned in countless wars. The momentum is like a rainbow, unstoppable. The Xingyao Empire has you as a famous general, and the strength of the army is enough to increase by more than 30%. Unfortunately, the biggest mistake of the paladin and the white-clothed high priest is to let you enter the ruins. In the face of Rong Yuqua's charge, Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade. Because in the fighting style of Wuxuang Gun Soul, there is no way to dodge at all. Unparalleled gun soul, unparalleled in the world. There is no retreat, I am invincible. Wind and thunder break. Ling Xiao stepped forward, the unparalleled spirit spear was like a thunderbolt splitting out, carrying unparalleled power, facing Rong Yuqua. The wind will be torn apart. Ray was also cut off. Wind and thunder like a flash of light that cuts off everything, also flashed a dazzling white light in this room that was illuminated by the magic lamp like day. Like lightning that ripped apart the sky. She'd dash. Ling Xiao and Rong Yuqua passed by mistake. The airwaves caused by the two's attacks hit the stone wall of the room, cutting the rotten stone wall out of cracks. Nearly half of the ever-bright magic lamps were annihilated into powder in his battle. Laugh. A small tearing sound resounded in this silent room. Cough, odd dash. Rong Yuqua coughed violently, and a mouthful of blood was uncontrollably spit out. The armor on the chest was cut with a crack, almost completely splitting the entire thick armor in half. Under the crack of the armor, there is a very deep wound. Gurgling blood overflowed from the wound, and soon the clothes on Rong Yuqua's body were dyed red, and then dripped down the corner of the clothes and fell to the ground. No. Impossible, how could I possibly lose? Rong Yuqua was in a trance for a while, and the powerlessness under his feet caused him to slam one knee on the ground. If it wasn't for the halberd in his hand, he could barely support his body. After this fall, Rong Yuqua may not be able to get up again. Ling Xiao's grudge had already invaded Rong Yuqua's wound. If he didn't stop the bleeding in time, Rong Yuqua might not last long. The after effects of burning Douqi also caused Ling Xiao to stumble for a while. The body of the evil spirit is an extremely powerful martial skill. However, as the user's level and realm increase, after the body of the evil spirit is opened, the burning vindictive energy will also increase. After all, increasing a professional rank and increasing a grandmaster rank require a different level of fighting spirit. The skills that the store manager said, you still need to practice more, otherwise you will be driving the body of the evil spirit all the time. If you are not careful, you can play yourself to death. Ling Xiao panted slightly and thought to himself. But now it's fine, Ling Xiao still has time to practice. It's a pity to be honored as the Grand Commander. You can't get rid of me, the third prince of the Xuanhuan Empire, for the Xingyao Empire. Ling Xiao shook his head, regained his breath, and came to Rong Yuqua. I was defeated by you. I just sighed that my skills are not as good as others, and I want to kill or slash, please listen and respect. It is impossible for Rong Yuqua to beg for mercy. As a famous general, Rong Yuqua has his own backbone. Leading troops for more than 10 years, fighting on the battlefield, Rong Yuqua put his life and death aside for a long time. It's just a pity that the Xingyao Empire has not returned to its former glory. Rong Yuqua knew in his heart that he was a warrior, and it was not a pity toady, but the loss of the title of Dragon General Knight was definitely a heavy blow to the overall military strength of the Xingyao Empire. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of humiliating defeated generals. Ling Xiao switched the Wushuang spirit spear to his left hand, and his right hand took out a long knife with the royal seal of the Xuanhuan Empire engraved on the handle from the bronze storage ring. Die in battle without humiliation. This is respect for the enemy general. Farewell, you are honored to be the great commander. Ling Xiao squatted in front of Rong Yuqua and looked directly into Rong Yuqua's eyes. Come on, the third prince of Xuanhuan Empire, Ling Xiao. Rong Yuqua clenched his halberd tightly, trying his best to keep his body from falling. On the day the teacher comes out, there will be the glory of death, but nauseam of life. The famous generals of the Xingyao Empire will end in this ruin in this way. Ling Xiao did not expect that the grievance between himself and Rong Yuqua would be resolved in the ruins in this way. However, it can be regarded as solving a serious problem for the Xuanhuan Empire. Ling Xiao has seen too much about this kind of life and death. The long knife was raised. Wait a minute. At this moment, a light curtain covered Rong Yuqua's body, and a young man wearing a white robe and holding a staff also appeared beside Rong Yuqua. Who are you? The moment Ling Xiao noticed the appearance of the light curtain, he even took a few steps back and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared with a vigilant expression on his face. Next, Xuanhuan. The young man bowed slightly and introduced his name. It's you. The white-clothed high priest even sent you into the ruins. Ling Xiao widened his eyes. Ling Xiao had indeed never seen this young man who suddenly appeared, but the name Xuanhuan was resonant. The direct disciple of the white-clothed high priest, one of the two heroes of the Xingyao Empire. In terms of military exploits, Xuanhuan is no less than Rong Yuqua. However, unlike Rong Yuqua, Xuanhuan is a figure who strategizes in the tent. However, when it comes to combat effectiveness, Xuanhuan is not inferior to him. The Xingyao Empire is really willing to pay for it. Ling Xiao sneered. Rong Yuqua was barely considered the successor of the paladins, and this Xuanhuan was the true successor of the white-clothed high priest. It's just that Ling Xiao didn't expect that the Xingyao Empire would be willing to send both of them into the ruins. Don't they fear that these two people will be damaged in the ruins? The third prince has been thinking too much. I came here this time not to fight with the third prince. The Wanyan Xiangui should be regarded as our apology to the third prince. Xuanhuan said with a smile. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that Xuanhuan was a typical smile-hiding act knife. If that's the case, then please leave. Ling Xiao clenched the peerless spirit spear in his hand. As long as Xuanhuan changed slightly, he would immediately take action and take it down. However, it is best if there is no conflict. Songyun's rank is a priest who is good at assisting and healing. If Songyun was alone, or if he came a few minutes later, Ling Xiao would definitely let him stay here forever. It's just a pity that the timing of Songyun's arrival is too good. As long as Rong Yuqua hadn't fallen and the spear knight cooperated with the priest, Ling Xiao really didn't have much confidence in taking it down. Of course, I'll retire now. Songyun smiled slightly, and put his right hand on Rong Yuqua's body. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared into the room together. Ling Xiao immediately spread out his perception. The breath of those two people really disappeared completely. It seemed that Songyun still kept his promises, and really left with Rong Yuqua. What a shame. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The layer of light curtain covered by the dark clouds on Rong Yuqua's body is a magic that belongs to the priest rank, a protective barrier. Enough to block Ling Xiao's attack. That's why Ling Xiao stopped immediately. Otherwise, even if he was attacked by Songyun, Ling Xiao would also leave Rong Yuqua behind. Forget it, now this 10,000-year-old tortoise should be mine. After Ling Xiao sighed, he came to the pool again. In fact, if the person who came this time is from the Brilliant Academy, then the two parties may have decided to gain the harvest through negotiation. After all, Ling Xiao is not a competitive person. Everyone is a regular customer in Chila's small shop. If there is something Yotsant, sit down, eat 2 buckets of instant noodles, and discuss and solve it. You have to fight and kill, how hurtful and peaceful. However, how am I going to bring this guy back? Ling Xiao looked at the Wanyan Xian turtle in the pool and was in trouble on this issue. The size of the Wanyan Xian turtle, lying in the pond, just looking at the turtle shell, it is more than tens of meters in length and width, let alone rescue the Wanyan Xian turtle from the pond. As for beheading the Wanyan Xian turtle, and then putting it into a bronze storage ring separately. That's just kidding. With Ling Xiao's attack, I'm afraid there is no way to break through the defense of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. And looking at the stone pillars in the 4 corners of the pond, you can tell that there is no such treatment for a Grandmaster-level mysterious turtle. Obviously, this is definitely a heroic mysterious turtle. If it wasn't for the suppression of these 4 stone pillars, I'm afraid it's not Ling Xiao's idea of hitting the Wanyan Xian turtle now, but thinking about how to escape. Don't look at the records, the attack ability of the Wanyan Xian turtle is extremely low. However, no matter how low the Wanyan Xian turtle's attack ability is, a Grandmaster is absolutely not qualified to provoke a hero. It's no wonder that Songyun would give up this 10,000-year mysterious turtle so decisively. It seems that he is also convinced that Ling Xiao can't handle this 10,000-year mysterious turtle, so he will leave with such confidence. Crash! With the movement of the Wanyan Xian turtle, the iron chain with 2 circles thicker than the average person's waist made a dull sound. At first glance, it was obvious that the extremely heavy iron chain was stretched straight and rattled in an instant. Roar! A suppressed beast roar came out from the pool, and the majestic momentum entrained in it made Ling Xiao retreat again and again. Grandmasters are so powerless in the face of heroes. The Wanyan Xian turtle, who had been lying in the pond, stood up at this moment. Its sturdy limbs were like 4 pillars reaching the sky, and its huge body was like a moving mountain. This sense of oppression directly facing a hero is unimaginable for ordinary people. The imposing manner of the ancient alien beasts is even more terrifying. Under the pressure of this momentum, Ling Xiao almost exited the room and retreated into the underground passage. However, even if the heroic mysterious turtle stood up, the stone pillars at 4 corners of the pond were still standing tall and imposing. This is too exaggerated. What kind of sect is this, so it can have such a big hand, and dare to lock a heroic 10,000-year-old tortoise in such a place? Ling Xiao was even more shocked. It's not difficult to kill hero-level monsters. As long as you don't have a fever, you can find those monsters with strong fighting ability. Generally speaking, 2 human heroes are enough to strangle a hero-level monster. Those who can kill heroic beasts alone are considered to be the best among heroes. Like Lu Jingya, 1 person, 1 sword, and 3 heroic monsters in a row, so scared that no monsters dare to stay within 1,000 miles, it can already be regarded as the top. This level of hero level is only 1 piece away from the strong level trial crystal. And like Qi Lu, who can tear bone dragons by hand. That may be a rare monster to see in 10,000 years. At least among the human race powerhouses recorded in the annals of history, there has never been anyone who could tear apart the dragon race by himself at the same level. Of course, it may also have occurred, but it has not been recorded. However, these are kills. As Ling Xiao sees now, dare to tame a heroic beast, no, it is a sect of heroic beasts, it is really only seen in his life. Little guy, where did you come from? Just when Ling Xiao was still immersed in shock, Huanyan Xiangui suddenly looked at him. An old voice came from the mouth of Huanyan Xiangui. As soon as the sound came out, Ling Xiao almost jumped up in fright, turned around and ran away. Fortunately, I finally held back. It is not uncommon for a heroic alien to speak. What's more, the Huanyan Xian turtle is a strange beast with a very long lifespan. Predecessor, senior, I am from Huangyuan Empire. Ling Xiao replied respectfully. In my heart, I didn't dare to play the idea of this 10,000-year mysterious turtle again. Just kidding, the idea of being a grandmaster to fight a hero-level Huanyan Xiangui, I am afraid that the Huanyan Xiangui will stand there and let himself attack, and he will be exhausted, and it may not be able to hurt it. The attack ability is extremely low, and in exchange, it is extremely terrifying defensive ability. Wild Yuan Empire? When did this force appear? Huanyan Xuangui's speech was not fast, and his tone was warm, with a little doubt and half regret. Ling Xiao was even more shocked when he heard Huanyan Xuangui's words. The history of the Huangyuan Empire, whether it is long or short, has existed for nearly 1,000 years. But for Huanyan Xiangui, he has never even heard of it. Ling Xiao does not think that this is because the fame of the Huangyuan Empire is too small, so the Huanyan Xiangui has not heard of the name Huangyuan Empire. Because no matter what, the Huangyuan Empire is still a well-known power in the eastern wasteland. Otherwise, the Huangyuan Empire would never be able to keep the relic token. Then, since Huanyan Xiangui has never heard of Huangyuan Empire, this is enough to prove that the existence of Huanyan Xiangui is far beyond Ling Xiao's imagination. After a long pause, Huanyan Xiangui continued to ask. The Wasteland Empire, where is it? Donghuang. Ling Xiao quickly answered. The name Huangyuan Empire has not been heard before. After all, the Huangyuan Empire has only existed for less than 1,000 years, but the name Donghuang has been circulated for tens of thousands of years. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao answered Donghuang, Huanyan Xiangui also showed a look of memory. After a long time, Huanyan Xiangui slowly opened his mouth and said, the passage of time, the changes of the years, the vicissitudes of life, today's East Wasteland is no longer the East Wasteland it used to be. This time, Ling Xiao was already able to determine that the years this 10,000-year-old tortoise lived should be counted in at least 1,000 years. Of the races that can live for so long, which one is easy to mess with? Ling Xiao thought for a while, and finally shook his head. It seems that this trip to the ruins is still too unreliable to fight the main reason for this 10,000-year mysterious turtle. If nothing else, this 10,000-year-old tortoise is definitely one of the most powerful beings in this ruin. Senior, I don't know, how long have you lived here? However, Ling Xiao also had doubts in his heart. Now that you have decided to give up the Huanyan Xian turtle, it's better to ask the questions in your heart. I can't remember exactly, it's about 3,000 years old. Huanyan Xiangui half raised his head, recalled for a long time, and then slowly answered. 3,000 years. Even if it is built up over time, this 10,000-year black turtle is about to become a monster. The name Xuanhuan Xiangui is only called by this name because of the extremely long lifespan of this species. The Xuanhuan Xian turtle, who can really live for 10,000 years, can kill a hero with a slap. In front, senior, then I won't disturb your rest. Ling Xiao only felt that his legs were a little weak, and after thinking for a long time, definitely decided that it would be better to go first. Don't look at Ling Xiao, who can claim to be invincible in the master class. But when encountering such a monster, it is more realistic to go as far as possible. Because it's not a question of guts anymore. It's all a matter of whether the mind works. As long as there is no brain congestion on the spot, there should be no master-level dare to challenge such a 10,000-year-old tortoise that has lived for at least 3,000 years. Don't worry, little guy, it's been a long time since no one came here to talk to the old man. Xuanhuan Xian turtle let out a heavy laugh, and with a roll of majestic energy, he dragged Ling Xiao back to the pool. This is the strength of the hero-level peak. Even if you are locked in the pool and can't leave, it is easy to deal with a master level. The moment he was dragged back by the Xuanhuan Xian turtle, Ling Xiao was so scared that his body stiffened. Just random movements, the burst of energy from the side, can suppress the flow of fighting spirit in Ling Xiao's body. If he really wants to fight, I am afraid that this 10,000-year mysterious turtle does not need to take action in person. The momentum alone can make Ling Xiao unable to move. Predecessor, senior, what else do you want to talk about? Me, I'll listen. Ling Xiao now has no idea of running away. This room is indeed very big for Ling Xiao, but for the size of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, it is just like that. Before Xuanhuan Xiangui did not agree, Ling Xiao wanted to get out of this room. It was as difficult as going to the sky. Little guy, don't be so nervous, this old man doesn't have the habit of bloodthirsty. Xuanhuan Xiangui said with a smile, and there was indeed no sense of oppression in his tone. In fact, the Xuanhuan Xian turtle is a very gentle race, and it seldom takes the initiative to take action before it encounters danger. Senior, can you tell me where is this place? Ling Xiao waited for a long time before plucking up the courage to ask. If you want to know, it's okay to tell you, here is the sect of the beast control sect. Xuanhuan Xiangui said slowly. According to historical records, the beast control sect is a rare sect that increases its own combat power by driving beasts and beasts. The strong people in the sect are like clouds. In history, it is also a rare sect that can flourish for a while. Although what is recorded in the history books is not true. But a sect that can trap a 10,000-year-old tortoise, even if it is not strong, it is not weak. However, because of the arrogant and violent behavior of the beast control sect, it was finally encircled and suppressed by dozens of sects, and it was wiped out in the long river of history and turned into the dust of history. It seems that the piles of bones seen in the square before are the traces left by the war that year. It's hard to imagine that the war that year didn't spread to this place. You must know that the body of the Xuanhuan Xian turtle has always been called Baoshan. If the powerhouses who joined forces to suppress the beast control sect found this place, it would be impossible to keep the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. Ling Xiao subconsciously looked at the surrounding stone walls. Don't look at it, little guy, it's not that there are no people here, but they are all left by the old man. Xuanhuan Xian turtle can live for such a long time, and he has already lived a fine life. How could he not know what Ling Xiao was thinking? This sentence also made Ling Xiao feel a chill in his heart, and quickly changed the subject. Senior, you are so strong, why are you trapped here by the people of the beast control sect? Ling Xiao also asked the biggest doubt in his heart. With the strength of the 10,000 years mysterious turtle, it is impossible to keep it with a hero level alone. However, if there is a strong level power in the beast control sect, it is impossible to be destroyed so easily, and the mysterious tortoise of 10,000 years will be left alive to this day without incident. Humph, with the ability of the thieves of the beast control sect, of course they can't trap me. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Wanyan Xiangui changed his warm tone and suddenly became icy cold. Crash! The Wanyan Xian turtle pulled the iron chains locked on its limbs, made a loud noise, and said angrily, "Do you know what the stone pillars at the four corners are called?" "I don't know, kid." Ling Xiao told the truth. Dragon locking pillar. It is the dragon locking pillar that the thieves of the beast control sect took from the dragon clan. Wanyan Xiangui said angrily. Thousands of years ago, the relationship between the dragon race and the human race was not as hostile as it is now. Although it is not very good, the dragons that are integrated into the human race occasionally do some deals with the human race. And this dragon locking pillar is what the beast control sect traded from the giant dragon. It is said that even the dragon can't break free. The beast control sect was not at ease about this, and directly used 4 dragon locking pillars to lock the Wanyan mysterious tortoise here. No wonder. Ling Xiao listened to Wanyan Xuangui's words, and once again carefully looked at the stone pillars at the 4 corners of the pond. I have to say that the beast taming sect was not only powerful, but also rich and powerful. The dragon locking pillar claims that even the giant dragon cannot break free. It used 4 dragon locking pillars at one time to lock the mysterious turtle off 10,000 years, which is undoubtedly a big fuss. But this is also the main reason why, after 3,000 years, the mysterious tortoise could not break free. There are spatial fluctuations. Just when Ling Xiao was carefully looking at the dragon pillar, Wanyan Xuangui suddenly said, "What?" Ling Xiao was reminded by Wanyan Xiangui, and also felt a trace of abnormality behind him. Looking back, under the illumination of the magic lamp, there was a sudden twist in the space, and then a figure emerged from the twisted space. Wow, this is really bright inside. The figure seemed a little uncomfortable with the bright light in this room, and covered his eyes with his hands. But Ling Xiao, who saw this figure, almost stared out his eyes. Store manager. That's right, the figure that suddenly appeared was Qi Lu. Do you know? Wanyan Xiangui asked cautiously, staring at Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared. Yes, I know. Senior, please rest assured, the store manager is not a bad person. Ling Xiao nodded and said. How can the old man be at ease? This person has enough power to threaten the old man. Wanyan Xiangui would not relax his vigilance because of Ling Xiao's words. What? Ling Xiao was shocked when he heard this. To be able to threaten the power of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, doesn't it mean that Qi Li's strength, starting from the lowest level, is also a heroic peak? No wonder Ling Xiao was surprised. After all, when Qi Lu was tearing the bone dragon with his hands, Ling Xiao was still on standby in the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire. And most importantly, if it is Qi Li's strength, the lowest is the hero level peak start, but the highest strength limit to enter this ruin is the master level. Could it be that Manager Qi's strength is already strong enough to ignore the power of the ruins? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's mind started to feel dizzy. Wow, why is there no distinction between day and night in the ruins? Qi Lu finally got used to this light, and immediately complained aloud. Qi Lu deliberately waited until the store was closed, and then locked the coordinates through the relic token according to the system, and then rushed over to get it with his broken boots. But it never occurred to me that it was night outside. As a result, when we arrived at the ruins, there was no difference between day and night. Store manager, how did you get into the ruins? Ling Xiao suppressed the shock in his heart and couldn't help asking aloud. Of course I came in with a relic token. Qi Lu answered without hesitation, paused, and suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. It turns out it's you, that's really good. I'm worried that after entering the ruins, I can't find anyone. Of course I know I came in with a relic token, but the problem is. Ling Xiao just wanted to say that the highest strength limit of this relic is the master level. But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Qi Lu. Wow, I didn't expect to see such a big turtle as soon as I came in. It seems that my luck is quite good. Qi Lu saw the Wanyan Xian turtle at a glance. The system's mission this time is based on the treasures found to determine the reward. If you can submit such a big turtle to the system, there should be a lot of rewards. Who are you? Wanyan Xiangui didn't like the way Qi Lu looked at it. But in the face of the last existence that was enough to kill it, the Wanyan Xian turtle could not be allowed to relax. You can talk, then it's a bit difficult to handle. Qi Lu scratched his hair and said, My name is Qi Lu, and I am a store manager with no malice. Qi Lu has always held a tolerant attitude towards talking species. After all, being able to talk means being able to communicate. Unless the other party actively seeks death. The store manager, the senior, is the Wanyan Xiangui. Ling Xiao also came over to popularize the knowledge of the Wanyan Xian turtle for Qi Lu. I see. Qi Lu slammed the palm of his hand, showing a look of sudden realization. Wanyan Xiangui was relieved when he saw that Qi Li's eyes had returned to normal. When locked by the dragon pillar, Wanyan Xiangui would never be willing to encounter an enemy of the same level as himself. Because even if the defense of the Wanyan Xian turtle is strong, when facing an enemy of the same level, it will only last for a while, and it is absolutely impossible to completely break the defense. System, if I only submit a part of the treasure, will it affect the reward? Qi Lu asked in his mind. This is to discuss with Wanyan Xiangui. Let's see if the Wanyan Xian turtle can contribute a little blood, or a little meat or something. Anyway, the Wanyan Xian turtle is so big, a little flesh and blood should not get in the way. System, the treasure submitted by the host only counts the type, not the quantity. With your words, I am relieved. Qi Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the system would say that the whole thing must be submitted, so he could only reluctantly give up the Wanyan Xiangui. Can you discuss it? I may need some blood from you. Qi Lu has always been a very direct person, so when facing the mysterious tortoise of 10,000 years, he did not intend to make a fool of himself, but said it very directly. What did you say? Wanyan Xiangui and Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lu together. I said, I might need you to contribute a little blood, don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Qi Lu had to repeat it. It's the first time I've heard of your request. Wanyan Xian turtle let out a heavy laugh that echoed in this room. After laughing for a long time, Wanyan Xiangui stopped, looked at Qi Lu, and said, if it's just a small amount of blood, I can give it to you, but I also have a request. But it doesn't matter. Qi Lu nodded. Fair trade, normal. I hope you can try to destroy these 4 dragon-locking pillars. To be honest, I have been trapped for too long. Wanyan Xiangui sighed and said aloud. Perhaps it was because it was the first time in the past 3,000 years that he had met a person of Qi Li's strength. That's why Wanyan Xiangui made such a request. Although Wanyan Xiangui didn't hold out much hope, it was always good to try it. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't destroy Xuanhuan, I will give you whatever you want. Wanyan Xiangui thought for a while and added another sentence. Locking the dragon pillar? Qi Lu looked at the 4 stone pillars in the 4 corners of the pool with interest. He did not expect that these 4 unremarkable stone pillars actually have such a resounding name. System, is the locked dragon pillar considered a treasure? Qi Lu asked in his mind while looking at it. System, dragon pillar, a fortified treasure, created by the dragon clan Totrap and locked giant dragons that violated the clan's rules. The system not only answered Qi Li's question, but also explained the origin of Xuanhuan for him. And such a big name. Qi Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, System, I want to submit the locked dragon pillar, and submit 4. Although the system has said before, treasures only count the type, not the quantity. However, in order to fulfill the request of the Xuanhuan Xiangui, Qi Lu decided to submit the 4 dragon-locking pillars at one time. Anyway, this kind of thing has no effect on Qi Lu. He didn't intend to play with the dragon. System, receive a request to submit a treasure. Please touch the treasure tobe submitted by the host, and select OK. Qi Lu, who was prompted, immediately walked to one of the dragon-locking pillars. Just do your best. Xuanhuan Xiangui didn't have much expectations for destroying the dragon lock pillar. Ling Xiao was also very nervous when he saw the scene. Although Ling Xiao knew that Qi Lu was very strong, the dragon lock pillar was specially created for the trapped dragon. Once established, even with the power of a giant dragon, it cannot be destroyed. This request of Xuanhuan Xiangui inevitably means something that is difficult for a strong man. A closer look, this dragon lock pillar is quite spectacular. Qi Lu didn't know what this person and beast were thinking. All he knew was that after walking in, he found that the dragon pillar went down to the bottom of the pool and broke the ceiling. Can't see how long it is. But according to the size of the skull dragon that I had seen before, this dragon lock pillar must be a few hundred meters long. Moreover, it is engraved with mysterious magic array patterns, and it is also inlaid with a large number of magic cores. Speaking of the cost alone, it can be regarded as a real treasure. Confirm submission. Qi Lu didn't look at it for a long time, and then pressed his palm on the Sulongzu. The power of the system is never unreasonable. What about the dragon lock pillar, which can't be destroyed by the power of Agent Dragon? Following Qi Li's movements, 4 white lights flashed from the 4 corners of the pool. The 4 dragon-locking pillars also disappeared. This strange scene almost made Ling Xiao cry out in shock. Fortunately, I finally held back. But the shock in my heart is not reduced by half. Xuanhuan Xiangui also stared at a pair of huge beast pupils, looking at Qi Li in disbelief. The 4 dragon-locking pillars that had trapped it for more than 3,000 years disappeared in this person's hands. It's just incredible. In other words, the strength of this person in front of him is simply chilling. Okay, I've completed your request, and now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Qi Lu clapped his hands and came to the Xuanhuan Xiangui again. Manager Qi has such an amazing strength, and the old man admires it. Xuanhuan Xiangui was stunned for a long time before he recovered, and sighed with some sigh. The title of Qi Lu is also based on Qi Li's introduction to himself. It's not worth mentioning. Qi Lu waved his hand and said lightly. For Qi Lu, this is really just a little effort, and it is literally. What Qi Lu did was to raise his hand and stick it on the dragon pillar. The rest was done by the system. But in the ears of Xuanhuan Xiangui and Ling Xiao, that is the self-humiliation of the strong. Manager Qi is too modest. Since Manager Qi needs the blood of the old man, let's give that mass of blood to Manager Qi. Xuanhuan Xiangui was not too pretentious, and directly forced out a ball of dark red blood essence about the size of half a fist from his body and sent it to Qi Lu. Even for a body the size of a mountain of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, so much blood is not too little. You are too polite. Qi Lu didn't expect Xuanhuan Xiangui to be so polite, and quickly reached out and caught the ball of blood. System, submit the blood of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. System, the blood essence of the Xuanhuan Xian turtle has been submitted successfully, and I hope the host will make persistent efforts. The shackles that trapped the old man for so many years have finally disappeared. This long-lost freedom really makes the old man miss him. Xuanhuan Xiangui moved his huge body, walked out of the pool, and stood up suddenly. Boom! This underground room disintegrated in an instant, and the rubble fell. At the same time, the mysterious tortoise of 10,000 years guarded Qi Li and Ling Zhao's heads, blocking all these huge gravel and falling rocks. The Changming magic lamp was smashed by gravel and rock, and the light in the ruins appeared in this room where the sun was rediscovered. 3,000 years, the vicissitudes of life, the beast-controlling sect, has really died out. Wanyan Xiangui looked at the beast-controlling sect mountain gate, which had undergone great changes, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Even if the Wanyan Xiangui was trapped and locked in this place by the beast-tamer sect, even if he was happy in the face of this kind of thing, he would also feel a little sad. Senior, the beast control sect died out a long time ago. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say at this time. The old man knows that the actions of the beast control sect are doomed to their fate. Wanyan Xiangui did not change his mood because of this kind of thing. For a race like them that has lived for thousands of years, witnessing the changes of history is a common thing. Senior, since the beast control sect has died out, what are your plans now? Ling Xiao suddenly asked aloud. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't dare to have any ideas when the Wanyanxian turtle was trapped by the dragon lock pillar. After all, Ling Xiao had no way to hold the dragon pillar. However, now that Wanyan Gui was rescued by Qi Lu, Ling Xiao's thoughts became active again. Go back to the forest of monsters. Wanyan Gui thought for a moment and said slowly. No matter how the big and small forces of the eastern wilderness change, only the forest of monsters will not disappear. With such a big body, can we leave the ruins? Qi Lu asked curiously after listening to the words of Wanyan Gui. Yes, but... Ling Xiao was reminded by Qi Li's words, and suddenly remembered a very serious problem. That is the 8 heroes who are guarding outside the ruins. If you see a 10,000-year-old tortoise suddenly appearing outside the ruins, I am afraid they will not let it go. The mysterious turtle of 10,000 years can be called Baoshan, and it is equally huge for the attraction of heroes. Senior, if you go out like this, I'm afraid it won't be very safe. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and finally decided to tell the matter directly. From the ruins, to the major forces waiting outside the ruins. Remains. It turns out that the beast control sect has become such a field. Wanyan Gui pondered for a moment, but did not doubt Ling Xiao's words. This kind of thing is not impossible. Wanyan Gui has seen too many things. Thank you for telling the old man about this, but even if you tell the old man about this, in your capacity, I am afraid that you will not be able to keep the old man. Wanyan Gui broke the sentence. This? Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. Because the words of the Wanyan Gui are indeed true. And not to mention him Ling Xiao, even the 8 heroes waiting outside the ruins, without the consent of more than 3 people, would be difficult to protect the Wanyan turtle. Wait, senior, there is actually one person who can keep you. After being silent for a long time, Ling Xiao suddenly said in surprise as if remembered something important. With what you said, the old man can't imagine that who else has this ability. Wanyan Gui shook his head and said it very indifferently. He was not moved at all by Ling Xiao's surprise. After all, according to what Ling Xiao said before, this is a dead end, unless the Wanyan turtle stays in the ruins and does not go out. But the Wanyan Gui has been in the ruins of the beast control sect for 3,000 years. In other words, it has been trapped for 3,000 years. Rather than stay in this ruin that is almost indistinguishable from the dead zone, it is better to go out and fight. Even if he died, Wanyan turtle would have no regrets. No, senior, what I said is true. Store manager Qi is fine. Ling Xiao said hurriedly. Manager Qi? Wanyan Gui glanced at Qi Lu somewhat unexpectedly. Although before, when Qi Lu collected the dragon lock pillar, it really shocked the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. However, if Qi Lu really wanted to face the 8 heroes head-on, Wanyan Gui didn't think Qi Lu had the slightest chance of winning. Not to mention Qi Lu, even a giant dragon at the peak of the hero level has treat when facing the hero level of the 8 human races. Don't come to me for this kind of thing, I don't like to fight and kill. Qi Lu shrugged and directly rejected Ling Zhao's proposal. If it's in the store, then it's okay to say, there is a conflict, and Qi Li has no pressure at all. But outside the ruins, after all, it is not within the coverage of the store. With Qi Li's current real strength, it is still very difficult to deal with the hero level. What's more, it's enough to keep a devouring cat in the store. Qi Lu doesn't want to keep another 10,000-year tortoise. Just because Ofi's body shape, he is doomed to be unable to stay in the store. And most importantly, Qi Lu really didn't want to waste spirit crystals to raise a 10,000-year-old tortoise with such a huge size. I'm sorry, manager, I'm in a hurry too. When Ling Xiao was heard by Qi Lu, he also reacted. What kind of person is he? Ling Xiao? He can let Qi Lu take such a big risk, and he may also offend 8 forces at one time. It's not an example. Qi Lu didn't dwell on this issue for too long, but returned to the topic. The problem now is that the size of the Wanyan Xian turtle is too conspicuous. If you want to protect it openly, I am afraid it is impossible. Qi Lu pointed out the key point of the problem. Everyone understands the truth of not revealing wealth. But it seems impossible to put it on the Wanyan Xian turtle. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain-like body of the Wanyan Xian Gui, and after a long silence, he said, Senior, can you get smaller? The old man will not be able to change the body of the giant dragon, but if there is enough dragon blood, the old man can try it. Wanyan Xiangui said very directly. Dragon blood? When Ling Xiao heard this word, he was stunned again. Where is he going to find such a rare and precious thing? Dragons live in seclusion on Dragon Island, and have long been absent from the territory of the human race. Dragon blood can only be said to be met but not sought after. That said, can only give up the Wanyan Xian turtle? System, do you have dragon blood there? Qi Lu asked again on a whim. System, yes. The system's concise answer gave Qi Lu a feeling of surprise. Originally, I just asked with the mentality of giving it a try, but I didn't expect it to happen. How much do you have? How do you calculate the price? Qi Lu vaguely felt that there was a huge business opportunity in this matter. System, dragon blood is not a precious item. If the host needs it, a certain share can be provided for free. System, dragon blood is not a precious item. If the host needs it, a certain share can be provided for free. Dragon blood is not a precious item? As expected, the system didn't stop talking, and it really choked Qi Lu directly. If other people heard this sentence, what would they think about Qi? And, if dragon blood is really not a precious item, why was the system's need for dragon blood so urgent for the last mission? But this sentence, Qi Lu also complained in his heart. If it is really said, maybe the free dragon blood will be gone. What's more, Qi Lu is also 80% sure, it is certain that the system dares Tosi dragon blood is not a precious item, it must have something to do with the last mission. However, what does this have to do with Qi Lu? He is just a shopkeeper who chooses to eat and wait to die. I have dragon blood here, but I don't know how much you need. After Qi Lu was confirmed, he opened his mouth to break the silence that had been maintained for a long time. Really, manager? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lu in surprise. The feeling of this twist and turn is really exciting. I don't have a hobby of deceiving people, but dragon blood is not provided for free. Qi Lu instantly switched to businessman mode and replied with a blank face. Spirit crystal is not a problem. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then said through gritted teeth. Okay, then. Just as Qi Lu wanted to price the dragon's blood, a voice sounded in his mind. System, host, it's not good for you to use the dragon's blood that I provide for free to do business. How can you always come out to find a sense of existence at a critical time? Qi Li's words were all on his lips, and he swallowed them back abruptly. This second stroke system, don't you know that it is very rude to interrupt others? System, I just feel that I am at a loss. If the host is not satisfied, the dragon blood will not be provided for free. 30% of the total profit will be shared with you. Qi Li gritted his teeth and said, I finally found an opportunity and was about to take advantage of the system, but I didn't expect it to be caught by the system before it even started. The barren IQ of the two systems is all used for this. System, 50%. Qi Lu, 40%. System, deal. TSK. Store manager, what's wrong? Ling Xiao saw that Qi Li didn't speak for a long time, and he couldn't see anything from the face that was almost paralyzed, so he could only ask aloud. It's nothing, don't rush to discuss the issue of Ling Jing, let's see how much dragon blood is needed first. Qi Li waved his hand, still speaking with a blank expression. I wanted to set a unit price before, but the result was disturbed by the system, so I just made a one-shot deal. It is good. Ling Xiao was ready to be slaughtered. Anyway, in the end, as long as the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years can be brought back, no matter how many spirit crystals are spent here, it will be reported directly to the Ministry of Household, and the treasury will naturally be reimbursed. Senior, I don't know how much dragon blood you need. Ling Xiao looked at the Wanyanxian turtle. Not much, 100 drops of blood essence is enough. Wanyanxian Gui said unceremoniously. 100 drops of blood essence, converted into ordinary dragon blood, is about a dozen tons. Don't look at Wanyan Xuangui's ability to say it lightly, but as everyone knows, Ling Xiao's heart is dripping blood. How precious is more than 10 tons of dragon blood? Not to mention, the blood of the dragon, which is 100 times rarer than ordinary dragon blood. Store manager, dragon blood, do you have it? Ling Xiao covered his heart, endured the pain, and looked at Qi Lu. Have. Qi Lu won the essence of the system's conciseness, paused, and said, how much? Full of seniors. Ling Xiao slapped his heart and said it with pretense. Anyway, they are already distressed to this point, it is better to be more arrogant and gain a wave of goodwill. It is good. Qi Li didn't have much reaction. For the system, ordinary dragon blood and dragon essence blood are actually similar in value. The blood of the dragon is nothing but condensed from the blood of the dragon. A ball of dragon essence blood appeared in Qi Li's palm, pushed it gently, and sent it to Wanyanxian turtle, and then was swallowed by Wanyanxian turtle. Boom! As soon as the blood of the dragon entered the abdomen, a majestic breath burst out from the body of the Wanyanxian turtle. Under the lingering breath, Wanyanxian turtle slowly leaned down and fell on the ground, without any movement, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. How is this going? Ling Xiao obviously had never seen such a situation before, and looked at Qi Lu with a dull expression. It's just to absorb the power of dragon's blood in a dormant state, don't make such a fuss. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, and liked Ling Xiao's unseen appearance. As predicted. After Qi Lu finished saying these words, the breath of Wanyanxian turtle skyrocketed. Above the tortoise shell, the lines that originally appeared to be somewhat soft, gradually became ferocious at this moment, and became sharp and angular. Pieces of scales began to appear on the limbs other than the tortoise shell of the Wanyan mysterious tortoise. In addition to the scales, fine bone spurs also began to appear. The short tail that seemed a little funny at first began to grow rapidly at this moment, just like the tail of a giant dragon. The head of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years also began to transform into the shape of the head of a giant dragon. Two sharp teeth extended from both sides of the corners of the lips. If it was said that the previous Wanyanxian turtle looked gentle on the outside, then at this moment, the Wanyanxian turtle became more domineering and majestic. Whoosh dash. The power of the dragon's blood was quickly absorbed by the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, and a deafening and soul-stirring roar, accompanied by another surge of momentum, spread around. The terrifying momentum directly lifted the huge gravel and rocks on the ground. Raised into the sky, crushed to smithereens. The ground depression originally appeared due to the collapse of the underground passage, and now it has directly turned into a deep pit. Hide behind me. Qi Lu can feel the breath of the 10,000-year mysterious turtle, which is infinitely close to the powerhouse level. With just a small opportunity, the Wanyan turtle can directly step into the powerhouse level and advance to a whole new realm. This is the accumulation of the mysterious tortoise that has been trapped down locked for 3,000 years in this ruin. This is also the strength of monsters and alien beasts. There is no need to try crystals, and you can directly advance to the realm. This is also one of the reasons why beasts cannot disappear. This kind of momentum that is infinitely close to the strong level, even a hero level, will feel the pressure. Not to mention the Grandmaster level of Ling Xiao. Long-way body protection. Qi Lu will not underestimate the momentum of the Wanyan turtle. Directly sacrificed the keel armor, the majestic dragons might exploded instantly, and collided with the momentum of the Wanyan turtle. Boom! The two majestic momentum collided together, making a sound like thunder. Boom! The two majestic momentum collided together, making a sound like thunder. At the intersection, even the space becomes distorted because of this terrifying force. Wake me up! Qi Lu shouted loudly, and the majestic dragon rose steadily, and in just an instant, it overwhelmed the momentum of the Wanyan turtle. Roar! Wanyan Gui suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. The originally huge body seemed to have grown a circle again at this moment, becoming even more massive. And what was originally considered a mild appearance, now it has become bold and domineering, making the sense of oppression of the Wanyan turtle stronger by more than one level. Manager Qi, your strength is far beyond my imagination. Wanyan Gui stared closely at Qi Lu. That majestic dragon might look extremely terrifying even before it was only one step away from being promoted to a powerhouse level. You flatter me. Qi Lu is very self-aware. He knows that what Wanyan Gui said is actually the dragon power that comes with the keel armor. It's just that other people don't know that Qi Lu has such an artifact. Manager Qi is humble. Wanyan Gui seemed to understand Qi Lu very well, so he didn't mention it anymore, but restrained his aura that he couldn't control temporarily because of absorbing dragon blood. Senior, you are now? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Actually, there is no need to worry about this problem now. I think, with the current strength of Wanyan Gui, there should be no need to worry about this kind of thing. Before Wanyan Gui could speak, Qi Lu was the first to speak. The strength of beasts depends not only on the level and realm, but also on the bloodline and race. The bloodline level of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years is actually no less than that of the dragon clan. It's just that the bloodline power of the Wanyan turtle focuses on defense. Now that after absorbing the dragon's blood, the defense of the Wanyan turtle has not only been greatly strengthened, but also the dragon's resistance to magic has been achieved. Almost most of the magic, for the Wanyan turtle, is unable to cause damage. Moreover, because the Wanyan turtle absorbs the pure blood of the dragon, it also strengthens its offensive ability to a certain extent. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't think that with the strength of the 8 heroes who were waiting outside the ruins, he could keep the Wanyan turtle who was almost promoted to the powerhouse. Manager Qi is right, but the old man doesn't want to cause so much trouble. Wanyan Gui smiled, even if its appearance became arrogant and domineering, it was only a manifestation of its strength being improved, and it would not change its character. After all, the Wanyan turtle is a fairly kind race. So, under Ling Zhao's shocked eyes and Qi Li's interesting eyes, Wanyan turtle's body quickly shrank, and finally became the size of a grinding disc. But that majestic aura was not weakened by half, because of the smaller size of the Huanyanxian turtle. On the contrary, because the size of the Huanyanxian turtle has become smaller, it has become more condensed. Manager Qi, if you don't dislike it, please let the old man stay in your store for a while. Huanyanxian Gui continued to say after becoming smaller. When Ling Xiao heard these words, his heart suddenly became cold. I spent an unknown amount of spirit crystals to buy dragon blood, but ended up marrying others, and I didn't get anything. Don't, I have another place to recommend to you. However, Qi Lu decisively rejected Huanyan Xuangui's proposal. Just kidding, there is no shortage of such a townhouse guy in my shop. If I want to raise it, I don't know how much spirit crystals it will cost. That guy, Yu Shuangshu, can still support himself. After all, the devouring cat is greedy for money, and if there is a spirit crystal to earn it, there will be motivation. But Huanyan Xuangui's character is quiet and lethargic, and he doesn't care much about gains and losses. Otherwise, if you switch to another race and leave it in a place that is similar to the dead zone, it will be crazy for 3,000 years. So Qi Lu really had no idea. Oh? What place does Manager Qi recommend? Huanyan Xiangui didn't feel that Qi Li's refusal was a lack of faith, in fact, it was just a casual mention. If there is no accident, this race that was once short-lived in the long river of history, I am afraid that now there is only the last 10,000-year-old tortoise left. It doesn't matter where you stay. Go to the Huangyuan Empire Imperial City. Without hesitation, Qi Lu pushed the Huanyanxian turtle to Ling Xiao. With the national strength of the Wild Yuan Empire, there is no pressure at all to raise an extra 10,000-year-old tortoise. The store manager. When Ling Xiao heard Qi Li's words, he was stunned for a moment. He thought he had heard it wrong, but he quickly reacted and looked at Qi Lu in astonishment. His face was full of emotion. Qi Lu didn't know much about the strength of the Huanyan Xiangui, but Ling Xiao knew it very well. Definitely belongs to the town level. Moreover, as long as the opportunity comes, the Huanyan Xian turtle breaks through and is successfully promoted to the powerhouse level, then the Huangyuan Empire can also rise with the tide, surpassing the Xingyao Empire and the Goluo Empire. However, Qi Lu was able to refuse such a powerful combat power without hesitation, and gave it to himself. What kind of spirit is this? This is a kind of selfless, extremely open-minded spirit. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt from the bottom of his heart that knowing Qi Li was definitely the luckiest thing in his life. Don't look at me like this, remember, you still owe me 300,000 spirit crystals, which is the friendship price of dragon blood. Qi Lu was not used to Ling Xiao's eyes. After saying this, the skill of breaking the empty boots under his feet was activated, and the space beside his body distorted instantly. A dark space door opened quickly. Qi Lu directly got into the door of space and disappeared into the ruins. It won't work. Ling Xiao was stunned by this scene. He now understood why Qi Lu could enter this ruin with such a strong strength. Because Qi Lu simply ignored the space barrier of the ruins. This method is simply appalling. Even a heroic space magician might not be able to break open the space with such ease and travel through the void like Qi Lu. What's more, this is the space shuttle between the ruins and the outside world. You know, these are two different spaces. Wanting to shuttle between two different spaces is not just as simple as breaking the two space barriers. The difficulty is more than 10 times higher than traveling in the same space. Manager Qi's methods are as high as ordinary people's strength, and it really makes this old man admire him. Huanyan Xiangui also sighed sincerely. Such magical means, even in ancient times, were rare. The door of space disappeared immediately after Qi Lu entered. But the distortion of space disappeared, and the shock in Ling Xiao and Huanyan Xiangui did not disappear so quickly. After a long while, Ling Xiao came back to his senses and respectfully said to Wanyan Xiangui, Senior, if you don't dislike it, please come to the Huangyuan Empire Imperial City. Little guy, this is what you had in mind from the beginning. Wanyan Zhuanghui smiled, but did not refuse. Forget it, since it's a place recommended by Manager Qi, let's go there, old man. For the race of the Wanyan Xiangui, it is also a common thing to protect a force and witness the rise and fall of this force. It's just that in most cases, after the forces guarded by the Wanyan Zhuanghui, the Wanyan Xiangui will inevitably be hunted and killed by other powerhouses. Because, while being guarded by the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, this force will also deter other people with bad intentions. The two are complementary. Before, Wanyan Xuanhui's proposal was to protect Qi Li's shop. With Qi Li's strength, it would be easy to protect the mysterious turtle of 1,000 years. It's just that the mysterious tortoise of 10,000 years didn't count, and Qi Li didn't want such a townhouse beast at all. After all, when Qi Li was in the store, he was simply invincible. Now that Ling Xiao has issued an invitation, it is not unreasonable to take the next step and go to the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire. The Huangyuan Empire is within the eastern wilderness, and it can be regarded as a big power with a head and face. Cloud City, Qi Li's shop. On the second floor, in Qi Li's room, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space. Then, a figure was ejected from the spatial fluctuation and fell to the floor. Wow, these empty boots are really difficult to use. There is no spatial coordinates, so they just shuttle around like this. Qi Li rubbed his head on the leg of the bed, and said helplessly. The hollow boots are indeed an artifact. But this artifact is not the same as the artifact like the keel armor. The defensive nature of the artifact increases the defensive ability with the strength of the owner. Even if the owner's own strength is not very good, the defensive nature of the artifact is there. However, such an artifact, which needs to be actively used, has a certain demand for the strength of the owner. If it weren't for the fact that the ruins had clear spatial coordinates, Qi Li wouldn't be able to appear so handsome. Forget it, space is really not easy to control. Qi Li did not struggle for too long. Glancing out the window, a bright white has already begun to appear on the horizon. The time in the ruins and the time in the outside world are calculated a little differently. And there is no difference between day and night in the ruins. If Qi Li hadn't been able to determine the time outside through the inquiry system, he might have stayed in the ruins for a while. It's another all-nighter. It's been a long time since Sheer came. Qi Li yawned. It's not because the body can't hold on. In fact, with Qi Li's current strength, not to mention not sleeping for a night, even if he doesn't sleep for half a month, his body can still hold up completely. But the problem is, after getting used to sleeping at night, suddenly overnight, you will be very sleepy mentally. However, despite being very sleepy, I still have to go to the store. When going downstairs, Qi Li also encountered Yu Shuangshi running to the second floor. It seemed that she had just finished the night and was going back to Yuxier's room to catch up on sleep. As soon as the store door was opened, a small figure walked in. Zier, why are you here so early today? Qi Li recognized the person just by looking at the figure. Big brother, sister Lan Yi, and the others went to the ruins, so we didn't leave the city. Lan Zier told the truth. The other members of the Lan Yi team also followed Lan Zier into the store. Lan Yi, Fei Xue, and Youjio went to the ruins together, which had a great impact on the Lan Yi team's combat power. Nayland Qingqi was the only one who had powerful means of attack. But the output ability of an ice element magician is really limited. So they probably won't go to the Cloud Forest until Lan Yi and the others come back. Big brother, good morning. Xing Lian, who followed behind Lan Zier, greeted politely. Good morning, little pity. Qi Li replied. The power of the Twin Soul contract is really not a blow. At the time of signing the contract, Xing Lian, who was still very weak, wasn't able to condense the dragon soul into a real body when he came to express his thanks last time. At this time, Xing Lian's strength had grown to a level comparable to Lanzier. I have to say, this is indeed the purest dragon soul I have ever seen. Lu Jingya was not far behind the Lan Yi team, and at this time, he walked into the store while talking. He was probably entrusted by Fei Xue to take care of the Lan Yi team who stayed in Yuwu City. But about Xing Lian, Lu Jingya really only knew about it just now. Sister Ya. Lan Zier smiled and said hello to Lu Jingya. In terms of seniority, Lu Jingya is Fei Xue's master, while Lan Zier's name is Fei Xue, and she is called Fei Xue's sister, so logically, Lan Zier should be called auntie. But Lu Jingya doesn't seem to like hearing the word aunt very much. So let the other members of Lan Yi team change their name to sister. However, in this way, it is inevitable that there will be some confusion in the seniority. So, in the end, they are each called their own. Okay, don't worry about me too much. Lu Jingya waved her hand. Although Lu Jingya is very surprised at the existence of Xing Lian, everyone has a little bit of secrets. What's more, Lu Jingya wasn't particularly interested in this kind of thing. Rather than exploring the existence and origin of Xing Lian, Lu Jingya is more willing to fight 2 more battles in the battle power enhancement arena. Shao Lian, do you still want to drink Sprite? Hey, what about Shao Lian? Lan Zier followed behind Lu Jingya, and when Lu Jingya took the pure milk and bacon sandwiches and walked to the training room area, she took a bought leaf pure milk and a bottle of pure milk from the beverage vending machine. The bottle of Sprite came out. But when Lan Zier turned around, she didn't see Xing Lian. Little pity, why did you come here? Lan Zier took 2 beverage bottles, walked around the store, and finally found Xing Lian in front of the newly opened half shelf in the shelf area. Sister Zier, I want to eat this. Xing Lian stared straight at the shelf, a strange fruit covered with spiral patterns on the surface. Under the fruit, there is also a small sign with the price. 50,000 spirit crystals. Wow, it's so expensive, Xiaolian, wait a minute, I'll ask Big Brother what this is. Lan Zier glanced at the price, let out a small exclamation, and immediately ran to Qi Lu. Big Brother, what is that strange-looking fruit? Strange fruit? Qi Lu was taken aback by Lan Zier's adjective, but it took a while to react. Strange fruit? Qi Lu was taken aback by Lan Zier's adjective, and it took a while to react. Looking in the direction Lan Zier came from, that strange fruit really refers to a frozen fruit. After Qi Lu obtained special items on the black market, frozen fruit was the only treasure-level item that had been refreshed so far, or, for the time being, the most valuable item in the store. Zier, do you want to eat? Qi Lu stared at the frozen fruit for a while, before asking a question very carefully. Treasure-level items are certainly good. However, it is this that makes the use of treasure-level items more restrictive. Frozen fruit has the power to change the user's talent and potential, allowing the user to obtain the power of the ice element and perfectly fit the ice element. But this also means that the power of elements other than the ice element will not be accepted by users of frozen fruits. Because the body of the human race is not strong enough to accommodate the power of the 2 elements. Even the dragon clan, which is known for the tyranny of the flesh, cannot accept the power of 2 elements at one time. As for the user of frozen fruit, it can be said that he himself has become an ice element, so it is even more impossible to accept the power of other elements. Doing so is tantamount to adding impurities to one's own strength. Therefore, Qi Lu does not recommend Lan Zier to use frozen fruits. Because for a fighting Qi class, it is undoubtedly a very stupid move to replace the fighting Qi with the power of the ice element. Moreover, for Lan Zier, who has the blood of the dragon family, this is also equivalent to giving up his unique tyrannical body and powerful strength. If you really want to recommend it, Qi Lu will also choose to recommend the frozen fruit to the ice element magician. The second is the class of the ice element type, or simply an ordinary person with no cultivation aptitude. As for other classes, to be honest, using frozen fruits is basically a waste of one's talent and potential. It is even possible that the power of the frozen fruit and the user's own power are incompatible, thus offsetting the power of the two. No, it's not that I want to eat it, it's Shelian who said I want to eat it. Lan Zier answered truthfully. Star pity. Qi Lu really didn't expect this. But if you think about it, it seems to make sense. The essence of frozen fruit is the pure energy body formed by the condensation of ice elements. This pure energy body does have a huge attraction for Xing Lian in the state of dragon soul. Because individuals in the soul state have an instinctive desire for pure energy. However, Qi Lu didn't know whether the frozen fruit would have any side effects for Xing Lian in the state of dragon soul. After all, it is something from the black market of special items, and Qi Lu's effect on these products cannot be determined. Panning in the black market for special items is like panning for gold in the sand. The only thing that is certain is that the system produced must be a fine product. If it's in the store, even if something goes wrong, I should be able to control it. Qi Lu made up his mind and took the frozen fruit off the shelf. Lan Zier also took out 5 master-level magic cores from her small purse. Qi Lu raised an eyebrow. I can't tell at all that Lan Zier is actually a little rich woman, Fuloli. No wonder Lan Zier has no idea about price. But really speaking, these should be considered Lan Zier's private money. Of course Lan Yi and the others wouldn't be embarrassed to use Lan Zier's private money, so they often went to the cloud forest to hunt monsters. Little pity, come and eat, Big Brother asks a question. Lan Zier held the frozen fruit and said to Xing Lian. Thanks. Xing Lian thanked her gracefully, and then bit into the frozen fruit. Immediately afterwards, Xing Lian's face became ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that the frozen fruit does not taste very good. Seeing the change in Xing Lian's expression, Qi Lu suddenly became aware of it. I heard someone in a world full of pirates say that the taste of these fruits is unpalatable. I didn't believe it before, but today I see it for real. This two-stroke system only improves the effect of frozen fruit, and doesn't care about the taste at all. Maybe it's because the system has no sense of taste. Little pity, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Xing Lian's face became ugly, Lan Zier immediately asked aloud. No, nothing. Xing Lian swallowed the pulp in her mouth with difficulty, and smiled at Lan Zier. Then he took a deep breath and swallowed the remaining frozen fruit in one gulp, even saving the steps of chewing. Fortunately, Xing Lian is in the state of dragon soul. If it were replaced by a normal person, I am afraid that this mouthful will be choked by the frozen fruit for half my life. When the frozen fruit was completely eaten by Xing Lian, a terrifying chill suddenly erupted, ramming into Xing Lian's dragon soul body. The originally translucent dragon soul was soon dyed ice blue. It's like a lifelike ice sculpture. Bah! A burst of cold air began to diffuse out after Xing Lian's dragon soul body was completely dyed ice blue. The temperature in the store, which was supposed to be warm in winter and cool in summer, began to drop sharply. That won't work. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and snapped his fingers. An invisible force instantly gathered the cold air and was imprisoned in Asmal area. The temperature in the store also recovered. Qi Lu also took time to pull Lan Zier away from Xing Lian to prevent Lan Zier from being attacked by the cold air. However, although Qi Li's movements were fast, he still alerted Lu Jingya, who was challenging his opponent in the arena of the battle-enhancing arena. What a pure ice elemental power! Although this aura is not very strong, viewed is so strong, this person's talent must be beyond ordinary. Lu Jingya hurriedly got up to investigate the source of this breath. She is still very interested in such a gifted person. However, When Lu Jingya discovered that the source of this breath was Xing Lian, who had turned into an ice sculpture, her eyes widened. How is this going? Lu Jingya looked surprised. Everyone knows that the three major powers that dragons rely on to become famous, dragon language magic, dragon breath, and tyrannical dragon body. However, in fact, although those giant dragons have high resistance to magic, they are not very proficient in the use of magic at all. Dragon language magic is a kind of magic created by dragons, which is different from elemental magic and general magic. It is also a magic unique to the dragon family. However, the original intention of creating dragon language magic is entirely because the dragons are not good at elemental magic and general magic, not because of how creative the dragons are. Other races cannot use dragon magic. But in the same way, the dragon race is extremely low in talent for learning other magics other than dragon language magic. Although other races cannot use dragon language magic. But in the same way, the dragon race is extremely low in talent for learning other magics other than dragon language magic. Therefore, when Lu Jingya saw that Xing Lian's dragon soul body contained such strong ice element fluctuations, he was so shocked and surprised. I have never heard of it. Dragon souls can also use magic. Lu Jingya doubted whether he was dreaming. The dragon soul is actually not something that is particularly rare. After all, the bone dragon is a species composed of dragon soul and keel. It's just that under normal circumstances, when the dragon soul is not attached to the target, it will rapidly weaken until it disappears. It's already incredible that Xing Lian ran out like this. But at this moment, the ice element aura that erupted from Xing Lian's dragon soul body has completely surpassed the unimaginable category. Really exaggerated. Really outrageous. Sister Ye, why are you here? Lan Zier asked curiously, noticing Lu Zhenjiao was a little lost. Zier, is that Xing Lian? Lu Jingya asked, pointing at the ice sculpture wrapped in cold air. Yes. Lan Zier nodded, confirming Lu Jingya's guess. Why did she become like this? Lu Jingya still couldn't believe it. Why a good dragon soul turned into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye? Because Shao Lian ate a strange fruit in Big Brother's shop. Lan Zier told this matter without any concealment. A fruit that can change talent and potential. In the end, Lu Jingya only summed up this sentence. Moreover, looking at the current state of Xing Lian, the talent transformed by this fruit can definitely be regarded as the top talent. Look at the purity of the power of the ice element that escaped. I'm afraid it's not just talent and potential, this fruit may even strengthen the user's aptitude. What a miraculous fruit this is. Lu Jingya looked at Qi Lu in shock, and said, Manager Qi, this fruit. No, this is the only one in the store, and I don't recommend you to eat it. Qi Lu glanced at Lu Jingya and said it seriously. Frozen fruits are really not suitable for Lezhenjia. Moreover, it is unlikely that Lu Jingya should give up his obsessive martial arts and practice magic instead. I don't want to eat this fruit. In fact, the ice element doesn't match meringue. Lu Jingya explained. Then who are you? Qi Lu asked. I want to ask, Manager Qi, do you have any other fruits? Lu Zhenjia continued. No, this kind of thing can be met but not sought. Qi Lu said meaningfully. Because this thing is really out of Qi Li's control. Whether or not another treasure-level product can be produced depends on whether the black market of special items will give you face. As for Lu Jingya's question, in fact, the class inheritance scroll is more suitable. Compared with the black market of special items, Qi Lu was more inclined to draw a suitable rank inheritance scroll to sell to Lu Jingya. That's true. Such a miraculous fruit must be a rare treasure in the world. It's normal to have only this one. Lu Jingya had no regrets. If there are too many things that break common sense, then something will happen. Just as the two were talking, the chill that was imprisoned by Qi Lu was absorbed by Xing Lian little by little. Just as the two were talking, the chill that was imprisoned by Qi Lu was absorbed by Xing Lian little by little. The body of the dragon's soul, which was dyed ice blue, also began to slowly fade. In the end, there were only strands of extremely thin ice blue silk threads left, like meridians, distributed in Xing Lian's dragon's soul body, adding a cold temperament to Xing Lian. How do you feel? Qi Lu was the first to ask aloud. Caring about Xing Lian is part of the reason, and another part of the reasones to determine the effect of treasure-level products. I feel good, big brother. Xing Lian's wings fluttered and landed on Qi Li's arm. A trace of ice elemental power escaped from Xing Lian's dragon soul body, and then was restrained back. Little pity, try to see if it can be elementalized. Qi Lu is still very interested in the ability of frozen fruit. Well, I'm ready, big brother, let's start. Xiaolian said aloud after feeling her own strength for a while. As Qi Li's arm trembled slightly, the burst of power made Xing Lian, who had been prepared, instantly turn into a pile of fine ice crystals. Manager Qi. Big brother. When Le Jingya and Lan Zier saw this scene, they all looked at Qi Lu in disbelief. I can't think of any reason at all that would make Qi Lu suddenly take action and shatter Xing Lian's dragon soul. Shock, doubt, anger, disappointment, sadness, and other emotions surfaced on Lan Zier's face. However, before the two could ask Qi Lu aloud, the ice crystals all over the sky condensed together in an instant and changed back to the appearance of Xing Lian. This time, Lu Jingya and Lan Zier were even more shocked. Sorry, Zier, I forgot to tell you, this is testing Xiaolian's newly acquired abilities. Qi Lu half squatted on the ground, rubbed Lan Zier's head, and said apologetically. Big brother. Lan Zier pursed her lips, looking at Qi Lu very aggrieved. There was still water vapor in her eyes. Sorry, not next time. Qi Lu thought about testing the effect of treasure-level products before, but forgot about it all at once. Elementalization is a very incredible thing in the eyes of people who don't know it. Qi, Manager Qi, you just said, this is Xing Lian's newly acquired ability? Lu Jingya swallowed and asked in disbelief. Yes, this is one of the abilities of frozen fruit, and the user can element himself. Qi Lu nodded, and also introduced the effect of this ability, by the way. Elementalization. Lu Jingya stared at Xing Lian with burning eyes, not knowing what to say for a while. If the frozen fruit can change the user's talent and potential, and strengthen the user's aptitude, it is only shocking. Now this elementalization ability makes Lu Jingya unwilling to believe it. Change talent and potential, strengthen qualifications, that at most is to create a powerful ice element magician. But the ability of elementalization, if used well, can avoid almost all physical damage. For a fighting Qi class, this is simply a nightmare. The value between the two is not of the same magnitude at all. But now, it can only be said that fortunately, there is only one such fruit. Fortunately, the person who eats this fruit is not his enemy, but his disciple's close friend. Otherwise, just relying on the ability of elementalization can guarantee that no matter how strong they will be invincible. The effect of the test is not bad, but you must practice the ability of elementalization, especially your own perception, remember. Qi Lu didn't know what Lu Jingya was thinking, he was just admonishing Xing Lian on a routine basis. Elementalization of this ability looks powerful. But in fact, the requirements for perception are extremely high. Because elementalizing oneself also consumes energy, it is impossible to be in an elemental state all the time in battle. Moreover, in the process of elementalization, although the enemy cannot attack you. But in the same way, you can't attack the enemy either. And the most important point is that elementalization is not an invincible state. Although in this plane, there really does not exist in a certain world, it ISIS to restrain the domineering elementalization. But as the system said, while improving the frozen fruit, although the shortcomings of the user's inability to touch seawater have been fixed, the fruit's ability has also been modified to conform to the rules of this plane. The powerful coercion that can directly impact the form of the ability person after elementalization can bring the ability person back from the elemental state. But it also depends on the strength gap between the two. But in general, elementalization can only be used as an auxiliary ability, and cannot be completely relied upon. The most important thing is to improve your own strength. Well, I remembered it, big brother. Xing Lian nodded seriously. That's good. After Qi Li's instructions, he found a long leather sofa for himself, ready to take a nap. Leaving Xing Lian and Lan Zier here to fight, and Lu Jingya, who was stunned, didn't recover for a long time. In the ruins, day and night. Within the gate of the Beast Control sect, which has been dead for 3,000 years, there are nearly 100 people looking for treasures. Because of the random drop location, not everyone came in from the main entrance of the Beast Control sect. And behind this towering and steep mountain, away from the main gate, a fierce battle is taking place. Bam! A huge snake tail swung over and was drawn on top of the rock and soil, and the violent force directly smashed the rock and soil into powder, raising the sky full of dust. Dao Lai stepped back again and again, hurriedly avoiding the snake tail Sadak. The blood on his body proves that he is not easy now. Hoo, what kind of beast is this, and why did it appear in the ruins? Dao Lai held his sword in both hands and stared at the giant python in front of him. Sizzle. This giant python is about 100 meters long, as thick as two people hug each other, and it is covered with golden red scales. People stand up, covering the sky and the sun. The scarlet letter is spitting out of his mouth, which is particularly infiltrating. And above the diamond-shaped snake pupil of this giant python, outside the eye socket, each has a golden fleshy horn, which proves its extraordinariness. Xuanhuan and Wuji, who were standing behind Gao Lai, also showed a little tiredness, because of the loss of magic power. Xuanhuan and Wuji, as the first batch of students who went to Qi Li store for training, were naturally selected by the Brilliant Academy and obtained the relic token. And after entering the ruins, the locations where the two randomly dropped were not too far apart, so they quickly converged. It's just that after luck, it's not very good. Treasure was not found. And also met Gao Lai of the Guluo Empire. But the good thing is that there is no conflict between the Brilliant Academy and the Guluo Empire, so neither side is ready to take action. However, just when the three were about to part ways, this giant python suddenly appeared. The strength is beyond imagination. And just in the respite that was barely obtained, Wu Ji seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, "If I remember correctly, this should be recorded in the ancient books, the moving mountain dragon python." What? When Gao Lai heard Wu Ji's words, he looked at the giant python in front of him in amazement. Mountain-moving dragon python, one of the ancient beasts. Legend has it that it is the descendant of a giant dragon and an ancient giant python. It's troublesome now. Dao Lai saw the vertical pupil of the moving mountain dragon python, which was shining with bloodthirsty light. The combat power of these ancient beasts cannot be measured by the combat power of these beasts now. Within the same level, there are only a handful of beast races that can match the ancient alien beasts. Not to mention, under normal circumstances, it is not as good as the human race of Warcraft. Sizzle. The moving mountain dragon python spit out a scarlet letter, stared at Gao Lai, and suddenly bent down. She'd dash. I saw a flash of golden light, and the moving mountain dragon python flew towards Gao Lai like a sharp arrow from the string, and appeared in front of Gao Lai in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Gao Lai had been on guard for a long time, and the giant sword slashed and hit the chin of the moving mountain dragon python. He only heard a loud noise, and Gao Lai was knocked out by this huge force for more than 10 meters, and then he was able to stop his backing. However, there was only an inconspicuous white mark on the moving mountain dragon python's chin. The defensive power of this scale armor is really suitable for forging armor. Dao Lai shook the numb tiger's mouth, and noticed the white marks on the chin of the moving mountain dragon python, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. The bodies of many ancient alien beasts and ancient beasts can be used as good forging materials. However, to this day, most of the ancient alien beasts and ancient beasts only exist in the records of ancient books. Therefore, these ancient alien beasts actually belong to the treasure ranks in the ruins. It's just that, if you want to win these treasures, you need a lot of strength. Miss Xuanhuan, Miss Wuji, Shanshan dragon python's resistance to magic isn't that low. You should use the remaining magic power to assist me. Dao Lai took a breath and raised his great sword again. It is good. Wuji and Xuanhuan nodded. They also knew that instead of wasting magic power and using magic to cause a little harm to the moving mountain dragon python, it would be better to bless Dao Lai with buff magic. At least the odds of winning can be slightly higher. After all, in order to deal with this master-level mountain-moving dragon python, the damage of the magic released by the two professional classes is really not enough to see. Soft water barrier. The surging tide. They both waved their staffs and blessed Dao Lai with two buffs. One is used to weaken the physical attack that may be received, and the other is used to increase the attack power. Xuanhuan's class is Water Elemental Mage, which is a class whose control and support properties are higher than offensive abilities. The development route of Xuanhuan is to strengthen their control ability. After all, a person's energy is limited, and the magic that can be learned by the same class may be so much that a person can't learn it in a lifetime. After all, a person's energy is limited, and the magic that can be learned by the same class may be so much that a person can't learn it in a lifetime. So most of the time, you can only choose to practice some magic. Therefore, even in the same class, the type of magic that is cast may be completely different. Of course, choosing your own development route is not the same as transferring to a certain class. The development route is only defined according to the type of magic practiced by the individual, and can be changed at any time if it is not suitable for you. And the class, unless it has the great luck, can get the inheritance. Otherwise, it cannot be changed for a lifetime. Therefore, there are not many auxiliary magics in Xuanhuan. However, the magic of control has little effect on the mountain-moving dragon python, which is infinitely powerful and inherits part of the magic resistance of the dragon. If I knew it earlier, I would go back to the academy to exchange the master-level trial crystals. Both said with some regret. The magic that the master class can learn is not comparable to that of the professional class. Moreover, the magic released by the master class will be several grades stronger than that of the professional class. Have you got enough academy points? In the process of gathering the magic power on the top of the staff, Wuji took the time to ask a question. A little bit. Both of them thought about it and answered. In fact, the first batch of third-year students who went to Chila store for training are now in their 60s. After returning to the Brilliant Academy to collect enough academy points and exchange for a Grandmaster level trial crystal, you can successfully be promoted to the Grandmaster level. However, the price of Grandmaster level trial crystals is really not cheap. At present, among their group of students, the college points are enough, and only Jing Qingyun, an old senior who has worked hard for 3 years, has not successfully graduated. Then going back from the ruins this time should be enough. Wu Ji stared at the moving mountain dragon python and said seriously. These high-quality materials can be exchanged for a lot of college points in the Brilliant College. Power boost. Speed increase. Explosion increase. The magic power gathered at the top of the wand turned into 3 magics and poured into Dao Lai's body. Wu Ji's rank is a great magician. This is a class with a very comprehensive development direction. For example, Xuanhuan is a great magician who takes the offensive route. On the other hand, Wu Ji chose the boosting auxiliary route. However, to be precise, the boosting auxiliary route and the offensive route are actually not much different. The two fighting methods, one is to add enough buff magic to oneself, and then use a small amount of powerful magic to decide the outcome. The other is to use a lot of attack magic to decide the outcome. This is also fortunate that Wu Ji chose the boosting auxiliary route, and among the general-purpose magic she practiced, there are a large number of boosting magics. I have to say, buff magic does have merit. Gao Lai could clearly feel that the buff magic on him greatly improved his attributes. This powerful feeling is unprecedented. Bring it on. Gao Lai no longer hesitated, and charged directly towards the moving mountain dragon python. The various attributes that have been increased can make Gao Lai and Xuanhuan dragon python shake hard without falling behind. The giant sword slashed on the golden-red scales of the moving mountain dragon python, making a sound of gold and iron, and the white marks were gradually deepening at the place where it was slashed. However, it is unrealistic to directly break the scales of the mountain-moving dragon python under the blessing of the buffing magic. In any case, the moving mountain dragon python is also an ancient alien beast, a descendant of a giant dragon and an ancient giant python, and its defense is among the best among alien beasts and beasts of the same level. Although Gao Lai's giant sword was indeed forged by a famous master, and it also used a lot of precious materials. But this is obviously insufficient attack power for the defensive power of the moving mountain dragon python. If it can be accompanied by a smashing effect or an armor-piercing effect, it is not a big problem. However, if you really want to count it, Gao Lai's giant sword, according to TOEF level in Qi Li's shop, is a good level weapon, and it doesn't have any good skills. After all, the ability to attach special effects to a series of equipment such as weapons, armors, and accessories has always been an exclusive benefit of products produced by the system. This is the only one, there are no branches. Bang bang dash. The loud noise roared, and the moving mountain dragon python and Gao Lai's giant sword continued to collide, causing various phantoms in the air. The battle has already entered the white-hot stage. But even if Gao Lai had the blessing of a lot of game magic, he could only be evenly matched with the moving mountain dragon python. This was the strength of the ancient alien beast. Damn, how could it not be able to suppress the moving mountain dragon python? Gao Lai slashed violently, and began to gradually increase the speed of his attack, trying to pull the moving mountain dragon python into his own fighting rhythm. Because Gao Lai knew that if the two were at a stalemate, the final loser would definitely be himself. Because the effect of buffing magic will disappear sooner or later. Moreover, it is also a very unwise choice for humans to compete with alien beasts for endurance. As long as it is not a monster-level human race, it cannot be an opponent of feline beasts in terms of endurance. What's more, the mountain dragon python is an ancient beast known for its endurance and strength. As long as it targets prey, it can definitely hunt to the ends of the earth. If you really want to stalemate, it will be no problem to fight for a few months, casually. And the moving mountain dragon python seems to be aware of this. The powerful defensive power made the moving mountain dragon python rather take 2 more attacks from Gao Lai, but also forcibly disrupt the rhythm of Gao Lai's attack, so as not to let himself be at a disadvantage. It's a game in battle. The terrifying defensive power makes the attack of Xuanhuan dragon python have a very high fault tolerance rate. As long as Gao Lai made a few mistakes and was hit by the moving mountain dragon python once, his combat power might be weakened by most. It can't be delayed any longer. Gao Lai knew that his physical strength was fading rapidly. If you continue to be disrupted by the moving mountain dragon python, when your physical strength is not enough to support such a high-intensity battle, it will be your death. Thinking of this, Gao Lai's giant sword slashed away from the attack of the moving mountain dragon python. Then he took a few steps back and opened the distance from Xuanhuan Dragon Python. Release all your buff magic. Gao Lai let out a loud roar, and on his wrist, the seal of the Grandmaster emerged, and his grudge was instantly wrapped around the giant sword. In an instant, a touch of cold light flickered, captivating. Master-level skill, open the mountain. Destructive power increase. Weak water blade. Wu Ji and Xuanhuan also condensed their magic power, and blessed Gao Lai with 2 attack buffs. Strengthen the destructive power, and strengthen the armor-piercing ability. These are the 2 spells that have consumed the most mana for the 2 of them so far. The giant sword in Gao Lai's hand hummed, and the violent power made the giant's word excited. This is also the strongest blow that Gao Lai can use. Cut down the mountain. With one step, the ground suddenly cracked. Above the giant sword condensed with huge power, the air was torn apart and the space was distorted. The moving mountain dragon python had no time to dodge, and was slashed in the face by the giant sword. Bang chi dash. In an instant, blood-stained golden red scales flew. Blood with a hint of golden aura spewed out, splashed on the ground, and there was a rolling heat wave. A huge wound appeared on the abdomen of the moving mountain dragon python, almost severing half of its body. Under the golden red broken scales, the bright red flesh and blood could be seen. Even slashing at the abdomen, which is relatively low in defense, could not sever the body of the Xuanhuan dragon python. Its defensive power can be imagined. The severe pain caused the moving mountain dragon python to let out a sharp neigh, its huge body rolling on the ground, and the broken scales scattered on the ground. Is this a success? After Gao Lai swung this blow, the gain magic also disappeared, and the physical strength consumed a lot. His body almost lost its strength. If it wasn't for the giant sword, Gao Lai might have sat on the ground. Yes, did you succeed? Xuanhuan asked nervously. I don't know, but as long as the moving mountain dragon python still has breath, we can't take it lightly. Wu Ji said very vigilantly. The vitality of these powerful ancient alien beasts is extremely tenacious. It can be said that as long as they do not hurt their vital points, they can recover as long as they are given time. As predicted. After moving the mountain dragon python painfully, although the wound was still overflowing with blood, it had obviously decreased. Hiss. Along with the sharp neighing, the golden red vertical pupils of the moving mountain dragon python turned crimson because of anger at this moment. There was no sign of any attack at all, and the moving mountain dragon python angrily bit directly at Gao Lai. Oops. Gao Lai did not expect that after such a tyrannical attack, Xuanhuan dragon python would be able to attack again so quickly. Because of the previous attack, the body that was a little out of strength, at this critical moment, only had time to raise the giant sword and protect it in front of him. Soft water barrier. Body protection barrier. Xuanhuan and Wu Ji immediately waved their staffs, and at the last moment, blessed Gao Lai with defensive magic. Bam! How terrifying is the angry blow of the moving mountain dragon python. The soft water barrier and the protective body barrier were instantly smashed, and the terrifying force impacted on Gao Lai's body, knocking him out immediately. Like a piece of rag, it fell to the ground. Puff! The terrifying power also impacted Gao Lai's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. There were terrible scars all over his body. Cough cough. Some dull coughing sounds came from Gao Lai's mouth, mixed with a little blood foam and dark red visceral blood. The bones on his body were creaking. The severe pain made Gao Lai understand that because of the angry blow of the moving mountain dragon python, his bones were definitely broken. Are you okay? Xuanhuan asked anxiously. They knew very well that the key to defeating the dragon python was Gao Lai. If Gao Lai fell, they would have absolutely no chance of winning. And not to mention winning, just relying on Wu Ji and Xuanhuan's 2 professional class magicians, I'm afraid they won't be able to escape. Look at me, do you look like I'm fine? Dao Lai sighed with difficulty, and said weakly, I probably won't be able to hold it anymore. Internal organs shattered, bones broken. If it is not treated in time, it will be difficult for Gao Lai to even survive, let alone continue to fight. But healing magic, basically only the priest class can do it. In general magic, there is no healing magic at all. What are we going to do now? Xuanhuan suddenly panicked, and looked at Wu Ji beside him with some helplessness. The current situation is that not only Gao Lai has lost all his fighting power, but the magic power of Xuanhuan and Wu Ji is also almost exhausted. Calm down, there is still a chance. Wu Ji just wanted to comfort Xuanhuan, but Shanshan Dragon Python didn't plan to give them this time. The huge snake tail swept towards Gao Lai, and the whistling wind sound proved the power of this blow. If Gao Lai was drawn, there would be no way out. Damn. Seeing this scene, Wu Ji knew that she couldn't hesitate any longer. Short flash. The last trace of magic power was exhausted, and Wu Ji instantly appeared in front of Gao Lai, blocking the tail of the snake that was whipping over. It seems that he wants to use himself to protect Gao Lai. What do you want to do? Get out of the way. When Gao Lai saw the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was shocked and moved, and immediately shouted loudly. He would never allow a woman to die to protect herself. Sister Wu Ji, what are you doing? Xuanhuan was also shocked. However, with the attack speed of the mountain-moving dragon python, it would not give them any buffer time at all. In a very short time after Wu Ji's short position flashed, the huge snake tail roared and smashed on Wu Ji's body. Boom! A loud, harsh sound, like the sound of something exploding. In the almost sluggish eyes of Gao Lai and Xuanhuan, a blood mist rose up in the sky. No, it's impossible. A pair of godless eyes stared at this scene, muttering to himself, unable to believe his own eyes at all. He wanted to step forward to confirm, but his feet softened and he sat directly on the ground. Damn mountain-moving dragon python. Dao Lai stood up from the ground, enduring the severe pain that would cause ordinary people to faint, and the excessive movement caused the wound on his body to burst again, and blood spilled out. But Gao Lai didn't care, he just wanted to kill the moving mountain dragon python. However, at this moment, in the blood fog, a delicate doll suddenly appeared, and then exploded into stone powder. A figure also appeared beside Xuanhuan at the same time. Missed, Sister Wu Ji. Xuanhuan looked at Wu Ji, who suddenly appeared in disbelief, unable to spit out a complete sentence for a long time. You forgot, we are bound with the avatar. Wu Ji Qiangzaku said lightly, but the pale complexion could not be concealed. Even if there is a substitute doll, the moment of dying is definitely not something to accept. After all, death in the New World mode is nothing more than a blackening of consciousness. This is system adjusted. But in the outside world, the despair and helplessness facing death is a real thing. Yes, we have avatars. Xuanhuan also responded. Because the limited time event of the puppet labyrinth in the New World mode was opened earlier, Xuanhuan and Wu Ji exchanged the avatars very early and bound them with blood. But it may also be because it has been a long time, so they have forgotten about it before. I didn't expect that the avatar can not only heal all the injuries, but also restore the magic power. Wu Ji felt the abundant magic power in her body, only to realize that after the effect of the avatar came out, there was such an unexpected joy. In the attribute description, it is not mentioned that the avatar has the function of restoring magic power and fighting spirit. In this way, our chances of winning are huge. Wu Ji looked at Xuanhuan and asked, Xuanhuan, do you have any spare dolls? Have. Double-checked the bronze storage ring, and immediately took out an exquisite avatar. Because in the Doll Labyrinth limited time event, the exchange qualifications for avatar dolls are rare. Under normal circumstances, each person has only one avatar doll. But Xuanhuan was very lucky and got the second one. Gao Lai. Misaki shouted. You? You're still alive. Gao Lai turned his head and glanced at it, his face suddenly full of surprise. How can that be? He watched helplessly as the mountain-moving dragon python's attack hit Wuji's body, and the blood mist that filled the sky had not yet dissipated. Then, Wuji did not explain, but directly through the extra dolls that Xuanhuan had created. Now is not the time to explain these things, and as long as Gao Lai gets the avatar, there is no need to explain. What is this? Gao Lai endured the severe pain, and then took what Wuji threw. However, before Gao Lai could see clearly, the blood on his hands immediately stained the avatar. The avatar puppet is successfully bound. A message immediately entered Gao Lai's mind. Substitute doll, disposable items, bound with blood. When the binder encounters fatal damage, the substitute doll will take the fatal damage on behalf of the binder, and fully restore the binder's injuries. Note that avatars have a 24-hour cooldown. Note that the same person can only bind one avatar at the same time. What? After Gao Lai saw the information that appeared in his mind, he was shocked. It could be said that he was overturned. The function of this avatar was beyond his imagination. Completely a template of a quasi-artifact. No wonder, that's what happened. Gao Lai glanced at Wuji and immediately understood what was going on. But in this way, the shock in Gao Lai's heart was even worse. It can be said that the avatar is completely a treasure of the quasi-artifact level. It is incredible to have one. But after Wuji used one, she was able to give herself one without caring. What a terrible amount of money this is. In other words, behind Wuji, there is such a huge force to find such a powerful treasure for her. And looking at Xuanhuan's expression, she was not surprised, indicating that she also knew about the treasure of a double doll. So it seems that, if it wasn't for the power behind Wuji, it would be Brilliant Academy. When Gao Lai thought of this, he had already come to a conclusion. Even if there are treasures of this level, the power of this glorious academy is so terrifying and huge. It seems that it is indeed an unwise choice to be the enemy of the Brilliant Academy and the Xuanhuan Empire. Gao Lai thought silently in his heart. It seems that it is indeed an unwise choice to be the enemy of the Brilliant Academy and the Xuanhuan Empire. Gao Lai thought silently in his heart. Because the Brilliant Academy and the Xuanhuan Empire have always been in the same state. If the Brilliant Academy has treasures of this level, then the Xuanhuan Empire must also have them. If something like an avatar is placed in the hands of those heroes, it can be said that it can directly enhance the strength of a hero by more than 30%. Because he has a substitute puppet in his hand, he dares to exchange injuries with you with confidence. At the end of the battle, your physical strength, vindictive energy, or magic power is almost exhausted, and the opponent makes a deliberate mistake and eats a fatal attack. Then, when you are complacent, you will be resurrected with blood in front of you. Just thinking about this kind of thing is terrifying. However, this kind of thing is not something that Gao Lai should think about. Now, it's business to get rid of the moving mountain dragon python. Then let's fight again. Gao Lai, who bound the avatar, also showed a smile on the corner of his mouth after a long time. Gao Lai knew very well that the moving mountain dragon python, who was seriously injured by his own heavy slash, was already at the end of his rage just now. If the attack just now succeeded in taking Gao Lai's life, then Wuji and Xuanhuan would not be able to escape the sharp teeth of the Shanshan dragon python. That moving the mountain dragon python has enough time to recover from his injuries. However, now, because of the appearance of the stand-in doll, the plan of moving the mountain dragon python has been in vain. This time, it wasn't that Gao Lai's side was afraid of delaying the time, but that the dragon python needed to be afraid. And this is also the power of the avatar. As long as the strength gap between the two warring parties is not particularly large, then using two bloods to beat each other with one blood will take advantage no matter what. If we say that the moving mountain dragon python is like a 1,000-year-old mysterious turtle, it is a heroic beast. The three of Gao Lai, let alone a stand-in puppet, even if there are 10, I am afraid they can't save them. However, there are not so many ifs. Mountain moving dragon python, although it is an ancient alien beast at the peak of the master level, it is only the peak off the master level. It is impossible to fight another Gao Lai who is full of buff magic. Unless the moving mountain dragon python no longer attacks, but leaves directly. In this case, Gao Lai did not trigger the effect of the avatar, and there was no way to stop the moving mountain dragon python from leaving. However, the moving mountain dragon python has the character of endlessly hunting for the prey it is eyeing, so it is doomed that the moving mountain dragon python will not leave voluntarily. Therefore, after Gao Lai deliberately took the attack of the moving mountain dragon python and triggered the avatar, the moving mountain dragon python at the end of the force had no chance to escape. Laugh. The giant sword pierced the golden-red scales of the moving mountain dragon python and pierced the heart of the moving mountain dragon python. Mixed with a little golden blood, it spewed out from the wound of the moving mountain dragon python, and there was a rolling heat wave. The huge body, nearly 100 meters long, fell to the ground, making a dull loud noise, and the whole earth seemed to vibrate. The strength of ancient alien beasts is indeed terrifying. Gao Lai pulled out the giant sword from the moving mountain dragon python and called help, but, sigh. Even if the moving mountain dragon python was seriously injured, the fighting power that erupted before his death was extremely terrifying. But fortunately, in the end, Gao Lai came out on top. The giant sword broke open the skull of the moving mountain dragon python, and Gao Lai took out a crystal clear and threw it to Wu Ji. The sharp giant sword broke open the skull of the moving mountain dragon python. Gao Lai probed his hand, took out a crystal clear, and threw it to Wu Ji. This is the trial crystal in the body of the moving mountain dragon python, you can just use it. Thank you. Wu Ji nodded, but she was not polite. The blood on the trial crystal can be completely wiped off with just a light wipe. Xuanhuan, it seems that we can save a college point. After Wu Ji wiped the trial crystal in her hand, she put it in the bronze storage ring. It is not a wise choice to use Grandmaster-level trial crystals in the ruins. The opening of the ruins is limited. If you miss the treasures in the ruins because of promotion, it is not worth it. There are also the materials on the Shanshan dragon python. What do you need? Let me break it down for you. Gao Lai said again. In this battle, the stunt doll made the greatest contribution. Wu Ji is willing to take out such a magical treasure, and Gao Lai is naturally not a stingy person. The scales, sharp teeth, bones, flesh and blood, gallbladder, and poison sac of the dragon python are all rare and precious materials. These ancient alien beasts can be said to be full of treasures. The only difference is probably that the levels of these treasures are different. And after the moving mountain dragon python was killed, the body did not have the blessing of fighting qi, and the defense power would also drop to an extreme. Gao Lai quickly used the giant sword to decompose all the parts of the body of the moving mountain dragon python that could be used as materials. Although the material was precious, Gao Lai did not take it. To be honest, Gao Lai has long been prepared for this time without harvest. After all, if you really want to calculate it by value, the value of a stand-in doll definitely exceeds the material on the ground. And the higher the level of the powerhouse, the higher the value of the substitute doll. On the contrary, for some people who are too low level, the substitute doll is almost worthless. Let's pick first, okay. Wu Ji and Xuanhuan didn't know what Gao Lai was thinking, they just regarded this as Gao Lai's gentlemanly demeanor. Ladies first. So Wu Ji and Xuanhuan didn't think too much, they just chose half of the materials with relatively higher value and stopped. Because in the eyes of the two of them, Gao Lai's contribution in this battle lies beyond doubt. Without Gao Lai as the main attack, Wu Ji and Duo Duong would be almost powerless to fight back. As for the avatars, to be honest, in the eyes of Wu Ji and Xuanhuan, it is really not as good as a master-level trial crystal. Anyway, the Doll Labyrinth event can be redeemed for a limited time, even if this event is over, just wait for the next one. But this move, in Gao Lai's view, is different. As expected of everyone's children who came out of the big forces, this kind-off bearing is really admirable. Gao Lai couldn't help feeling greatly in his heart. The treasure that can be called a quasi-artifact is not distressed if it issued at will, and it is difficult to kill the moving mountain dragon python. These precious materials are only a symbolic half. This bearing, this daring, Gao Lai can only say that he is ashamed. However, since they didn't want it anymore, Gao Lai didn't act too pretentious. It was better to be respectful than to obey, and put all the remaining materials into the storage ring. With such a large power in the Gu Luo Empire, it is still very easy to match Asterage Ring for those who enter the ruins. However, since Wu Ji and Xuanhuan were no longer needed, Gao Lai didn't act too pretentious. Adhering to the principle of not being a waste, it is better to be respectful than to obey. Gao Lai directly put the remaining materials into the storage ring. With such a large power in the Gu Luo Empire, it is still very easy to match Asterage Ring for those who enter the ruins. Miss Wu Ji, Miss Xuanhuan, since the mountain-moving dragon python has been killed, let's separate. After Gao Lai collected the materials, he said. Although there is no conflict between the Guro Empire and the Brilliant Academy. However, there was a disagreement between the Goryuo Empire and the Huangyuan Empire. And the relationship between the Brilliant Academy and the Huangyuan Empire is also linked. Therefore, although Gao Lai is very grateful to Wu Ji and Xuanhuan, it isn't easy to continue walking together. That's fine, then let's just let it go. After thinking for a while, Wu Ji understood what Gao Lai meant. The relationship between the three empires is not the same as the three academies, which are purely competitive. As long as they can find an opportunity to stumble, they will never be soft-hearted. However, there is generally no hostile relationship between the empire and the academy. So under the tacit understanding of both sides, Gao Lai, Wu Ji, and Xuanhuan parted ways. At this moment, on the top of the mountain gate of the beast-controlling sect, a tower-like building stands surrounded by various halls. Outside this tower, complex magic patterns are engraved, and at the points where each magic pattern converges, there are shining magic cores. On the gate of this tower, there is a plaque. This may be the most complete plaque in the entire beast-controlling sect. On this plaque, 4 big characters are engraved: the library hall. A handsome man dressed in golden silk soft armor, with a long sword on his waist, glanced at the plaque, and walked in quickly. This man was the disciple of Morong Song, one of the 3 elders of the swordsman sect, Shuaziki. The book collection hall. I don't know which sect's book collection hall Ishura. Shuaziki walked into the hall and saw an extremely long wooden table with a chair behind it. However, because it has been too long, it has become a bit rotten. Continue to go inside. The floor is full of collapsed bookshelves and scattered papers. Most of the scrolls have disappeared, and I don't know where to go. Shuaziki carefully picked up a piece of paper scattered on the ground, but before he exerted any force, the paper turned into countless pieces with the breeze. The handwriting on it has also become blurred because of the time. Strange, a sect's book collection hall, even if the sect is destroyed, it is impossible to keep even a volume. Shuaziki gave up the idea of continuing to pick up the paper from the ground and continued to walk inside. At the end of the hall on the first floor, there is a staircase leading to the second floor. Shuaziki stepped on both feet, and after trying his strength, he continued to go up. The layout of the second floor is not far from the first floor, and even the inside is very similar to the first floor. collapsed bookshelves, papers scattered all over the place. But there is no half-full book. Shuozeki searched 5 floors in a row, but did not find a complete scroll. It's really weird. Shuozi was looking forward to the stairs at the end of the 5th floor, and then going up. It was the attic on the top floor. That's really weird. Shuozi was looking forward to the stairs at the end of the 5th floor, and then going up. It was the attic on the top floor. In fact, the battle to encircle and suppress the beast control sect did not affect the book collection hall. It was only after the major sects encircled and suppressed the beast control sect that they suddenly realized how precious this means of driving the beast to fight was, so they emptied all the books in the book collection hall. Since you've come here, let's look up again. Shuozeki thought so. Although there are many treasures in the ruins, these treasures will not be placed outside for anyone to choose, so in most cases, it depends on personal luck and luck. Keep going up. Shuozeki noticed that at the entrance of the attic, there was powder scattered all over the ground. After careful identification, he found that these powders were all left after the demon cores exhausted their energy. In this way, a magic circle was set up here in the past. Shuozeki flicked away the powder on his fingers, stood up, and whispered to himself, "If this is the case, then my trip is worthwhile, and the treasures that can be protected with a magic circle will definitely not be bad." Where to go? There was no light in the attic. But after Shuozeki walked in, 9 magic lamps suddenly lit up on the surrounding walls, illuminating the attic where the 5 fingers could not be seen, shining brightly into the day. The first thing that caught Shuozeki's eyes was an altar. On this altar, there is a roll of parchment that looks a little old. Other than that, nothing else. Huh? Am I looking in the wrong place? Shuozeki frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then picked up the parchment scroll and opened it. The above text is a common text handed down from ancient times to the present, and it is not very obscure. The Beast Control Sect, the general outline of the beast control art. Using the light of the magic lamp, Shuozeki slowly read out the words on the parchment scroll, and his originally squinted eyes widened. This sheepskin scroll turned out to be the general outline of the beast-controlling technique of the beast-controlling sect. As a disciple of the sect, Shuozeki had naturally heard of the name of the beast control sect. Even very familiar. That period of history is very clearly recorded in ancient books. It's just that the matter of evacuating the book collection hall of the beast control sect was not written down. After all, it is enough for everyone to know about the division of the spoils, so why bother to record it for future generations to judge? But seeing this name, Shuozeki can also guess. Where did the scrolls on the 5th floor below the library hall go? However, those who encircled and suppressed the beast-controlling sect never imagined that in the end, the beast-controlling sect still had a hand. It is the attic of this library hall. It can be said that the sect master of the beast control sect was very smart. The attic used to store the beast mastery was not protected by an offensive magic circle, but was hidden with a psychedelic magic circle. This kind of psychedelic magic circle is not as easy to find as the attack magic circle. Because psychedelic magic circles are not aggressive, they will not emit magic power fluctuations, and will not let those with keen perception perceive danger. So it is impossible to find it without knowing the location. And those sects who emptied the library hall, in the absence of the general outline of the beast control technique, the method of driving the beasts they learned must be incomplete. Because psychedelic magic circles are not aggressive, they do not emit magic power fluctuations. It will also not let those who are sensitive to perceive the danger. Therefore, without knowing the location, it is impossible for ordinary Piaplito find the location of the psychedelic magic circle. And those sects who emptied the library hall, in the absence of the general outline of the beast control technique, the method of driving the beasts they learned must be incomplete. Because there is no general outline, they will not know at all. If you want totem monsters, it is not a simple technique. There must be a combination of potions and corresponding treasures to achieve this. And this general outline of the beast controlling technique, in the final analysis, is just a way of using treasures and refining potions. Whether it is fighting qi or magic power, it can be done. This is something that those people could never have imagined. But now, with the opening of the ruins, the beast control sect has been brought up from the bottom of the dark historical river. Under the influence of time, the magic core used to arrange the psychedelic magic circle has also exhausted its energy. It was just like this that Zhuoziki was able to enter the attic of the library hall. It turns out that this is the biggest treasure in this ruin. After reading the general outline of beast control techniques, Zhuoziki rolled up the sheepskin roll and put it in the storage ring. Next, as long as you find the medicine refining hall and the treasure hall of the beast control sect, you can get the recipes for the medicine and the refining method for the treasures. At this moment, in the medicine refining hall of the beast control sect, Lan Yi and Yu Jiu have joined together and are looking for possible treasures in this medicine refining hall. Before the two of them were outside the hall, they saw the plaque hanging on the gate and knew that this was the hall of refining medicine. But neither of them had high hopes. Because alchemy potions are not like forged treasures. The energy contained in the alchemy potion can be easily dissipated. A place that can be fished out by relics from the long river of history must have experienced a long time. So even if you can find the alchemy potion in this alchemy hall, I am afraid that the energy contained in it will be scattered. The Hall of Refining Medicine is a very large building. Walking through the gate, you will be greeted by a hall like a square. On both sides of the hall, there are 2 rows of bronze stoves nearly 3 meters high, which look extremely solemn. In the middle of this bronze furnace, there is a small bronze door that can be opened. Opening the small bronze door, you can see that there are scorched medicinal materials, carbon stone turned into powder, and some messy things. And around the bronze furnace, there are some broken containers. With the knowledge of Lan Yi and Yu Jiu, it can probably be analyzed. This hall is not the place where the alchemists refine the medicine, but the place where the medicine boys use to refine the medicinal materials. Walking through the hall, it is where the alchemists are staying. It's much better than the hall, at least it's a single room. After all, the prescription is the foundation of an alchemist, not a single room, and it is very likely to be stolen by others. I've searched them all, except for the broken container, which is the dried potion. Yojo's rank is an assassin, and inquiring about news is a basic skill, and it is just the best to use it to search for the situation in these single rooms. And the overturned medicine stove. Lan Yi exited from a single room and added. And around the bronze furnace, there are some smashed containers and some slag from refining waste. With the knowledge of Lan Yi and Yu Jiu, it can probably be analyzed. This hall is not the place where the alchemists refine the medicine, but the place where the medicine boys use to refine the medicinal materials. Walking through the hall, it is where the alchemists are staying. It's much better than the hall, at least it's a single room. After all, the prescription is the foundation of an alchemist, not a single room, and it is very likely to be stolen by others. I've searched them all, except for the broken container, which is the dried potion. Yojo's rank is an assassin, and inquiring about news is a basic skill, and it is just the best to use it to search for the situation in these single rooms. And the overturned medicine stove. Lan Yi exited from a single room and added. It seems that this place was turned over before it became a ruin. Because these traces are not like new traces, but because of the washing off time, there is a tendency to become the dust of history. In this way, the situation of the Hall of Refining Medicine is very clear. Why are the halls where the medicine boys refine the medicinal materials neat? Because there is nothing of value. Those burned medicinal materials and those messy things may still be poisonous before they are refined into alchemy potions by alchemists. But it doesn't matter. Ordinary alchemy potions can still be effective after such a long period of time. It is rare. Even if you don't find it, it's fine. Lan Yi comforted Yu Jiu aloud. Sister Lan Yi, I haven't regretted to the point where I need comfort. Yu Jiu smiled, and then took out a shabby sheepskin roll, covered in ashes. However, it's not that I didn't gain anything at all. Yu Jiu carefully cleaned the ashes from the sheepskin roll. After such a long time, it is not easy to keep this parchment roll. If the action is too big, maybe this parchment roll will not be guaranteed. This is? Lan Yu was a little surprised and a little curious. The words above are barely legible, and it looks like it should be a prescription. After Yu Jiu carefully cleaned up the dust, she revealed the simple and worn-out look of the sheepskin scroll. The above words have appeared a little vague, but if you distinguish carefully, you can barely recognize them. Let me take a look. This is a puppet potion. Yu Jiu watched it carefully for a long time before she could identify the writing on the front of the sheepskin scroll. Did you admit it wrong? Lan Yijing asked cautiously, because she had been recognizing the handwriting in the parchment scroll. Should not. Lan Yi is also a little uncertain. Don't worry, she didn't admit it wrong. That sheepskin scroll is the prescription for the puppet potion. Just when the two of them were a little uncertain, a cold voice came from the entrance of the hall of the medicine refining hall. Lan Yi and Yu Jiu immediately put their hands on the weapons, turned around, and looked at the person who came. The person standing at the entrance of the hall of refining medicine was dressed in soft golden armor, with a handsome face and a long sword in hand. It was Xuanhuan, who rushed over from the library hall. Who are you? Lan Yi held the spear in one hand and asked in a deep voice. You don't need to worry about who I am, you just need to give me the prescription. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and said aloud. Those who can enter the ruins are all affiliated to the great forces within the eastern wilderness. Among the friendly forces, the people who enter the ruins basically know each other. Even if you don't know them well, you can at least recognize them. After all, those who can be selected and enter the ruins must be elite disciples of various forces, and they must have made adequate preparations. Especially those who are the strongest in each force. However, Lan Yi and Yu Jiu were an exception. The two of them were considered two relic tokens given by Lu Jingya's temporary intention. If it was Fei Xue, he would definitely recognize Xuanhuan. But unfortunately, Lan Yi and Yu Jiu didn't belong to these big forces at all, and they didn't care about these things. And for Xuanhuan, it can only be said to be a godsend. The general outline of the animal control technique, who doesn't want such a good thing? If there is a chance, Xuanhuan will never give it to the sect, but will choose to stay by himself. But if someone else knew about it, it would be absolutely impossible for Xuanhuan to keep the general outline of the animal control technique. This kind of treasure would be coveted by major sects in ancient times. Even if Yu Jianzong and Jian are in the company, they will never refuse this kind of good thing that can greatly enhance the power of the sect. And the puppet potion is exactly the potion mentioned in the general outline of the animal control technique. It is impossible for Xuanhuan not to. Now, it is really impossible to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. The prescription of the puppet potion was right in front of him. And most importantly, Xuanhuan was completely unimpressed by the two people who found the recipe for the puppet potion. That means that these two are definitely not among the strong ones who entered the ruins. If you want someone to keep a secret, the best way is to keep him from being able to speak forever. Xuanhuan knew very well what he was going to do. The fact that he has obtained the general outline of the animal control technique must not be leaked. Since the two people in front of them didn't know him, Xuanhuan wouldn't be so stupid as to report himself. It's not impossible to give you the prescription. Lan, you didn't think too much about it. Because the prescription of the puppet potion is really useless to Lan Yi and Yu Jiu. After all, if there is only a prescription and no alchemist, no matter how good the prescription is, it is just a piece of waste paper. And Lan Yi and others really didn't know any alchemists. However, giving it to you, for nothing, is not in line with the principle of fair trade. Lan Yi added another sentence. Anyway, they entered the ruins for treasures. It's not a loss to take something that is useless to you and replace it with something that is useful. A person who has to fight and kill to solve the problem is purely a fighting maniac. Shuaziki was stunned when he heard Lan Yi's words. He opened his mouth, and the long sword in his hand was already ready to toss it, but he finally held back. To be honest, Shuaziki really didn't expect that he would still meet such a person in the ruins, but the first thing that came to his mind was not to fight to the death, but to trade directly. But this also made Shuaziki sure that these two people really didn't know themselves. Maybe you haven't even heard of it. Have you considered? Lan Yi asked in a hurry. Okay, since that's the case, let's trade. Since Shuaziki is a shrewd person, he naturally knows the truth that more is worse than less. Okay, let's exchange. Since Shuaziki is a shrewd person, he naturally knows the truth that more is worse than less. Since the two people in front of them don't know themselves at all, they naturally won't notice anything about the general guide to the beast controlling technique. This way of fair trade, on the contrary, makes Shuaziki worry. Because mistakes are inevitable in battle. If the prescription of the puppet potion were destroyed, Shuaziki would have nowhere to cry. After all, no one knows whether there is a second prescription for puppet medicine in this beast control sect. If there is really no second prescription, then Shuaziki's general compendium of animal control techniques is just a roll of waste paper. Without the cooperation of the puppet potion, it is simply impossible to drive those powerful beasts with only the beast controlling technique. This is a master-level trial crystal I found in the ruins. If you are willing to exchange it, put the prescription on the ground, and I will go and get it myself. Shuaziki took out a crystal clear and threw it over. Make a deal. Lan Yi caught it, and after confirming that the master-level trial crystal was real, he glanced at Yojo. Yojo understood, and carefully placed the sheepskin roll in her hand on the ground. Since it is a fair trade, the traded items naturally cannot be damaged. After the things were put down, Lan Yi and Yojo quickly left the medicine refining hall. Yojo had already searched all the places in here. There's not much of value at all. The recipe for the puppet potion was discovered by accident because Yojo searched carefully. In fact, if you think about it, you can see that in those days, so many sects, after encircling and suppressing the beast control sect, must have removed all the valuable things in the beast control sect. What remains are not treasures that are hidden like the general guide of beast controlling techniques. Just like the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, even if you know it, you can't take it away. A master-level trial crystal can be exchanged for the prescription of the puppet potion. It seems that the two of them are not people who know the goods. Shuazi lightly picked up the sheepskin roll from the ground after Lan Yi and Yojo left. Combined with the general outline of the animal control technique, Shuazika can confirm that this is indeed the prescription of the puppet potion. For Shuaziki's plan, a mere Grandmaster-level trial crystal is not worth mentioning at all. For Shuaziki, the prescription that can be exchanged for the puppet potion can be said to be a big profit. And on the other side, after Lan Yi and Yojo left the medicine hall. Sister Lan Yi, is that prescription really that valuable? Yojo asked in confusion. The role of the puppet potion is to reduce the spiritual power of the beast, impact the consciousness of the beast, and weaken the aggression of the beast, so as to facilitate the application of the beast-controlling technique. On the prescription, only the role of the puppet medicine is marked. How to cooperate with the animal control technique is not recorded. That's why Yojo was so suspicious. Reduce the spiritual power of the beast, impact the consciousness of the beast, and weaken the aggression of the beast. Does this medicine really have any practical value? Who would have the time to feed the monsters and drink potions when they were fighting with monsters? I don't know if it has any value, but what is certain is that the prescription has no value at all in our hands. Lan Yi shrugged and smiled. That's right. Yojiao nodded in agreement. What's more, to be able to use a prescription that has no value for him to exchange for a master-level trial crystal, I have to say that this transaction is really worth it. It just so happens that we also need the Grandmaster level trial crystal to advance to the Grandmaster level. Yojiao, since you found the prescription, then this trial crystal is yours. Lan Yi put the master-level trial crystal in Yojiao's hand. In fact, the 7 members of the Lan Yi team have been at the peak of the professional class for some time. It's just that the master-level trial crystals are indeed relatively rare. Although in the Mercenary Guild, there are master-level trial crystals that can be exchanged, but the mercenary points required are really not low. Therefore, none of the Lan Yi team members have been promoted to the master level so far. Sister Lan Yi, Yojiao wanted to push back the trial crystal in her hand. Because in the battle formation of Lan Yi team, Lan Yi is the most important part. Okay, you can take it first, our team's mercenary points are almost enough, and then we can exchange one more. Lan Yi smiled, but clenched Yojiao's fist tightly. Although the beast control sect was looted by the sect that joined forces to suppress it back then. But there are more or less leftovers. Even if it's not a lot, it's enough for those who entered the ruins to make a lot of money. In an elder hall of the beast control sect, Wang Yu was picking out the weapons and armor in the elder hall. Weapons and armor are the most common things in this ruins. After all, the fighting method of the Beast Master sect is mainly to drive the monsters, plus a small part of their own fighting power. Therefore, in the eyes of those sects, the weapons and armors forged by the Beast Control sect are not comparable to their own sects, so they are too lazy to waste their energy. However, those ancient sects look down on them. It doesn't mean that the people who entered the ruins this time don't like it. The weapons and armors forged by the Beastmaster sect were not considered top-notch in the ancient times, but now they are definitely first-class and powerful. That's why, even if it's the same hero level, the strength of the heroes in ancient times was stronger than the heroes of today. Because too many tyrannical ranks, powerful magic and martial arts, super blacksmithing and alchemy have all been lost. The disappearance of these inheritances has brought about a substantial weakening in strength. It's like playing a game. Even if you are of the same level as others, but you are wearing garbage equipment and you have not finished your skills, others are magical weapons, and all you learn are magical skills that can only be learned by paying money, or hidden occupations. Just ask, what do you use to fight others? These weapons are almost as strong as the 200 spirit crystals in the store manager's shop. This weapon doesn't seem to be the same. It has the strength of 4,000 spirit crystals, so I can count it as a profit. Wang Yu was picking and choosing, and he was still chanting words. Excellent weapon, the price is 200 spirit crystals. Rare grade weapons, the uniform price of 4,000 spirit crystals. As for the treasure level, it corresponds to the weapon level used by the hero level. The minimum limit is just a guess, and you will know that it is at least the master level. It's just that the Chila store doesn't have it yet. Yo, isn't this Wang Yu? The ruins are so big, I didn't expect that I could really meet you. Just when Wang Yu was talking, a young man with red lips and white teeth suddenly walked in outside the Hall of the Elders. This disgusting voice is really you. You travel well. Wang Yu's movement stopped, and he stood up slowly, and when he saw the young man who came in, he said with a blank face. Yu Feng, a third-year student at Dadi College. In terms of identity, he is probably similar to Wang Yu, a genius student of Dadi College. It's just that unlike Wang Yu's obsession with martial arts, Yu Feng quite likes to mess with flowers outside. With his handsome appearance, he has achieved the state of passing through thousands of flowers without a leaf sticking to his body. The hatred between Wang Yu and Yu Yufeng happened 2 years ago. At that time, Wang Yu was young and vigorous, and he was just beginning his love affair, so naturally there would be people he likes. However, at the time of the exchange between Dadi College and Pinnacle College, Wang Yu accidentally discovered that Yu Yufeng was walking with the person he liked. Wang Yu naturally heard about Yu Yufeng's reputation. Therefore, on the stage of the college competition that followed, Wang Yu ruthlessly knocked Yu Yufeng down. Too bad the referee was quick. After that, Wang Yu applied to the academy for out-of-home training, probably for this reason. Don't look at me like this. I've always been puzzled. On the stage of the college competition, you seem to have a grudge against me. Theoretically, there shouldn't be. Yu Yufeng raised his eyebrows and said slowly. Since the defeat in that match, Yu Yufeng also changed his habit of messing with flowers and started a hard special training. The reason is to ask Wang Yu for an explanation when he meets Wang Yu again. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Wang Yu returned lightly. The young man who is in love at the beginning, the moment he sees the person who likes walking with others, the feelings in his heart have been silent. Maybe it is, but I will repay the shame 2 years ago to you today. Yu Yufeng pulled out the thin sword hanging from his waist. Yu Yufeng's class is a light swordsman. Oh, you lost to me 2 years ago, and 2 years later, you won't be able to win. Wang Yu said slowly. If you don't try it, you know that. Yu Yufeng raised the tip of his sword diagonally and aimed it at Wang Yu. After all, when it comes to fighting talent, Yu Yufeng is stronger than Wang Yu. It's just because of Yu Yufeng's naturally lazy personality that he lost to Wang Yu in that college competition. But for today, Yu Yufeng gave full play to his talents. 2 full years of hard and extraordinary training. Just for today's shame. I'm also wondering why the previous academy didn't see you. Wang Yu drew a spear from behind and said casually. You went to the previous college then you? Yu Yufeng's face suddenly became very strange. What? You don't know? Wang Yu was also stunned. It stands to reason that the students of the 3 major colleges should all go to the scene of the college competition. Forget it, it's not important, I met you here anyway, and I will definitely be ashamed today. Yu Yufeng opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't go on. Come on then. I have to say that since the last failure, Wang Yu's mood has changed a lot. Especially in Qi Li's store, in the battle strength promotion arena, Wang Yu understood a truth. A strong middle has its own strong middle hand, and a mountain is still a mountain high. Especially in Qi Li's store, in the battle strength promotion arena, Wang Yu understood a truth. A strong middle has its own strong middle hand, and a mountain is still a mountain high. A true master always has the heart of an apprentice. Wang Yu was a talented student of the Peak Academy back then, and he has not lost a single defeat for more than 10 years. However, he was defeated in the arena of the academy competition. This also makes Wang Yu look down on a lot of things. Take the call. Yu Yufeng attacked without saying a word. A light swordsman is a class that relies on keen perception and unparalleled speed to find and attack the enemy's weaknesses. The purpose of preemptive attack is to better find the weakness of the enemy. Yu Yufeng naturally understood this truth, and when he was about to face Wang Yu and be ashamed, he had already done his homework. The fighting characteristics of gun fighters belong to a very domineering type. The point is that within the gun circle, I am invincible. Therefore, Yu Yufeng must seize the opportunity before Wang Yu moves. Because once Wang Yu is dragged into his combat range, Yu Yufeng will become very troublesome. You have become a lot stronger in the past 2 years. Wang Yu clenched his spear tightly, parrying Yu Yufeng's attack with ease, and Xianxi made a comment. For today, I have suffered for 2 whole years. Yu Yufeng suddenly accelerated the rhythm of the attack. For the training results of the past 2 years, the instructors at Dadi College were all full of praise for Yu Yufeng's talent. Even Banjing, the dean of Dadi College, personally guided Yu Yufeng's training. Yu Yufeng has full self-confidence, and it is impossible for him to lose. Then you have suffered for 2 years in vain. After Wang Yu played dozens of tricks with Yu Yufeng, he had already figured out Yu Yufeng's fighting rhythm. This is much worse than those high-difficulty opponents in the arena of the battle strength promotion arena. Especially compared to that swordsman whose attack method is extremely cunning, it is far worse. You have been looking for the enemy's weakness, but have you ever thought that your weakness is also exposed to the enemy's eyes? If your attacking rhythm can make the enemy unable to fight back, then this may not be a disadvantage. But, you are still far from this point. During the battle, Wang Yu did not forget to comment on Yu Yufeng's fighting skills. This is also a habit left in the arena of the battle strength promotion arena. No way. If you don't sum up your shortcomings in the last match after being killed, then you will still be killed in the same way when you fight against those opponents in the ring. Shut up. Yu Yufeng was obviously upset by what Wang Yu said. The offensive rhythm also began to become impetuous. Seeing this, Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. Is this the trash talk tactic that the store manager said, and it really works well in actual combat? Trash tactics. Qilu also mentioned it in the previous teaching video of the single-player mode of the Combat Power Improvement Arena, when explaining the skills. Because the opponents created by the system will not be affected by your trash talk, but will beat you violently while you are distracted talking. And in the New World mode, there is a way to shield the AC system. So this tactic doesn't really make sense. But who knows that it will be remembered by Wang Yu and will be used here. Your heart is messed up, then there is no need to continue this battle. Wang Yu stabbed straight with his spear, swung away Yu Yufeng's rapier, and stabbed it in his heart. Your heart is messed up, then there is no need to continue this battle. Wang Yu stabbed straight with his spear, swung away Yu Yufeng's rapier, and stabbed it in his heart. However, Wang Yu didn't stab in, but stopped in time, and kicked Yu Yufeng out with one kick. After all, there is no deep hatred between the two. Wang Yu has gone through so much, and he will not kill him so easily. It's impossible. You can't become so strong in these 2 years. Yu Yufeng covered the small wound in his heart, which was left by the long spear that Wang Yu had pointed. So far, it's easier said than done. And this move just proves that Wang Yu's control over his own power is much higher than that of Yu Yufeng. I admit that you have indeed become a lot stronger in the past 2 years. I also admit that your talent is indeed stronger than mine. If I was in the previous college competition, I might really lose to you, but it's a pity. When Wang Yu said this, he left the last half of his sentence unspoken. This half sentence is, it's a pity. I also tasted the taste of allure, but I also found a place that can make me stronger. If you lose, you lose. I just want to know, 2 years ago, why did you act like you had a deep hatred with me in the ring? Yu Yufeng asked dejectedly. It's okay to tell you, Lan Jili, you should know him. Wang Yu has nothing to hide. Who hasn't had a crush on love when they first started, and who hasn't had a crush? Wang Yu had a crush on Lan Jili back then. It's just that Lan Jili was 1 year higher than Wang Yu at that time and was Wang Yu's senior sister. That's why Wang Yu is so eager to challenge the third-year students, just to be able to enter the third year 1 year earlier and be one step closer to Lan Jili. It's just that after seeing Yu Yufeng and Lan Jili's closeness, Wang Yu seems to be a different person. Of course I know him, but what does this have to do with my sister? Yufeng is a little unclear. At this moment, the air became a little silent. Your sister? Wang Yu spoke with some difficulty, and it took a long time to spit out 2 words from his mouth. When saying these 2 words, Wang Yu only felt that his throat was a little dry, and he just wanted to drink water in his mind. Of course it's my sister, or is it your sister? After Yu Yufeng finished saying this, he suddenly looked at Wang Yu with wide eyes, as if he realized something. Could it be? Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Wang Yu coughed twice, interrupting Yu Yufeng, and then stretched out his hand to Yu Yufeng. Get up first and talk. Yu Yufeng looked blank and was pulled from the ground by Wang Yu. After pulling Yu Yufeng up, Wang Yu eagerly took a photo of the shoe prints on his body. Then, is Lanjili really your sister? Wang Yu still couldn't believe it. Because he felt that he seemed to have misunderstood something back then. After all, Wang Yu has a crush on Lanjili because Lanjili, like her name, is knowledgeable and self-righteous. To be reasonable, how could Lanjili go with a person like Yu Yufeng, who is a mess? It turns out that there is only a sibling relationship, so this makes sense. Of course it's my sister. I asked her about the previous academy competition. She told me that you haven't returned to the academy, so I can rest assured. Yu Yufeng rubbed his chest and said. Lanjili is of course my sister. I even asked her about the previous academy competition. It's because she told me that you haven't returned to the academy, so I'm relieved to retreat. Who knew that you actually participated in the previous academy competition? Yu Yufeng rubbed his chest. The place where Wang Yu was kicked was still aching. Not me. To be honest, Wang Yu was a little panicked. Because of the people who entered the ruins this time, Lanjili was impressively listed. Don't say it, I know what's going on. No wonder my sister has looked sore-leaved in the past 2 years. Yu Yufeng is still a smart person, a talented student, and he knows a thing or two. A person like him who has been on the waves for many years, can see what Wang Yu is thinking now by looking at Wang Yu's eyes. But to be honest, even if you understood what was going on, Yu Yufeng was still very depressed. For the sake of my old sister, so I have to accept the backstab? The real situation of this matter should be that 2 years ago, Peak Academy and Audi Academy had a friendly exchange. After Yu Yufeng came to Peak Academy, he was caught by Lanjili. In order to avoid his old sister, Yu Yufeng deliberately chose a different college from Lanjili. Lanjili knew Yufeng's character, so he always wanted him to stop being soidal and messing around with flowers, and make good use of his talent. But Yu Yufeng is a lazy person, so he has been working on how to avoid Lanjili's preaching. In the end, however, it was not avoided. It was probably that when Lanjili was preaching about Yu Yufeng, Wang Yu happened to see it. Then Yu Yufeng accepted the righteous backstab of my own person. Tisk. Yu Yufeng felt extremely helpless and melancholy. What was the reason for the hardships that I have endured over the past 2 years? Aren't these two people really teaming up to pit themselves? But, why are your surnames different? Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. It was because of this incident back then that Wang Yu never thought that Lanjili and Yu Yufeng would be siblings. My surname follows my father, and my sister's surname follows my mother. Yu Yufeng said melancholy. Okay, I'm fine. Wang Yu smirked and put the spear back behind his back, confirming what happened back then. It was really a misunderstanding. But everyone was beaten, so what else could be done? And listening to Yu Yufeng's words, Lanjili seems to be quite happy. It's all a misunderstanding. What happened back then is really my fault. After I get out of the ruins, I'll go to you again. As Wang Yu spoke, he didn't even want anything in the Elder's Hall, so he just ran away. No way, it's so embarrassing. Moreover, most of the weapons and armors in the Elder Hall of the Beast Control sect were not as good as those in the Qila store, so Wang Yu didn't care. Just leave like this? Yu Yufeng looked at Wang Yu's back, and then glanced at the weapons and armor on the ground in the hall, stunned. And in another place in the Beast Control sect. Lanjili was indeed in this ruin, but the situation was not so safe. Most of the treasures of the Beast Control sect have been evacuated, and most off the remaining things are the powerful beasts and exotic beasts that the beast control sect deliberately captured and cultivated in order to enhance the power of the sect. And those who have survived until now are all extremely tyrannical races. What Lan Jili encountered was another ancient alien beast in the beast control sect. Flame Dragon Eagle. Almost all the magical beasts and alien beasts that can add the word dragon to their names have dragon blood. It is precisely because of the long vitality brought by the blood of the dragon race that these ancient alien beasts in the beast control sect have survived to this day. The flaming dragon eagle is a very tyrannical race among alien beasts. It has extremely fast speed and extremely sharp claws, and can easily shred its prey. And it can also release fire magic. In addition, the flame dragon eagle also has the advantage of flying. This makes the flame dragon eagle almost invincible under the hero level. This guy is really tough. Jing Qingyun sighed, holding a long sword, staring at the flaming dragon eagle above the sky. Compared with those giant dragons, the body of the flaming dragon eagle is actually not that big. Not even the flying dragon. The wingspan is only 5 or 6 meters when it is fully calculated. It was covered in fiery red feathers, like a blazing flame. The ferocious eagle head, with the appearance of a dragon's head, showed its identity. I didn't expect that there are students as strong as you in the brilliant academy. Lan Jili waved his staff and blessed Jing Qingyun with a few buffs. Lan Jili's rank is a fairly standard wind element magician, and the buff magic that can be blessed is mostly used to enhance movement speed, shot speed and agility attributes. With Shangjing Qingyun's swordsman rank, it can be considered to complement each other. I'm just lucky. Jing Qingyun replied casually, not showing any complacency because of Lan Jili's praise. I was also secretly glad that before entering the ruins, I exchanged the master-level trial crystals in the academy. Otherwise, this time I encountered the flaming dragon eagle, but something went wrong. You are too modest. Lan Jili smiled and said. To be able to be successfully promoted to the master level during the student period, his talent must be far superior to ordinary people. Generally speaking, the academy will send out invitations for such talented students to become their mentors. The master level is also the first threshold for a college mentor. However, whether to accept or not depends on personal wishes, and the academy is only an invitation, not coercion. It is rare for someone like Jing Qingyun, who is still a student, to be successfully promoted to the grandmaster level, and who can also fight back and forth with an ancient beast like the flaming dragon eagle. Lan Jili had heard that the Peak Academy he was in also had a student whose combat skills were highly praised by the academy instructor. That is Wan Yu. I don't know who is stronger or weaker than the person in front of me. When Jing Qingyun heard the words, he took the time to glance at Lan Jili. Lan Jili's body has a very intellectual temperament, with a quiet and elegant look between his eyebrows, and the lines of his face are feminine. At first glance, it will make people think of the ladies from the scholarly family. How could Peak Academy choose such a person to enter the ruins? Jing Qingyun couldn't help thinking of this question in his mind. However, Jing Qingyun's previous answer, although he said it casually, is not a joke. It was indeed luck that one of the first batch of students chose to go to Chila store for training. Chirp. An eagle chirp in the sky interrupted Jing Qingyun's thoughts. You pay attention to protect yourself, don't stop the gain magic. Jing Qingyun came back to his senses, exhorted, and immediately greeted the flaming dragon eagle. You pay attention to protect yourself, and don't stop the gain magic. Jing Qingyun came back to his senses, exhorted, and immediately greeted the flaming dragon eagle. Although the wind magic is very fast, the level of Lan Jili is too different from that of the flaming dragon eagle. Even if it can attack, the damage it can cause is very limited. It would be better to give Jing Qingyun a blessing magic and let him stab more swords. Swordsman is a class known for his speed. Under the blessing of the wind element's buff magic, Jing Qingyun, who was wearing a high-quality equipment, was able to keep up with the speed of the flaming dragon eagle. Although the flame dragon eagle can fly is a very annoying point. However, the Grandmaster level just can't stay in the air. That's not to say you can't stay in the air. In Qi Li's store for so long, how could Jing Qingyun not cultivate a pet card for Blast Flying Dragon as a backup? Don't be frightened next. Jing Qingyun threw out a pet card, which exploded instantly, turning into ASCII full of fluorescence. A gigantic hurricane flying dragon was quickly condensed out in the sky and crouched on the ground. The huge body seemed extremely oppressive. The faint release of the dragon's might made the blast Phylong appear domineering and fierce. What is this? Lan Jili was taken aback when he saw the sudden appearance of the flying wind dragon, and asked with a look of astonishment. Flying dragon. After Jing Qingyun said it lightly, he jumped on the back of the wind dragon. However, the shocked expression on Lan Jili's face did not diminish by half. Because compared to the name of this behemoth, Lan Jili was even more shocked by how this hurricane and flying dragon appeared here. Chirp. The flaming dragon eagle let out a grumpy eagle chirping. The dragon's might emanating from the gust of wind and flying dragon made the flaming dragon eagle feel a hint of threat. This is not a physical suppression. In fact, Jing Qingyun's swift wind and flying dragon has only been upgraded to level 40, which is just the threshold of the professional class. Even if the growth attribute of the R-rank pet card is relatively high, before there are enough awakening times, it is still a little short of trying to be on a par with the ancient alien beasts. The reason why the flaming dragon eagle feels threatened is simply because of the suppression on the dragon bloodline. The dragon race is one of the races that belong to the top of the pyramid. Any race with dragon blood will have the opportunity to produce dragon might. It's just that the strength is definitely not as good as that of the dragon. In the same way, among the races with dragon blood, the purer the dragon blood, the greater the sense of threat to other races with less pure dragon blood. This is the suppression from the blood. Although it will not affect the strength of strength, it will suppress the display of strength. In the case of the same level and realm, the role of blood is particularly important. After all, the level of bloodline is a very important criterion to measure their strength between beasts and beasts. The dragon blood of the swift wind and flying dragon is even purer than that of the flaming dragon eagle. It was a surprise. Jing Qingyun naturally understood the role of bloodline, so while he was shocked, his heart was also full of surprises. The level of the bloodline, to a large extent, symbolizes talent, potential, and the height that can be achieved. Although the dragon bloodline is not unique and the top bloodline, the power of the bloodline that can be compared with the dragon bloodline is also very few, very few. Jing Qingyun naturally understands how powerful the bloodline is. So while he was shocked, his heart was also filled with unspeakable joy. The level of bloodline, to a large extent, symbolizes talent and potential. Likewise, it also determines the height that can be reached. Although the dragon bloodline is not unique and the top bloodline, the power of the bloodline that can be compared with the dragon bloodline is also very few, very few. Moreover, the other blood powers of the same level as the dragon blood are basically the legendary blood. Therefore, the dragon bloodline is not so rare in comparison. But in fact, if the average person can have the blood of the dragon family, then the height that can be reached in the end will definitely be more than a big realm. This is the power of the dragon bloodline. Blessing of the wind. Although Lan Jili was extremely shocked in his heart, the movements in his hands were not slow. Moreover, Lan Jili also knew that there were some secrets. No matter how curious he should not take the initiative to ask. Before, it was only because it was too shocking that the question would blurt out. Let me use you to test my current strength. Jing Qingyun's toes lightly tapped on the back of the wind and the dragon, and the figure was erratic and light as the wind. It is impossible to beat the flaming dragon eagle at the peak of the master level with a 40-level hurricane flying dragon. Jing Qingyun didn't plan to do it at first. The flying wind dragon was originally just a mount used to help Jing Qinjian come to the sky. And now, there is another effect. That is to use the dragon bloodline that is stronger than the flame dragon eagle to suppress the flame dragon eagle's performance in the battle. The way of the swordsman is deceitful. Jing Qingyun knew this, and naturally knew how to use his own strengths to attack others' weaknesses. No matter how fast the flame dragon eagle is, it is just pure speed. As long as Jing Qingyun can keep up with the speed of the flaming dragon eagle, the flaming dragon eagle's fighting instinct as an ancient alien beast has little use in the face of the deceit of the swordsman. Because Jing Qingyun would never fight the flaming dragon eagle head-on. And above the speed, the flaming dragon eagle can't keep up with the speedy wind dragon. After all, a fire attribute, a wind attribute. Who is faster is clear at a glance. Even if the level of the flaming dragon eagle is higher than that of the wind and flying dragon, it is slightly inferior in terms of speed. Therefore, the flying advantage of the flaming dragon eagle is also useless at this moment. Lan Jili was dazzled by the battle in the sky. With the eyesight of her class, it is really difficult to keep up with the battle of the master class, who is known for her speed. The battle between the flaming dragon eagle and Jing Qingyun did not last long. Although the flaming dragon eagle's feathers are extremely tough, it is a pity that the Gangjin stabbing sword in Jing Qingyun's hand has its own armor-piercing effect. Combined with the sharp increase of the upper wind buff magic, Jing Qingyun pierced into the heart of the flaming dragon eagle, directly from behind. Chirp! The blazing dragon eagle let out a mournful hawk, fell from the air, and hit the ground heavily. Laugh! Jing Qingyun took out the Gangjin stabbing sword and shook it lightly, and the blood beads on it were immediately knocked to the ground. It's done. What material do you need? Pick it yourself. Jing Qingyun's movements were very fast. While decomposing the materials that could be used on the flame dragon eagle, he put the materials that he could use into the bronze storage ring. Whatever materials you need, just take them yourself. After Jing Qingyun jumped off the back of the flying dragon, he said casually. Jing Qingyun moved very quickly. While speaking, he decomposed the materials that could be used on the flame dragon eagle and put the materials that he could use into the bronze storage ring. As for the remaining materials, Lan Jili can take whatever he wants. After all, in this battle, Lan Jili also took credit. The sentence that ancient alien beasts are full of treasures is by no means empty words. And to be honest, the most valuable treasures in the beast control sect are probably these ancient alien beasts. For example, the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. You seem to be curious about what happened to my flying wind dragon. While Jing Qingyun packed up the flaming dragon eagle, he also noticed Lan Jili's expression. No, Lan Jili was stunned for a while, then nodded. Although Lan Jili would not take the initiative to ask, but Jing Qingyun took the initiative to mention it, Lan Jili would not deny it. That's it, but I can't explain it here. I'll talk about it after the ruins are out. Jing Qingyun thought for a while and said it seriously. Seeing is believing is better for pet cards. Is that when I went to the Brilliant Academy to find you? Lan Jili nodded and asked. She is really interested in the wind and dragon. No, you don't need to find me, you can just go to Wan Yu, you can say that I asked you to find him, and let him take you to Yunwu City. Jing Qingyun thought for a while, and suddenly thought that Wan Yu seemed to be a student of Peak Academy. It is good. Lan Jili responded. If Wan Yu knew about it, he would probably be very grateful to Jing Qingyun. To be honest, how much you can gain in the ruins depends entirely on how many things are in the ruins. The Beastmaster sect is obviously not a very rich relic. But there is not much in it. After the shattering of the demon cores that had exhausted their energy due to the passage of time, the secret rooms that appeared also caused a lot of battles. After all, not everyone is like Lan Yi and Yu Jiu. Weapons, armor, alchemy potions, master-level trial crystals. All kinds of rare materials, as well as the precious medicinal materials that have grown within the gate of the beast control sect in the past 3,000 years, and those ancient alien beasts that died because their lifespan was exhausted. All in all, the ruins are indeed a place worthy of being coveted by the major forces. Although their luck was not very good this time, the opened relic was not a particularly wealthy one. But the harvest this time is enough to increase the overall strength of these forces by more than 30%. This is already a very exaggerated value. If the beast control sect belonged to a sect that died naturally, the treasures left in the sect would be enough to nearly double the overall strength of these forces. It is even possible to find hero-level trial crystals in it. And in this constant search, the moment when the ruins are closed is getting closer and closer. The ruins are about to close, which would be great. After Qi Lu received the news, he was quite happy. When the ruins are closed, the mission is over. This is not a waste of Qi Li's time, searching for treasures in the ruins all night every night. Those rare materials, dead beasts, exotic animals, precious medicinal materials, etc. Even the bronze stove in the medicine refining hall, Qi Li collected one. The mission is only over when the ruins are closed. This is not a waste of Qi Li's time, searching for treasures in the ruins all night every night. Those rare materials, dead beasts, exotic animals, precious medicinal materials, etc. Even the bronze stove in the medicine refining hall, Qi Li collected one. Anyway, as long as it's something that Qi Li hasn't collected, it's all submitted to the system, and it doesn't matter whether these things look like treasures in the end. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still a piece of meat. In order to increase the reward, Qi Li can be considered to have done his best and died. There are still the last few hours. After Qi Li got the news, he immediately prepared a standing card. It reads, "Purchase the items in the ruins, and after appraisal, if you are satisfied, trade them on the spot." There were only a few hours left, and Qi Li was no longer ready to work hard on himself, but began to implement the ideas he had had in the morning. Anyway, what is written on the quest is just submitting the treasure to the system. There is no rule that Qi Li must find it by himself. System, host, don't you think it's too shameless to do this? Qi Li pouted, and replied nonchalantly, there are many people, so what do you know about a system that is alone? Then he carried the standing card to his back and activated his empty boots. Outside the ruins. The 8 heroes waiting outside seemed to feel it, and at the same time, they opened their eyes. The space around the ruins has fluctuated, and it seems that the ruins are about to close, Gu Pingchuan said. Several other heroes have also begun to prepare. After the ruins were closed, it wasn't that the people in the ruins were safely sent to the ground. Where you enter the ruins, you exit from there. The Fire Emperor Ling Ao waved his staff, and the majestic magic power immediately condensed a sturdy, big net. Gu Pingchuan also poured his magic power into the magic net that Ling Ao had condensed, ready to use it to catch the people from the Xuanhuan Empire and the Brilliant Academy. Yufeng just condenses the magic power, and there is no extra action. As a heroic wind element magician, Yufeng doesn't need to prepare in advance. He only needs to use wind magic to respond after the people from the Goryeo Empire are sent out. The white-clothed high priest just condensed his magic power. Prepare to bless the people of the Xingyao Empire with a protective barrier. With the magic power of the white-clothed high priest, the blessing of the protective barrier is enough to resist the impact of the landing when it falls from the sky. Old Ren, students of my academy, please help me. However, the dean of Dadi College, Ban Jing, is a fighting chi class, and he's not a class that is good at speed. To do such a fact is beyond his ability. So I can only trouble Ren Gongxiu. Well, it's just a small matter. Like Yu Feng, Ren Gongxiu is also a wind element magician. Moreover, Ren Gongxiu has spent much longer in the heroic level than Yu Feng, and using wind magic to meet a few students can only be said to be a small effort. The high priest of the orc tribe also has his own means. And what Yu Jianzong sent was Murong Song, one of the 3 elders. Even if it is a fighting chi class, as long as the speed is sufficient, it is also a breeze to deal with people who come out of the ruins. Just after the 8 heroes were ready, there was a sudden twist in the space, and then, a door of space suddenly opened. Qi Lu, who was carrying a standing card, got out of the door of space. Manager Qi? How did you get here? This strange scene made all the 8 heroes who were guarding outside the ruin stunned. Qi Lu has a relic token in his hand, they know it. But the problem is that the ruins this time limit the highest level of entrance, which is the master level. In their opinion, Qi Lu is definitely a hero. Although it was a pity to waste a relic token, it was totally worth it to be able to enter the ruins to search for treasures without the monster Qi Lu. But, now comes the problem. Why did Qi Lu appear outside the ruins at this time? Could it be that he wants to take all the gains of those who came out of the ruins for himself outside the ruins? The 8 heroes immediately thought of this possibility. In fact, every faction sent a hero to wait outside the ruins, that is, to prevent heroes from other forces from doing this kind of thing. The might of a hero cannot be resisted by a grandmaster. But they never imagined that Qi Lu would actually come to this muddy water. This was the most unexpected thing for them. And it's still in such a high-profile way that it's like showing off his power. Because according to the momentum and majestic pressure that Qi Lu erupted in Yunwu City, they knew very well that with Qi Li's strength, as long as they could persuade the 2 heroes to join forces with him. The other 6 people present didn't even want to ask for it. If Qi Lu could persuade the 3 of them to join forces with him, the remaining 5 heroes would only have the option of fleeing. These ideas may sound like a lot, but they are actually just a matter of moments. The 8 heroes waiting outside the ruins looked at each other before Gu Pingchuan, who was most familiar with Qi Lu, spoke. Manager Qi, I don't know why you came here at this time. Gu Pingchuan's tone was not a question, but a simple question. When facing a powerhouse of the same level or even stronger than him, questioning is a very bad tone. To collect some things from the ruins. Qi Li's tone was flat, telling the truth. As soon as these words came out, the heroes present looked at each other in dismay, and an idea emerged in their hearts. Sure enough. Although the words used by Qi Lu have been very euphemistic. But when the ruins are about to be closed, it is not a clear grab to go outside the ruins to collect the things in the ruins. President Gu, what should we do now? Ling Ao looked at Gu Pingchuan, and the questioning in his eyes was beyond words. If possible, Ling Ao didn't want to have a bad relationship with Qi Lu. Because with Qi Li's strength, as long as he stays in Yunwu City for 1 day, the eastern border of the Yuanyuan Empire has a natural barrier, so that those big and small forces dare not easily invade. Don't worry, Manager Qi should not be such a person. Although Gu Pingchuan was a little surprised at first, he quickly calmed down. In any case, Gu Pingchuan has also been in Qi Li's store for so long, and his understanding of Qi Lu is naturally far more than the others present. In Gu Pingchuan's memory, Qi Lu was not the kind of person who would bully others. Moreover, the quality of the goods in Qi Li's store is there, and Qi Lu should not be guilty of offending so many forces for the things in a relic. Okay, let's just wait and see. Ling Ao nodded and made a decision in his heart. Okay, then let's just wait and see. Ling Ao nodded, and at the same time made a decision in his heart. If Qi Lu really had a conflict with others, then he would have to stand on the same side as Qi Lu. This thief really has evil intentions, why don't we join forces to kill him here? Yu Feng and Qi Lu formed a beam at the last discussion meeting. Now that Qi Lu actually showed this kind of intention of committing public anger, Yu Feng naturally didn't mind getting into trouble, and immediately began to encourage others. The first object is naturally the white-clothed high priest of the Xingyao Empire. After all, the Gu Luo Empire and the Xingyao Empire are still allies. If you want to do it, please do it yourself. The white-clothed high priest glanced at Yu Feng and said coldly. If the Xingyao Empire came this time, it was a paladin, then Yu Feng's instigation might really succeed. But the white-clothed high priest is not the type to get hot-headed easily. On the contrary, the high priest in white sees very clearly what the situation is now. What is Qi Li's strength? It is a very unwise choice to have revenge against a powerhouse of this level. What's more, the white-clothed high priest was sure that as long as the war started, Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao would definitely stand on Qi Li's side. Among the heroes present, with the exception of Qi Lu, Gu Pingchuan was the strongest. Now that the two strongest heroes have joined forces, plus a fire emperor, the white-clothed high priest has no confidence to take their attack. What's more, Ren Gongxiu and Banjing, like Gu Pingchuan, are the deans of the three colleges. He has a close relationship with Gu Pingchuan. At that time, if there is a war, the biggest possibility is that the three colleges, plus the Huangyuan Empire will be in the same camp as Qi Lu. The Goryeo Empire, the Xingyao Empire, the Orc tribe, and the swordsman sect were expelled from the arena. If the white-clothed high priest accepted Yu Feng's instigation at this time, it would be the performance of brain congestion on the spot. Now is not the time for war. The high priest of the Orc tribe wanted to avoid war even more than the white high priest. After all, among the 8 major forces present, as long as the Orc tribe is not a human force, when the time comes to fight, whoever will suffer the most, you will know with your heels. Don't worry too much, that store manager Qi is not an evil person. Morong Song glanced at Qi Lu and said slowly. Among the 8 heroes present, only Morong Song had never seen the coercion that erupted from Qi Lu that day. However, based on Qi Li's appearance and the reactions of others, it did not prevent Morong Song from speculating about Qi Li's general strength. It is 10 times more difficult than using space magic to tear space and travel through the void simply with fighting spirit. Unless it is a powerhouse-level power, it can tear space so easily. Otherwise, if you want to travel through the void so easily, only a hero-level space magician can do it. But when Qi Lu came out of the gate of space, there was no magic fluctuation in his body. It can be seen that Qi Li's strength can definitely overwhelm everyone present. Although Morong Song is arrogant, judging from Qi Li's miraculous way of appearing, he is definitely not Qi Li's opponent. If that's the case, then why take the initiative to provoke it? The 8 heroes present reacted differently. But apart from Yu Feng, their attitude is to avoid war. Of course the strong have the arrogance of the strong. But in the face of an opponent who knows that he will lose, if he bites the bullet and tries to provoke him, he will be stunned. Why are you looking at me like that? Qi Lu found that the eyes of these 8 heroes changed again and again, and suddenly asked a question with some doubts. Nothing. Gu Pingchuan replied with a strong smile. Others also chimed in a few times. Oh, that's probably because I'm overthinking it. Qi Lu didn't care too much, but took down the stand behind him and stood on the ground, then spread out a rug and sat cross-legged on it. Purchase the items in the ruins, and after appraisal, if you are satisfied, trade them on the spot. The big characters on the standing sign caught the eyes of Gu Pingchuan and others. Acquisition? Buy. Gu Pingchuan thought to himself, it really is the style of manager Qi. The others were stunned for a moment, and after they reacted, they looked at each other in dismay. This kind of top powerhouse, who came to collect the things in the ruins, was not talking about Mingqiang, but acquisition? You are too humble. Originally, these heroes were already prepared. As long as Qi Lu didn't want much and did not do too much, then they would recognize it. Who makes himself inferior to others? But who knew that Qi Lu had even brought the license, and was ready to acquire it from the beginning? With such tyrannical strength, yet being so humble and courteous, he is truly a model among the strong, a model among the mighty, and an excellent example among the practitioners. Yu Feng, the grudge between you and Manager Qi is just because of your arrogance. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't mess with Manager Kai again. The white-robed high priest glanced at Yu Feng and said. And the high priest in white also decided that after returning to the Xingyo Empire, he should also persuade the paladins. The violent and fierce power, although powerful, but also many enemies. However, this kind of humble and courteous power is not only powerful in itself, but also has many allies, and no one is willing to fight against him easily. It is really irrational to have revenge against such a power. This store manager, Qi, really has the demeanor of a strong man. Seeing this, Morong Song couldn't help but nodded, and exclaimed in his heart. The so-called strong people never manifest their strength by bullying the weak. It's about being able to distinguish your own position and stick to your own path. Do not be ruthless in the face of the weak. Not weak in the face of the strong. This is the style of the strong. It's not easy to be able to treat other races the same, Manager Qi. The high priest nodded slightly. Qi Li's actions, invisibly, made the heroes present once again feel the charm of Qi Li's personality, and thus felt admiration in their hearts. However, they could never have imagined that Qi Li's current strength was only at the master level. As a result, the only chance to defeat Qi Lu was forever missed. Stand up. The 8 heroes waiting outside the ruins also knew that Qi Lu was only here to buy some treasures in the ruins. This face, they will still give it. Anyway, they won't have much loss, it's better to send a favor. So, when the ruins were closed, after Gu Pingchuan and others brought the people who entered the ruins back to the ground, they all spontaneously promoted Qi Li's acquisition intention. Those who can be selected to enter the ruins are naturally not stupid. I immediately understood the meaning of these heroes. Isn't it just what I brought out of the ruins? Let's look at the store manager Qi first. And among these people, there are also many people who know Qi Lu. Therefore, people from various forces quickly lined up in a long line and handed over their storage rings to Qi Lu for a look.